Jiang Yunwan, having been lost in her youth, was adopted by the wealthiest family in the capital and raised as their own daughter. She excelled in various arts, from music to chess, and was well-versed in medicine, poison, and martial arts, earning the reputation of the capital's female champion. She married a good man, and her life seemed blissfully perfect. However, at this juncture, her gambling mother appeared, claiming her as her daughter. In a bid to seize the Jiang family's wealth, her mother conspired with her sister-in-law and even her intimate partner to switch sons, instigating a series of nefarious plots. It was only when she and her entire family fell victim to the hands of the son that she realized she had raised the illegitimate child of her sister-in-law and a scoundrel. In her final moments, the scoundrel embraced the sister-in-law while holding the illegitimate child, watching with glee as she took her last breath. Jiang Yunwan departed this world with her eyes wide open in disbelief. Fortuitously, heaven smiled upon her, granting her a rebirth on the very day of her labor. Yet, she was astonished to discover that not only had she been reborn, but her long-deceased biological son had also returned to life. In this new life, she learned that her son's biological father was none other than the seemingly loyal and trustworthy man she had once disregarded. After giving birth once more, her little bundle of joy winked at her and exclaimed, "Mother, we have been reborn. Father has finally come to be with us. This time, we shall reclaim all that belongs to us. With Father by our side, we shall wreak havoc." As Jiang Yunwan opened her eyes, her maid, Su Xin, presented a bowl of labor-inducing soup to her lips, exclaiming, "Miss, you have finally awakened. This soup has just been prepared, drink it, and labor will commence immediately." Madame Bai has already consumed the soup and has begun her labor. The master, Madame Bai, Dr. Zhang, and the midwife are all waiting next door. Labor soup. Labor? She had returned to the year she was 22. The household was bustling with preparations for the arrival of her child. Yet, Jiang Yunwan was acutely aware that if she drank the soup, her child born today would be swapped, becoming the offspring of her sister-in-law, Su Shuyan, the wife of the Bai family. The child she had painstakingly raised was none other than the illegitimate child born to Su Shuyan. That child had usurped her maternal family's wealth and orchestrated the murder of her entire family. Tragically, her own child, upon birth, would be discarded as a stillborn, wrapped in a straw mat and cast away. Jiang Yunwan was drenched in cold sweat from shock. Seeing her hesitance to drink the labor soup, Su Xin assumed she was frightened and gently reassured her, "Miss, it's nothing to worry about. Dr. Zhang says this soup is potent once consumed. Labor will begin. Everything is ready. You and the young master will be fine." With a sense of dread, Jiang Yunwan realized that if it were not for her rebirth, she would never have known that Su Xin, the maid who had served her for years, had already been bribed by Su Shuyan and her conspirators. Jiang Yunwan pressed her lips together and instructed, "Set the labor soup aside, I will drink it later. For now, go to the Jiang family and inform my parents and elder brother that I'm feeling a bit frightened and wish for them to come and be with me." Though she was not the biological daughter of the Jiang family, having been taken in and raised as their own, they were her only source of trust now. Su Xin was puzzled. "Miss, Madame Bai is waiting just outside. Why do you want to see them?" After all, Madame Bai was her biological mother. A year ago, Jiang Yunwan had only just come to know the Bai family, realizing she had parents and siblings. Months prior, her elder brother had fallen from a cliff, his body lost to the depths. The child within Su Shuyan was her brother's posthumous son. To lend support, Jiang Yunwan had kindly invited Su Shuyan, who was also pregnant, to stay at the minister's residence, ensuring she was well cared for. After all, Su Shuyan was not only her sister-in-law and the widow of her brother Bai Zhan, but also the niece of Madame Bai, making her Jiang Yunwan's cousin. The two families were closely intertwined, and Jiang Yunwan felt deep sympathy for Su Shuyan, offering her assistance at every turn. Little did she know that in her efforts to alleviate Su Zuyan's loneliness, her own husband had helped produce an illegitimate child. In her previous life, the child she had nurtured with great care had plunged a knife into her heart, as her husband, who had nearly squandered his wealth to elevate himself, embraced Su Shuyan, the three of them smiling as they watched her take her last breath. The heart-wrenching pain surged through Jiang Yunwan, nearly suffocating her. "Stop asking questions, just go quickly. I received news yesterday regarding your brother. I have dispatched someone to investigate further. I believe good news will arrive shortly." With this matter firmly in hand, Su Xin would not dare disobey her for the time being. "Understood, miss." Suxin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she hurried off to summon the Jiang elders. Once the door closed behind her, Jiang Yunwan braced herself and rose from the bed, pouring the labor-inducing soup into a low basin by the window. With half a month still remaining before her labor, she had no need for this concoction. What nonsense! Su Shuyan had already consumed the labor-inducing soup and had begun. It was evident that the vile woman was manipulating events, ensuring her own labor was imminent to facilitate the switch of her child. "You honor." A gentle voice entered as the door opened. Jiang Yunwan let out a sigh of relief. The newcomer was none other than Madame Jiang, Wei Mingxiang, who regarded her as her own daughter. In an instant, the room filled with her family members. "Mother." Jiang Yunwan grasped Madame Jiang's hand, tears streaming down her face. Although the Jiang elders were not her biological parents, they had always protected her. In this life, she vowed to safeguard them, ensuring they would not fall victim to malice, nor allow the Jiang family's vast fortune to fall into the hands of Su Shuyan and her cohorts. Seeing her tears, Madame Jiang assumed she was afraid and softly said, "I heard your sister-in-law has begun labor, your father, and I have brought some small gifts to celebrate her joy in bearing a son. Do not worry, you still have half a month. I will stay at the minister's residence to take good care of you." Though the Jiang family was the wealthiest in the capital, they were known for their benevolence and integrity. Even if Su Shuyan and her accomplices coveted the Jiang family's riches, they would still treat her with utmost care. Jiang Yunwan shook her head, choking back her tears, urging her family members to wait outside, as she had some private matters to discuss with Madame Jiang. "What is it, you honor?" Noticing Jiang Yunwan's unusual demeanor, Madame Jiang keenly sensed something was amiss. Jiang Yunwan looked at her mother, overcome with joy and excitement at having her back, yet she could not reveal to Madame Jiang that she was a soul reborn. Thus, she carefully explained, "Mother, I was foolish and thought it would be helpful to share my labor with my sister-in-law, so I asked Dr. Zhang to prepare a bowl of labor-inducing soup." "What? You honor? You truly are foolish. How would you do such a thing? That soup is detrimental to your health." "Do not worry, Mother, I did not drink the labor soup." Jiang Yunwan quickly clarified, "I had a nightmare just now." She recounted the events of her previous life, weaving them into the tale of the nightmare. She was gripped with anxiety, fearing that had she been reborn even a moment later, had she actually consumed that labor soup, it might have been impossible to save her child, even in this new life. Jiang Yunwan caressed her belly. Though it was merely a dream, it felt so real that I truly feared for my child. Madame Jiang was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she offered comfort. "It was just a dream. Your nervousness about impending labor is only natural. Do not fret, for I am here." However, I had noticed that family was behaving somewhat oddly. Out of consideration for you, I refrained from speaking out. But should they dare lay a hand on my precious grandson, I, Wei Mingxiang, am not one to be trifled with. Madame Jiang gently patted the back of her hand. "You honor. Focus on nurturing your health. Leave the rest to me." "Mother, I have already." Before Jiang Yunwan could finish her words, the sound of a baby's cries resonated from next door. Her pupils dilated in shock. Su Shuyan had given birth. Originally, she had contemplated a tit-for-tat approach, either ensuring Su Zuyan's child perished within her womb or wrapping the newborn in a straw mat and discarding it. But now that the delivery had been successful, there was likely no time left. Simultaneously, a commotion erupted outside the door. Jiang Yunwan lowered her voice and quickened her tone. "Mother, I have an idea." Chapter 2. Silencing the Little Rabbit. Due to the presence of the Jiang family father and son guarding outside, Su Xinro and the others were unable to storm in for the time being, leading to a heated argument outside the door. When Jiang Yunwan finally opened the door, she was immediately met with the sight of her husband, Wu Qingrong, rudely pointing at Jiang's father and reprimanding him. "What does this mean, father-in-law? Yunwan has already consumed the labor-inducing potion. Can you bear the consequences if she goes into labor now?" As he spoke, he ordered Dr. Zhang and the midwife to hurry inside to assist Jiang Yunwan. To everyone's surprise, Jiang Yunwan emerged with her pregnant belly prominently displayed. A flicker of shock crossed Wu Qingrong's eyes. "Yunwan, you haven't gone into labor yet?" Su Xinro, equally incredulous, gazed at her. "How can this be? Didn't Dr. Zhang say that the potion is extremely potent and would induce labor immediately upon consumption? How is it that Su Shuyan's child has already been born? Yet Jiang Yunwan shows no signs at all?" Suppressing the tumultuous hatred within her, Jiang Yunwan forced herself to remain calm. The betrayal from those closest to her, her husband and her own mother, pierced her heart deeply. "Husband, mother, I was just about to inquire with Dr. Zhang as well." She directed her sharp gaze toward Dr. Zhang behind Wu Qingrong. her expression turning steely. Didn't you say this was the best labor-inducing potion? Why is it that after consuming it, there are no signs of labor? That old scoundrel. A bowl of potion that has cost so many lives. He deserves to die. Could it be that you intentionally deceived me? Or do you not want me to give birth on the same day as my sister-in-law? Dr. Jiang was momentarily taken aback. Madame Wu, earlier, Dr. Jiang mentioned that my sister-in-law's pregnancy was peculiar, fearing there might be issues with the child. That must be why you dared not let me give birth on the same day, right? Jiang Yunwan continued. Dr. Jiang was left speechless. When did he ever say such a thing? He was, after all, in Wu Qingrong's employ. Hence, he had known from the start that they intended to switch Jiang Yunwan's child. But he had subtly broached the matter behind her back. How could she know so much? Wu Qingrong and Su Xinro were also left dumbfounded. His gaze bore into Dr. Jiang, a look that sent chills down one's spine. Although the Wu family was not a prestigious lineage, Wu Qingrong's father was the Minister of Revenue, holding a modicum of sway in the capital. While Wu Qingrong might lack other merits, he was undeniably hot-tempered. Hearing Jiang Yunwan's words, witnessing her unmoving belly, and observing Dr. Zhang's guilty expression. How dare this quack betray him? Gritting his teeth, he hissed, "Bring him, muzzle his mouth and drag him away. Give him 30 lashes and throw him out. From now on, he is banned from stepping foot in my residence." Fearing that a moment's delay might allow Dr. Zhang to spill something he shouldn't tea while pleading for mercy, especially with the Jiang family present, he acted swiftly. Before Dr. Jiang could even begin to defend himself, he was silenced and dragged away. At his age, those 30 lashes could very well leave him with nothing but a breath remaining. Yet, even this did not quell Jiang Yunwan's fury. She turned to Su Xinro, lowering her voice to command. That old man's potion must be flawed. I fear it might harm my child, since he has only a breath left. See him off on his final journey. Su Xinro's eyes widened in shock, staring at her. "Miss, what do you mean?" Their mistress had always been kind-hearted, unwilling to even crush an ant. Today, she was instructing her to commit murder. Remember, too many mouths can lead to trouble. If this matter reaches the ears of those with ill intentions, they might exploit you and your brother. It could be, "Yes, miss, I understand." The thought of soon reuniting with her brother compelled Su Xinro to bite her lip and reluctantly agree. Just then, Jiang Yunwan raised her eyes, only to hear Su Xinro grit her teeth. Now that Shuiyin has given birth, Yunwan's belly shows no signs of labor. What shall we do? Mother, whether I give birth today or a few days later, it makes no difference, does it? Jiang Yunwan pressed her lips together. Since the potion was ineffective, I dare not use any other labor-inducing drugs at random. If they harm the child within me, it would be disastrous. Your sister-in-law's birth is a moment of great joy. I shall go see the child. Upon hearing that Jiang Yunwan might use more labor-inducing potion, which could potentially endanger the fetus, Su Xinro's eyes flickered slightly. Wu Qingrong, however, was not yet willing to relent. He seized her arm. "Yunwan, if both children were born on the same day, that would truly be a double celebration." "A double celebration? My sister-in-law has given birth to my brother's child, the blood of the Bai family. We are the Wu family. How can this be a double celebration?" Jiang Yunwan forced a smile. "Those unaware might think you, my husband, have fathered 2 children in a single day." Wu Qingrong's eyes trembled, and he sheepishly released his grip. "How could that be? You, don't speak nonsense." Jiang Yunwan shot him a glance and entered the adjoining room with Zhang's mother. The moment she stepped inside, the heavy scent of blood assaulted her senses. Holding her breath, she approached the bedside. Su Xin, utterly exhausted, was still in a deep slumber, while the child lay quietly beside her, appearing quite clean and adorable. However, upon seeing the infant's cherubic face, Jiang Yunwan could not help but recall the moment he had plunged a dagger into her heart, filled with malice. Her heart ached so fiercely that she struggled to breathe. Jiang Yunwan's hands trembled as she contemplated snatching the quilt to smother the little wretch. Yes, silencing this little rabbit would prevent further complications. Her child would not perish because of him. With that thought, Jiang Yunwan's hand moved instinctively. Observing this, Zhang's mother quickly grasped her intent and whispered, "Watch the door. Let your mother handle it. Such matters should not soil my precious daughter's hands." Yet, before Zhang's mother could seize the quilt, Su Xinro rushed in. "What is there to see? It's just a child born. Yunwan, you are about to give birth to. You should return and rest." How could Jiang Yunwan be allowed to see the child's appearance? If she recognized it, How could they proceed with the switch? Indeed, yawn. It's merely a wrinkled, ugly little monkey just born. What is there to see? You should return to rest. Jiang's mother's protective instincts were evident, but her actions appeared somewhat lacking in conviction. Despite not having observed closely, Jiang Yunwan's keen eyes caught sight of a small black mole on the infant's right earlobe. The child she had raised in her past life was indeed this very little rabbit. Jiang Yunwan trembled with rage, her legs feeling weak beneath her. Returning to her chamber, she finally caught her breath, dismissing Su Xinro. From the bottom of her chest, she retrieved her dowry list. Mother, Wu Qingrong and the others have been plotting against my dowry. Please ensure that my dowry is sent back to the Jiang family intact as soon as possible. She resolved to act, while Wu Qingrong and the others remained oblivious, preparing everything. When the opportune moment arrived, she would strike a decisive blow. Understood. Jiang's mother gazed at her with concern. Rest assured, even if it's returned, it will all be yours. Your father and I will always support you. As darkness fell, Jiang's mother made arrangements. Night soon enveloped the surroundings. Under the cover of darkness, Jiang's mother dispatched people to retrieve the dowry back to the Jiang family. However, before she could return, matters had already taken a turn for the worse. Chapter 3. To save the big or the small. It's time to give birth. Yunwan is going into labor. Quickly, summon the doctor. Seeing Jiang Yunwan lying on the bed, clutching her belly in pain, Wu Qingrong excitedly barked orders at the servants. Fetch the midwife. Hurry, bring the midwife. Also the wet nurse, bring her as well. Su Xinro stood beside the bed, a smug expression on her face as her gaze flicked over to the bouquet of flowers on the table, full of self-satisfaction. Jiang Yunwan had never anticipated that in their mad quest to switch her child, they would be so depraved as to drug the flowers. Despite her precautions, she had still fallen victim. With the waves of excruciating pain surging within her, Jiang Yunwan struggled to stay conscious. She clutched her thigh tightly, refusing to succumb to unconsciousness. Even if she were to give birth this very night, she must remain alert at all times. Her mother had yet to arrive, and the residence was filled with Wu Qingrong's people. She could not allow them to take her child away. Yunwan, endure just a little longer. I will fetch Ru Feng immediately. Seeing the plump and healthy Ru Feng will give you the strength to deliver. Su Xinro exclaimed eagerly. Ru Feng was the child of Su Xiuyan. She had grown increasingly unwilling to conceal her intentions, envisioning a swift exchange of the two children once Jiang Yunwan gave birth. Get out! Jiang Yunwan gritted her teeth, enduring the excruciating pain that engulfed her, her body drenched in sweat, defiantly shouting at Su Xinro, you all need to leave. Damn it! The only person she could manipulate within the minister's residence was Su Xian, and today she had instructed Su Xian to escort Dr. Zhang away. She was utterly isolated and helpless. She could only hope her mother would arrive quickly. Then she would fear nothing. Jiang Yunwan let out a cry of agony. In this dire moment, Su Xinro could not care less about her consent, eagerly rushing next door to bring that little rascal over. The moment she did, Jiang Yunwan nearly fainted from rage. Wu Qingrong leaned over the bed. Grasping her hand with feigned affection, Yunwan, do not worry, I am here. Once our son is born, I will be the best father in the world. Seeing his pretentious expression, Jiang Yunwan could not suppress a wave of nausea. Though the Wu family was not a prestigious clan in the capital, Wu's father was the Minister of Revenue, giving them a semblance of authority. The Wu family had always looked down upon her, especially Madame Wu, who regarded the Jiang family as mere merchants. How could the daughter of a merchant possibly be worthy of her son, the minister's child? Consequently, the Wu family had never treated her kindly. Even after her pregnancy, they rarely showed concern. Wu Qingrong was no exception. He disdained the Jiang family while coveting their wealth. Jiang Yunwan understood that she could not afford to confront Wu Qingrong openly. Otherwise, he might take ruthless advantage of the situation to poison both her and the child. Thus, she forced out the words, Husband, you must stay by my side. Do not let me faint. I need to see my child. Only then will I feel at ease. Rest assured, I am here for you. Wu Qingrong pretended to tenderly pinch her cheek. Soon, the doctor and midwife hurried in. Su Xinro stood at the bedside, cradling the child, her gaze fixated on Jiang Yunwan like a vulture waiting for its prey. The look in her eyes sent chills down one's spine. Wu Minister, Madame Wu, this situation is dire. The midwife exclaimed after a brief glance. The amniotic fluid has already broken, Yet the cervix remains unyielding. If the child does not present soon, we risk losing both mother and child. Observing the scene, it was evident that Madame Wu was not yet in labor. How could the waters have broken? The doctor wore a tense expression as well. Wu Qingrong, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Who could have known she would go into labor so suddenly? He stood up, insisting, regardless of the circumstances, "You must ensure the safety of my wife and child." He stepped aside, whispering something to Su Xinro. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yunwan tightly grasped the midwife's hand, struggling to say, "If you can ensure the safety of me and my child, I will grant you anything you desire. And please do not let me faint. I want to witness the birth of my child." The midwife hesitated, glancing at her. Dr. Zhang was no longer present. This doctor had been summoned by Wu Qingrong, not from their circle. Yet this midwife happened to be the same one who had assisted Su Shuiyin today. The doctor quickly assured her, "Madame Wu, please rest assured, I will do everything in my power." With this assurance, Jiang Yunwan felt a slight sense of relief. She tightened her grip on the bedclothes, suppressing the waves of pain. As long as she remained conscious, Su Xinro could not exchange the children under her very nose. She just needed to wait for her mother to arrive, and then she could feel secure. However, after waiting for an hour, the cervix had barely dilated a finger's width, and Madame Jiang still had not returned, uncertain whether she had been delayed by some matter or encountered danger, despite the midwife's mission to switch the children. If this continued, it might genuinely lead to tragedy. She anxiously looked at Wu Qingrong. "Minister Wu, it has already begun. We may need to resort to drastic measures." At this moment, Wu Qingrong was no longer concerned about Jiang Yunwan's life or death. In fact, he began to contemplate if both Jiang Yunwan and the child were to perish. Wouldn't he that allow Su Shuiyin and her child to take their place without question? However, it had only been a few months since Bai Zhan's passing. If he were to elevate Su Shuiyin and her child now, he would surely be ridiculed by all. As he hesitated, Jiang Yunwan quietly declared, "As long as I can safely give birth to my child, you may use whatever medicine is necessary." She understood that if this continued, the child would inevitably suffocate. Wu Qingrong nodded, signaling the doctor to administer the medicine. Yet, fate has a way of thwarting plans. As soon as Jiang Yunwan swallowed the medicine, the pain surged more violently than before. The agony enveloped her mind, rendering her dizzy. As if she might faint at any moment, Jiang Yunwan bit her lip until it bled, the taste of iron flooding her mouth, barely managing to retain her consciousness. "The cervix has dilated," the midwife exclaimed. "Madame Wu, you must not faint." She began encouraging Jiang Yunwan, instructing her to follow her guidance, take a deep breath, and push. Jiang Yunwan grit her teeth against the excruciating pain. Just as she inhaled, she noticed the midwife's expression shift dramatically. "Oh no. So much blood. So much blood. Madame Wu's body is too weak, and with this sudden labor, she may not withstand the strong medicine. Minister Wu, you must make a decision swiftly. Save the mother or the child." "What?" Wu Qingrong's face paled. He stepped forward, gazing at the pale Jiang Yunwan, and the malicious thought resurfaced in his mind. However, before he could speak, the door was suddenly flung open. A chilling voice pierced through the air, resonating clearly with everyone present. "Save the mother." A gust of icy wind swept into the room, dispersing much of the bloody scent. A man, tall and slender, emerged from the night, clad in dark brocade that melded seamlessly with the shadows. As he entered, an aura of chilling authority radiated from him, causing even Jiang Yunwan, lying on the bed, to shiver involuntarily. Her consciousness began to blur, and she felt as though the visitor was a grim reaper come to claim her life. Yet, upon recognizing the familiar, stern visage, she quietly exhaled in relief. The name Xiao Mo hovered on the tip of her tongue, but before she could utter it, she unwillingly succumbed to unconsciousness. Despite her utmost effort, even as her legs turned purple from being clenched, she could not stave off the impending darkness. Wu Qingrong had been plotting to ensure Jiang Yunwan and her child perish together, but upon seeing Xiao Mo, he turned pale with fright. Hastily plastering a smile on his face as he approached, "What brings the esteemed Marquis of Wei Yuan to our humble abode?" It is often said that the title of Marquis is merely a hollow shell, adorned in outward grandeur, devoid of substance. Yet, the cold-faced figure before them was no empty title. Young though he was, he commanded the Emperor's trust, serving both civil and military roles, and was even the designated tutor for the crown prince. Though there existed other prominent figures in court, the emperor and crown prince could confidently entrust their grandson to Xiao Mo's tutelage, highlighting the immense trust and importance placed upon him. Typically, Wu Qingrong sought to curry favor with him, but had been unsuccessful. Despite his sycophantic attempts, Xiao Mo did not spare him a glance, striding directly to the bedside. Upon witnessing the pool of blood, his expression hardened. Li Tai. Only then did Wu Qingrong realize that Xiao Mo was not alone. He was accompanied by 4 or 5 esteemed doctors, with Li Tai leading them, the most skilled physician of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Wu Qingrong's expression shifted dramatically. Marquis Xiao. What is the meaning of this? Xiao Mo cast a cold glance at him, his peripheral vision flickering towards the black-clad guard behind him. Without uttering a word, the guard advanced and unceremoniously seized Wu Qingrong's arm, tossing him out. The anguished cry of Wu Qingrong echoed immediately outside, a sound not to be taken lightly. Xiao Mo's expression darkened as he raised his eyes, addressing Madame Bai. Is it I who requested your departure? Or, to request her departure? Was that not equivalent to casting her out directly? While Su Shinro felt an overwhelming reluctance and confusion at the sudden appearance of this living Yama, fiercely protecting Jiang Yunwan, she realized that their plans were now exceedingly difficult to execute. After considerable deliberation, she could only tremble and step back, stammering, I will leave on my own. With a heavy heart, Su Shinro clutched the little rabbit and slinked away, murmuring to Wu Qingrong about their next steps. The door was firmly shut once more. With the presence of these esteemed physicians, even if Jiang Yunwan had one foot in the realm of Yama, she was forcefully pulled back. Shortly thereafter, the sound of a baby's wails filled the room. Outside, Wu Qingrong and Su Shinro exchanged glances, their excitement palpable. She had given birth. At last, she had given birth. Wu Qingrong could hardly contain himself as he rushed towards the door, eager to discover whether Yunwan had borne a son or a daughter. Earlier, Dr. Zhang had meticulously diagnosed that Jiang Yunwan was indeed expecting a boy. Hence, they had hastily devised a plan to switch the children. Yet, before he could approach, he was stopped by one of Xiao Mo's men. Wu Qingrong stiffened. Lord Xiao, my wife and child are inside. You cannot be unreasonable. Unreasonable? He could be even more unreasonable. Xiao Mo's lips curled into a cold smirk as he slowly opened the door. A wave of pungent blood rushed forth. Wu Qingrong could not suppress himself and bent over to retch. Young Master Wu, is this your concern for your wife and child? It appears rather lacking. The disdain in Xiao Mo's gaze was palpable as he remarked, You just insulted me. If you wish to keep that mouth of yours, I can make it so. Wu Qingrong's body stiffened, his hand still covering his mouth, unable to decide whether to drop it or not. Will you leave willingly, or shall I ask you again? He recalled being thrown out earlier. His rear still throbbed painfully. If he were to be asked again, Wu Qingrong trembled in fear, and despite his seething rage, he could only grit his teeth and turn to leave. He believed he had been dismissed, but Su Shinro, being Jiang Yunwan's mother, would surely be retained by Xiao Mo. As long as Su Shinro remained, their plan could still proceed smoothly. However, just as Wu Qingrong departed, Xiao Mo's icy gaze fell squarely upon Su Shinro. Holding the little rabbit, Su Shinro trembled. It's late. The baby needs to be fed. She simply could not muster the courage to face this cold-faced Yama. Before Xiao Mo could speak, she hurriedly fled. Once these bothersome individuals were dismissed, Xiao Mo's taut expression visibly relaxed somewhat. Soon after, another black-clad guard appeared quietly, reporting that Madame Jiang had been returned to the Jiang family. Is there any serious injury to Aunt Jiang? Replying to my lord, Madame Jiang suffered a blow to the head and fainted. I have already sent for a doctor. Very well. Xiao Mo clasped his hands behind his back, stating each word with precision. The events of tonight must be thoroughly investigated. Who dares to harm the Jiang family? The Jiang family had indeed been engaged in commerce for generations, not part of the capital's aristocracy. Others only knew that Xiao Mo had risen to fame as a top scholar, earning the emperor's trust within a few short years, becoming the first marquis to rise from humble beginnings. Yet few knew that he had been raised by the Jiang family, and Jiang Yunwan had grown up alongside him. This was the very reason he had come to the minister's residence tonight, to support Jiang Yunwan. Understood, my lord. The guard withdrew silently. Xiao Mo glanced back into the room, his eyes filled with complex emotions. It was not until Dr. Li emerged with news that he concealed the pain glimmering in his eyes. Lord Xiao, young Madame Wu is currently stable. If she can endure through tonight, she should be fine. Dr. Li was covered in blood, his face weary. Young Madame Wu? That title was indeed jarring. Thank you for your efforts, Dr. Li. I fear you shall have to remain here with her tonight. Of course. With me here, young Madame Wu will certainly be safe. Dr. Li hurriedly replied. Although Jiang Yunwan had temporarily escaped danger, she remained unconscious, her fate uncertain. Xiao Mo would not consider leaving in such a situation. I shall remain here with them, mother and child. He withdrew his gaze and waited until the servants had tidied the room before he entered to check on Jiang Yunwan and the child. The little bundle lay beside Jiang Yunwan, plump and snowy white, radiating a milky scent. Even freshly born, his bright, clear eyes captivated Xiao Mo, making it difficult for him to look away. Dr. Li chuckled from his side. Lord Xiao, I have seen many infants, but this little lord possesses such bright eyes at birth. He is indeed the first. This little one will surely be a dragon among men. Dragon among men? Xiao Mo could not help but straighten his back, for that was inevitable. This child would undoubtedly be extraordinary. His expression brimmed with pride, as if this were not Wu Qingrong's child, but his own. Dr. Li rubbed his eyes, wondering if he had misjudged. Before he could utter a word, he witnessed the usually aloof man, as if enchanted, gently scoop up the little bundle. Observing their eye-to-eye exchange, Dr. Li glanced at Xiao Mo, then at the infant. Oh dear, this cannot be. Could it be a miniature version of Lord Xiao? Chapter 5. The Little One Speaks. Could this child truly be the offspring of Lord Xiao and young Madame Wu? Dr. Li's eyes widened in shock. He quickly shook his head, dispelling the outrageous thought. When will she awaken? Xiao Mo cradled the little bundle with utmost care, satisfaction gleaming in his gaze. As if the infant were a masterpiece he had meticulously crafted. Dr. Li hesitated, still processing the gravity of the situation, when Xiao Mo inquired again. Dr. Li, when will Jiang Yunwan awaken? If she regains consciousness, will she be out of danger? Initially, Dr. Li attempted to convince himself that Lord Zhao's concern for young Madame Wu stemmed from benevolence. Yet, upon witnessing the worry in Xiao Mo's eyes, he felt a pang of unease. Indeed, what manner of temperament does this lord possess? He would meddle in such affairs? Even royal family members treat him with deference. Lord Xiao, I cannot say for certain, but I perceive that young Madame Wu has a strong will to survive. Moreover, her constitution is quite robust. She should be fine. Dr. Li carefully replied. Very well. Xiao Mo nodded slightly, just as he turned to the little bundle in his arms. When he suddenly heard Jiang Yunwan murmuring in her unconscious state, My child, return my child to me, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. This woman, why was she still so obstinately fierce as before? Could he not even hold her child? The grievances between them were insignificant in his mind. He had set aside past grudges to visit her, yet she still harbored such disdain towards him. Do not touch my child. Seeing her agitation, even in unconsciousness, Xiao Mo felt somewhat at a loss. He could only delicately place the little one back beside her. Observing his cautious demeanor, Dr. Li marveled inwardly. Had he truly lived long enough to witness this side of Lord Xiao? Whether it was the little one shifting beside her or the scent of milk wafting through the air, Jiang Yunwan soon quieted down. At this sight, Xiao Mo, resembling a child caught in the act, instinctively rubbed his nose. What a delightful scent! He understood deep down that Jiang Yunwan had not yet reached her due date. The sudden delivery today, coupled with the unforeseen misfortune that befell Madame Jiang, could only mean that someone harbored malicious intentions. Could it be that they were targeting Jiang Yunwan's child? As he recalled the peculiar behavior of Su Xinro and Wu Qingrong during that time, Xiao Mo's gaze darkened, and he called out softly, Wu Shuang, go investigate something immediately. He whispered a few instructions to Wu Shuang, who promptly took her leave. Throughout the night, Xiao Mo did not close his eyes. Jiang Yunwan lay in a deep slumber, and he remained vigilant, fixated on her and the infant. His mind flooded with memories of her before she was married. As dawn broke, Wu Shuang returned with updates, detailing her findings to Xiao Mo. Just as she finished speaking, Jiang Yunwan opened her eyes. Amo. Upon seeing Xiao Mo, she momentarily thought she was hallucinating. How could Xiao Mo possibly be here? After all, she had caused him great pain in the past, and he had vowed never to acknowledge her in this lifetime. Even when she married Wu Qingrong, despite sending an invitation, Xiao and Mo had not come to toast at her wedding. Though they had grown up together, the years had rendered them as distant as strangers. Thus, even Wu Qingrong was unaware that she and Xiao and Mo were true childhood companions. Jiang Yunwan quickly rubbed her eyes, and upon confirming that Xiao and Mo was indeed standing by her bedside, she disregarded any pleasantries and anxiously glanced at her side. "My child." "The child is perfectly fine," Xiao and Mo reassured, bending down to adjust the little infant, bringing them closer together. Jiang Yunwan, cautious not to overlook anything, carefully checked and confirmed that the infant was indeed hers, allowing her to breathe a quiet sigh of relief. She feared that Wu Qingrong and the others might have swapped the child. Clutching the infant tightly, she turned to Xiao and Mo, her expression becoming slightly awkward. "What brings you here?" Before Xiao and Mo could respond, the drowsy Dr. Li was startled awake. He hurried over to take Jiang Yunwan's pulse, exclaiming, "Madame Wu, we owe much to Lord Xiao for his attentive care last night." Strangely, the infant remained calm and quiet in Jiang Yunwan's presence, and even in Xiao Mo's arms. Did not make a sound. Yet, as soon as Xiao and Mo drew near, the little one began to wail loudly, akin to a vociferous little frog. "Doctor." Li pinched the bridge of his nose, slightly exasperated, before smiling. "Everything is well. Madame Wu is not in any danger, and the young master is in excellent condition. The wet nurse has been doing a commendable job. He is a healthy and lively child." "That is good to hear. Thank you, Dr. Li." Jiang Yunwan felt her heart settle. However, Xiao Mo's gaze remained heavy upon her, causing her cheeks to flush. "Hey, Lord Xiao, aren't you going to court?" "I was just about to head to the palace," he replied. Last night, while she lay unconscious, Xiao Mo had been gentle and caring. But now his demeanor was as cold as ice, and he turned to leave without sparing her and the child another glance. This left Dr. Li utterly confused. He had witnessed firsthand how quickly one's disposition could change. Dr. Li, though bewildered, maintained a cheerful facade. "Madame Wu, Dr. Li, I am grateful to you and Lord Xiao for your assistance." Jiang Yunwan made a mental note of Dr. Li's great kindness. Since the child had been safely born and was not swapped, Jiang Yunwan felt an urgency to resolve her concerns and could not afford to exchange pleasantries with Dr. Li any longer. "Please excuse me for now. I will visit you another day." Su Xin, Mississippi Su Exine entered with her head bowed. "Please escort Dr. Li out." "Yes." Mississippi Su Exine did not dare to lift her eyes. Once Dr. Li had left, she returned, trembling slightly, and reported, "Miss, as per your instructions, I sent Dr. Zhang on his way last night." However, Lord Xiao was present the entire time, not allowing anyone to disturb, so I did not dare to interrupt. "Lord Xiao was there all night?" Jiang Yunwan paused. "What about Wu Qingrong and my two mothers?" "Ever since Lord Xiao arrived at the residence last night, neither the master nor Madame Bai stepped into your chamber," Su Exine replied, her voice tinged with unease. If it were not for Xiao Mo's presence, Jiang Yunwan's child would have become Su Shuiyan's instead. Su Exine couldn't help but glance at the infant beside Jiang Yunwan before continuing. "As for your mother, she suddenly returned to the Jiang family last night and has not come back since." Upon hearing that Madame Jiang had not returned to the residence, Jiang Yunwan's heart leapt in her throat. Her mother would never go back on her word or allow her to be placed in danger, especially since she had just given birth last night. Her mother must have heard about it. "You must return to the Jiang family immediately and check if something has happened to my mother." "Yes." Mississippi Su Exine felt heavy-hearted, yet dared not disobey. Promptly turning to leave, just as the door closed, Jiang Yunwan suddenly heard a soft, childish voice. "Who?" "That was close. I almost became an unwanted child, tossed in a grass mat and left in a graveyard. Thank goodness mother was vigilant, and thank goodness my old father stayed by my side last night to protect both me and mother." Chapter 6. He is actually the child's father. The abrupt voice of the infant startled Jiang Yunwan, and she initially thought she had misheard. But in the room, there were only the two of them. Could it be that the one speaking was her precious little one in her arms? Jiang Yunwan looked down in disbelief at the infant. "As long as mother can protect me well, so that the bad guys don't switch me, I won't be an unwanted wild child, nor will I be thrown to the graveyard to feed wild dogs. Wah, I was truly miserable in my past life." The infant pouted, displaying a pitiful expression, even a faint mist forming in his eyes. Those lively, large eyes were filled with grievance. Which child has just been born only to be swapped and thrown into a graveyard to feed wild dogs? Not only was my wonderful life replaced, but mother also suffered a tragic fate. It makes me furious. The little one shook his chubby fists in indignation. Jiang Yunwan. Goodness, that was truly the voice of her child. She anxiously glanced around, fearing a haunting. Just moments ago, the infant had been quiet and soft when Su Xin was present. Now that Su Xin had left, the little one was speaking. Could it be that only she could hear him? Jiang Yunwan held her breath, daring not to make a sound. The word from the infant nearly caused her jaw to drop. Having lived once more, she had timely prevented a tragedy. Yet, who would have thought that her beloved son was aware of his past life? But it's all right. With me around, no one will ever dare to harm my dear mother. The infant smacked his lips and, with great effort, wrapped his chubby little hands around Jiang Yunwan's. Jiang Yunwan was astonished into silence. This was no mere illusion. I'm just a little dumpling for now, and I can't help my mother at all, which frustrates me. The infant sighed, a hint of disappointment in his voice. In the next moment, he grinned widely, revealing his toothless smile. Well, it doesn't matter that I can't help mother right now. There is still my father. This time, my dear old father has woken up. He knows that when mother gave birth to me, he rushed over to assert his claim, driving away the bad guys to protect both me and mother. Jiang Yunwan. She was left speechless, her eyes nearly popping out. Dear old father? Woken up? Asserting his claim? Driving away bad guys? What on earth was her child saying? She couldn't comprehend a single word. Jiang Yunwan's mind felt like a swirling fog. She swallowed hard, struggling to regain her composure. She needed to sort through her child's earlier words. The only ones who had protected them through the night were Dr. Li and Xiao Mo Doctor. Li could not possibly be the father of her child, which left only Xiao Muntak. How could this be possible? Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but gasp. 7 years ago, after she publicly shattered the jade pendant given to her by Xiao Mo, that petty man never appeared before her again, declaring he would never set foot in the Jiang family again. How could the child in her womb possibly belong to him? However, upon reflection, it was inconceivable for Xiao Mo to appear by her side coincidentally, especially during the time of her childbirth. And then there was Wu Qingrong. Jiang Yunwan's expression gradually turned cold. It was Wu Qingrong who had fallen for her at first sight, disregarding their differences in status, and persistently sought her hand in marriage. Her parents, witnessing his sincerity and she herself having a favorable impression of him, agreed to this union. In her previous life, Wu Qingrong had been gentle and considerate towards her, to the point where she never discovered his disgraceful affair with Su Shuyan. Now that she had been reborn, it was evident to her that Wu Qingrong had issues. If her child were indeed his flesh and blood, how could he be so heartless as to hand the child over to Su Shuyan and the others, allowing the child to be discarded in a desolate graveyard? No, Jiang Yunwan murmured. If Wu Qingrong had known from the start that the child in her womb was not his, would he have tolerated this situation until now? After all, how could he endure such humiliation? This dilemma left Jiang Yunwan with a throbbing headache. She could never comprehend how the child in her womb could belong to Xiao Mo. The ability to hear the thoughts of the little one brought her both astonishment and joy, especially since the little one seemed to know quite a bit. However, the revelation that Xiao Mo was her child's father left her utterly stunned. She was shocked beyond belief. That detestable maternal grandmother is truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. The little one exclaimed, shaking his tiny fists in anger. It was evident that the wolf grandmother referred to Su Shinro. Jiang Yunwan was also perplexed. She was Su Shinro's biological daughter. Yet why did she assist Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong in harming her child? Why had she allowed Su Shuyan to engage in an affair with Wu Qingrong, betraying her brother? Was it simply because Su Shuyan was her own niece? Seeing mother saddened by the wolf grandmother, my heart aches for her. I truly wish to tell her that all of this is not worth it. There is no need for her to be heartbroken over the wolf grandmother. In due time, she will understand the reasons. Jiang Yunwan's expression stiffened. Why was her son hinting at such matters? Did Su Shinro have secrets she was hiding from her? It was precisely due to the little one's words that she momentarily quelled her impulse to confront Su Shinro. What worried her more was her mother. Since Madame Jiang returned to the Jiang family last night, she had not come back, which surely indicated that something was amiss. Beloved maternal grandmother was frightened last night and has been in a coma all night. She will rush to Mother's side as swiftly as possible. with maternal grandmother here. The wolf grandmother will not dare to act recklessly. The beloved maternal grandmother must refer to Madame Jiang, right? Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but chuckle softly. This little one truly had a keen sense of loyalty. To Su Shinro, he referred to her as the wolf grandmother, while to Madame Jiang, she was the beloved maternal grandmother. Reflecting back, she recalled how indifferent Su Shinro had been towards her, more inclined to demand than to care. Even when they acknowledged each other as mother and daughter, Su Shinro never displayed an ounce of remorse nor made amends for her past actions, instead incessantly seeking money from her to repay gambling debts. The bond between them was indeed weaker than the ties Su Shinro had with Su Xuan, characterized by kinship and camaraderie. In retrospect, Jiang Yunwan felt little sorrow. After all, she had received ample maternal love from Madame Jiang. She lacked for nothing in that regard. Contemplating Madame Jiang's fright and subsequent coma brought her heartache. My dear child, we are now in a perilous situation, isolated and vulnerable. But fear not, your mother will protect you. The events of her previous life would never be repeated. Observing her resolute gaze, the little one clenched his tiny fist as if in agreement. Roar! Mother is magnificent. Now, Father has finally come to our side. This time, we will reclaim what belongs to us. We shall wreak havoc. With Father here, Mother will take charge of the chaos, and I will take care of the mayhem. The phrase wreak havoc brought a smile to Jiang Yunwan's face, easing her previously tense demeanor. Just as she was basking in the joy of having her precious son back, a commotion suddenly erupted outside the door. The little one called out softly, "Oh no, the big bad guy is here." Chapter 7. The child has been swapped. Jiang Yunwan, you shameless woman. The door was kicked open with a forceful thud. Wu Qingrong stormed in like an enraged bear, rushing to the bedside. You shameless wretch. When did you get involved with Lord Xiao? I'm not dead yet. And you're already eager to remarry? Let me bite this big bad guy to death. The little one clenched his tiny fists, his feet flailing as if struggling to rise. However, he had just been born yesterday, and his body was still soft. There was no way he could get up. Seeing Wu Qingrong's unperturbed expression, Jiang Yunwan realized he could not hear the little one's thoughts. She breathed a quiet sigh of relief. What did her husband mean by this? She feigned calmness while gazing at Wu Qingrong, yet the term husband made her feel nauseous. Suppressing her disdain and hatred for Wu Qingrong, she questioned, "What remarrying? When did I get involved with Lord Xiao? Are you still trying to deny it?" Wu Qingrong laughed in anger. He trembled with rage, his fury not feigned. If it weren't for your affair with Lord Xiao, would he have suddenly come to the minister's residence last night? You are my woman. You gave birth, and not only did he throw me out, but he also said I was a mere outsider. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If it weren't for Xiao Mo being present last night, he would have charged in to confront Jiang Yunwan. After a night of anger, he even feigned illness this morning, allowing Wu father to attend the morning court in his stead. Now, seizing the opportunity with Xiao Mo absent, he could no longer contain himself. Jiang Yunwan, you truly surprised me. You managed to sneakily get involved with Lord Xiao. In just a few sentences, Jiang Yunwan understood that his fury stemmed from being thrown out by Xiao Mo last night, which thwarted his wicked plot to swap the children and left him humiliated. Thus, he directed his rage at her. Xiao Mo did well to throw him out. Why didn't he just kill him? Husband, you are angry, but I feel wronged. Jiang Yunwan lowered her gaze, then raised her eyes, tears streaming down her face. You are my husband. Yet last night, when my life hung in the balance, you ignored me and allowed a stranger to stay in my room all night? A stranger? The little one tilted his head in confusion. What stranger? Who is the stranger? That is clearly my father. It is my father. He clenched his tiny fists, attempting to defend his absent father. Jiang Yunwan coughed lightly, then looked at Wu Qingrong. If one did not know better, they might think our son is Lord Zhao's child, rather than your own. She deliberately tested the waters. Wu Qingrong's expression darkened. I also want to know whose child this little one truly is. Little one? The little one was infuriated. You are the little one. Your whole family are little ones. Your ancestors for 18 generations are all little ones. I have a name and a surname. Oh, wait, I still don't have a name or a surname. While technically his mother was still this big bad guy's wife, and in name he bore the surname Wu, he was undeniably a Xiao. His father was old Xiao, and he was little Xiao. He was his father's chubby son. He was not a little one at all. The little one pouted, indignant. Husband, what nonsense are you spewing? You're scaring the child. From Wu Qingrong's demeanor, It appeared he was unaware whether this little one was the child of Xiao Mo or his own, thus, whether in this life or the last. His agreement to allow Su Shuyin and the others to swap the children stemmed from his infatuation. His heart had long been ensnared by Su Shuyin, leading him to consent to such a heinous act. Jiang Yunwan hurriedly cradled her precious son in her arms, recalling how she had been uncertain of her life and had yearned to see her husband, yet he was nowhere to be found. At long last, she had the opportunity to see her husband, only to find herself embroiled in a misunderstanding. Tears welled in her eyes as she choked on her words. Jiang Yunwan was exceptionally beautiful. Had she not been, Wu Qingrong would not have been so utterly captivated by her at their first meeting, ardently insisting on marrying her. Yet, no matter how stunning a woman may be, once obtained, she is often taken for granted. Men are fickle creatures, easily swayed by enchanting vixens like Su Xuan, whose allure is simply irresistible. Despite Wu Qingrong being enchanted by Su Xuan, seeing Jiang Yunwan in tears softened his heart, and his tone became gentler. Yunwan, my intention is not what you think. I am here for a specific reason. Wu Qingrong leaned down to look at the little bundle in her arms. Did we not agree that our child would be born alongside my elder brother and sister-in-law's child, with the nurse residing together with us? He paused, adding, after yesterday's perilous ordeal, you need to recuperate properly. Let the nurse take care of the child for now. Once you are well, you can tend to him yourself. As if fearing Jiang Yunwan might object, he reassured her, rest assured, I will care for our son diligently. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan was both angered and amused. Was he truly suggesting that to ensure her recovery, he would entrust their child to the nurse? Wu Qingrong must think her a fool. My dear husband, she said through her tears, yet with a smile playing on her lips, if you take our son away today, when you return him to me later, will he still be our child? Wu Qingrong's expression faltered slightly. He averted his gaze, attempting to reassure her. Whose child would it be if not ours? Feeling slightly better, she insisted, let the nurse stay in the side room. There is no need to take him elsewhere. Jiang Yunwan suppressed her fury and spoke calmly. This child is quite peculiar. He is very attached to me. Only I can calm him. If anyone else holds him, he cries relentlessly. If separated from me, I fear both children would suffer. Is that so? Wu Qingrong scoffed, extending his arms to take the little one. How strange can this be? Yet, before he could touch the child, the little one kicked him away with tiny feet. The little fellow even disdainfully waved his hand at him, as if to say he was unworthy. Wailing in perfect synchrony with his mother, the infant's chubby face turned crimson, his cries echoing loudly. Wu Qingrong, taken aback, withdrew his hands and quickly covered his ears. What kind of newborn could cry so fiercely that it seemed like the roof might lift? Seeing this, Jiang Yunwan hurriedly soothed the infant, ushering Wu Qingrong out. My husband, I haven't frightened you, have I? If one didn't know better, they might think we were selling children. You should leave quickly. With the little one's roar, Wu Qingrong lost his resolve and had no choice but to retreat. Once the door closed, the infant gradually quieted down. My performance was flawless. Our collaboration was simply perfect, though the little one was just born and should know little of the world. Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but chuckle at his proud expression. Her child was indeed extraordinary. This time, she had no fear of him being swapped. With this thought, Jiang Yunwan let out a long sigh of relief. Yet, she could not have anticipated that while she and her child were concocting a clever ruse, Wu Qingrong was hastily devising a plan to breach the walls. In the brief time it took to feed the child, she was horrified to discover her baby had been swapped once more. Chapter 8. The Death of the Illegitimate Child. My precious, Jiang Yunwan exclaimed as she looked at the child the nurse returned, her expression shifting dramatically. This was not her baby. Precious was the name she had given her child in a past life, a name that had since been taken by Su Shuyan. With a single glance, she recognized that the nurse had brought back that illegitimate child. She shoved the nurse aside and stumbled towards the door, crying out, "Where is my precious?" Initially, she thought the nurse was in the side room nursing the child, and that everything would be fine under her watchful eye. However, in less than half an hour, her precious had been swapped again, remembering her past life, where her precious was wrapped in a straw mat and discarded in a graveyard. Jiang Yunwan could not bear to think any longer. "Young madam, this is your precious little boy," the nurse called out, chasing after her with the illegitimate child in her arms. "Where are you going? You must not be up and about yet." Jiang Yunwan disregarded her. Rushing to the door, only to be blocked by Wu Qingrong. Yunwan, where are you going? At that moment, her mind was consumed with visions of her precious being thrown out of the minister's residence. She was drenched in sweat, her face pale as a ghost. Dear husband, she grasped Wu Qingrong's hand tightly, causing him pain as she inquired, where is my precious? Precious? What precious? Oh, you mean our son? Isn't he with the nurse? Wu Qingrong's eyes darted away, and he asked, Yunwan, what is wrong with you? With a single utterance, Jiang Yunwan realized there was no hope in appealing to him. Indeed, if he possessed even an ounce of conscience, he could never betray her, exploit her, and harm their newborn precious. Get away! Jiang Yunwan summoned all her strength and forcefully pushed Wu Qingrong to the ground before swiftly darting towards Su Shuiyan's courtyard. Her legs trembled and she stumbled several times. Just as she approached the door, she was intercepted by Su Shinro. Yunwan, why are you up? You should be resting. She scolded. If you don't take care of yourself, you might suffer from postpartum ailments. Those are difficult to treat. As she spoke, she signaled to a nearby servant. What are you waiting for? Hurry and help the young madam back to her room. Mother, I must see my sister-in-law. Jiang Yunwan managed to regain some composure. She couldn't let Su Shinro know she was aware of the child's swap. Her priority was ensuring her precious's safety. I haven't seen my sister-in-law since she gave birth yesterday. She took a deep breath, forcing a faint smile. Mother knows I have some knowledge of medicine. I've heard my sister-in-law is not well after her delivery. I want to check on her. Nonsense. Your sister-in-law is doing fine. She is resting and cannot receive visitors right now. Su Shinro's eyes darted, ushering Jiang Yunwan towards the exit. You scared your mother half to death last night when you went into labor. You should return to bed. Jiang Yunwan was too weak to resist, and in the blink of an eye, she was escorted out by Su Shinro and the servant. Wu Qingrong hurriedly followed. Jiang Yunwan, have you lost your mind after giving birth? You have frightened our child. He shoved the illegitimate child into her arms. Who raises a child like this? Hurry and take the baby back to bed. Someone, make sure to watch over the young madam. Wu Qingrong commanded coldly. From today onwards, take good care of her. Until she is fully recovered, do not let her out. The servants, terrified, quickly complied, surrounding Jiang Yunwan and supporting her and the child back to Yunseng courtyard. This time, she was not only forced onto the bed, but the door was locked as well. Once everyone had departed, Jiang Yunwan violently tossed the illegitimate child onto the bed. Go to hell. The thick bedding cushioned the fall, leaving the little one unharmed. Despite the loud thud, the little rascal remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at Jiang Yunwan. His expression bore no resemblance to that of a newborn. Jiang Yunwan could almost envision the fierce glint in his eyes as he plunged a dagger into her chest without hesitation. The more she contemplated, the greater her loathing grew, causing her to stumble slightly. In a fit of rage, she seized a soft pillow and pressed it forcefully against the little rascal's face. If it weren't for this wild child, how could her precious Yu Bao have been swapped? The thought of Yu Bao instantly made her retract her hand. She needed to ascertain whether Yu Bao was unharmed. Just as she was consumed by anxious thoughts, a thunderous cry suddenly erupted from the adjoining courtyard. Jiang Yunwan froze. That was Yu Bao's voice. She exhaled in relief, only to be gripped by panic again. Why was her Yu Bao crying? What had they done to him? Someone, open the door. Let me out. She rushed to the door, frantically pounding and shouting. Outside, Yu Bao continued to wail, while inside, Jiang Yunwan screamed in desperation. The commotion frightened Wu Qingrong, who hastily ordered his servants to take the struggling, crying Yu Bao to the wet nurse for comfort. Seeing Yu Bao being carried away, he could scarcely contain his fury, feeling as if he were more difficult to manage than a pig during the New Year festivities. How could such a tiny newborn possess such strength? Just moments ago, he had contemplated tossing Yu Bao out of the vice minister's residence. Yet, as soon as he opened the door, the previously peaceful Yu Bao had awakened and unleashed a heart-wrenching wail that could be heard for miles, likely alarming the entire capital. In no time, onlookers gathered at the entrance of the vice minister's residence. Wu Qingrong, unable to save face and fearing public scrutiny, had no choice but to hurriedly shut the door and bring Yu Bao back inside. Unaware of the turmoil outside, Jiang Yunwan continued to shout for the door to be opened. Witnessing the separation of mother and child, and Yu Bao's near peril, the wet nurse could not bear it any longer. Seizing the opportunity, while Wu Qingrong was away, she hurried to Jiang Yunwan's door, calling softly, "Madam, do not worry. Young Master Yu Bao is safe." Hearing the wet nurse's voice was like grasping a lifeline for Jiang Yunwan. She pressed her ear against the door and trembled, asking, "Where's my Yubao?" Before the wet nurse could respond, a hoarse, tiny voice echoed in Jiang Yunwan's mind. "Seeing mother suffer, my heart is breaking. That big bad guy wanted to throw me away, yet here I am, making a fuss. My voice is all hoarse from crying." Jiang Yunwan stiffened. "That was Yubao's voice. Mother can rest assured, that big bad guy won't dare to hurt me. Besides, there's also Daddy, who will come soon." Perhaps due to the earlier outburst, Yubao yawned lazily. "I will not let today's grievances go unpunished. They must understand that I am not to be trifled with." Chapter 9. Here comes the cool and dashing father. Wu Qingrong and his associates insisted on giving Yubao to Su Xuyin, but he would make them realize who they were offending. "If I don't make them suffer, they might think I have no temper." Yu Bao Fumet? Jiang Yunwan's gaze flickered slightly. Although she was aware that Yubao was no ordinary child, he was still a little bundle of joy. Even if Wu Qingrong truly intended to do something to him, could Yubao even resist? With him in Wu Qingrong's grasp, it felt akin to a lamb falling into a wolf's den. As she anxiously pondered this, the wet nurse lowered her voice, saying, "Madam, do not fret. I overheard Lord Wu and Lady by discussing that we should take good care of young Master Yubao and avoid causing any trouble. Rest assured, I will look after him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Wu Qingrong and his associates dared not act for the time being, Yubao had mentioned that his benefactor would arrive soon. She wondered if Xiao Mo was aware that Yubao was his son. Outside, silence reigned, and Jiang Yunwan confirmed that the wet nurse had taken Yubao away. She felt as if all her strength had drained, leaning weakly against the door. Clenching her fists, she turned to find the little rascal on the bed, whimpering, whether from hunger or another reason. Jiang Yunwan approached with a dark expression, watching the little rascal wave his tiny paws. She struggled to suppress the urge to strangle him, swatting his little paw away as she hissed, "What are you making a fuss about?" The little rascal, startled and perhaps frightened, paused for a moment before pouting and bursting into tears. The sight of his tear-streaked face, filled with grievance, bore no trace of the earlier menacing gaze. If it had been another woman, she might have felt sympathy. However, the more he cried, the more satisfaction Jiang Yunwan felt. She realized she might be developing a rather twisted sense of pleasure. Unable to resist, she pinched the little rascal's thigh. The louder he cried, the more her anger was somewhat alleviated. As she watched the little rascal wail, a thought struck her. This little rascal was indeed a piece of flesh that had fallen from Su Xuyin. Wu Qingrong and his associates cherished him dearly. They had exchanged this little rascal for her Yubao in their quest for everything the Jiang family possessed. Thus, if they were to discover that this little rascal was living a miserable life in her presence, a smile slowly crept across Jiang Yunwan's lips. For now, she need not rush to eliminate this little rascal or reclaim Yubao. Her precious son was protected by the wet nurse and secretly safeguarded by Xiao Mo. Wu Qingrong and his associates would not dare to act hastily for the time being. In that case, she might as well take her time to vent her frustrations. Perhaps Su Xuyin would willingly exchange this little rascal back. With that thought, she picked up the little rascal and brought him to the bedside, pinching his bottom once more. Observing her wicked grin, the little rascal's tiny body tightened, trembling in fear. His eyes brimmed with terror as he flailed his little hands and kicked his feet, seemingly desperate to escape Jiang Yunwan's grasp. Unfortunately, he was unable to move, only able to wail loudly. Next door, in Yunshuang courtyard, Su Xuyin and Su Xinro were equally anxious. Hearing the cries from next door, Su Xuyin's face turned pale, gripping the blanket tightly. "Mother, listen. That is clearly Ruo Feng's cry. What has Jiang Yunwan done? Why is Ruo Feng crying like this?" "Xuyin, keep your composure." Seeing Su Xuyin stumble toward the door, Su Xinro frowned, lowering her voice to advise. "Yunwan does not even know that is Ruo Feng. Therefore, she will not do anything to him. Perhaps he is hungry, or has wet himself. Or maybe Ruo Feng knows that Yunwan is not you, which is why he is crying." Having been through much herself, Su Xinro remained more composed than Su Xuyin. "Children will settle down after a while. Look, that little rascal also cried for a bit earlier. He will tire himself out and fall asleep." She guided Su Xuyin back to bed, saying, "Trust me, I understand your reluctance to let go. But if you cannot let go, how will Ruo Feng have a good life in the future?" Although the Wu family was not exactly a small household, they were powerful, yet financially strained. To live a life of privilege, one needed both power and wealth. The Jiang family, however, was the wealthiest in the capital. The elders of the Jiang family doted on Jiang Yunwan as if she were their own daughter, providing her with a generous dowry, a treasure trove that would make anyone envious. Furthermore, Ruo Feng was right here with us. There would be plenty of time for them to reunite as he grew older. Despite these reassurances, Su Shuyan's heart ached as she listened to Ruo Feng's cries. Seeing her eyes welling with tears, Su Shinro sighed and said, "Very well. I shall go take a look. It is not right for the child to cry like this." It seemed she had forgotten that Yu Bao had also cried incessantly not long ago. Yet, she had never felt a shred of sympathy for him. Now, upon hearing the little rascal's continuous wails, her heart ached. After calming Su Shuyan, Su Shinro hurried into Yunchuan courtyard. Due to the tightly locked door, she could only anxiously inquire through it. "Yunwan, what has happened to the child? Why is he crying incessantly?" Upon hearing Su Shinro's voice, Jiang Yunwan bit her lip tightly, suppressing her anger and unwillingness. She was the child's mother, and Yu Bao was her beloved grandson. Why was Su Shinro so heartless and cruel toward the two of them? "Mother." She pressed her palm into her flesh. Finally responding in a low voice, the child accidentally fell to the ground, which is why he is wailing incessantly. "I intended to call a doctor, but my husband ordered the door to be locked so that I could rest well. Alas, my heart aches for him." Upon hearing that the child had fallen, Su Shinro became even more flustered. How could you let the child fall? How could that happen when everything was fine? Without waiting for Jiang Yunwan's reply, she hurried off to find Wu Qingrong for the key to open the door. As soon as she left, Jiang Yunwan cast a cold smile at the little bundle on the bed. Since the words had already been spoken, how could she not let him fall again? When Wu Qingrong arrived and opened the door, he and Su Shinro rushed in only to find Jiang Yunwan cradling the child gently, her face filled with tenderness and guilt. The little one was either unconscious from the fall or had fallen asleep from her soothing. Finally, he had stopped crying. Su Shinro snatched the child from Jiang Yunwan's arms and scolded her. "How could you let him fall when he was right in front of you? What kind of mother are you? If anything happens to him, I will not spare you." "What does this mean, mother? I am his real mother. If the child fell, I am 10 times more heartbroken than you." Jiang Yunwan could not hold back her tears, gazing at her mother. However, before she could finish her sentence, a gleeful little voice drifted in from outside. "My cool and awesome dad is here. Someone is going to be in trouble." Chapter 10 You Say This is by Jean's Child. Now, upon hearing Yu Bao's cheerful voice, Jiang Yunwan knew he was safe and sound. She let out a quiet sigh of relief. After all, the child was not the one who fell at her hands. Why should her mother blame her? She had long decided that she would personally raise her child, teaching him everything from daily necessities to the knowledge of astronomy and geography. Wu Qingrong seemed to find this notion utterly absurd, bursting into laughter. "You intend to teach the child yourself? What do you know, Jiang Yunwan? You can't even read." In his eyes, Jiang Yunwan was merely the daughter of a merchant. Though the Jiang family was wealthy, how could a young lady be well educated? Are you going to teach him how to do business or recognize silver? Yu Bao is my son, and he is destined to be a scholar. Do not let him be tainted by your family's commercialism. These words infuriated Jiang Yunwan. Wu Qingrong, the treacherous scoundrel. After marrying into the Shirlang family, she realized that the Wu family was just a hollow shell behind its facade of grandeur. The massive debts of the Wu family, including Su Shinro's gambling debts, were all filled with money she had brought from the Jiang family. How could he still disdain the Jiang family's commercial background? Just as she was about to retort, a cold snicker echoed from outside. "Scholar? Wu Qingrong, you truly overestimate yourself. How much knowledge do you really possess?" Wu Qingrong froze at the sound of this voice. How could the king of hell be here again? Hearing Xiao Mo's voice made him feel a tightening in his rear, an acute discomfort coursing through his body. Xiao Mo must have come directly to the Shirlang residence after the morning court, still clad in his official robes, exuding an air of unassailable authority. How could he dare look down upon Jiang Yunwan? Did he not know that she had always been as clever as any man, even serving as a companion to the third princess? To dare say she cannot read. Since you have such grand aspirations, why not let me inform the emperor to directly appoint your son as the top scholar for the upcoming imperial examination? Wu Qingrong trembled. "Lord Xiao, that is not what I meant." He smiled awkwardly, attempting to explain while bowing and scraping before Xiao Mo, all the while casting daggers at Jiang Yunwan with his eyes. Vile creature, and yet you say she is not entangled with Lord Xiao. How coincidental that Lord Xiao always appeared at the right moment. But Xiao Mo did not spare him a glance, his gaze fixed on Jiang Yunwan. Today, the third princess expressed concern for your childbirth. She intended to visit, but was deterred by the presence of certain uninvited guests. The third princess? Wu Qingrong's eyes lit up. He suddenly turned to Jiang Yunwan, asking with a hint of eagerness, Yunwan, when did you become acquainted with? No, how did you gain the favor of the third princess? Jiang Yunwan's eyes gradually turned cold. Was Wu Qingrong plotting something with the third princess again? She had known the third princess for a long time, although their statuses differed. They had hit it off immediately. The third princess had since rejected numerous noble ladies for companionship, insisting on having her by her side. The third princess, being the emperor's daughter, was deeply cherished, which led the emperor to grant her request, allowing a merchant's daughter to serve as her companion. However, the third princess had little regard for the Wu family or Wu Qingrong. After several attempts to persuade her to marry him, the third princess had rarely met with her since, knowing that she would only feel disappointed. To her surprise, the third princess had been silently caring for her all along. Jiang Yunwan's heart sank with regret for her past decisions. Yunwan, since you. Before Wu Qingrong could finish, he was interrupted by Xiao Mo. The third princess believes that you just gave birth and should not be without a close aid. Thus, she has sent her chief maid to assist you. As he spoke, a tall maid stepped forward, greeting, Fuyun pays her respects to the young lady. Jiang Yunwan discreetly retracted her gaze. Fuyun? The chief maid of the third princess was not called Fuyun. Observing Fuyun's exceptional demeanor, her poise in front of them, and a fleeting glimmer of intelligence in her eyes, Jiang Yunwan surmised that Fuyun was likely not just the third princess's maid, but someone associated with Xiao Mo. Although she did not comprehend Xiao Mo's intentions, she sensed his concern for her. Thus, she refrained from exposing him and replied, The third princess is very thoughtful. I am still in confinement. Once I recover, I will personally express my gratitude to the third princess. Seeing her acceptance, Xiao Mo's gaze brightened. Understanding that she valued her reputation and perhaps did not wish to see him too soon, he did not linger, casting a heavy glance at Wu Qingrong before departing. Wu Qingrong, anxious to delve into Jiang Yunwan's relationship with the third princess, simultaneously sought to curry favor with Lord Xiao. After all, this lord was not someone easy to please. Noticing Xiao Mo's unkind expression, Wu Qingrong felt uneasy. After hesitating, he ultimately decided to follow Lord Xiao. Allow me to see you off. He was terrified that this lord, displeased today, might retaliate tomorrow. If that happened, he feared he would not only lose his position as the Deputy Minister of Revenue, but also bring ruin upon his father, the Minister of Revenue. Xiao Mo dismissed him as if he were a mere barking dog. However, as he exited, he spotted a wet nurse holding Yu Bao outside the door. Both the nurse and the child craned their necks, watching them with curiosity and caution. Their vigilant gazes were directed at Wu Qingrong. Yet upon seeing Xiao Mo, the little one immediately burst into excitement, flailing his arms joyfully. Even though Jiang Yunwan was inside, she could clearly hear Yu Bao's exuberant voice, Daddy, Daddy, my wonderful daddy, hurry and hug me. Hug, hug, baby. Unfortunately, Xiao Mo could not hear the child's desperate cries, but could only see the little one energetically waving his tiny hands, along with his chubby little feet. He smiled faintly, though the warmth in his eyes was fleeting. He turned to Wu Qingrong and extended his hand toward Yu Bao. Wu Qingrong, what did he just witness? Xiao Mo actually took the initiative to embrace this little rascal. Wu Qingrong was momentarily taken aback and hurriedly reached out to take Yu Bao from the wet nurse to hand over to Xiao Mo. However, before his clumsy hand could touch the chubby little bundle, Yu Bao immediately began to wail loudly. They're stealing the child, selling the child. That wicked person's filthy hands have dirted the baby. Is there anyone to manage this? Wu Qingrong, as if jolted by an electric shock, retracted his hand and awkwardly explained, Lord Xiao, you may not know, but this child is the offspring of my brother-in-law and sister-in-law. He has a peculiar temperament and does not allow anyone to touch him at such a tender age. Yet before he could finish, he witnessed the little one cease his crying and joyfully leap into Xiao Mo's embrace. Wu Qingrong was left utterly astonished. As Xiao Mo cradled Yu Bao, his gaze grew increasingly frigid. Could this truly be by Zhang's child? Chapter 11. A malicious plan? How could he not recognize his own flesh and blood? That black-hearted scoundrel, Wu Qingrong, dared to utter such blatant lies in front of him? Recalling Wu Shuang's response from the previous night, he understood why Jiang Yunwan was so concerned about the child. Yet, he could hardly believe that Wu Qingrong and the others had managed to switch the two children so swiftly. Reflecting on the unconscious little rascal who had been lying beside Jiang Yunwan earlier, and now observing the chubby, lively little bundle in front of him, Xiao Mo's expression darkened further. Was he truly Bai Zhan's posthumous child? He inquired once more. Wu Qingrong, uncertain of Xiao Mo's intent, cautiously nodded. Yes, indeed. The child was undeniably adorable. Xiao Mo did not elaborate further, returning the child to the wet nurse for proper care. Yes, Lord Xiao, the wet nurse replied, hastily taking Yu Bao and retreating. Wu Qingrong, still reeling from shock, could not comprehend how the little rascal, who previously cried at the slightest touch as if facing a monster, had become so well-behaved in Xiao Mo's arms. Noticing that Xiao Mo had already walked away, he felt a pang of guilt and curiosity, deciding against further fawning. Suddenly, he heard the scolding voice of Su Shinro from within the room and quickly turned back inside. What is all this fuss about? He interjected softly. Lord Xiao has not yet departed. Son-in-law, look at how Yunwan is raising the child. The newborn has already been mishandled to such an extent. Who would trust her to care for the baby? Su Shinro exclaimed angrily, cradling the little rascal by Rufu. Though the little one was asleep, the swelling on his forehead was strikingly evident. Look, how much pain must the child be in? Tears streamed down her face as she lamented. How about this? Let both children be cared for by the wet nurse for now, and I will look after them. When they are a bit older, we will return them to Yunwan, with Xiao Mo, the living tyrant, occasionally visiting the minister's residence, and the third princess sending blessings to Jiang Yunwan. Their plans could not be executed without fear of exposure. Once the children grew a little older, how would Jiang Yunwan even recognize which was truly hers? Su Shinro calculated astutely. Though I'm not young, I can still manage both children with ease. Her grandiose words nearly made Jiang Yunwan laugh in exasperation. Mother, I know you care for me, but I have my own mother to assist. I could take good care of you, Bao. Besides, how can a child be separated from their mother right after birth? As she spoke, she made a move to snatch the little rascal from Su Shinro's arms, insisting, Mother, you can trust me with the child. Su Shinro instinctively recoiled. How can that be? Just look at how you care for the child. If I let you tend to him for a few more days, he might end up covered in bruises. Just then, Jiang Yunwan seized the opportunity, and without a word, Fuyun stepped forward and deftly took the little rascal from Su Shinro, placing him in Jiang Yunwan's embrace, Mississippi. Su Shinro was taken aback. This wretched girl had actually snatched the child from her grasp. However, Fuyun was ostensibly a high-ranking maidservant of the third princess, and Su Shinro dared not offend her easily. She watched helplessly as Jiang Yunwan laid the child on the bed, with Fuyun standing guard beside it, eyes fixed on her with suspicion. Su Shinro had no choice but to turn to Wu Qingrong for assistance. Son-in-law, please say something. Wu Qingrong's eyes flickered, revealing his thoughts. After a moment, he suddenly offered a slight smile to Jiang Yunwan. Yunwan, please rest well for now. When night falls, I will come to see you. With that, he exchanged a knowing glance with Su Shinro, and the two exited the room together. Once they were away from Yunshuang courtyard, he lowered his voice. Mother-in-law, do not worry. Jiang Yunwan is still unaware that the child is Rufu. Perhaps it was just a slip of the hand. Now that she has Lord Xiao and the third princess backing her, we cannot do anything to her for the time being. Last night's incident involving Zhang's mother was merely an accident. And such accidents, who can foresee? Wu Qingrong's lips curled with a sinister smile. Perhaps in a few days, Jiang Yunwan might find herself facing an unexpected turn of events. Su Shinro was instantly startled. What do you mean? Although she did not approve of Su Shuyan's secret liaison with Wu Qingrong, she remained unaware that Bai Rufu was actually the illegitimate child born from Wu Qingrong's affair with Su Shuyan. She only thought, as long as her precious grandson could inherit everything from the Jiang family, and Wu family could raise Bai Rufu as their own, she would turn a blind eye. After all, the Bai family and Su family were not what they once were, their influence waning in the borders. Moreover, she was burdened with countless gambling debts, and Wu Qingrong had secretly aided her in covering much of it. She needed to hold on tightly to the Wu family support. What if the Jiang family pursues accountability? They are merely a bunch of merchants. What can the Jiang family do to me? Even if Lord Xiao and the third princess intervene, who can prevent unforeseen circumstances? Wu Qingrong sneered, though Su Xinro was secretly alarmed. She did not expect Wu Qingrong to be so ruthless. Yet, upon reflection, if he was willing to resort to such extremes to gain everything from the Jiang family, what would he not do? Aligning with such a person meant either soaring to great heights or plunging into ruin. Su Xinro felt a sense of trepidation. So, do you have any plans? Observing Wu Qingrong's composed demeanor, she surmised that he had devised a strategy in advance. For now, Jiang Yunwan still held some value and could not be moved against. Wu Qingrong's narrow eyes gleamed with a vicious light. One cannot be too soft-hearted. She is still unaware that the child is Rufu, and likely will not act against him. Mother-in-law and Shuiyin must maintain their composure. Do not allow your affection for Rufu to expose our intentions. He cast a glance at Su Xinro, particularly at Shuiyin. Mother-in-law, please ensure she understands. Su Xinro hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded in agreement. I understand. It appeared that Wu Qingrong intended to exploit Jiang Yunwan to get closer to Lord Xiao and the third princess. As expected, after giving Su Xinro a few instructions, Wu Qingrong returned to the room. At that moment, Jiang Yunwan was gently soothing the little rascal in her arms. As he entered, Fuyun silently stood at the bedside, her gaze wary. Aware of her allegiance to the third princess, Wu Qingrong did not dare be overt. He merely smiled and stood a few steps away from the bed. Yunwan, I believe that since you have borne a child for our Wu family, we must splendidly celebrate Yu Bao's full moon banquet. Not just the full moon banquet, but also the 100-day celebration. We must ensure our son has a grand affair. Jiang Yunwan regarded him with a half-smile. Very well. Seeing her acquiescence, Wu Qingrong slumped into a chair, thinking that if they were to make a grand celebration, they should invite as many nobility as possible. You are close with Lord Xiao and the third princess. Why not have Fuyun send them invitations? The moment he proposed lavish celebrations for the full moon and 100-day banquets, Jiang Yunwan was already aware of Wu Qingrong's ulterior motives. Hearing him now, her smile grew increasingly sardonic. She suppressed her rising fury. What you say is indeed true. However, I also have a thought. They have lost their moral compass, and she has decided to let the situation become increasingly murky. Chapter 12. The illegitimate child has another identity. My father is far away at the border, diligently guarding our territory. He couldn't even return to the capital to handle my brother's funeral. Jiang Yunwan wiped away her tears, now that Yu Bao and Rufeng have been safely born. My father has become both a grandfather and a great-grandfather. It is only right for him to return to the capital to see his grandchildren. The father she speaks of is her biological father, General Bai Dongxing. Wu Qingrong's expression changed slightly. Yunwan, my dear husband, you are a minister of the interior, and you have the right to offer counsel. Why not petition the emperor to allow my father to return to the capital for a visit? Jiang Yunwan interjected before he could respond. Wu Qingrong truly dotes on this little rascal. He has already been scheming for him since the month-old and 100-day banquets. They are so reckless, disregarding both me and Yu Bao, that I will simply tear off the mask and ensure that no one has it easy once Bai Dongxing returns to the capital. The matter of Su Xinro mortgaging the Bai family estate for gambling debts and Su Shuiyin mingling with Wu Qingrong and bearing an illegitimate child will no longer be hidden. Wu Qingrong felt quite troubled. Yunwan, I am merely a minor minister. I fear I cannot. Knowing he would refuse, Jiang Yunwan pressed her lips together, tears glistening in her eyes. My husband, I truly do not wish to place you in a difficult position. Yet, while your position may be humble, my father can certainly speak a few words. I have only just reunited with my parents, and I have only met him once. Can you bear to let me suffer the pain of separation from my father? Seeing Jiang Yunwan in tears, Wu Qingrong felt even more troubled. He was a man who responded better to gentle persuasion than to forceful demands. It was precisely this trait that allowed Su Shuiyin to take advantage of him. In the 2 years since marrying into the minister's residence, Jiang Yunwan had to assert her authority as the matriarch. Usually, she maintained a dignified demeanor before Wu Qingrong. Su Shuiyin, on the other hand, was charming and adept at pleasing men. Hence, Wu Qingrong willingly found himself manipulated by her, and their affair resulted in an illegitimate child. Under Su Shuian's influence, they even devised a nefarious plot to swap children and seize family assets. As Jiang Yunwan wept pitifully, Wu Qingrong's gaze faltered. Yunwan, it is not that I am unwilling, but rather that my father, my husband, each meeting with my father grows fewer in number. I do not ask you to plead with the emperor on my father's behalf for an early return. However, my father is growing older, and his health is not what it once was. She handed the little rascal to Fu Yun, tears streaming down her face. I simply want to see my father, my husband. If you could fulfill this small wish of mine, I would personally deliver an invitation to the third princess tomorrow, no matter how much Jiang Yunwan cried. It paled in comparison to her offer to deliver an invitation to the third princess. Wu Qingrong's eyes immediately lit up. Really? You will truly meet the third princess tomorrow? Yes. Jiang Yunwan bit her lip and nodded gently. Since we're to hold a banquet for our son's month and 100-day celebrations, the third princess must be invited. With her words, Wu Qingrong cast aside all hesitation. He immediately declared, Yunwan, rest assured, your father is as good as my own. I shall find my father to discuss this matter and petition the emperor first thing tomorrow. With that, Wu Qingrong excitedly rushed out. After hearing the footsteps fade away, Jiang Yunwan finally approached to close the door. Turning back, she met Fu Yun's complex gaze and smiled faintly. I know you are not aligned with the third princess, but rather someone close to Amo. It seems that man is indeed upset with her. Otherwise, he would not have sent someone to care for us. Since it is Fu Yun, she must be the most trusted person by Xiao Mo. For some reason, Jiang Yunwan felt no need to guard herself against Xiao Mo and his companions, and she softly asked, over these years, has Amo harbored resentment towards me? Seeing that she had guessed correctly, Fu Yun did not conceal the truth. On the contrary, she appreciated her mistress's intelligence. Miss, the master does not hate you. Fu Yun shook her head slightly, but the master understands that the minister's residence is a den of danger. You are alone, and the master is worried, which is why I was sent to serve you. A den of danger? That description is quite vivid. Those around her are her closest companions, yet each one harbors malice. Each one desires her demise. The master knows their wicked schemes and has long prepared countermeasures. So you need not worry. As they spoke, Fu Yun casually placed the little rascal onto the bed, seemingly unconcerned about his safety. It appeared that Fu Yun was already aware of the child swap. However, upon being placed down, the previously sleeping little rascal was immediately startled awake. He let out a few wails before locking eyes with Jiang Yunwan and Fu Yun's sinister gazes. Instantly, he froze in place. With only these two present, what if they? He was merely a newborn. What resistance could he muster? The little rascal cautiously swallowed, adopting a demeanor of one who knows how to adapt to the situation. Observing his evident change in expression, Jiang Yunwan narrowed her eyes. Fu Yun, do you see this little rascal? Is there something off about him? I can't shake the feeling that his gaze does not resemble that of a newborn. A child born just 2 days ago should have bright, clear eyes. Yet this little rascal's gaze carries a hint of shrewdness and worldly awareness. Something is amiss. Jiang Yunwan's internal alarm bells rang. Yes. Upon closer inspection, Fu Yun nodded thoughtfully. Miss, I also find that he resembles a worldly adult. The little rascal's heart tightened. Had they discerned his true origins? To conceal his uniqueness, he had no choice but to muster his courage and begin wailing even louder. From a moment of his birth yesterday, he had overheard Su Shinro and the others discussing plans to swap him with Jiang Yunwan's child, intending to use him to seize everything from the Jiang family. Although he was merely an adult man who accidentally traversed realms, wishing to inhabit the body of a noble, who would have thought he would end up as the illegitimate child of a minor minister of the interior, a mere newborn? Even so, if he could seize everything from the Jiang family, he would still have a chance to rise above. Did Jiang Yunwan not have a close relationship with that Lord Xiao and the third princess? If he could become her child, leveraging her influence to ascend, then all would be well. Although Jiang Yunwan would eventually discover that he was not her biological son, what did it matter? That so-called Yubao was nothing more than a newborn. What threat could a mere infant pose? As long as he got rid of that little bundle, he would become the sole child of the minister's residence, and Jiang Yunwan would have no choice but to raise him as her own. Chapter 13. Jiang Yunwan is playing him. With this thought, the little rascal immediately adjusted his demeanor, continuing to wail until his voice became hoarse. However, No matter how he cried, Jiang Yunwan and Fu Yun remained unmoved, as if his cries had no effect on them. The little rascal's face stiffened slightly. Since these two women were not easily fooled, he had to let Jiang Yunwan know that he was different from other children. Even if he was not her biological child, what did it matter? As long as Jiang Yunwan recognized that he was far cleverer and more astute than her own son, she would understand how to choose. Thus, the little rascal stretched out his tiny arms, wailing towards Jiang Yunwan while attempting to crawl towards her, mumbling, "Mother." Alas, being just born, his limbs were weak, and he could not move an inch. Seeing this, Jiang Yunwan and Fu Yun were taken aback. Their child just called out "Mother?" Fu Yun stared in disbelief. Jiang Yunwan's eyes widened, unable to believe what she had just heard. Good heavens! Neither of the two children she and Su Shuyan bore was ordinary. Her Yu Bao could predict the future, and now it seemed he could even hear thoughts. The little rascal, Su Shuyan's child, displays an uncanny ability to read the room despite his tender age, astonishingly managing to utter words. Although his speech may be somewhat indistinct, it undeniably indicates that he is no ordinary child. Given this, he must not be allowed to grow up. Otherwise, it would not only spell disaster for her and the Jiang family, but also for Yu Bao. Jiang Yunwan's gaze grew icy. Simultaneously, Fu Yun interjected, "Miss, this little rascal does not seem like an infant just born. Could it be that Su Shuyan has given birth to a monster?" The little rascal thought to himself, "How can a child barely 2 days old speak and attempt to crawl?" Panic surged within him. Had he overexerted himself and been mistaken for a monster? "Miss, perhaps we should promptly inform Wu Qingrong and the others to capture this little monster and dispose of him." Fu Yun, loyal to Xiao Mo, disdainfully mentioned Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan, disregarding them entirely. The little rascal trembled in fear, pleading silently not to be burned. He merely sought to showcase his exceptional talents to earn Jiang Yunwan's favor, never anticipating that his actions would lead to such peril. Faced with Jiang Yunwan's penetrating gaze, he quivered in terror, his lips trembling as he instinctively shook his head, struggling to suppress the desperate no that threatened to escape his lips. If they discovered he could speak again, he would undoubtedly be seen as a monster to be eliminated. This little rascal indeed appeared distinct from others. Jiang Yunwan lightly shook her head, extending her finger to poke the little rascal's chest, contemplating that keeping him might serve a purpose. Initially, she had failed to discern any difference between him and an ordinary infant, but his recent display had been nothing short of astonishing. At present, Wu Qingrong and his cohorts likely remained oblivious to the fact that this little rascal, akin to Yu Bao, was extraordinary in his own right. Perhaps she could leverage this little one to outmaneuver Wu Qingrong and his faction. Meanwhile, the little rascal was consumed with thoughts on how to protect himself and subsequently eliminate Yu Bao, all while usurping Yu Bao's identity. Little did he know, his cleverness would backfire, as he mistakenly believed himself to be more astute than Yu Bao, ultimately becoming a tool for Jiang Yunwan to deal with Wu Qingrong and his allies. This is a tale for another time. As long as he obeyed and cooperated with her plans, she might spare his life. Once she confirmed that Bai Rufu could comprehend her words, Jiang Yunwan's lips curled into a faint smile, contingent upon his obedience. Saying this, she pinched the little rascal's cheek, applying a bit more pressure until it turned a rosy hue, causing him to tear up in pain. "So, will you be obedient? If you understand, let out a cry." The little rascal, feeling distressed, merely pouted and let out a whimper. It seemed he truly resembled a little monster. Jiang Yunwan scoffed, releasing her grip, and with a look of disdain, wiped her hands with a silk handkerchief before tossing it aside. Fu Yun understood her intent. Suppressing her astonishment, she quietly inquired, "Miss, do you truly intend to personally deliver the invitation to the third princess? Wu Qingrong clearly harbors ill intentions. Do you really wish to accommodate him?" "Accommodate him?" Jiang Yunwan's smile turned scornful. "Though I agreed to his request to deliver the invitation to the third princess, I cannot guarantee her attendance." She genuinely desired to meet the third princess, yet her motives extended beyond merely delivering an invitation. Wu Qingrong's promise to petition the emperor for Bai Dongqing's return to the capital was merely a fade. He sought to exploit her connection to Xiao Mo and the third princess. If he wished to play the initial game, he should not blame her for executing the final move. Fu Yun realized this, and when she looked at Jiang Yunwan again, admiration glimmered in her eyes. Truly, The miss was astute. Both women recognized that the little rascal could understand their conversation, yet they remained unconcerned, while the little rascal, drenched in sweat, wished to inform Wu Qingrong. That negligent father, Jiang Yunwan, is toying with you. Now that you are in my grasp, it is best you comply. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Noticing the little rascal's anxious fist clenching, Jiang Yunwan coldly huffed, "As long as I deliver you to your mother, you had better cry out loud. So much so that you cannot stop." For Yu Bao would wail uncontrollably when touched, except by her, Xiao Emo, and the wet nurse. "Should you slip up, do not blame me for denying you the light of day." Her eyes reflected a fierce intensity, instilling fear in the little rascal. He could not comprehend why Jiang Yunwan was so fixated on that foolish child she bore. Fine, if she remained so obstinately ignorant, he would use his intellect to sway her. Bai Rufu, feeling aggrieved, being in a vulnerable position and powerless, could only nod submissively. Jiang Yunwan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although a wet nurse cared for Yu Bao, having been apart from her son for an entire day felt akin to having a piece of her flesh removed. How could she be at ease? Without her prompting, Fuyun understood her intention. As night fell, she boldly returned with Yu Bao while handing Bai Rufu over to the wet nurse, orchestrating a clever switch. The two little ones were dressed identically, and Jiang Yunwan even took the liberty of placing a small black mole on Yu Bao's ear. In a short time, even Su Shuiyin would likely be unable to discern which was her biological child. Yet, Jiang Yunwan remained unperturbed. After all, she could hear her son joyfully exclaim from afar, "Hooray, my dear mother, I am finally back. Sister Fuyun has successfully stolen me back. Ha 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 ha." Hearing the little one's infectious laughter, Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but chuckle. However, her amusement was short-lived as she soon heard the little one abruptly cease his laughter, followed by a melancholic sigh. "Alas, mother must take me to meet the third princess tomorrow. Otherwise, the third princess will surely encounter great trouble." Chapter 14. A Funeral for Pursuing a Husband? The following day, after Fuyun returned Yu Bao to Jiang Yunwan the previous night, the mother and child had not separated, enjoying a warm and blissful night together. Meanwhile, Su Shuiyin had barely glanced at the little rascal, failing to recognize that her son had been brought back. She was aware that Bai Rufu had fallen beside Jiang Yunwan, and thus, she unleashed her fury upon this child. Believing him to still be Yu Bao, she commanded the wet nurse not to feed him, even going so far as to pinch him, leaving the little rascal's thigh bruised. Poor little rascal, donning a hat to conceal the bump on his forehead from Jiang Yunwan's earlier mishap, cried out in distress, starving and unable to find peace throughout the night. This only served to reinforce Su Shuiyin's conviction that this little rascal was indeed Yu Bao. Listening to the wails emanating from next door, Fuyun stifled a laugh, remarking, "Miss, it seems that little rascal has taken your words to heart. No matter who touches him, he cries out." Jiang Yunwan, cradling Yu Bao, smiled gently indeed. "He must be crying from hunger, I hear." It was said that Su Shuiyin had mistaken him for Yu Bao, causing her a headache, and not only had she pinched him, but had also ordered the wet nurse to leave him outside in the cold for most of the night. Were it not for her grievances from a past life, Jiang Yunwan might have felt sympathy for that little rascal. Although autumn had just begun, the temperature difference between day and night was significant. The autumn sun blazed during the day, only for the chill of night to descend like water. One could only imagine how much suffering Yu Bao would endure under Su Shuiyin's care, without the wet nurse's supervision. The more Jiang Yunwan pondered, the more her heart ached, tightening her embrace around the little dumpling. Thank goodness he was not her Yu Bao. If Su Shuiyin discovered she was tormenting her own son, she would surely collapse. That woman truly possessed a heart as venomous as a serpent. Fuyun couldn't help but spit out a curse. Just then, Wu Qingrong entered, his face alight with excitement. Fearing he would recognize Yu Bao, Jiang Yunwan, feeling somewhat guilty, entrusted the little dumpling to Fuyun. "Yinqing, I have prepared generous gifts for you to present to the third princess. Additionally, during today's court meeting, I have petitioned my father to request the emperor allow my father-in-law to return to the capital for a family visit." He rubbed his hands together, declaring, though the emperor has not directly agreed, he certainly will not refuse. Jiang Yunwan's gaze turned slightly cold. Did she truly believe she could still be easily deceived as in her past life? In her previous existence, after giving birth to Yu Bao, she had requested Wu Qingrong to make a formal report. However, at that time, Wu Qingrong was unaware of her close ties with the third princess and had impatiently dismissed her plea with vague remarks. Not wishing to complicate matters for him, Jiang Yunwan had reluctantly given up. "Thank you, my dear husband." Aware that Wu Qingrong was merely being perfunctory, Jiang Yunwan did not express her displeasure. She rose and said, "If I enter the palace, what about you, Bao?" Her expression reflected her hesitation. She was uncertain whether he would behave well inside the palace, and feared he might cry. Perhaps it would be better to leave him in the care of Fuyun. That won't do. Wu Qingrong, oblivious to Jiang Yunwan's strategic retreat, cast a glance at the little bundle in Fuyun's arms. Spotting the small dark spot on the earlobe, he mistakenly assumed it was that little rascal by Rufu. Thus, he felt no suspicion and exclaimed, "Since you wish to visit the third princess, Yu Bao should be introduced to her early. Who knows, he might even meet some nobility. Our Yu Bao is so adorable. He surely won't cause a fuss. After all, he was just like Rufu, unlike Yu Bao, who refused to let him hold him and would cry incessantly as if he had seen a ghost. Rufu was so well behaved. He needed to ensure that the third princess recognized and adored Rufu, paving the way for him. The more Wu Qingrong pondered, the more excited he became. Well then, Jiang Yunwan reluctantly withdrew her gaze, seemingly unwilling. "Is the carriage ready?" Wu Qingrong replied affirmatively while assisting her towards the door. "I know you're still in confinement, and it's not good for you to be out in the wind. But for the sake of our Yu Bao, I appreciate your efforts." Hearing his insincere concern, Jiang Yunwan scoffed. It was only when she settled into the carriage and lowered the curtain that she quietly sighed in relief. What a scoundrel! Suddenly, Yu Bao's tiny voice piped up beside her. Last night, she had overheard the little one insisting that he must accompany her to the palace today. Otherwise, the third princess would encounter great trouble. Jiang Yunwan felt curious. He had been preoccupied all night. Just look at him. How dare he have designs on the third princess? Pa pa pa. The little one spat several times. Jiang Yunwan was momentarily startled. Wu Qingrong had actually dared to be so audacious? How could he even consider the third princess? Although Princess Xiao Yuner had yet to be betrothed, she was the apple of the emperor's eye. Currently, the emperor had only 3 princesses, and according to their order, Xiao Yuner was the third. If ranked among the princes and princesses, she would be the 7th. Though of a similar age to Jiang Yunwan, she was the emperor's most cherished daughter. How could Wu Qingrong dare such a thing? For the sake of that vixen who betrayed my mother, he dares to covet the third princess. Indeed, this was the sort of treachery Wu Qingrong was capable of. Jiang Yunwan instinctively nodded. Though I would love to see that vixen in tears, she must not be harmed by him. The little one pouted, seemingly unafraid of Wu Qingrong's potential schemes against Xiao Yuner. After all, Xiao Yuner had no interest in him whatsoever. Jiang Yunwan contemplated. The little one seemed to read Jiang Yunwan's thoughts and yawned. The third princess certainly looks down upon that bad man. But that bad man has many wicked schemes. His heart is full of malice. If he cannot win the third princess's favor, he will resort to underhanded tactics. Underhanded tactics? Jiang Yunwan stiffened. Soon, he will use the pretense of entering the palace to fetch my mother as a cover to harm the third princess. Pa pa pa. A phoenix man. No wonder when she had left the house earlier, Wu Qingrong had gazed at her so fervently, even inquiring if he should escort her back home. It turned out he had such ulterior motives. But with me around, his schemes shall not succeed. There will be a good show to watch soon. The little one smacked his lips and grinned wickedly. Jiang Yunwan felt a twinge of anxiety. She was unsure whether it was worry for Xiao Yuner or dread at the thought of meeting her. The closer they got to the palace, the more timid she felt. She wasn't afraid of Xiao Yuner reprimanding her upon their meeting. Rather, she feared that Xiao Yuner would be unwilling to see her. Therefore, she had sent a message through Fuyun to Xiao Yuner the previous night, requesting a meeting. Now, Jiang Yunwan successfully entered the palace. Holding Yu Bao, she stepped down from the carriage and, expecting to find only Xiao Yuner, was surprised to discover that Xiao Mo was also present. The little one waved his tiny arms, relishing the unfolding drama. Hee, next should be mother chasing father to the fiery pit, right? No, it should be father chasing mother to the fiery pit. After all, it was father who betrayed mother first. Chapter 15. Cut off his dog head. Jiang Yunwan paused. How could the little one know the events of that year better than she, the actual participant? Upon their arrival, Xiao Mo slowly set down the teacup he had been holding. Facing Jiang Yunwan, he felt a mix of anger and guilt. For these past few years, he had intentionally avoided her, even being somewhat afraid to meet her. However, now that Yu Bao had been born, he could no longer evade his responsibilities. Xiaomo slowly rose. Third princess, I have urgent matters to attend to. I must take my leave. Xiao Yuner, aware that he was still avoiding Jiang Yunwan, wished to reconcile the two, but knew that haste would not yield results. She nodded slightly, watching Xiao Mo exit before turning her gaze to Jiang Yunwan. Yunwan has come to pay her respects to the third princess. Jiang Yunwan's voice trembled slightly. She was excited, and Xiao Yuner felt the same, yet still harboring a grudge. She pursed her lips and avoided looking at Jiang Yunwan, instead addressing Fuyun. How can someone still in confinement come out to face the wind? How have you been attending to her? Replying to the third princess, my lady has been thinking of you. After giving birth to the young master, she insisted on coming to pay her respects. Fuyun replied respectfully. Yesterday, my lady was still somewhat weak. Today she feels better, so she immediately entered the palace. She wanted the third princess to be among the first to see young Master Yu Bao, having served alongside Xiao Mo for many years. Fuyun was well aware of Xiao Yuner's temperament. Sure enough, her words made Xiao Yuner's expression brighten considerably. Yu Bao? That sounds like a delightful name. As she spoke, she kept glancing at the little bundle in Jiang Yunwan's arms. You lot lack awareness. Why haven't you offered seats? What are you making a confinement patient stand for? If she falls ill, it will be this princess's fault. Upon hearing this, the palace attendants hurried to assist Jiang Yunwan into a seat. Although Xiao Yuner was genuinely concerned for Jiang Yunwan, she still refused to look directly at her. Clenching her hands, that little chubby one is quite heavy, isn't he? Hurry and bring him here, so I can take a look. Jiang Yunwan's eyes sparkled with a hint of amusement. Xiao Yuner remained the same as before, sharp-tongued yet soft-hearted. She quickly handed Yu Bao to Fuyun, who presented him to Xiao Yuner. As Xiao Yuner extended her arms to receive him, her eyes were filled with unmistakable fondness, yet her movements were awkwardly stiff. She held him tightly, fearing to hurt the little one, yet loosened her grip, worried he might fall. Never having held a baby before, Xiao Yuner swallowed nervously. So soft. Were all newborns this soft and squishy? At that, Jiang Yunwan chuckled softly. Yes. Who asked you? Xiao Yuner stiffened, then shot her a sidelong glance, haughtily snorting. Yet, she was genuinely fond of Yu Bao. Before long, she grew comfortable, playfully engaging with him. Yu Bao, in turn, was quite accommodating, flashing his toothless grin and laughing intermittently. I'm so tired. Yu Bao zonda, mumbeng in gohending. Is it the third princess who makes me happy, or am I making her happy? These adults are really hard to please. My face is sore from smiling. I'm so sleepy, so hungry, I just want a nap. Noticing Yu Bao's drooping eyelids, Xiao Yuner reluctantly handed him back to Fuyun. Finally, she turned her gaze to Jiang Yunwan. You certainly seem comfortable. Xiao Yuner hoft. Back then, I advised you earnestly, yet you refused to listen. Now, what brings you here? As Fuyun cradled Yu Bao and retreated to the side hall for a rest, Jiang Yunwan hesitated for a moment before finally voicing her thoughts. Yuner, I was indeed bewitched back then. I wish to divorce Wu Qingrong. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuner stood up in shock. What? Divorce? How long have you been married? And now you want a divorce? Why didn't you do this sooner? Now that the child is born, you bring this up? Have you lost your mind? Before Jiang Yunwan could respond, she spat in indignation. Divorce? No way. You should be the one to kick him out. You should be the one to initiate the divorce. How embarrassing. How damaging to your reputation. As your sister, how can you even think of divorce? It seemed Xiao Yuner was still unaware that Yu Bao was actually Xiao Mo's son, not Wu Qingrong's. Just seeing her without hesitation defending Jiang Yunwan warmed Jiang Yunwan's heart. Even though she was still angry, she stood resolutely behind her. All right, then let us proceed with the divorce. Jiang Yunwan nodded, acknowledging that his misdeeds provided ample justification for such a course of action. What has he done? Xiao Yuner hastily approached her, scanning Jiang Yunwan from head to toe to ensure she was unharmed and in good spirits. Only then could she relax. He hasn't harmed you, has he? Jiang Yunwan wished to spare her excessive worry and concealed the matter of the child's swap and illegitimacy, merely stating that Wu Qingrong had been unfaithful. Expecting Xiao Yuner to chastise her, she was surprised when the girl's eyes filled with tears. You brought this upon yourself. I pleaded with you back then, but you were as stubborn as a mule, determined to leap off the cliff. Now you're heartbroken, aren't you? Wiping her tears, she continued, that scoundrel Wu Qingrong. How dare he treat you this way? Just wait, I'll make him pay. Before she could finish her tirade, a nearby matron anxiously covered her mouth. Princess, be careful with your words. If the Empress hears this, you might be punished. But Xiao Yuner was beyond caring. She couldn't hold back her vitriol for Wu Qingrong, exclaiming that it was far too lenient to simply curse him. She shook off the matron's hand and grasped Jiang Yunwan's, declaring, I'm taking you to see father. Let him take care of Wu Qingrong. And that vixen, just wait until I strip her of her skin to make you a fox fur coat. Yun'e. Jiang Yunwan quickly pulled her back and whispered a few words in her ear. Xiao Yun'e founded Jiang Yunwan. Even now, you still speak for him? You may have a soft spot for that child, but we cannot let Wu Qingrong's scheme succeed. He has exploited you and the newborn. You still Yuner. This is my child, unrelated to Wu Qingrong. Jiang Yunwan shook her head. I did not come to see you for him. While she claimed her visit was to invite Xiao Yuner to Yu Bao's full moon banquet for the sake of the minister's house, her true purpose was simply to see her. I just wanted to see you, Jiang Yunwan said softly. Just those words brought tears to Xiao Yuner's eyes. She opened her mouth to speak, but before she could, a palace maid rushed in with news that Wu Shilang requested an audience. Xiao Yuner had grown to despise Wu Qingrong to the extent that hearing his name made her want to draw her sword. Requesting an audience? Let him beg. She found the idea of seeing him utterly repulsive. Just as a servant was about to relay the message, Xiao Yuner called out, Wait, I have a brilliant idea. Chapter 16. A misunderstanding from years past. Xiao Yuner whispered a few words to the maid, who looked startled before promptly leaving. Observing the mischievous grin on Xiao Yuner's face and the maid's shocked expression, Jiang Yunwan knew that Xiao Yuner had concocted a rather dubious plan. Let's see how this unfolds, Xiao Yuner said with a smirk, not rushing to inform the emperor. She led Jiang Yunwan back to sit down. Now tell me, what is going on between you and Xiao Mo? He once told me that he would only marry you. How is it that just days after saying that, you married Wu Qingrong? Though Xiao Yuner had tried to intervene, wanting to foster a relationship between Xiao Mo and Jiang Yunwan, she was not privy to all that transpired between them. How could Wu Qingrong ever compare to Xiao Mo? He is not even worthy to hold Xiao Mo's shoes. Mention of Xiao Mo brought a pang of bitterness to Jiang Yunwan's heart, leaving her at a loss for words. After all this time, she still didn't understand how Yu Bao could be Xiao Mo's son. What had that selfish man done to her? Even Wu Qingrong had no clue. By the way, what truly happened between you and Xiao Mo? Why did he leave the Jiang family? Xiao Yun'e usket kvitli. Jiang Yunwan hesitated, finally admitting, in truth, I was rather willful back then. I was the one who wronged Amo first. It's only right for him to be angry for so many years. Her expression grew melancholic. That's nonsense. It was clearly our father's fault. Mother was merely trying to save the hero. Mother had placed all the blame on her shoulders. With a well-fed Yu Bao cradled in Fu Yun's arms, he returned. Upon seeing him, Xiao Yuner joyfully embraced him. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. It's between you and Xiao Mo, and I do not wish to interfere. But I will say this. Life is short. Cherish those you should. As she spoke, she bent down to play with Yu Bao, who eagerly engaged with her. The misunderstanding was so deep. That's why mother and father fell out, publicly humiliating father and even breaking his jade pendant. Clenching his little fists, his big, bright eyes twinkled with innocence. If this misunderstanding isn't resolved, mother might never forgive father. Not only would he lose his beloved, but this chubby son. Wouldn't he be able to claim my heritage? A misunderstanding? So the events of that year were all a misunderstanding. If it were truly a misunderstanding, why had Xiao Mo never explained it to her? Jiang Yunwan's gaze shifted, her expression growing complex. She had intended to confront Xiao Mo for clarity while Xiao Yuner tended to Yu Bao, but before she could speak, another maid rushed in with urgency. Third princess, according to your instructions, we acted, but Wu Shilang has caused quite a scene. Cause a scene? He dares to create a ruckus? Xiao Yuner's expression darkened. That scoundrel has turned into a real fool, hasn't he? Yu Bao's mischievous voice echoed in Jiang Yunwan's mind. The third princess had someone lure the scoundrel to the depths of the imperial garden and then drenched him with a bucket of filth. Now, that fool is furious and wants to go to the emperor to complain. Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. So this was the so-called brilliant idea Xiao Yuner had? This plan was utterly atrocious. Though she hadn't witnessed it herself, Just imagining the scene made her nauseous. Yunwan, do not worry. Xiao Yuner waved her hand dismissively. He wouldn't dare to face the emperor. If he shows up covered in filth, it would be an affront to the emperor, and he would be executed. She scoffed, her face full of schadenfreude. I want to see this. With so many people around, how could he still have the gall to show his face? If I were him, I would hide in a corner until nightfall and sneak out of the palace. Otherwise, not only would Wu Qingrong be embarrassed, but the entire Wu family would lose face. Doesn't he want to see me? Xiao Yuner's smile turned cunning. Let him come. Just tell him I permit him to see me. Even if she allowed it now, Wu Qingrong would have no face to meet her. He dared to come, and she would dare to splash another bucket on him. Seeing Xiao Yuner in high spirits, Jiang Yunwan did not want to dampen her enthusiasm and allowed her to continue. The two sisters chatted for a while longer, but as the sky darkened, fearing the palace gates would be locked, Jiang Yunwan finally rose to take her leave. Xiao Yuner, holding Yu Bao tightly, insisted, "Why don't you stay the night?" Wu Qingrong wouldn't dare say anything. "Or if you wish to leave the palace, just leave Yu Bao with me. I can take care of him for a day or two, or even 10. She looked at Jiang Yunwan with hopeful eyes. Jiang Yunwan smiled helplessly. "Yuner, you are not yet married. How could you help nurse a child? What about your reputation as a princess? So what? Even if I am not engaged yet, I can have my father decree that Yu Bao be my godson tomorrow. Your son is my son." Xiao Yun pouted. However, recalling Jiang Yunwan as previous words about dealing with Wu Qingrong and finding a way to divorce him, she reluctantly returned Yu Bao to her. "Then you both should go back. I worry if it gets too late. You are still in your confinement. Once you are out, you must bring Yu Bao to see me every day." "Yes, princess," Yunwan will remember. Jiang Yunwan responded with a smile. The two had maintained a strained relationship for 2 long years, but breaking the ice merely required a meeting. However, during those 2 years, Jiang Yunwan had been confused, and Xiao Yuner had been too proud to reconcile, which led to their prolonged estrangement. Concerned, Xiao Yuner personally escorted them out, instructing the palace servants to closely follow and attend to them before returning to her chamber. Under the moonlight, Jiang Yunwan held Yu Bao, feeling both relieved and heavy-hearted. "Miss, I actually know a bit about your past with the master." Fu Yun hesitated before speaking softly, though the master is not good with words. "He has never intended to harm you. It was so in the past, and it remains so now." She could not help but speak up for Xiao Mo. "But despite my repeated inquiries, Mo refuses to tell the truth." Jiang Yunwan paused. "Fu Yun, if it wasn't him who caused those past events, then tell me. Who was it? What does Xiao Mo know? When she faced danger and was nearly humiliated, was it not all orchestrated by Xiao Mo? Did he not wish to force her into marriage?" Jiang Yunwan turned to look at Fu Yun, but before she could finish her words, a strong, nauseating odor assaulted her senses. "Jiang Yunwan, this is all you're doing. I'll kill you." In the next moment, a dark object suddenly lunged out from a corner. Fu Yin was about to step forward, but the foul-smelling thing flew out suddenly. A tall figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Chapter 17. Unable to utter the name, Mo, Jiang Yunwan feared Yu Bao would be frightened and held him tighter. Surprisingly, Yu Bao not only remained unperturbed but burst into laughter. "Who asked the little dung ball rolling out?" "Oh, it's our big dumpling." Relieved that Yu Bao was unharmed, Jiang Yunwan glanced at Wu Qingrong sprawled on the ground, and then at the stern-faced Xiao Mo who approached her. "Wu Qingrong, you are courting death." Xiao Mo spoke heavily, his tone not a question, but an affirmation that Wu Qingrong was indeed courting death. "Lord Xiao." Wu Qingrong curled up on the ground, grimacing in pain. As autumn's chill set in, after being doused with a bucket of filth, he did as Xiao Yuner guessed and hid in a corner of the imperial garden, too afraid to show his face. Initially, he had been loud and confrontational, clashing with several palace servants and demanding an audience with the emperor. However, he soon changed his mind, becoming overly polite to the servants and even offering them bribes to help him bathe and change. After being rejected, he sulked in the shadows, too afraid to come out. As dusk fell, he finally spotted Jiang Yunwan passing by, but before he could confront her, he encountered this lord. Wu Qingrong couldn't help but suspect that Jiang Yunwan and Xiao Mo must have an affair. Otherwise, how could Xiao Mo always appear right when he intended to confront Jiang Yunwan? Jiang Yunwan, realizing this, Wu Qingrong could not bother to greet Xiao Mo and struggled to rise, shouting at Jiang Yunwan, "It's you. You are the reason I am in this state. You made me a laughingstock today. Did you incite the third princess to humiliate me? Since Jiang Yunwan had spent an entire day with the third princess, they must have a close relationship. Wu Qingrong became increasingly furious. He initially aimed to ally himself with the third princess, hoping to rise above others. Yet, just as he began, he was doused with a bucket of cold, filthy water. Furious, he gritted his teeth. What did you tell the third princess? Did you fall into a latrine? Jiang Yunwan took a step back, not bothering to hide her disdain. You. This only further enraged Wu Qingrong. In his furious state, he wanted to approach but hesitated in fear of Xiao Mo. Thus merely stood there, both furious and cowardly. I am in this state because of you. Because of me? Jiang Yunwan feigned ignorance. Did I put you in a latrine? You reek, and the moment you speak, it's as if you've drunk filth. Perhaps you should bathe and change before we continue our conversation. Wu Qingrong wanted to retort, but just then, Yu Bao glared at him, opened his little mouth, and vomited a large mouthful of milk. The creamy liquid splattered all over Wu Qingrong's head and face. Stinky baby. Yu Bao's little face reflected his disgust. He clenched his tiny fists, his brows furrowed. Seeing Wu Qingrong frozen in place, Jiang Yunwan smiled slightly. Husband, you smell too bad. Look, you've even made Yu Bao sick. Let us return and clean up first. We can discuss later. Wu Qingrong, unaware that the child in Jiang Yunwan's arms was indeed Yu Bao, believed the child was the illegitimate offspring of him and Su Xuyan. As he was still infatuated with Su Xuyan, he naturally doted on this illegitimate child far more than Yu Bao. Thus, despite his simmering anger, Wu Qingrong could only suppress it. Fine, we'll talk later. However, Jiang Yunwan had no intention of leaving. When Wu Qingrong saw her lingering, he was about to inquire when Fu Yun interjected, Lord Wu, are you intending to share a carriage with my lady? What if you tame her? If the third princess inquires. Wu Qingrong's expression stiffened. I'll head back first. Reluctantly, he bowed to Xiao Mo and hurriedly left. After walking a distance, he turned back to glare at Xiao Mo and Jiang Yunwan. Jiang Yunwan, you promiscuous woman, you've clearly already hooked up with Lord Xiao. He glared at Jiang Yunwan like a snake lurking in the dark, thinking that betraying him was inconsequential. But if he could not seize the powerful figures of Lord Xiao and the third princess, he would not let her off easily. Wu Qingrong sneered, gritting his teeth before disappearing into the night. Fu Yun understood that Xiao Mo and Jiang Yunwan had much to discuss. Thus, she took Yu Bao and stepped away, granting them privacy. What are you doing? I want to see more of Daddy's handsome face. Sister Fu Yun, walk a little slower. Yu Bao stretched his little neck to catch a glimpse of Xiao Mo. What is there to say? Daddy is a mute. With such a good opportunity, he doesn't even explain the past misunderstandings to Mother. Listening to the little one chatter, Jiang Yunwan found it both amusing and frustrating. She withdrew her gaze and feigned calmness. Lord Xiao, why are you still in the palace at this hour? The mention of Lord Xiao made Xiao Mo's brows knit tightly. What? Have you been enduring hardship all these years? He wore a serious expression, clearly displeased, unable to utter the name. Mo? Jiang Yunwan's body stiffened slightly. What exactly do you wish to convey? Montak Shuang. Xiao Mo remained silent, his gaze fixated on Jiang Yunwan's eyes. He instructed the attendant behind him. Earlier, Wu Qingrong dared to offend me. Go and break one of his legs as a punishment. Jiang Yunwan. If you wish to speak, then speak. Why resort to breaking Wu Qingrong's leg? However, that would indeed be a fitting punishment. Yes, my lord. Mo Shuang accepted the command with decisiveness. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Yunwan's eyes. Noticing her expression remained unchanged, Xiao Mo's tone softened slightly. It is not my intention to make things difficult for him. He not only offended me, but also insulted the third princess. If word of this reaches the emperor, it will be far more severe than a mere broken leg. Jiang Yunwan replied, Though he may be a worthless individual, he is still your husband. The term husband was pronounced with emphasis by Xiao Mo. It was unclear whether Jiang Yunwan's reference to Wu Qingrong as her husband had provoked him or if he was seizing the moment for personal vengeance. I am acting on your behalf, Xiao Mo added. Jiang Yunwan sensed he was deliberately seeking conversation and sighed silently. Despite the protection of Fu Yun and the night's cover, the imperial garden was currently devoid of visitors. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunwan remained vigilant, unwilling to provide any ammunition for others to tarnish her relationship with Xiao Mo. Thus, she proactively suggested they leave the palace together. Once they entered the carriage, Jiang Yunwan broke the silence and directly inquired about the past. Xiao Mo, tell me honestly, what truly happened back then? Was it really you? Chapter 18. Unraveling Misunderstandings. Perhaps taken aback by her direct question, Xiao Mo's expression momentarily froze. Inside the carriage, a delicate glass lantern swayed gently as they moved. Xiao Montag was exceptionally handsome. From the moment he first appeared in the Jiang household, Jiang Yunwan found herself captivated by him. Although he was young then, he possessed an unusual coolness and melancholy. Both were not born of Jiang's father, yet he treated them as if they were his own. However, for reasons unknown, Xiao Mo's demeanor gradually changed. It was unclear if it was due to the influence of Jiang's brothers or if he had always been a reckless and ruthless individual. Consequently, Jiang Yunwan once declared she would rather remain a spinster than marry someone of his dubious character. Xiao Mo, answer me. Seeing him hesitate to respond, Jiang Yunwan grasped his arm urgently. Was it you who did that? The answer was of utmost importance to her. If I say no, will you believe me? After a long pause, Xiao Mo finally spoke in a deep tone. Jiang Yunwan was visibly taken aback. Xiao Mo then chuckled softly. You see, I say it. You do not believe me. Recalling Yu Bao's suggestion that the events of that year were a misunderstanding. Could it be that she had indeed misjudged Xiao Mo? No, I believe you. Jiang Yunwan nodded earnestly. But you must tell me what truly transpired. I distinctly heard my second brother advising you to. Back then, it was indeed that scoundrel who suggested to Xiao Mo that he be bold, claiming that once the deed was done, I would be his alone. I clearly heard you agree. Jiang Yunwan bit her lip, her expression troubled. She had harbored resentment towards Xiao Mo for a lifetime in her past life. Who would have thought that, after 2 lifetimes, she would discover that the grudge she held for so many years was merely a misunderstanding? Thank goodness for you, Bao. I was intoxicated by Yin Xuan back then. What? Jiang Yunwan felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, that scoundrel of his second brother never did a good deed, but was always involved in mischief. He had long been scheming to unite her with Xiao Mo. It was entirely in character for him to get Xiao Mo drunk and suggest such a foolish idea. Yin Xuan remarked that she had no romantic feelings, being a girl with a boy's heart, solely focused on achieving academic success. If I don't take the initiative, I fear I shall never be able to marry you. Now that he had begun to speak, Xiao Mo recounted the events of that year in detail. Previously misunderstood by Jiang Yunwan, he had attempted to explain, but in vain. This misunderstanding had lingered and become a burden on his heart. I only realized what transpired after I sobered up. When I sought to explain myself, I discovered you were in danger. After rescuing her, he had yet to explain when Jiang Yunwan had slapped him fiercely, berating him and unleashing her fury upon him. The events of that year were not my doing. Xiao Mo's expression turned serious. For years, I have commanded investigations into this matter, yet no clues have surfaced. You may not believe my words now, but I have never deceived you. His words plunged Jiang Yunwan into contemplation. It was one thing back then. Xiao Mo was merely a foster son of the Jiang family, without power or influence. But now, he was a man of considerable status and authority. How could it be that even he could not uncover who had sought to harm her back then? This was indeed perplexing. Jiang Yunwan furrowed her brow. I am but a humble foster daughter of the Jiang family. Who would wish to harm me so? Moreover, why would they seek to frame Xiao Mo? Whether it was a frame-up or mere coincidence remained to be seen. She could not fathom who had such capability to harm her and remain hidden for so long that even Xiao Mo could not uncover the truth. In her previous life, she had firmly believed Xiao Mo was responsible, which had fueled her hatred until her dying day. Now, learning that not only was Xiao Mo innocent, but he had also never ceased his investigation into the true culprit, Jiang Yunwan felt a wave of shame wash over her. If only she had believed his explanation back then. Perhaps sensing her thoughts, Xiao Mo smiled gently. You need not feel uneasy. It was indeed difficult for me to articulate back then, and your disbelief was understandable. Ultimately, I owe you an apology. Had he been more wary of Jiang Yunwan and not succumbed to his intoxication, such a grand misunderstanding could have been avoided. Now that the misunderstanding was cleared, it was for the best. Otherwise, he would have been at a loss on how to face Jiang Yunwan. Heaven knows, in the days leading up to Yu Bao's birth, he had been hesitant about how to approach Jiang Yunwan and the child openly. We grew up together. I should not have doubted you. Jiang Yunwan sighed. Mo, it is my fault. As the words left her lips, she suddenly recalled that Yu Bao was Xiao Mo's son. Her cheeks flushed. She intended to inquire, but felt it was not the right moment. Given the events of the night, Wu Qingrong would likely have misconstrued matters. She frowned. I fear I may tarnish your reputation. Reputation? Xiao Montauk smirked coldly. He had ascended to his current position in just a decade, not through reputation. Conversely, his standing in the court was one of a treacherous minister in the eyes of many conservatives. What need had he for reputation? Let be, even if he misunderstands. He would dare not act against me. After all, Wu Qingrong has just suffered a broken leg and will need to recuperate for several months. During that time, he will be unable to bother us. For those months, he could adequately accompany Jiang Yunwan and the child. His son, Yu Bao, would naturally grow up by his side. While there were matters he had yet to disclose to Jiang Yunwan, he had already begun to make arrangements in secret. You need not worry about the child. With Fuyun around, no one would dare to bully you both. Knowing that Jiang Yunwan's greatest concern was their son, Xiao Mo provided her with assurance. He had not explicitly stated Yu Bao's connection to him, and Jiang Yunwan hesitated to ask first. What if it turned out to be another misunderstanding? How awkward that would be. That is not a misunderstanding. Yu Bao's small voice echoed in Jiang Yunwan's ears. Mama, I am indeed Daddy's son, the kind that deserves tenfold compensation. Tonight, Daddy saved the beauty and even avenged her. He was simply magnificent. Daddy is incredibly handsome. Jiang Yunwan. She cautiously glanced at Xiao Mo, only to find his expression unreadable, perhaps unable to hear Yu Bao's heartfelt words. Although she did not comprehend why it was only she who could hear, she speculated that perhaps it was due to her and Yu Bao being reborn after suffering in their past lives, which made them somewhat extraordinary. Yet, what that rascal by Ruffung? Why was he also different from others? Could it be that after her death in the previous life, Bai Ruffung encountered misfortune as well and was reborn alongside her, thus making him unique? As she pondered, the carriage came to a steady halt, and the driver respectfully announced, My lord, we have arrived at the minister's residence. Xiao Mo responded with a slight acknowledgement and suddenly grasped Jiang Yunwan's wrist, saying, "Want her." His gaze was intense, but before he could finish his thought, a cry erupted from outside the carriage. Ah, someone come quickly. This is terrible. Chapter 19. The Beginning of Revenge. Xiao Mo immediately straightened up, swallowing the words on his lips. Hearing the commotion outside, Jiang Yunwan lifted the curtain to assess the situation. The noise seemed to be coming from within the residence. Someone, the master is in trouble. Quickly, summon the doctor. The household was in an uproar, suggesting a grave incident had occurred. Recalling how Xiao Mo had instructed Wu Shuang to deal with Wu Qingrong's leg. Could it be that the current chaos was due to Wu Qingrong having his leg broken? Jiang Yunwan's expression quivered slightly as she hurriedly exited the carriage, saying, Mo, let us meet again when time permits. And regarding my parents, I fear I will need your assistance. On the night she gave birth to Yu Bao, her mother encountered an accident on the way back to the Jiang family and had not returned to the minister's residence since. Although she had sent Su Xin to check on them, and her father had sent someone to reassure her, the ruthless nature of Wu Qingrong and his associates left Jiang Yunwan genuinely worried. Rest assured, I will take care of it. Xiao Mo understood her concerns and assured her not to worry. Despite having countless words to share, he knew this was not the moment for conversation. With Fuyun present, they would not dare to harm her. He had instructed Fuyun that if they faced any difficult situations, she could take decisive action to protect Jiang Yunwan and Yu Bao. No one would stand in their way. All right, it was not the time for sentimentality. Jiang Yunwan nodded, glancing at Fuyun, who was carrying Yu Bao as they entered the minister's residence without looking back. The carriage from the Wei Yuan Marquis' residence remained parked outside, showing no signs of departure. Jiang Yunwan did not immediately visit Wu Qingrong, but instead instructed Fuyun to take good care of Yu Bao before heading to Wu Qingrong's quarters. Miss, Fuyun, unable to quell her anxiety, insisted, I will accompany you. No need. Jiang Yunwan gently shook her head. She intended to bring Su Xin along to see Wu Qingrong, so Su Xin followed closely behind her. There were certain matters she preferred not to discuss in front of Su Xin. Casting a sidelong glance at Su Xin, Jiang Yunwan said to Fuyun, It is getting late. Please take good care of Yu Bao. For some reason, I have an unsettling feeling, as if someone may pose a threat to him. Su Xin felt a chill run down her spine, not daring to breathe. Ever since Fuyun had entered Yunshuang's courtyard to attend to Jiang Yunwan, Su Xin had become an extraneous presence, as Jiang Yunwan took Fuyun with her for everything. Hearing Jiang Yunwan's words, Su Xian thought, could it be that she was unaware that young Master Yu Bao had been swapped? She cautiously glanced at Jiang Yunwan and then reassured Fuyun, rest assured, I can take good care of the miss. What if Fuyun was associated with the third princess? No matter, Jiang Yunwan now valued Fuyun more, leaving her, the houseborn maid, feeling sidelined. In due time, when Jiang Yunwan discovered that Yu Bao had been exchanged early on, Fuyun would not escape unscathed. Su Qin Kudanchit had feasts, bowing her head to conceal the darkness in her eyes. Although she was a houseborn maid of the Jiang family, she had not been with Jiang Yunwan since childhood. Naturally, she was unaware of the relationship between Xiao Mo and Jiang Yunwan, nor did she know that Fuyun was actually Xiao Mo's person. However, in recent days, seeing Jiang Yunwan's trust in Fuyun exceeding her own had driven her to madness with jealousy. She seemed to have forgotten that she was the one who betrayed Jiang Yunwan first. Fuyun discreetly withdrew her gaze. Yes, Mississippi. Jiang Yunwan then led Su Xian to Wu Qingrong's room. Before they entered, they were met with a strong metallic scent of blood. The room was in chaos, filled with people. Standing at the doorway, she noticed that the Wu family elders had rushed over during the night, and Su Xinro was speaking with them. Even Su Xuyan, who had not left her room since giving birth, was present. The doctor and servants crowded around the bed, leaving little space to stand. Madame Wu had always looked down upon Jiang Yunwan. When Wu Qingrong sought to marry her, she was the first to oppose. She disdained the daughters of merchant families, despite Jiang Yunwan being raised exceptionally well. Only recently, when Su Xinro and Su Xuyan came to acknowledge their kinship and learned that Jiang Yunwan was actually the daughter of a Bai family, did Madame Wu finally regard her with some respect. It was unclear what they discussed, but at that moment, Madame Wu's expression was extraordinarily grim. Ronger is so severely injured. Why hasn't Tia's wife come to care for him? Someone, hurry up. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yunwan entered, saying, Mother, there is no need to send for anyone. I am here. Su Xuyan and the others immediately turned to look at the entrance. Jiang Yunwan, holding a silk handkerchief, tears glistening in her eyes, lamented, hearing that my husband is in critical condition. Even though I am unwell after childbirth, I must come to see him off for the last time. My discomfort is inconsequential, but my poor husband's life is so short. As she spoke, she wiped her tears and hurried to the bedside, crying, Husband, do not leave me behind. Our child has just been born. How can you be so heartless as to abandon us? Witnessing this, Madame Wu and the others exchanged glances. Even Su Xian was taken aback. The miss had remained composed all along. Why was she suddenly in tears upon entering? No one had told her that Wu Qingrong was on the verge of death. Jiang Yunwan's performance was astounding, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Your father and mother have never liked me, a mere merchant's daughter. They only recently urged me to acknowledge my true lineage. Even so, I have never received your parents' respect. Jiang Yunwan collapsed onto Wu Qingrong, continuing to sob. At this point, Wu Qingrong had already lost consciousness due to the excruciating pain. The doctor had barely managed to stop the bleeding, and Jiang Yunwan's sudden movement caused the wound to reopen, quickly staining the sheets with blood. The doctor struggled to reattach Wu Qingrong's leg, only for Jiang Yunwan to inadvertently break it again. Even in his unconscious state, Wu Qingrong winced in pain. Husband, please wake up, Jiang Yunwan cried, tears streaming down her face as she slapped his cheeks to rouse him. Her strikes were hard, soon leaving Wu Qingrong's face swollen. Yet no one was concerned about her intentions, whether she was genuinely distraught or deliberately punishing him. Jiang Yunwan's cries had successfully changed the expressions of everyone present. Particularly, Madame Wu and Su Xinro's faces were exceptionally dark. One felt humiliated by Jiang Yunwan, revealing their disdain for her due to her background, while the other was angered that Madame Wu and her family looked down upon the Jiang family as a merchant household, let alone the Bai family's esteemed lineage. Knowing that Jiang Yunwan was now the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, how could they still treat her with such disdain? Women are often overly sensitive. With 3 women in the room, each harboring their thoughts, they did not rush to stop Jiang Yunwan. However, Su Xuyan's eyes flickered, and she gently advised Yunwan, Qingrong will be fine. He won't die. Do not worry too much. Her words, rather than providing comfort, only served to provoke Jiang Yunwan further. Chapter 20. Willing to take the blame. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yunwan wiped her tears and, sobbing, looked at Su Xuan. I heard from Su Xin that you have been getting along well with my husband lately. Su Xin, standing at the door, froze. What did she say such things? Jiang Yunwan. Is this not pushing her into a fiery pit? Initially, I was skeptical, urging Su Xining to refrain from reckless talk. After all, you are my elder brother's widow and should maintain a respectful distance from your late husband. Presently, Jiang Yunwan seems to unleash her wrath upon anyone she encounters. It's not just Su Xuyan. If Su Xinro were to overstep her bounds, she would show no mercy. In her past life, her indecisiveness and excessive concern for familial ties led to her failure in protecting Yu Bao, resulting in her tragic demise at the hands of Bai Rufeng. In this lifetime, she vows not to repeat the same mistakes. Hearing my sister-in-law affectionately call for her husband, I couldn't help but feel a flicker of gratitude. Thank you, sister-in-law, for your concern for my husband. It is a gesture of goodwill towards both me and my brother. Jiang Yunwan choked back her tears, recalling how my sister-in-law had given birth on the same day as I did. I struggled to rise from my bed, yet my sister-in-law appeared to have recovered remarkably well, arriving to visit her husband before me. Su Xuyan's expression grew increasingly awkward. I haven't expressed my gratitude to my sister-in-law yet. Perhaps I should bow in respect. With that, Jiang Yunwan attempted to rise and kneel before Su Xuyan. Yunwan, what are you doing? Su Xuyan exclaimed in panic. Those previous words had already left her feeling flushed. Who would have thought that Jiang Yunwan would insist on kneeling before so many witnesses? Was she not placing her on the grill? Get up quickly. Su Xian nervously glanced at Su Xinro, and both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law hurriedly assisted Jiang Yunwan to her feet. However, as Jiang Yunwan stood, a silver needle stealthily pierced Su Xuyan's calf. Still weeping, she lamented, "My fate is so bitter, to become a widow at such a young age." Su Xuyan felt a sudden sharp pain in her calf, but it was fleeting. Before she could contemplate it further, Madame Wu stormed over, ready to slap Jiang Yunwan. "What nonsense are you spouting? How could Ronger possibly be dead? Are you cursing him? Mother, I'm so scared that you're going to hit me." Jiang Yunwan appeared utterly frightened. Trembling, she grasped Su Xinro's hand, pulling her close while hiding behind her. Su Xinro stumbled, barely steadying herself, only to receive Madame Wu's slap across her face. Fueled by rage, Madame Wu delivered the blow without restraint. The sound of the slap echoed, and with a pained cry, Su Xinro collapsed against Suoli's shoulder. The sudden pain in Su Xuyan's calf caused her to falter, leading her to fall as well. In that chaotic moment, she instinctively grabbed Madame Wu's hand. Thus, the three women fell to the ground, and the room erupted into disorder. After enduring the slap, Su Xinro's complexion soured, yet she managed to pull herself up, saying, "Mother-in-law, since Ronger is fine, Xuyan and I will take our leave. We wouldn't want to impose further." Although she found Madame Wu intolerable, she dared not voice her discontent, fearing that Madame Wu might expel them from the residence of the assistant minister. The Bai family ancestral home had already been pawned to settle gambling debts, and they had yet to redeem it. They were not only homeless, but also burdened with debts. Should Bai Dongqing discover this, both she and Su Xuyan risked being thrown out, as they departed in disgrace. Madame Wu ground her teeth in fury, utterly incensed. "This is your family. They are utterly shameless." Su Xinro and the others escaped, leaving Jiang Yunwan as the target for Madame Wu's ire. She glared at Jiang Yunwan with seething anger, declaring, "Tomorrow, I want them all out of the assistant minister's residence." "Yes, mother," Jiang Yunwan sniffed, feigning a pitiful demeanor. "It is the daughter-in-law's fault. I should not have allowed them to stay in the assistant minister's residence. I will see to it that they leave tomorrow." After all, it was Madame Wu who wanted Su Xinro and the others gone. What did it matter to her? As for that little bastard, Madame Wu likely still believed that the child was the offspring of Wu Qingrong and Su Xuyan. Jiang Yunwan continued to cry into her handkerchief, "Doctor, what is the condition of my husband?" "Well," the doctor hesitated before shaking his head. Sighing, he replied, "Madame Wu, the assistant minister has sustained a broken leg." "A broken leg?" Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. Wasn't it Xiao Mo who had ordered Wu Qingrong's leg to be broken outright? How could the doctor now claim it was merely broken from a fall? No wonder even the elder Wu couple had not mentioned anything regarding the Marquis of Wei Yuan. They were evidently unaware that Wu Qingrong's injury was orchestrated by Xiao Mo. Indeed, hadn't the servants reported that they found the assistant minister intoxicated, having fallen into the latrine and broken his leg? The doctor explained, "Jiang Yunwan, It seems that Wu Shuang's actions are quite meticulous. Not only did they act ruthlessly, but they also managed to silence everyone, leaving no trace leading back to Xiao Mo. Given Wu Qingrong's foul stench and his penchant for heavy drinking, wouldn't his drunken fall into the latrine and subsequent leg injury make for a perfect excuse? She raised an eyebrow, tension building as she inquired, then, what is my husband's current condition? While it is not life-threatening, it is quite likely that he may suffer a lifelong disability, the doctor lamented. He had just set Wu Qingrong's leg, but inadvertently. Madame Wu's daughter-in-law had caused it to be broken again. Even if he were to reset the bone now, it might be of no use. That is good. That is good. Jiang Yunwan sighed in relief, grateful that her husband would not die. Even if he were to become a cripple in the future, she would remain steadfastly by his side, caring for him for a lifetime. She would ensure Wu Qingrong receive the utmost care. Rising from her seat, she signaled for the doctor to continue treating Wu Qingrong. As Su Xining leaned in to catch a glimpse of the situation, Jiang Yunwan unexpectedly delivered a slap across her face. Mississippi. Su Xining, caught off guard, fell to the ground, covering her face. She looked at Jiang Yunwan in disbelief. Miss, wretched girl, now that my husband is safe, why did you curse him, saying he was going to die? You made me worry so. Jiang Yunwan towered over her. You tell me, did you deserve this punishment? Miss, Su Xining was filled with a mix of anger and indignation. When had she ever cursed Wu Qingrong to die? Throughout, she had not even uttered a word. The entire charade was orchestrated by Jiang Yunwan, yet she was the one receiving the blows. In her desperation, Su Xining was about to defend herself. But upon meeting Jiang Yunwan's icy gaze, the words died in her throat. The lead on her brother was still in Jiang Yunwan's hands. She had no choice but to take the blame. Thus, Su Xining could only sob and admit her fault. Seeing her compliance, Jiang Yunwan finally helped her up. It appeared that Su Xining possessed a degree of intelligence. This was just the beginning of her taking the fall for Jiang Yunwan. In the future, she would bear countless burdens on Jiang Yunwan's path of revenge. Those who betrayed her would not escape unscathed. Chapter 21. Speaking in Code. You did not thoroughly investigate the matter before reporting back to me, but you are well aware that Mother harbors ill feelings towards me, and I am still in confinement, physically weak and unable to rise, causing me endless worry. Jiang Yunwan cast a sidelong glance at Madame Wu. Noticing the latter's grim expression, she secretly scoffed. Su Xingding, you are my maid of honor. You should be more considerate of my plight. In this vast residence of the assistant minister, aside from you, I have no one else to trust. Jiang Yunwan sighed, patting the back of Su Xining's hand. Your pain reflects upon my heart. If today's incident were to leave me with lingering worries or postnatal complications, what shall I do? Su Xining opened her mouth, Mississippi. She felt that ever since Jiang Yunwan gave birth, she had transformed into a different person. Her scoldings seemed to carry veiled meanings. If others do not care for my well-being, do you not care either? Such indifference is truly disheartening. Jiang Yunwan continued to sigh, even shedding a few tears. Looking exceedingly wronged, Madame Wu had initially intended to seize the opportunity to reprimand Jiang Yunwan thoroughly, but to her surprise, this wretched girl turned the blame on Su Xian, subtly criticizing her. If only there were no outsiders present. The doctor was a stranger, after all, for the sake of the Wu family's reputation. Madame Wu nearly ground her teeth in frustration, forcing herself to suppress the fury surging within her. Enough, she said sternly, gritting her teeth. Right now, Ronger is unconscious. So Yunwan, you should speak less. It is best if Ronger recovers. It is late. You should return to care for the child. You are still in confinement and need to rest well. But mother, regarding my husband, Jiang Yunwan hesitated. Your father and I are here, Madame Wu snapped, still clenching her teeth. Go back. Yes, mother. Jiang Yunwan ceased her objections and turned to leave. Madame Wu's expression darkened. Did she truly think she could just leave without so much as a polite word? Jiang Yunwan hurried out the door, fearing Madame Wu might change her mind and ask her to stay and care for Wu Qingrong. She was well aware of how furious Madame Wu was at that moment. Once outside Wu Qingrong's courtyard, Jiang Yunwan coldly wiped away the remnants of her tears. Since she had struck Su Xian earlier, the girl had been following closely behind her, head bowed, concealing her expression. Yet, Jiang Yunwan could distinctly sense Su Xian's resentment and discontent. Suxing, Mississippi, Su Xian quickly caught up with her. Noticing her swollen cheek, Jiang Yunwan gently inquired, does it still hurt? Su Exan hesitated, nodding and then shaking her head, tears welling up in her eyes, looking exceptionally pitiful. I am not in pain. Very much so, I suppose. Do not hold it against me, Jiang Yunwan sighed. To be frank, I have perceived that the current minister's residence is no longer what it used to be. My husband does not treat me as he once did. Su Exan's eyes flickered slightly. Could it be that Miss truly knew something? You are a maid I brought from the Jiang family. If our master-servant bond is not strong, I fear that in this minister's residence, we will be left with nothing but scraps. Mississippi. Su Exan summoned her courage, cautiously probing. What do you mean? On the day I gave birth, I vaguely heard Wu Qingrong mention something about my child, Jiang Yunwan said, furrowing her brow as she scrutinized Su Exan. Su Exan was a person of the Jiang family. She was eager to see if this girl had any conscience and whether she would turn back. I am worried. It feels as though all the people in the minister's residence are plotting against us mother and child. Su Exan, you're the only one I can trust. Jiang Yunwan grasped Su Exan's hand tightly, speaking softly. If I do not take you as my ally, do you think my mother would spare me any trouble? If anything happens to me, you too will be in danger. I do this to protect you. Su Exan, caught off guard by the sudden candor, began to display signs of panic in her rigid expression. Since Jiang Yunwan had heard Wu Qingrong's intentions regarding her child, did she also know that Su Exan had been compromised? Did she know what she had done to assist them? Did she realize that the young master Yu Bao had already been switched? Overwhelmed by guilt and fear, Su Exan could hardly think about the earlier incident of being struck. If you are in trouble, what will happen to your brother? This morning I received news that your brother was abducted from the capital years ago. I can only imagine his life has been miserable. I have already dispatched someone to bring your brother back to the capital, Jiang Yunwan declared. Su Exan's heart leaped with joy. Miss, truly? Would I deceive you? Thank you, miss. I am grateful for your great kindness, Su Exan exclaimed, kneeling in excitement. As long as the miss could rescue her brother, she would be willing to sacrifice everything. It was indeed optimal that she was willing to sacrifice. If in the past, Su Exan had not only been disloyal, but had even caused her downfall, then in this lifetime, Jiang Yunwan would ensure she paid tenfold. Jiang Yunwan smiled faintly, pulling her up. Just remember, I am your mistress and shall never harm you. If others offer you promises, they are merely attempting to manipulate you for their own ends. Only I possess the resources to bring your brother back. Jiang Yunwan was not lacking in wealth. She intended to use her riches to forge a path through this den of wolves known as the minister's residence. Yes, miss, I understand. Souci Deplaith. Tears brimming with emotion. When the two returned to Yunshuang courtyard, Yu Bao was already asleep, gazing at the cherubic face of the little one. Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but gently pinch his cheek. Fuyun, Su Exan, look at how sweetly Yu Bao sleeps. As long as he is safe and sound, I will be completely satisfied. Indeed, Mississippi, Su Exan observed Yu Bao's cherubic face, her expression filled with complexity. She felt conflicted, unsure whether to inform Jiang Yunwan that this little cherub was not Yu Bao at all. She believed that Wu Qingrong and the others had switched the two children, and this little one was by Rufeng. Little did she know, Jiang Yunwan had already seen through their scheme and had countered it with a clever plan. Not only had she successfully reclaimed Yu Bao, but she had also convinced Su Shuiyin that the child in her room was indeed Yu Bao. In the past, when Yu Bao was born, they had failed to eliminate him, causing Su Shuiyin considerable frustration. She was fixated on the idea that if she could eliminate that little one, the minister's residence would only have Bai Rufeng as a child. Her son would then rightfully become Jiang Yunwan's son. At that point, everything belonging to the Jiang family would be in their grasp. Thus, Su Shuiyin relentlessly tormented that little one. But that is a story for another time. The next day, Jiang Yunwan awoke early. At dawn, she made a decision that would leave everyone astounded. Chapter 22. Using a knife to kill. Since Su Xinro and Su Shuiyin had shamelessly moved into the minister's residence, Jiang Yunwan had instructed her servants to prepare the adjacent kiuj for the two women to settle in. They had been living there for several months, and no one had suggested leaving. After all, the Bai family's ancestral home had long been pawned by Su Xinro to pay off gambling debts. They had nowhere else to go. Last night, Su Shuiyin had let Bai Rufeng go hungry throughout the night, ignoring his cries and refusing to allow the wet nurse to feed him. By the time the little one finally closed his eyes, it was unclear whether he had fallen asleep from exhaustion or had fainted from hunger. In any case, Kiuj had been quiet for most of the night. At this moment, Su Xuyin leaned against the headboard sipping nourishing soup, while Su Xinro pinched by Ruffing to check if he had merely fainted or truly passed out from hunger. She pinched him quite hard, causing by Ruffing to grunt in pain, his eyes opening in displeasure. Not dead yet. Su Xinro pouted, her face filled with malice. I thought a day and night without milk would have done the little bastard in. What a survivor. By Ruffing felt a mix of anger and grievance. What little bastard? Wasn't he the child of Su Xuyin and Wu Qingrong? How could she insult her own bloodline? After a day and night without food, he was on the brink of starvation. Struggling to clench his fists, he let out a hoarse cry. After crying for a day and night, his voice was already raspy. Unfortunately, he was still too small to articulate his grievances, so all he could do was wail. Still crying? Su Xinro, annoyed by his cries, slapped his legs twice. You little brat, you've known nothing but crying since birth. Do you think we are treating you poorly? If it weren't for the fear of making a scene, I would have suffocated you ages ago. Su Xuyin was also irritated by the noise. Yu Bao's voice was inherently resonant, and just 2 days prior at the Chuyu Pavilion, she had been wailing day and night, to the point of driving herself into a state of nerve exhaustion. She hastily waved her hand, instructing the wet nurse to take by roughing away, exclaiming, "Do not let me hear his cries. My head is about to explode." The wet nurse, trembling with fear, carried the child away. Before Su Xinro had the chance to speak, she saw Su Xin enter with a complicated expression. Madame Bai, Madame Sao Bai, my lady has instructed that the servants come to pack your belongings, and you must vacate the minister's residence by lunchtime at the latest. She hesitated. Your lady? Su Xinro was momentarily taken aback. Su Xin had never referred to Jiang Yunwan as my lady. Su Xinro initially thought Jiang Yunwan was the one orchestrating their expulsion and was about to scold loudly when Su Xuyin inquired. Su Xin, are you saying it is Madame Wu who wants to drive us away? Indeed, Madame Xiao Bai, Su Xin replied, clenching her hands and biting her lip. My lady said that even though you two are the biological mother and sister-in-law of my young lady, there is no reason for you to overstay your welcome. Being guests for so long can only mean you're guests. It's time to leave. One cannot indefinitely reside in the minister's residence, as it invites scandal. Not to mention the current financial difficulties. What did you say? She intends to expel us. Su Xinro sprang to her feet, demanding, what does your young lady say? Has Jiang Yunwan not spoken a kind word to retain us? This is the minister's residence, not the residence of a grand secretary. A grand secretary's wife can only assert her authority within her own household. What right does she have to act as the mistress here? Even if we are to leave, it should be my daughter who tells us to go. Why should we abide by her wishes? At that moment, Su Xinro finally recalled that Jiang Yunwan was indeed her daughter. With a cold expression, she declared, no, I must confront that girl Yunwan and demand clarity. How dare she treat me this way? Su Xin hurriedly stopped her, saying, Madame Bai, please do not trouble the young lady. Yesterday, my lady scolded her quite severely, and the young lady is feeling aggrieved. With the young master in a state of unconsciousness, the young lady cannot take charge. It would be futile for you to seek her out. Su Xinro clenched her jaw, truly perplexed that Madame Wu intended to expel them. Is that so? Su Xin nodded, though her gaze drifted nervously toward the window. In her fury, Su Xinro remained oblivious to Su Xin's unease. She turned to Su Xuyin and whispered, Xuyin, stay calm. I refuse to believe they can simply toss us out. No matter what, Yunwan will shield us. Even now, she fixated on placing all the pressure onto Jiang Yunwan's shoulders. Even if Su Xin had already betrayed Jiang Yunwan, she couldn't help but feel a sense of injustice for her. Since Su Xinro had spoken thus, Su Xuyin said nothing more and comfortably reclined again. Su Xin, go tell Yunwan that I am her biological mother. Xu Yin is her sister-in-law and cousin, and this child is her own nephew. Su Xinro began to engage in moral coercion, stating, currently, we have nowhere to go. If she truly has the heart to see us wandering the streets, we shall leave immediately. However, she cannot simply stand by. Su Xin sighed. Yes, Madame Bai. She hurried back to report to Jiang Yunwan. By a twist of fate, she encountered a servant of Madame Wu leaving the Yunshuang courtyard. Su Xin's heart sank. She rushed inside. Miss, what happened? Fu Yun was tending to Yu Bao, while Jiang Yunwan sat at the table, wiping her tears. Just now, my mother sent someone to convey that if my mother and sister-in-law do not leave the minister's residence today, I and Yu Bao shall be expelled. What? Su Xin was taken aback. Why is my lady being so aggressive? You are the mistress of the minister's residence. How can one expel the mistress? You know well that my mother has always looked down upon my background, Jiang Yunwan replied with a bitter smile. What can I do? Recalling how Madame Wu had consistently disregarded Jiang Yunwan over the past 2 years, Su Xin began to sympathize with her. But miss, the Wu family has taken so much money from you over these 2 years. How can they treat you like this? Is that not heartless? Enough. Jiang Yunwan choked back her tears. If my mother does not leave today, it is likely that we will be the ones cast out, becoming the subject of ridicule. Su Xinro was using her as a shield, exerting pressure onto Su Xin. After all, Su Xin was currently their lackey, so let them engage in their own infighting. While Wu Qingrong remained unconscious and Madame Wu was still in the minister's residence, it was the perfect opportunity for her to wield this situation to her advantage. After all, Su Xinro was quite concerned about her own image. To remain in the minister's residence, she dared not confront Madame Wu directly, fearing she would be humiliated. Su Xin, I know of your loyalty, but before Jiang Yunwan could finish, a loud crash echoed from the corner. She quickly turned to see a broom had been accidentally knocked over, startling Jiang Yunwan. Upon noticing her, the intruder hastily attempted to flee. Unfortunately, before they could turn, Fu Yun seized the collar and tossed them before Jiang Yunwan like a chick. Miss, I just discovered this girl sneaking into the Yunchuan courtyard. It turned out she had intentionally been eavesdropping. Jiang Yunwan focused intently, her ears catching Su Xin's gasp. Chunyin, why are you here? This Chunyin was none other than Su Xiuyin's personal maid. Chunyin, what mischief are you up to sneaking around the Yunchuan courtyard? Did your sister-in-law send you to eavesdrop? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow. Chunyin remained silent, glaring fiercely at Su Xin. You, Su Xin, you claim to serve the Bai family, yet dare to betray my household behind my back. Before she could finish her sentence, Su Xin swiftly covered her mouth. Su Xin was filled with fear and guilt. If Chunyin were to expose her betrayal of Jiang Yunwan publicly, it would mean her demise. You speak nonsense. Su Xin, drenched in sweat, anxiously glanced at Jiang Yunwan. Miss, I meant to say my loyalty to the Bai family stems from your recognition of your ancestry. You are indeed a legitimate daughter of the Bai family, and I have always been loyal to you. Indeed, Jiang Yunwan replied with a knowing smile, nodding as if she held no suspicions toward Su Xin. I understand. If nothing is amiss, let Chunyin return. Upon hearing that Chunyin might be allowed to leave just like that, Su Xin's expression shifted slightly. But miss, she just eavesdropped. If she simply let this girl go, how would Su Xinro and the others let it slide? If they did not release her, would they resort to killing to silence her? The mere suggestion of killing sent Su Xin's face pale. Miss, are you suggesting? Isn't that your idea, Su Xin? If you do not let her go, then killing to silence her is the only option left. You seem to have considered this in greater detail. I shall leave this matter in your hands. Su Xin's body stiffened. That day, under duress, she had taken lethal action. This incident had left a significant psychological scar. Before she could recover from that ordeal, Jiang Yunwan now wanted her to eliminate Su Xiuyin's maid. Miss, I cannot bear to commit murder. Su Xin trembled, feeling as though her garments were clinging to her body with sweat. Her hands shook uncontrollably. Miss, perhaps we should just let this go? Let it go. Jiang Yunwan scoffed. I would love to let it go. Even if they discover today's events, my sister-in-law and mother will not dare to act against me. But you, I cannot guarantee your safety. Su Xin's eyes widened with realization. Indeed, Su Xinro was not someone to be trifled with. She could bear to harm her own daughter, Jiang Yunwan. Yet she also had her grandson, Yu Bao, to consider. After all, he was her own flesh and blood. Not to mention, she was merely his servant. Chunyin was utterly terrified. How could she have anticipated that the usually obedient Jiang Yunwan would reveal such a ruthless side today? Su Xin, how dare you? Chunyin immediately began to struggle. If you dare to do anything to me. But before she could finish her words, Su Xin swiftly delivered a heavy slap, knocking Chunyin to the ground. Subsequently, Su Xin took out a handkerchief from her sleeve and forcefully stuffed it into Chunyin's mouth. Rest assured, miss, I shall ensure that not a single drop leaks. A glint of malice flashed in her eyes as she prepared to drag Chunyin away, only to be seized by Jiang Yunwan, who urged her to act more decisively. Killing one person is no different from killing two. Under her piercing gaze, Su Xin steeled herself and replied affirmatively, binding Chunyin and pulling her out of the Yunchuan courtyard. At that moment, Fu Yun emerged, cradling Yu Bao. Miss, she whispered, her tone tinged with confusion. Can we truly rely on Su-Shin for such matters? Perhaps it would be better for me to handle it. For her, taking a life was as trivial as slaughtering a chicken. Moreover, her accusations were merely to protect Jiang Yunwan and Yu Bao. Anyone who dared to threaten them would face her wrath. Observing the murderous intent in her eyes, Jiang Yunwan gently shook her head. Why sully our hands? Besides, I have seen Su-Shin's ruthlessness today. She will undoubtedly show no mercy. A faint smile graced her lips as she mused. Chunyin is no simple character. Chunyin was a maidservant brought from the Su family in the borderlands as part of Su Shuiyan's dowry. That little wretch had been utterly devoted to Su Shuiyan, providing her with numerous ideas to solve her troubles. Among them, the scheme to swap Yu Bao with Bairufu was the first idea Chunyin had conceived. This little wretch had tested her patience time and again. Had it not been for the lack of an opportune moment these past few days, she would have dealt with her long ago. Today, fate had delivered her right into her hands, and she intended to send her on her way. Her scheming mind was far more astute than Su Shuiyan's. Eliminating Chunyin would be akin to severing Su Shuiyan's arm. The smile on Jiang Yunwan's face grew increasingly frigid. In this lifetime, she would spare no one who dared to obstruct her path or stand against her. Fu Yun understood her intentions and handed Yu Bao to her. Miss, please spend quality time with the young master. I shall check if Su-Shin requires any assistance. Su-Shin was already in cahoots with Su Shuiyan. What if she feigned loyalty to Jiang Yunwan while secretly informing Su Shuiyan of her plans? Fu Yun harbored no faith in her so-called loyalty. Jiang Yunwan accepted Yu Bao and turned back towards the room. Mother is truly clever. As expected, upon entering, the little one began to babble. His chubby face radiated joy, and his clear little voice rang out melodiously. Clever? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow. It hardly sounded like a compliment to her ears. Su-Shin is still on Mother S' side, yet she conspires with the wolves. Baby is so furious. Mother is wise to incite discord among them, letting them tear each other apart. To her surprise, the little one grasped her intentions, proving that a mother and child truly shared a bond. Jiang Yunwan gazed fondly at the little bundle in her arms, her affection deepening. Indeed, he was her own flesh and blood. In her previous life, she had devoted herself entirely to that little scoundrel, Bairufu, believing him to be her true son, even willing to sacrifice her life for him. Who could have foreseen that her life would ultimately be claimed by him? Fortunately, in this lifetime, she had safeguarded Yu Bao, successfully swapping her precious son back. Up until now, Wu Qingrong and the others remained oblivious to the fact that Bairufu had already been sent away. In these past few days, Su Shuiyan had tormented her own son. Even if the wolves cannot be driven away, it matters not. Mother has already achieved her goal. The little one continued to cheer. Jiang Yunwan was somewhat taken aback. Could this little rascal truly see through her heart? He not only understood that she sought to incite Su Shinro and the others against Su-Shin, allowing them to deal with her and spare her own hands from becoming sullied. To her astonishment, the little one also recognized that she was using Wu Madam to contend with Su Shinro, inciting further chaos among them. In this manner, she could enjoy a moment of peace. At the very least, for the time being, no one would dare to confront her. Just as she contemplated this, Su-Shin burst in, covered in blood. Miss, something terrible has happened. Chapter 24. Eliminating her strategist, Su-Shin was in a state of panic, trembling as she exclaimed, Miss, Chunyin is not dead. She escaped. She has returned to report to Bai Madam. What should I do? What should I do? Seeing her in such disarray, it was evident that she had indeed intended to eliminate Chunyin. Yet fate had intervened, and Chunyin had narrowly escaped. Miss, please save me. Su-Shin fell to her knees, reaching for Jiang Yunwan's skirt. But as she extended her hand, she quickly withdrew it, stained with blood, crying out, Miss, Bai Madam will kill me. Oh! Jiang Yunwan furrowed her brow. Given that Su-Shin was drenched in blood, she feared it might offend Yu Bao's eyes. Thus, she rose to place Yu Bao in his cradle before casting an annoyed glance at Su-Shin. Did you not claim you would exert every effort? How could you fail at such a trivial task? Miss, I truly did my best. It was merely that Chunyin was too strong. Su-Shin's face was splattered with blood, her eyes filled with terror. Just as she spoke, Fu Yun returned, composed and unperturbed. What is there to fear? Did you not succeed? What do you mean? Su-Shin was taken aback. If I had succeeded, I would not have returned in such a state. Did you not kill Chunyin? Fu Yun stepped behind Jiang Yunwan, smiling as she regarded Su Xin. What are you still afraid of? Su Xin opened her mouth, quickly realizing that Fu Yun had stepped in to finish the job, killing Chunyin. Had Chunyin truly met her end? She paled as she looked at Fu Yun. Truly, she was a person who had witnessed great things. For Fu Yun, taking a life seemed so trivial. Recently, Su Xin had maintained a decent relationship with Chunyin. Recalling just yesterday, they had sat together, laughing and embroidering, playfully teasing one another. Who could have imagined that today she would be compelled to act against Chunyin? She had failed to deliver the fatal blow, yet Chunyin had still perished by her hand. Must I continue to coax you? Fu Yun smirked. Su Xin, you are indeed fervently loyal to the Mississippi. You claimed you would kill Chunyin, and you truly did it. After all, she was once your dear sister. Su Xin's body went limp as she collapsed onto her calves. She stared blankly at Fu Yun, watching her mouth move, yet hearing none of the words. Soon, her vision darkened, and she fainted on the ground. Miss, had I been a moment later, that little wretch would have returned to inform them. Fu Yun stepped out from behind Jiang Yunwan. Her tone was grave. I have already investigated. It was Chunyin who had ulterior motives, secretly eavesdropping on the Mississippi. She was not sent by Su Xiuyan. Thus, even if Chunyin were to perish, Su Xiuyan would remain oblivious to her whereabouts. Jiang Yunwan sneered. I thought as much. Could Su Xiuyan truly harbor such thoughts? Reflecting on both her past and present lives, she realized that Su Xiuyan had ultimately replaced her, becoming Wu Qingrong's new wife and rightfully claiming the title of Madam of the Minister. She even openly acknowledged her relationship with Bai Rufu and his mother, all thanks to her own cunning. With Su Xinro providing her counsel and Wu Qingrong at her beck and call, Bai Rufu, now grown, was not to be underestimated. Moreover, there was her strategist, Chunyin. Disposing of Chunyin early would sever Su Xiuyan's retreat. Jiang Yunwan mused, it is for the best. She smiled faintly. Even if they chose to linger today, they would likely hesitate to act. At present, Wu Qingrong lay in a deep coma, while Madame Wu watched them with hawkish eyes. Even Su Xinro, no matter how unruly, would not dare to instigate trouble at this moment. Let Su Xian keep a close watch on them. Should they make a move, she would reveal the news of Chunyin's demise. Meanwhile, she planned to return to the Jiang family with Yu Bao. Xiao Imo mentioned that her mother had been so frightened that she remained unconscious for an entire day and night before regaining her senses. Initially, her mother insisted on accompanying her, but given her frail condition, Jiang Yunwan could not rest easy. Xiao Imo sent Fu Yun to assist, so the matter was temporarily set aside. But miss, you must take care of your health. You are still in confinement. Fu Yun expressed her concern. How could a new mother like Jiang Yunwan find any peace? Tirelessly attending to matters day in and day out? Confinement? Jiang Yunwan chuckled bitterly. Do you believe I can truly rest during this time? I am not as fortunate as Su Xiuyan, who can recuperate in bed. Su Xiuyan was detestable, yet undeniably fortunate. They had given birth on the same day. While she was overwhelmed with tasks, Su Xiuyan could rest, appearing in public only yesterday. Fu Yun, I feel disgruntled and unwilling. With that, Jiang Yunwan opened the bedside drawer and retrieved a pristine porcelain vial. She poured out a snow-white pill. I administered a small punishment to her yesterday, but it was insufficient for my satisfaction. With this pill added, my resentment will dissipate considerably. She wished to make Su Xiuyan's life unbearable, to endure 100-fold of her own suffering. Jiang Yunwan did not instruct Fu Yun to take action, yet Fu Yun immediately accepted the pill, assuring her, Miss, do not worry. Jiang Yunwan smiled in satisfaction. Xiao Imo truly understood her like no other. Aware of Su Xian's betrayal, he sent Fu Yun, who was 100 times more capable. Since giving birth, she had not returned to the Jiang family to check on her mother. Although Xiao Imo assured her that her mother was fine, Jiang Yunwan could not shake her concern. If she could not recuperate adequately during confinement, it would be better to visit her mother. Jiang Yunwan sighed silently. At the Jiang family, Jiang Yunwan personally checked her mother's pulse, confirming that she was not gravely ill, merely recovering from shock. Her elder brother was out with their father on business and had yet to return. Her second brother was always away, scarcely seen throughout the year. Fearing that the men would learn of her grievances at the vice minister's residence and rush to confront Wu Qingrong, Jiang Yunwan took the opportunity, while they were absent, to discuss matters with Madame Jiang. Rest assured, daughter, I have already arranged the dowry. Even your father is unaware of what has transpired. Madame Jiang gently patted her hand. Accompanying her, I'm merely worried about you and Yubao. With a sigh, she continued, indeed, it seems the Bodhisattva has intervened, aware that Wu Qingrong and his ilk are nefarious, intending to harm you and Yubao. They must have sent you a dream to warn you. Indeed, Jiang Yunwan managed a choked smile, relieved that no calamity had befallen them. Thank goodness everything is still manageable. In this life, it is my turn to steer the narrative. By the way, mother, noticing Madame Jiang shedding tears, Jiang Yunwan quickly shifted the topic. She wiped her eyes and softly inquired, have you discovered who sought to harm you that night? The expression on Madame Jiang's face grew grave. AMO has already uncovered some leads. Chapter 25, Giving AMO an Opportunity. It seemed that Xiao Mo had indeed visited the Jiang family to check on Madame Jiang. Jiang Yunwan exhaled in relief. Speaking of Xiao Mo, Madame Jiang's eyes gleamed with appreciation. AMO is a good child. I have always believed that he could not have been responsible for what happened years ago. You should give him a chance. Jiang Yunwan felt a pang of emotion. Her mother had said the same long ago, yet she had stubbornly refused to heed anyone's advice. Had it not been for Yu Bao, she might have continued to harbor misunderstandings, just as in her previous life, holding resentment against Xiao Mo until her dying breath. Dear, we have observed how Mo treats you. Your father and I have seen him grow up. We do not wish for you both to remain estranged. In the past, when her mother spoke these words, Jiang Yunwan had impatiently brushed them aside. But now, even realizing it was a misunderstanding was too late. Mother, I have already married and have a child. It is too late for me to give Xiao Mo another chance. Had she not wed Wu Qingrong, perhaps there would have been room for reconciliation with Xiao Mo. Even if she were willing to give him another chance, what difference would it make? He now held a prestigious position, wielding significant power as the Marquis of Wei Yuan. She had heard from Fu Yun that not only did the emperor and empress value Xiao Mo, wishing to betroth the princess to him, but even the empress dowager had intentions of matchmaking for him. She and he were now worlds apart. Mother, do not worry. I will have a good talk with AMO. Jiang Yunwan forced a smile. Since AMO has uncovered some clues, do we know who is behind this? Not quite clear yet. We only know that those involved are ruffians from the streets, notorious for their misdeeds, with not a single good person among them. Madame Jiang spat quietly. Street ruffians? Jiang Yunwan furrowed her brow. Although the Jiang family was the wealthiest in the capital, they had always been charitable and never harbored grudges. How could such ruffians suddenly take issue with the Jiang family? Despite lacking political power, the Jiang family had wealth. Those ruffians were not without sense. How could they dare offend the Jiang family? Precisely. Madame Jiang pondered. AMO has detained and interrogated those ruffians. One committed suicide by biting his tongue, while the other two stubbornly refused to speak, claiming they mistook the target. Mistook the target? Jiang Yunwan laughed in anger. If it were merely a prank, it could be overlooked. Yet those ruffians clearly intended to harm someone. Whether they were deliberately bullying someone or seeking revenge, how could they possibly make a mistake? Jiang Yunwan collected her thoughts. Mother, do not fret. AMO is on her side. She would not let this matter rest easily. Those street ruffians were the most spineless of all. If someone had instigated them, they would not risk their lives to protect that person. Yet before Xiao Mo, they had not revealed the truth. Either there was indeed no instigation, or the one pulling the strings had a significant identity. Jiang Yunwan discreetly averted her gaze. Mother, focus on nurturing your health. There's no need to worry about me and Yu Bao. With Fuyun here, we are safe. Knowing Fuyun was aligned with Xiao Mo, Madame Jiang felt a wave of relief. With AMO secretly protecting you and Yu Bao, I can rest easy. As they spoke, Madame Jiang instructed the servants to prepare dinner, wishing for Jiang Yunwan to dine before returning to the vice minister's residence. If you and Yu Bao could stay a few more days, I would be even happier. Madame Jiang's smile held a touch of reluctance. She understood that once a daughter was married, her movements were not solely her own to dictate. Moreover, despite the Jiang family's wealth, they were not in a position to challenge the Wu family. Madame Jiang felt regret that Jiang Yunwan had not married him, but rather someone like Wu Qingrong, who was mediocre at best, neither here nor there in his career and capabilities. Mother, I will send someone to the vice minister's residence to convey that Yu Bao and I will be staying tonight. Understanding her mother's concerns, Jiang Yunwan smiled. Intending to stay at the Jiang family home for the night, easing her parents' worries. However, before she could finish her sentence, Fuyun appeared at the door, her expression odd. Perhaps not wishing to interrupt the warm moment between mother and daughter, she refrained from entering. Fuyun had always been a composed individual. If not for the unforeseen circumstances, one might not have made an appearance at this moment. Jiang Yunwan understood, rising to leave, but what had happened? Miss, Madame Wu has sent someone to fetch you and the young master back, Fuyun whispered. I have already declined once, but that old woman refuses to leave, insisting on carrying out the lady's orders to bring you both back, or she will remain outside Zhang's door indefinitely. Fuyun was furious, wanted to strike someone. However, given that the Jiang family was situated in the bustling area of Chang'an Street, with a continuous flow of pedestrians outside, any act of aggression would only invite trouble for Jiang Yunwan and the Jiang family. Thus, Fuyun could only suppress her anger and report back. Oh, Jiang Yunwan frowned. She had received permission from Madame Wu to return to the Jiang family today. How could it be that barely an hour after her arrival, Madame Wu had already sent someone to retrieve them? What could have occurred in the household? Could it be something concerning Wu Qingrong? Otherwise, why would Madame Wu be so anxious and insistent on taking them back immediately? No, Fuyun shook her head. Everything in the household is just fine. It was indeed puzzling. For no apparent reason. What could Madame Wu be up to? Su Xinrou's constant meddling had already troubled her. Nonetheless, Su Xinrou was her biological mother. Although she felt no maternal affection towards her, blood ties could not be altered. With the current troubles surrounding Wu Qingrong and Madame Wu's domineering presence, Jiang Yunwan had returned to the Jiang family seeking peace. Miss, there must be something amiss, Fuyun solemnly warned. Madame Wu is not someone to be trifled with. Although Su Xinrou is ruthless, she is presently lacking in confidence. She and Su Xuyin are dependent on others, with nowhere else to turn but the minister's residence. Not only must they find ways to conceal the enormous gambling debts owed to Bai Dongqing, but they also need to extract funds from you to repay their debts, making their actions far less decisive than Madame Wu's. She is certainly a formidable opponent. Could it be that my mother has learned of my intentions to drive her and her kin away under her name? Jiang Yunwan narrowed her eyes. It could hardly be said that she was using her mother's name to expel them. After all, had she not said yesterday that her mother and the others were unwilling to leave? Was there not a proper way to be a guest? She was merely assisting in executing that directive. Given Madame Wu's unwavering stance, Jiang Yunwan realized that she would not relent until she returned to the minister's residence. Not wishing to cause concern for Jiang Madame and the others, she took a deep breath. Very well, let's return. I am eager to see what she intends to do. Chapter 26. He desires Yu Bao and Jiang Yunwan. In her past life, despite Madame Wu's numerous grievances against Jiang Yunwan, she had dutifully served this matron, enduring all her provocations without ever rebelling. Yet even then, she earned no favorable regard from Madame Wu, nor did she escape a tragic fate. Having faced death once, she was unwilling to live with such trepidation again. Jiang Yunwan gathered her thoughts before returning to bid farewell to Jiang Madame. Why are you leaving so soon? Jiang Madame grasped her hand anxiously. Wanner, tell me honestly, has something happened? I overheard you mention Madame. Is your mother-in-law deliberately making things difficult for you? Not at all, Mother, Jiang Yunwan replied, not wanting to burden Jiang Madame with worry. She crafted a reassuring tale, explaining that Madame Wu had merely sent someone to fetch them because Wu Qingrong had awakened and wished to see her and the child. Is that truly the case? Just that? Jiang Madame seemed unconvinced. Of course, Mother. Would I deceive you? With her assurance, Jiang Madame reluctantly nodded, though still doubtful, reminding her to be cautious on her journey. With a heavy heart, Jiang Yunwan stepped outside, only to encounter Xiao Mo, who had just arrived. Their previous night's misunderstandings had been resolved, yet this reunion felt somewhat awkward. Xiao Mo felt guilty towards Jiang Yunwan, and she shared that sentiment. Thus, both bore expressions of discomfort. Mo, what brings you here? I came to visit Aunt Jiang. Xiao Mo glanced at the child in her arms, confirming that this little bundle was indeed his own, and he silently sighed with relief that Su Xinrou had not replaced him. When did you arrive? Why must you leave so soon? Upon entering, Xiao Mo had noticed the waiting maid at the door. He understood that it was Madame Wu attempting to pressure Jiang Yunwan. His expression darkened slightly. Should I escort you back? There's no need, Jiang Yunwan replied, her mind preoccupied with the street thugs. I will handle this. You need not worry, Xiao Mo reassured her, though he would do anything to protect her. He was not part of the Jiang family, and could not fulfill familial duties in front of Jiang Madam and the others. Many matters that reached his ears were beyond his influence. Besides, outsiders were unaware of his connection to the Jiang family. If he frequented the Jiang residence too often, it would arouse suspicion. Having spent 2 years married into the Wu family, Jiang Yunwan had witnessed many unsavory affairs. Amontak, I'm aware of your feelings towards my parents. She gently shook her head. However, I do not wish to involve you. My elder brother's career is just beginning to flourish, while my second brother is often absent, and Ying is still quite young. If I do not keep an eye on these matters, how could I bear it? At her mention of involve, Xiao Mo's gaze flickered. Wanner was treating him like an outsider. The thugs remain imprisoned in this dungeon. Should you not pay them a visit? He furrowed his brow subtly. Jiang Yunwan, burdened with her own thoughts, failed to notice the change in Xiao Mo's demeanor. After a moment's hesitation, she replied, I have matters to attend to today. Perhaps tomorrow. Please take care of them until then. I will visit them when I find the time. She feared that the thugs might not confess, but she was more afraid that they might meet an untimely demise. Having experienced the darker sides of humanity in both lives, she could not afford to be careless. Very well, Xiao Mo said, disliking her overly polite tone. However, knowing she was eager to return to the minister's residence, he added, You're always welcome to come by whenever you have time. He also wished to find a suitable moment to clarify their previous misunderstandings. With Yu Bao's birth, their relationship could not remain so peculiar. He wanted Yu Bao and Jiang Yunwan. They were meant to be his. Should I accompany you back? He asked again, still concerned. Jiang Yunwan felt her cheeks warm slightly. There's no need. Please visit my mother. She surely wishes to speak with you. She was uncertain of how to define her relationship with Xiao Mo. To others, he was the esteemed Wei Yuan Ho, a person whom Wu Qingrong would go to great lengths to please. Yet to her, Xiao Mo still resembled the indifferent, taciturn boy who had caused so much trouble. Having not seen each other for years, and with misunderstandings still lingering, Jiang Yunwan hurriedly sought to leave. Aware that Madame Wu disapproved of her, Xiao Mo refrained from insisting on escorting her to avoid causing her further trouble, instead instructing Wu Shuang to follow her closely. Upon entering the minister's residence, Jiang Yunwan quickly learned that Wu Qingrong had awakened. She entrusted the child to Fuyun and proceeded alone to Wu Qingrong's courtyard. Fearing Madame Wu would seize any opportunity to chastise her, she felt compelled to go. Even though she had rushed to the mansion, Madame Wu still greeted her with coldness. You returned? I sent people to fetch you multiple times without success. What is it? Has the minister's residence become intolerable for you? Or do you no longer regard me as your mother-in-law? Today, Wu Zhong was absent, leaving only Madame Wu by Wu Qingrong's bedside. Knowing your husband is ill, you still have the leisure to return to your family? Despite Jiang Yunwan's desire to maintain composure, Madame Wu's cutting remarks ignited a fire of indignation within her that was difficult to quell. Mother, the daughter-in-law, still remembers how she was permitted by you to return to her family home. Indeed, I did grant permission. But does that mean you can stay there for so long? Since you wish to remain at your maternal home, why return to the minister's residence at all? Madame Wu, filled with anger and embarrassment, declare that only women whose lives are less than satisfactory frequently visit their families. Are you trying to incite gossip, claiming that we, the minister's household, do not treat you well? Her tone was aggressive, yet Wu Qingrong did not intervene. Under ordinary circumstances, he would at least speak in defense of Jiang Yunwan to maintain the facade of a harmonious relationship. However, today he remained silent, allowing Madame Wu to unleash her ire upon Jiang Yunwan. Mother, I do not visit my family often, Jiang Yunwan replied. You may not visit frequently, but you have given birth to a child. Is there no one left in the minister's residence? Do you expect your mother to come and serve you? Madame Wu's anger intensified. Since the birth of Yu Bao, she had not held the child even once. It is said that love extends to all that one cherishes. Conversely, disdain also envelopes all that one scorns. Her disdainful glances at Jiang Yunwan indicated her feelings towards the child she bore. Changing her tone, she glanced outside. I heard that your mother was frightened the other night. What happened? Have you found out the details? The sudden inquiry perplexed Jiang Yunwan, for the relationship between Madame Wu and Jiang's matriarch was not harmonious. Her concern did not stem from genuine care for her mother-in-law. A terrifying suspicion flashed in Jiang Yunwan's mind. Could the incident involving her mother be connected to Madame Wu? Seeing Jiang Yunwan's silence, Madame Wu grew impatient, but suppressed her irritation to continue her probing. Your mother was not injured, was she? Who could be so reckless? They must be dealt with severely. In response to her ambiguous gaze, Jiang Yunwan replied discreetly, "Thank you for your concern, mother. My mother was merely startled and suffered some superficial wounds. She is not in serious danger. The ruffians have been apprehended. My mother mentioned they were taken by the Jingzhao Yin. I believe the mastermind will be uncovered soon." Upon hearing that the ruffians had been taken away by the Jingzhao Yin, Madame Wu's eyes flickered. The Jingzhao Yin was known for his strict and impartial nature. Should he truly be involved, this matter could prove troublesome. Mastermind? Madame Wu frowned. Wasn't it just a few ruffians who scared your mother? What mastermind are you talking about? As Jiang Yunwan prepared to speak, Madame Wu interrupted. Since your mother is fine, there is no need to make a fuss about it. We wouldn't want people to think ill of our Wu family, labeling us as overly sensitive. With that single remark, Jiang Yunwan was convinced that her mother's predicament was undoubtedly linked to Madame Wu. Suppressing her rising fury, she smiled and replied, "Mother, it is not that my mother is making a fuss. The matter has drawn the attention of the Jingzhao Yin. Was Madame Wu not testing her?" Jiang Yunwan felt a sense of doubt and decided to probe Madame Wu in return. The Jingzhao Yin said it was merely a trivial matter, not to be made public. However, we cannot allow anyone to look down upon our Wu family. After all, my father is a minister and my husband is an assistant minister. We must provide an explanation for our family. Madame Wu was taken aback. The Jingzhao Yin was indeed meddling. She intended to use the Wu family's name to silence Jiang Yunwan, but unexpectedly, Jiang Yunwan seized the opportunity to turn the tables against her. Is there truly a mastermind? Must they be detained? Would they coerce a confession? She remarked with displeasure. Just as Jiang Yunwan was about to respond, Wu Qingrong suddenly spoke up. "Are you certain it was the Jingzhao Yin who took them away and not the Marquis of Wei Yuan?" "What do you mean by that?" Jiang Yunwan questioned. "I have heard that Lord Xiao has been frequently visiting the Jiang family these days." "Jiang Yunwan, when did you become involved with the Marquis of Xiao? Are you so eager to put the green hat on me?" At this, Madame Wu was incensed and stood up. She raised her hand to strike Jiang Yunwan, exclaiming, "You wretched girl, how dare you betray my son?" But Jiang Yunwan was no longer the timid new daughter-in-law she had been in the past 2 years. As soon as Madame Wu stood, she sensed an impending attack. Having been chastised by Madame Wu countless times in her previous life, she anticipated the blow. Thus, as Madame Wu lifted her hand, Jiang Yunwan bent down to adjust Wu Qingrong's collar. "Husband, do not be angry." Before she could finish her sentence, Madame Wu's hand came crashing down, and by an unfortunate twist of fate, Jiang Yunwan slightly turned her head, causing the slap to land on Wu Qingrong's face instead. With a sharp crack, silence enveloped the room. Wu Qingrong cried out in pain, inadvertently twisting his leg and wailing in agony. Madame Wu was stunned. "Ongya, are you all right, my husband?" Jiang Yunwan, filled with concern, rushed to soothe Wu Qingrong's face. "Mother, even if you're displeased with me, it is fine to teach me a lesson, but why strike my husband? What does this have to do with him?" Wu Qingrong. Madame Wu. She had not intended to strike Wu Qingrong. She simply did not anticipate that her intended punishment for Jiang Yunwan would result in an unintended consequence. "Mother, how could you be so harsh on your only child?" Jiang Yunwan sobbed, gently blowing on Wu Qingrong's face, feigning deep sympathy. Madame Wu was momentarily speechless. "Husband, do not be angry with your mother. She did not mean it." Wu Qingrong gradually regained his composure. Ignoring his aching cheek, he grasped Jiang Yunwan's wrist, gritting his teeth. "You still have not answered me. What did you get involved with the Marquis of Xiao?" Madame Wu immediately chimed in, "Yes. You have yet to clarify." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Yunwan explained, "Husband, you misunderstand. What kind of person is the Marquis of Xiao? How could I possibly associate with him?" Wu Qingrong was skeptical. "Then why has he been visiting the minister's residence frequently since you gave birth? And why does he often enter and exit the Jiang family?" "It is naturally due to the third princess's request," Jiang Yunwan replied calmly. "The third princess is unable to leave the palace and is quite concerned about me. Thus, she entrusted the Marquis of Xiao to visit and check on my mother." Upon hearing the mention of the third princess, Wu Qingrong's doubts dissipated significantly. After entering the palace yesterday, he noticed the close bond between the third princess and Jiang Yunwan. Furthermore, the third princess's connection with Lord Xiao seemed to be quite significant. He had even heard rumors that the emperor intended to betroth the third princess to the Marquis of Xiao. Thus, It was reasonable for the Marquis of Shao to maintain close ties with the third princess, especially since she was so attentive to Jiang Yunwan. Observing that Wu Qingrong was no longer angry, Jiang Yunwan continued, "Husband, did not the Marquis of Shao also come to see us off yesterday, when we left the palace? It was also at the behest of the third princess." She was confident that Wu Qingrong would not dare to inquire with Shao Yuner or Shao Mo. Wu Qingrong nodded. "I see." He believed her words, but Madame Wu remained unconvinced. She was unaware of the deep sisterly bond between Jiang Yunwan and Shao Yuner. Thus, seeing that Wu Qingrong had calmed down, she quickly interjected, "Ronger, do not be too gullible. The third princess holds a significant status. Would she treat her so kindly? Unless she has some connection with the Marquis of Shao, why would your mother be so overly concerned about her? A mere fright would not warrant such an investigation." Jiang Yunwan found this remark displeasing. Is it not the case that they rely on the Marquis of Shao for support, prompting them to blow this matter out of proportion? If this persists, they may even disregard us entirely. Madame Wu continued to stoke the flames. She originally intended for Wu Qingrong to reprimand Jiang Yunwan, but she never anticipated that not only would she conceal matters from Wu Qingrong, but he too was hiding secrets from them, including the child exchange and his affair with Su Shuiyan, leaving Madame Wu and her husband completely in the dark. "Yesterday, I caught a glimpse of that child from a distance. He bears no resemblance to you at his age, nor does he resemble Jiang Yunwan. It is quite possible that the child is indeed the offspring of her and Lord Shao. You are merely raising someone else's child," Madame whispered. Little did she know that as soon as those words escaped her lips, Wu Qingrong's gaze suddenly shifted to one of guilt. "Mother, please stop. The child is his and Su Shuiyan's. He naturally does not resemble Jiang Yunwan." Wu Qingrong hurriedly interrupted Madame, expressing his belief in Yunwan's integrity, asserting that she and Lord Shao are certainly innocent. Yunwan indeed shares a close friendship with the third princess. He attempted to steer the conversation back when at that moment, Wu Qingrong's personal servant, Binner, appeared at the door with a tense expression. "Master, something terrible has happened." Chapter 28. Is the illegitimate child dying? What has transpired? Wu Qingrong had yet to speak when Madame furrowed her brows in displeasure and inquired. Binner hesitated. "Madame, it is that young master by who has encountered misfortune." The young master by referred to by Rufu. However, Wu Qingrong and the others had swapped 2 children, and Binner was aware of this. At present, he mistakenly believed that the young master by was still Yu Bao. This is why Binner appeared so anxious, stuttering before Madame and Jiang Yunwan, unsure of how to respond. "What calamity has befallen that little rascal?" Madame snorted coldly. "They have overstayed their time at the minister's residence. Now that the child has been born, it is time for them to leave, lest any incident occur that implicates our Wu family." Wu Qingrong opened his mouth, but swallowed the words before they could escape. He was still searching for an opportunity to inform Madame that the little rascal was not an outsider, but rather his and Su Shuiyan's blood. The little rascal and Yu Bao had been swapped. Now, at Su Shuiyan's side is Jiang Yunwan's child, while Jiang Yunwan has his and Su Shuiyan's child. Thus, when Binner mentioned that something had happened to the little rascal, he was indeed referring to Yu Bao. Yet, with Jiang Yunwan present, Wu Qingrong could not speak plainly. He felt no paternal affection for Yu Bao, nor did he possess any concern or care. Upon hearing that Yu Bao was in trouble, he even felt a flicker of schadenfreude, wishing for that little rascal to depart for the underworld today. Suppressing his inner delight, he asked, "Oh, what has happened to Rufu?" "Master, the young madame's milk supply is insufficient, which has left the young master by emaciated and fainting these past 2 days. The doctor says the situation is somewhat serious. He may not survive tonight." Binner replied. Jiang Yunwan could not help but feel perplexed. Although Bai Rufu was also merely a few days old, he had withstood her rough handling quite well. After she had dropped him once, he only developed a bump on his forehead and suffered no significant harm. How could it be that after only 2 days with Su Shuiyan, he was on the brink of death, even if he had been deprived of nourishment? It should not have been so dire. Could it be that Su Shuiyan had done something more to that little rascal? Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered as she began to ponder. Wu Qingrong was equally surprised by Su Shuiyan's cruelty. Though he harbored a desire to see Yu Bao harmed, he had not found a suitable opportunity in recent days. He could not fathom what Su Shuiyan had done to render that little fellow so weak. He instinctively glanced at Jiang Yunwan, noting her calm demeanor. leading him to believe she was still unaware of the child's exchange. Wu Qingrong cleared his throat and subtly instructed Binner, regardless of the circumstances. That is still my brother-in-law's child. With my brother-in-law gone, the child must not meet with further misfortune. Ensure the doctor thinks of a way. If the child truly cannot be saved, let him depart without suffering, so he may reunite with his uncle. Jiang Yunwan discerned the underlying implications in his words, her eyes flickering momentarily. If that child were indeed Yubao, Wu Qingrong, this heartless wretch, is always contemplating the demise of Yubao. Well, Madam was unfazed. Indeed, we have provided for them for so long and even sought the doctor's assistance. If the child cannot be preserved, we cannot be held accountable. Our Wu family has already shown great benevolence. Yes, master. Binner lowered his head, casting a meaningful glance at Jiang Yunwan before departing, leaving her uncertain if it was sympathy or guilt. Intrigued and eager to uncover what Su Shuiyin had done to Bai Rufu, Jiang Yunwan nonchalantly fabricated an excuse and left. Just as she stepped out, she overheard Wu Qingrong and his mother whispering about something, vaguely catching words like child and grandson. However, Jiang Yunwan paid them no mind. For having lived once before, she was now determined to exact revenge. She would not rest until the minister's residence was turned upside down. Those who had harmed her, Yubao, and the Jiang family would not escape unscathed. Upon returning to Yunshuang courtyard, Jiang Yunwan found Fuyun cautiously placing Yubao into a cradle. Seeing her return, Fuyun whispered that the young master had just fallen asleep. Jiang Yunwan nodded and quietly inquired about Bai Rufu's condition. Her voice was already quite soft. Yet Yubao immediately opened his large eyes, excitement evident in his gaze. Roar! Bai Rufu is going to die. The wolf grandmothers are truly ruthless. They actually put realgar in the wet nurse's milk. They've truly cornered themselves. Jiang Yunwan. Realgar, while it is considered a traditional medicine, it inherently possesses toxicity. Even for adults, its use requires careful consideration. Who would have thought that Su Shuiyin and her cohorts would administer realgar to Bai Rufu? No wonder that little rascal fainted. He was poisoned. If it were an adult, it might be manageable, but for a newborn baby to be poisoned, the doctor would be at a loss. How can one detoxify? Heavy medication cannot be administered, and even using any medicine is fraught with peril. Moreover, the toxicity would surely dissipate more rapidly in Bai Rufu's infant body than an adult. Despite Jiang Yunwan's desire for revenge against Bai Rufu, she was astonished by the mercilessness of Su Shuiyin and her ilk. Fuyun, unable to hear Yubao's thoughts, promptly responded, Miss, I have already inquired. The Bai matriarch and her companions believe that little rascal is our young master. Because Madame Wu intends to expel them, they harbor resentment. Su Xinro and Su Shuiyin not only resented Madame Wu, but also held a grudge against Jiang Yunwan. They believed Jiang Yunwan had turned a blind eye and failed to retain them. Thus, they sought to inflict suffering upon Jiang Yunwan by targeting her child. They presumed that child was Yubao, believing Yubao to be of the Wu family bloodline. By harming Yubao, they aimed to harm Jiang Yunwan, even to hurt Madame Wu, even though Jiang Yunwan remained oblivious to the fact that Yubao was in their clutches. It is said that a mother and child share a bond. By injuring Yubao, Jiang Yunwan would undoubtedly feel the piercing pain. Miss, they are truly deranged. To even resort to such cruelty against a newborn, even if that child is not our young master, their actions are chilling. Fuyun whispered, Miss, although the Bai matriarch is your biological mother, I feel it would be wise to remain vigilant. The Bai matriarch and Bai young madam do not treat you as a true blood relative. It feels more like a deep-seated enmity. Fuyun intended to caution Jiang Yunwan not to be lenient or careless simply because Su Xinro and Su Shuiyin were her biological relatives. If they truly bore no regard for familial ties, Jiang Yunwan would undoubtedly need to retaliate fiercely. Yet even Fuyun did not foresee that her words would soon become a grim omen. What blood ties? What familial betrayal? This would not only soon be proven true, but it would also unveil a shocking secret. Chapter 29. Determined to condemn Yubao to death. Fuyun's warning resonated with Jiang Yunwan. Yes, I understand, she replied, her expression complex as she nodded. The little bundle in the cradle appeared to contemplate, gazing thoughtfully at Jiang Yunwan, clearly troubled but not voicing his concerns. Therefore, even though Jiang Yunwan perceived that the little creature harbored some concerns, she remained oblivious to the melancholy that might plague such a newly born infant. Lost in her thoughts, She noticed Su Xian passing by, her complexion pale and her head slightly bowed. Jiang Yunwan immediately called out to her, Su Xian, my dear. Startled, Su Xin. Miss, what do you command? With a gentle smile, Jiang Yunwan inquired, what troubles you? You seem quite distracted. I am me fine, Su Xin stammered, her eyes betraying her anxiety. Sensing her distress, Jiang Yunwan refrained from pressing further and instructed, I have heard that Ru Feng is not well. Please go check on him. I shall follow shortly. However, upon hearing that she was to visit Su Xinro and Su Shuyan, Su Xian's face drained a color. Ever since the tragic demise of Chunyan, she had been engulfed in fear, dreading discovery by Su Shuyan and the others. Now, she found herself a traitor in front of Wu Qingrong. Unable to confront Su Shuyan and Su Xinro, terrified that they would realize Chunyan's death lay at her hands. Caught in a dilemma, she felt compelled to cling to Jiang Yunwan for support. Miss, perhaps it would be better for Fu Yun to check on him, she suggested, her voice trembling. How could she dare to go? In the past, Jiang Yunwan would never have forced her. Yet, Su Xian had already made her choice. Having opted for betrayal, she must now bear the consequences. Jiang Yunwan would not immediately exact revenge on Su Xian. Rather, she intended to torment her slowly, rendering her life a living hell. Just as in her previous life, where Su Xian remained silent and served her after betraying her, watching as Su Shuyan and the others drove her into a corner. Su Xian had countless opportunities to warn her, to help her escape this inferno, yet she never looked back. Thus, in this life, Jiang Yunwan resolved to let Su Xian experience the same fate. Fu Yun has other matters to attend to. But Mississippi, Su Xian, you must remain composed. Jiang Yunwan gently patted her shoulder. I understand you are afraid to face your sister-in-law. However, they have not yet caused a stir, likely unaware of Chunyan's incident. If you act panicked, it may only arouse their suspicion. Su Xian swallowed hard, her anxiety intensifying. My mother and sister-in-law are both suspicious by nature. If you continue to evade, won't you invite calamity upon yourself? Su Xian gazed at Jiang Yunwan, as if seeing her for the first time. Over the years, Jiang Yunwan had been kind and gentle. She would be pained to the point of tears at the mere thought of harming a living creature. How could she have transformed into someone so ruthless? First, she had mercilessly ordered the execution of Dr. Zhang, and now she had coldly eliminated Chunyan. Having grown up in the Jiang household, she yearned to find her biological parents. She still remembered the day she reunited with Su Xinro, her eyes swollen from tears. Su Xian knew that Jiang Yunwan valued familial bonds above all else, hence her unwavering obedience to Su Xinro and Su Xuan. Little did she know that today, Madame Wu intended to send Su Xinro away, and Jiang Yunwan not only refrained from stopping her, but even encouraged her to do so. Su Xian's heart was filled with questions. As she lifted her gaze towards Jiang Yunwan, she was met with her increasingly piercing stare. You seem eager for my mother and sister-in-law to discover Chunyan's death, thus casting suspicion upon us? I dare not. Su Xian's body stiffened, and she hastily knelt, once again pledging her loyalty. Jiang Yunwan did not delve deeper, merely issuing a few instructions before carrying Yu Bao into the inner chamber. Gritting her teeth, Su Xian rose and headed for Qiyu Pavilion. Upon entering, she heard Su Shuyan lamenting, Where has Chunyan gone? I've searched for ages and can find no trace of her. Just when I need her advice, has she truly perished? Su Xian hesitated at the door, afraid to enter. Was Chunyan not indeed dead? Yet, from Su Shuyan's tone, it seemed she was still unaware of the truth. To prevent arousing suspicion, Su Xian took a deep breath and feigned nonchalance as she entered. Madam by Xiao, madam, my lady has heard. Bo Xing, Su Xing continued. My lady has heard that Bai Xiaozi is unwell and specifically sent me to inquire whether a doctor is needed. Given her camaraderie with Su Xinro and the others, she was privy to the fact that the one in poor health was not Bai Ruffin, but Yu Bao. However, that was merely Su Xian's assumption. She had no idea that Jiang Yunwan had cleverly turned the tables, successfully switching Yu Bao. Request a doctor? Su Shuyan retorted with irritation. Now you show concern for us mother and son? The doctor has already come and declared him beyond saving. With no outsiders present, she dropped her pretense. Su Shuyan scoffed. This little wretch should have died long ago. Why would we need a doctor? I desire his demise, if not for his stubbornness. He should have been discarded to starve on the very day he was born. Allowing him to linger for these few days is already an act of mercy on my part. As she gazed upon Su Shuyan's malevolent expression, Su Xian could not suppress a shiver. This woman was indeed ruthless. Unable to contain her sympathy, Su Xian glanced at Bai Rufeng, abandoned in his cradle. Her heart filled with compassion. If Jiang Yunwan were to learn that her son was nearing death, she would undoubtedly be devastated. Alas, since Su Xian had made her choice and betrayed Jiang Yunwan, she could no longer turn back. Otherwise, not only would Wu Qingrong and the others not spare her, but neither would Jiang Yunwan allow her to live. Even though Su Xian felt a pang of regret and sympathy, she dared not reveal the truth to Jiang Yunwan. Bai Shao, madam, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? Su Xian attempted to intervene, given that the young master is already in poor condition and many eyes are upon the Shirlang residence. If he were to suddenly fall ill now, would it not attract unwanted attention? Attract unwanted attention? Su Shuyan sneered. What? Are you afraid? Today it is my child who dies, the Bai family's young master, not the Shirlang residence's child. What is there to fear? Su Xian's expression tightened. It seemed that Su Shuyan was resolute in her intent to bring about Yu Bao's demise. Even if sorrow was to be felt, it should be ours to bear. Why should you fear? Her words rendered Su Xian speechless. Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Su Shuyan slowly approached her. Su Xian, once the bow is drawn, there is no turning back. Since you have chosen to betray Jiang Yunwan, do not entertain any second thoughts. Otherwise, the next to die of illness may very well be you. Su Xian was chilled to the bone. She stared at Su Xian in terror, unable to speak, when suddenly another maid, Hong Lu, rushed in, panic etched on her face. Madam, Shao madam, something terrible has happened. Chapter 30. Seeking Jiang Yunwan for reckoning. What now? Suen is brauferut. As she spoke, Su Shinro glanced at Hong Lu. What is you so flustered? Even if the sky were to fall, we would have someone tall to bear the burden. In the Shirlang residence, if the sky were to fall, the tall one referred to none other than Jiang Yunwan. Yet Hong Lu remained visibly shaken. Madam, Shao madam, Chunyin. Chunyin is dead. What? Su Shuyan and Su Shinro gasped in unison. What happened? Without a moment's hesitation, Su Shuyan rushed forward, urgently asking, how could Chunyin just die? No wonder that for most of the day, she had not seen that little wretch. Normally, even if Chunyin were delayed, she would inform her of her whereabouts. Today, Chunyin had mysteriously vanished for hours, and Su Shuyan had already found it odd. Upon hearing of Chunyin's death, her heart sank. Are you certain it is Chunyin? Shao madam, it is absolutely true. Hong Lu, regaining some composure, quickly explained, just now I returned from the doctor, taking a shortcut through the garden to save time. As I passed by the rockery, I noticed something in the pond. Upon closer inspection, I saw a body floating on the water's surface. Hearing this, Su Xian's complexion turned ashen. She had indeed caught Chunyin behind the garden. But just as she was about to strike, Chunyin had wriggled free. In her fright, she had fled back immediately. Madam Bai, without allowing Hong Lu to finish her words, Su Xian raised her voice, declaring that she needed to return to report to the young lady, and hurriedly exited without waiting for Su Shuyan to respond. At this moment, Su Shuyan, despite her suspicions, grasped Hong Lu's arm and, gritting her teeth, demanded, is that person truly Chunyin? Have you scrutinized closely? She found it hard to believe and was unwilling to accept the reality, repeatedly asking for confirmation. Hong Lu nodded vigorously, affirming that it was indeed Chunyin. How could this be? Su Shuyan gasped, nearly fainting on the spot. Hong Lu was the maid appointed by Su Shinro after her marriage into the Bai family, while Chunyin had served her since childhood, growing up alongside her. They were as close as sisters, and Chunyin's intelligence had resolved countless difficult problems for her. Now, hearing that Chunyin was gone, Su Shuyan felt as if her very foundation had crumbled, collapsing onto the ground. Mother, what shall we do? Su Shuyan trembled, bewildered by the thought of Chunyin's death. How could she die? She had not offended anyone. If Chunyin is dead, what will happen to us? Will we be next? In a state of panic, Su Shinro, albeit maintaining a semblance of composure, reassured her, do not fret. Once that old hag departs, we shall seek Qingrong for clarification. The old hag referred to none other than Madame Wu, indicating Su Shinro's deep-seated animosity towards her. This is the minister's residence, my son-in-law's abode. I refuse to believe anyone would dare act so brazenly against us. However, Despite her words, Su Shinro felt uncertain. Her expression turned skeptical. Logically, they were guests. How could Chun Yin, a maid of a guest, suddenly perish in the minister's residence? Had Chun Yin drowned, or was it? Hong Lu swallowed hard. I am not certain. I only saw Chun Yin and was so terrified that I hurried back to report to the young lady. But Chun Yin was covered in blood. It was not merely a matter of being stabbed. She might have sustained injuries from drowning. It was plausible that Chun Yin had indeed fallen into the water, considering the Su family resided far in the frontier, where deserts prevailed and water bodies were scarce. Chun Yin, having grown up in such an environment, would not know how to swim, making it quite possible for her to drown. Yet, what could have compelled her to approach the pond without reason? Su Shuiyan's voice quivered. After some contemplation, Su Shinro declared solemnly, now that the individual is deceased, further discussion serves no purpose. That old hag must have intended to drive us away today. Perhaps, seeing our reluctance to leave, she deliberately killed Chun Yin to force us into submission. She is employing a tactic of killing the chicken to scare the monkey. Su Xian, upon hearing this, found it quite reasonable. She seethed that old witch. On what grounds does she presume to expel us? In her fury, Su Shuiyan nearly revealed that Bai Rufeng was Wu Qingrong's child. Thankfully, she caught herself just in time. Casting a furtive glance at Su Shinro, she vowed, once we deal with Jiang Yunwan, I shall ensure that old hag has no respite. At that time, Madame Wu would become her mother-in-law. She was determined to show Madame Wu that she was not the kind of submissive wife like Jiang Yunwan. Su Shinro, not only her mother-in-law but also her aunt, had her own burdens to bear. After Bai's demise, Su Shuiyan had allied with Wu Qingrong for both support in the capital and assistance in raising her children. After all, Bai Dongqing was far away, unable to return to the capital anytime soon, and Su Shinro was drowning in gambling debts. Thus, Su Shuiyan's dealings with Wu Qingrong were something Su Shinro chose to overlook. Hearing her speak so bluntly, however, Su Shinro felt a pang of discomfort. She nodded, her expression clouded with displeasure. Su Shuiyan, seemingly unaware of the shift in her demeanor, continued to seethe, I am now half a resident of the minister's estate. How dare she attempt to expel us? I shall confront Qingrong for answers. Although she had once held affection for Bai Zhan, it was primarily due to his striking appearance, which surpassed Wu Qingrong's. Moreover, Bai Zhan was a military general, the legitimate son of a prestigious family. Su Shuiyan had grown up alongside him, leading to their eventual marriage. But now Bai Zhan was dead. The general's residence was indeed imposing. Yet it was not Bai Zhan's glory. If he were to inherit the title of general, he must achieve remarkable feats. At that time, Bai Zhan had merely been an obscure little general, though Wu Qingrong was just a ministerial official. He was based in the capital and had the minister's residence as a backing. His official title placed him at a higher status than Bai Zhan. Su Suiyan, believing she had secured a powerful ally, was unaware of the impending price she would soon pay. But that is a tale for another time. Shuiyan, seeing her intent to confront Wu Qingrong, Su Shinro, maintaining her composure, grasped her firmly. You must not. That old hag is currently with Qingrong. She could have spoken ill of us. Your relationship remains ambiguous. It would be akin to treachery. How can you reveal it so recklessly? Su Shinro intervened. Furthermore, that old hag is Qingrong's mother. What good would it do to report to him? I believe it would be more prudent to confront Jiang Yunwan. She is the mistress of the minister's estate and must provide an explanation. Su Shuiyan paused, realizing it was indeed time to hold Jiang Yunwan accountable. Clenching her fists, disregarding the feeble Bai Rufeng, she stormed into the Yunshuang courtyard, shouting, Jiang Yunwan, come out. Chapter 31. Do you dare strike me? Upon hearing the commotion outside, Fuyan instinctively covered the still sleeping Yu Bao. She glanced at Jiang Yunwan. Miss, perhaps I should go and confront this Madame Bai. Moments ago, Su Xian had rushed back in a fluster, reporting that Chun Yan's body had been discovered, and Su Shuiyan was furious. Jiang Yunwan anticipated that Su Shuiyan would surely seek her out for trouble. As expected, she arrived swiftly. Since she had come knocking, it was evident that she demanded to see me. If I do not appear now, she shall not easily depart. Jiang Wunan understood Suwane's temperament. She smiled slightly. This was the minister's residence. Given that her relationship with Wu Qingrong was still uncertain, even if Su Xian appeared aggressive, she would not dare act against me. Moreover, she might not even be here solely regarding Chun Yan's matter. If Su Xuan were to discover that Chun Yin had met her in by my hand, she would not merely be shouting outside the door. Fuyu nodded. Indeed, Mississippi. After all, we are so close at hand. Should Su Xuan truly dare to confront Jiang Yunwan, Xiao Mo had advised that we could act first and report later. A glimmer of coldness passed through Fuyun's eyes. Jiang Yunwan had already risen to leave. Just as she instructed Su Xian to open the courtyard door, Su Xuan lunged at Jiang Yunwan like a rabid dog. You vile creature! How could you treat me and my mother this way? Before her slap could land on Jiang Yunwan's face, she was seized by her hair. Jiang Yunwan retaliated with a swift slap, sending Su Xuan staggering backward, ultimately landing unceremoniously on the ground. Su Xuan, disheveled and with a reddened face, stared in disbelief at Jiang Yunwan. You dare strike me? I'm your sister-in-law. The elder sister-in-law is like a mother. Then my mother must be quite numerous. Jiang Yunwan replied leisurely, retracting her hand. Observing Su Xuan's disarray brought her a modicum of satisfaction, prompting her to step forward to assist her. Yet, to her surprise, Su Xuan, in a fit of anger, stubbornly pushed Jiang Yunwan away. Jiang Yunwan, refusing to be humiliated, loosened her grip slightly while exerting a bit of force, causing the recently standing Su Xuan to tumble back down. Su Xuan was taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, roaring at Jiang Yunwan. What are you doing? She was at a loss regarding her own condition. Clearly, she had recovered remarkably well after giving birth, and she and T felt any discomfort in recent days. However, after being shoved by Jiang Yunwan, she suddenly sensed a dull ache in her knees, a faint pain radiating down to her calves, rendering her unable to stand steadily. Jiang Yunwan stepped back, her smile unwavering as she addressed her sister-in-law. I do this for your own good. As the eldest sister-in-law, you must remain composed and dignified. You cannot allow others to ridicule us. With my mother absent, you represent not only yourself, but our entire Bai family. Without giving Su Xuan a chance to respond, she continued, surely, you do not wish to bring shame upon the Bai family, do you? Su Xuan was momentarily speechless. Perhaps it is the unfavorable wind that has left you feeling particularly weak and drained? I can see that you do not look well. Jiang Yunwan sighed, instructing Su Xin to assist Su Xuan. Do not worry, sister-in-law. I have already sent for a doctor. This physician specializes in treating childhood ailments. Even if Ru Feng is gravely ill, he shall surely restore him to health. Su Xuan's expression shifted alarmingly. What did you say? She had always wished for that little imp to perish. Jiang Yunwan intended to summon a doctor to heal him. She believed that child was a precious gem. Thus, upon hearing this, she panicked. Yunwan, the doctor has previously stated that Ru Feng has been afflicted by congenital deficiencies since birth. It is a miracle he has survived. Even if he lives, it is likely to be a life of suffering. To convince Jiang Yunwan of her sincerity, Su Xuan began to feign tears, brandishing a handkerchief. As a mother, you too would not wish to see a child endure a future filled with pain, would you? However, Jiang Yunwan frowned. Sister-in-law, Ru Feng is your own flesh and blood. She attempted to intervene. He deserves to live. Yet to allow him to perish so soon, without experiencing the world's trials and tribulations, is it not too cruel? What does it matter if he is your blood? If it were not absolutely necessary, I could not bring myself to make such a heartless decision. Su Xuan choked back her emotions. Ru Feng is the only child of my husband and me. Surely, it is my brother-in-law's longing for the child that brings about such haste to send him to join him. The woman was adept at her performance, tears soaking her handkerchief. Jiang Yunwan inwardly scoffed, though her exterior appeared sympathetic, as Ru Feng's loving aunt. Witnessing the child suffer is truly unbearable. Indeed, thus I too wish for the child to find early liberation. Su Xuan sniffed. To prevent Jiang Yunwan from continuing to interject, she swiftly changed the subject. By the way, Yunwan, do you know that Chun Yan has died? The mention of Chun Yan's demise ignited a fire of rage in Su Xuan, eager to seek vengeance against her murderer. Chun Yan has died? Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. When did this happen? Observing her astonishment, which seemed genuine, Su Xuan discreetly furrowed her brow, realizing that this matter was likely unrelated to Jiang Yunwan. It must be that old hag, Madame Wu, who had schemed in the shadows. Indeed, although Jiang Yunwan was the minister's wife, the true authority in the minister's residence was Madame Wu. That old hag had always held a disdain for Jiang Yunwan. and Jiang Yunwan would likely not dare to brazenly commit murder within the estate. Furthermore, she and Su Xinyo had acted quite cleverly, having discreetly swapped the two children, and it seemed that Jiang Yunwan had yet to catch on. After all, there was no deep-seated enmity between the two sisters-in-law. How could Jiang Yunwan suddenly decide to kill Chun Yen? The more Su Xuyen pondered, the more convinced she became that Madame Wu was indeed the culprit. She clutched her embroidered handkerchief tightly, her teeth grinding audibly. Today, Chun Yen had mysteriously vanished for the better part of the day. When she was finally found, she had drowned in the pond. Yunwan, who could be so ruthless as to commit murder within the minister's residence? She seized Jiang Yunwan's hand. You must uncover the murderer and avenge Chun Yen. You know well that she has been by my side for over 20 years. We are like sisters. Without Chun Yen, I do not wish to live. At that moment, Su Xuyen's tears were genuine. Jiang Yunwan quietly observed her mourning for Chun Yen, feeling a sense of satisfaction within. Merely having disposed of Chun Yen, and Su Xuyen was already heartbroken? There were many days ahead. She intended to make Su Xuyen watch helplessly as her most cherished ones fell one by one before her eyes. Chapter 32 to extort her. In the face of Su Xuyen's heart-wrenching sobs, Jiang Yunwan sighed sympathetically. Sister-in-law, that girl Chun Yen was truly exceptional. Yet how could she have suddenly drowned in the pond? Was it an accident, or she was murdered? Su Xuyen's emotions were heightened. Su Xin stood behind her, her panic and guilt unmistakable. Seeing her fear, Jiang Yunwan cast her a cold glance, signaling her to compose herself. Sister-in-law, this is the minister's residence, not some chaotic place. How could Chun Yen have been murdered right under our noses? Surely you must be mistaken? Misunderstanding? How could I be mistaken? Su Xuyen grasped Jiang Yunwan's arm tightly. Chun Yen was indeed murdered. I am certain. I just do not know who the perpetrator is, which is why I sought you out. You are the mistress of the minister's residence, and with a murder occurring under your watch, you must provide me with an explanation. Just moments ago, she had implored Jiang Yunwan to take charge, yet now she was demanding answers with heightened emotion. Jiang Yunwan calmly pried her hand away. Sister-in-law, Chun Yen is typically quiet and unassuming. She is not one to court trouble. You insist she was murdered, but what evidence do you have? Could it be that Chun Yen inadvertently offended someone within the estate? Chun Yen was indeed taciturn. However, that little vixen had secretly concocted many schemes against Su Xuyen, causing her considerable distress. This, Susuyan Hisitatif. Were she able to confirm whether Chun Yen had offended anyone, she would not now feel like a headless fly. Sister-in-law, why don't we report this to the authorities? Jiang Yunwan suggested. She grasped Su Xuyen's hand, speaking softly to comfort her, since a life has been lost. This is no trivial matter. Moreover, Chun Yen has served you for so long. It is unacceptable for her to be murdered without cause. I shall inform my husband to send someone to the Jingzhou ENS office to report this. Report it? Su Xuyen stiffened slightly. Yes, report it. Jiang Yunwan clarified. We are in the capital, beneath the emperor's gaze. If there are indeed wrongdoers running amok, we must expose them early to protect the people. We will have the Jingzhou EN investigate from within the estate. They must thoroughly examine whom Chun Yen interacted with, who held grievances against her, and what she did. Every detail must be uncovered. As she spoke, she fixed her gaze on Su Xuyen. Sure enough, upon hearing these words, Su Xuyen's throat tightened with anxiety. If they were to investigate Chun Yen's every move, the culprits could not evade capture. Justice would be served for Chun Yen. Jiang Yunwan smirked, the smile quickly fading from her lips. Yet Su Xuyen nervously shook her head. No, that won't do. We cannot investigate. If we were to uncover every detail of Chun Yen's life, then all the wicked deeds we have committed over the years would be exposed. Not to mention, this incident alone, swapping the two children, had already put the life of that little gem, Yu Bao, in jeopardy. Those actions were also matters of life and death. In that case, not only could they not seek justice for Chun Yen, it is evident that both she and Su Xinro will be implicated. Why? Jiang Yunwan feigned confusion. Sister-in-law, I am more aware than anyone of how important Chun Yen is to you. To speak frankly, I do not regard Chun Yen as an outsider. I consider her as my sister. Now that my sister Chun Yen has vanished under such mysterious circumstances, if you do not avenge her, I shall be compelled to uncover the true culprit myself. Beside her, Su Xin observed Jiang Yunwan's demeanor with intrigue and astonishment. She never anticipated that Jiang Yunwan would transform in this manner. Wasn't she the one intent on eliminating Chunyin? Yet, before Su Shuyan, she could still present herself so impeccably. Jiang Yunwan disregarded Su Xian's thoughts and sternly declared, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, I shall undoubtedly seek vengeance for my sister Chunyin. Once the perpetrator is uncovered, I will not let her escape easily." Susin instinctively sibedith. She could not ascertain whether Jiang Yunwan's words were genuine or merely a ruse to placate Su Shuyan. Susin. Jiang Yunwan finally turned to glance at her. "Why are you not hurrying to report to the Jingzhao Yin's office? Inform them that my sister-in-law's maid has been murdered, and we, the Sherlang family, must pursue the matter to the end." "Why yes, Mississippi." Su Xian trembled as she replied. She truly could not fathom Jiang Yunwan's intentions. Just as she steeled herself to report to the authorities, she was halted by Su Shuyan. "Yunwan, there is no need to make such a fuss." She gestured for Su Xian not to report, yet spoke to Jiang Yunwan. "Since Chunyin died within the Sherlang residence, we can investigate discreetly. Why must we trouble the Jingzhao Yin's office? Moreover, Chunyin was merely a maid, not someone of high status. To disturb the Jingzhao Yin's office over this would be inappropriate." Su Shuyan had not anticipated Jiang Yunwan's profound concern regarding this matter. She was genuinely intent on avenging Chunyin. Thus, she stammered, "Your sentiments are commendable. I trust Chunyin will find peace in the afterlife." "Sister-in-law, did you not say you must seek justice for Chunyin?" Jiang Yunwan blinked. "You regarded Chunyin as a sister, so you must thoroughly investigate this matter. But, sister-in-law, you need not worry. If I cannot persuade the Jingzhao Yin, I will have my husband intervene." With that, she intended to seek out Wu Qingrong. "Yunwan." Su Xian swiftly pulled her back. In that brief moment, she had contemplated many things. For the past few days, Madame Wu had been closely guarding her only son, Wu Qingrong. At this moment, that elderly woman would undoubtedly still be by Wu Qingrong's side. If it were indeed Madame Wu who secretly eliminated Chunyin to drive them away, bringing this matter to Wu Qingrong's attention would surely cause him to protect his mother. Should their relationship be exposed, how would Jiang Yunwan explain? Now was not the time to sever ties. If Madame Wu could eliminate Chunyin without a sound, who could guarantee that the next target would not be Hong Lu, or even herself and Su Shinro? Su Shuyan swallowed hard and trembled. The Sherlang residence has had enough troubles these past few days. I do not wish to add to your burden. How about this? I will not pursue the matter of Chunyin's death, but she had come in with such a fierce demeanor, yet now she was deflated. Afraid of the consequences of the Jingzhao Yin's investigation, uncovering all their misdeeds. Chunyin's hands were not clean. Su Shuyan's mind turned, realizing that Chunyin's parents had only her as their daughter. With Chunyin's untimely death, her elderly parents would be left without support. Since she could not use this incident to deal with Jiang Yunwan, she had to gain some benefit from it. Observing the couple, she felt rather sorry for them. Wiping her eyes, Su Shuyan looked at Jiang Yunwan with sorrow. With just one sentence, Jiang Yunwan understood. Was this an attempt at extortion? Chapter 33, A Silent Loss. Indeed, Jiang Yunwan did not expose Su Shuyan's ulterior motives. She nodded in agreement with her words and sighed. Chunyin was indeed unfortunate. She passed away at such a young age. Sister-in-law, since you and Chunyin were like sisters, then her parents should naturally be considered your own as well. Why not formally acknowledge them as your godparents and provide for them in their old age? Without giving Su Shuyan a chance to refuse, Jiang Yunwan grasped her hand. This way, Chunyin can rest in peace. Su Suiyan. She had initially intended to extort some silver from Jiang Yunwan. Little did she know that this little wretch not only refused to be ensnared, but was instead cunningly pushing her toward the fire pit. Though she had grown up alongside Chunyin, a master was a master, and a servant was a servant. How could she regard Chunyin as a sister? How could she acknowledge Chunyin's parents as her own godparents? Wouldn't that be lowering her status? Surely, sister-in-law, you do not disdain Chunyin's parents? Jiang Yunwan deliberately inquired. How could that be? Su Shuyan replied, but just as her words left her lips, Jiang Yunwan interjected. I knew sister-in-law could not be so heartless. Otherwise, you would not have come today to seek justice for Chunyin. Sister-in-law, rest assured, I will investigate Chunyin's death thoroughly. As she spoke, she turned to Su Xian and commanded, Why are you still dawdling? Hurry and send word to the Su family in the borderlands. Inform them that sister-in-law has acknowledged Chun Yin as her sworn sister and her parents as her godparents, and that henceforth she shall provide for them in their old age. Yes, Miss, Su Xin Zeluten Gom Li. Su Shuiyan panicked. Wait, when did I say such a thing? Did you not just say? Jiang Yunwan paused for a moment before continuing. Look at me. I truly believe sister-in-law is a person of great kindness. Since sister-in-law is unwilling to acknowledge them as godparents, why not simply give them some silver to support them? After all, those two elderly folks look rather pitiful and will be left without anyone to rely on. Su Shuiyan was displeased. Even though Su Xinro owed a considerable gambling debt, she hoarded her little stash, unwilling to part with a single coin to help Su Xinro repay her debts. How could she possibly be willing to use her private funds to support Chunyan's parents? Yunwan, since your elder brother passed away, I have been a widow. I must also care for Rufu. Where would I find the silver to give to others? She frowned. Speaking unhappily, you are the mistress of the Shurlang residence and possess ample savings. You have always been generous. Why not show some kindness and provide for Chunyan's parents? Shameless. Truly shameless. Jiang Yunwan replied without hesitation. She had initially thought Su Shuiyan would be easily swayed, but just as Su Shuiyan sighed in relief, she heard Jiang Yunwan continue. However, the accounts of the Shurlang residence are managed by my mother. She is typically strict. If I were to give sister-in-law 10 taels for Chunyan's parents, I fear I would have to repay double. Shaking her head, she added, sister-in-law, this wouldn't be a wise decision. What? Su Shuiyan was taken aback. It seemed she had not grasped Jiang Yunwan's meaning. Did you not agree to provide this silver? Her intention had been to extort silver from Jiang Yunwan. How could it turn out that she still had to foot the bill? I agreed to assist you, but with assistance comes repayment. Does sister-in-law intend to default? Huh? Su Shuiyan was frozen. Sister-in-law, Chun Yin was your maid, not mine. If Su Xian were to die, I would certainly provide silver for her burial and arrange her parents' affairs. Beside them, Su Xian was drenched in sweat. She could not shake the feeling that Jiang Yunwan was cursing her. Though I sympathize with Chun Yin, you are well aware of my mother's temperament. Jiang Yunwan's expression turned awkward. At this moment, even if sister-in-law were to provide 100 taels, it would only amount to 100 taels. Yet if I were to help you with 100 taels, you would have to repay 200 taels. Sister-in-law, would you prefer to pay 100 taels or 200 taels? Su Suiyan, is this even possible? Madame Wu's prowess is well known, yet she remains oblivious to this particular matter. Is it not possible to keep it from her? That is simply not feasible. Jiang Yunwan shook her head in distress. Her mother's controlling nature was evident to her sister-in-law as well. Even the silver that emerged from my small storage would likely be meticulously recorded in her ledger. I act with my sister-in-law's best interests at heart. Su Shuiyan furrowed her brows in contemplation. Sister-in-law, since Chun Yin perished in the minister's residence, the news must surely have spread throughout the household. Jiang Yunwan sighed, lamenting the abruptness of life. One moment a person is there, and the next they are gone. Besides, Chun Yin, with a maidservant to my sister-in-law, with her death unexplained, should it be misconstrued that my sister-in-law had any involvement, it would be prudent for her to take decisive action and silence the matter swiftly. Su Shuiyan's mind spun. Every word Jiang Yunwan spoke resonated with truth. Indeed, she nodded fervently, recognizing the necessity to safeguard her reputation. With that, she set aside her intentions to extort Jiang Yunwan and hurried back to Qiuj, resolved to send both the silver and Chun Yin's remains back to the border. However, upon her return, she encountered the troubled Su Xinro. Shuiyan, you've returned? Have you discovered who harmed Chun Yin? And did you not go to confront Jiang Yunwan about the silver? Not at all, Su Shuiyan replied, her frustration evident. Not only had she failed to extract a single coin from Jiang Yunwan, but she had also willingly offered 20 taels, instructing her servants to promptly dispatch the silver and Chun Yin's body. Confused, Su Xinro questioned the rationale behind sending Chun Yin's corpse back to the border now that she was deceased. What purpose did the silver serve? Although Jiang Yunwan suggested she contribute 100 taels to support Chun Yin's parents in their old age, how could the miserly Su Shuiyan possibly part with such an amount? That would be akin to sacrificing her own life. After explaining the intended use of the silver, she added, Mother, Jiang Yunwan insisted that we must ascertain the cause of Chun Yin's death and report the matter to the Jingzhou Yin for investigation. That is unacceptable. Chun Yin has rendered us countless services. If the Jingzhou Yin truly investigates, we would find ourselves with no escape. So Suiyan swallowed hard, realizing that they must act quickly to dispose of Chunyin's remains before the situation escalated further. Additionally, she instructed, "Here are 10 taels, Honglu. Distribute this among the servants who witnessed Chunyin's body to silence their gossip and quell this matter swiftly." Seeing Su Shuiyin flustered, Su Shinro became increasingly uneasy. Why did it seem to her that Su Shuiyin had been ensnared by that cunning Jiang Yunwan? Originally intending to extort, she had instead relinquished 30 taels. Who was truly deceiving whom? Moreover, had not Su Shuiyin gone to demand accountability? How had it come to pass that she ended up swallowing her pride and suffering a loss? After much contemplation, Su Shinro resolved to confront Jiang Yunwan personally. However, before she could exit the courtyard of Qiuj, she found herself intercepted at the gate by Zhang Pozi, a confidant of Madame Wu. With a stoic demeanor, she blocked Su Shinro's path, stating, "I heard there was trouble at Qiuj. My mistress has sent me to check on you." "No, nothing is amiss," Su Shinro stammered, her unease palpable. She managed a strained smile. "I was just about to visit Yunwan. Madam by need not concern herself," Zhang Pozi replied curtly. With the incident at Qiuj leading to a potential manslaughter case, the entire minister's residence is in a state of alarm. Even my master, Wu Qingrong, cannot rest peacefully. "The master you speak of is Wu Qingrong," she continued. "My mistress has decreed that for the safety of both Madame Bai and young Madame Bai, you are to remain in Qiuj for the time being." Upon hearing this, Su Shinro's expression shifted dramatically. "What does this mean? Is your mistress confining me and Shuiyin to Qiuj? On what grounds? Though we may be under your daughter's roof, I am still Jiang Yunwan's mother. This is unreasonable." Su Shinro's brow furrowed in displeasure. "My daughter is the minister's wife. We reside in the minister's residence, which is her home. I should have the freedom to come and go as I please." Zhang Pozi, having served Madame Wu for many years, was astute enough to recognize the gravity of the situation. "Ah, Madame Bai, you are aware that your daughter is the young madam of my household. Those unaware might even think there is animosity between you and her." "What do you mean by that?" "Quite literally," Zhang Pozi replied, stepping back to ignore Su Shinro's protests. Instructing her servants to lock the courtyard gate. "My mistress has stated that since both Madame Bai and young Madame Bai refused to vacate the minister's residence, this is the only means to ensure your safety." "What are you doing? Open the door. Let me out," Su Shinro cried as she rushed forward. But it was too late. The gate was firmly shut and locked, and no amount of pounding or shouting would yield results. As the footsteps of Zhang Pozi and her servants faded away, Su Shinro, incensed, began to kick the door. "Wretched people! It is clear they intend to force us out of the minister's residence." All her pent-up fury poured forth as she berated the door, exclaiming, "I suspected something was amiss. Jiang Yunwan had been dutiful and respectful towards me, yet upon her arrival, she seemed to transform entirely. It was she who incited this chaos. No wonder she claimed Madame Wu wanted to expel them. Jiang Yunwan had not uttered a word of dissent. It was evident that Madame Wu was orchestrating everything within the minister's residence. What did it matter that she was Qingrong's mother? This was the minister's residence, not her official household. If she wished to wield authority, she should return to her own home rather than flaunt her power here. As Su Shinro's vitriol echoed, "Susweyan emerged fastidi. Mother, what has occurred? That vile old crone has imprisoned us." Su Vinrage had anger palpable. "What?" Su Shuiyin was taken aback. Coming to her senses, fury coursed through her veins. Chunyin's remains had yet to be dispatched, and now they found themselves confined? What of Wu Qingrong? Would he truly allow that wretched woman to treat them this way? The two women exchanged a look of fear and anger. "Mother, what of that little wretch?" Su Shuiyin swallowed hard, recalling the doctor's words, which suggested the child likely would not survive the night. With the gate locked, if that little creature perished, would they then be forced to coexist with its corpse? Not to mention Chunyin's body. Su Shinro nearly ground her teeth in frustration. Their Qiuj was on the brink of becoming a charnel house. After a moment's contemplation, Su Shinro resolved to dig 2 graves in the courtyard to inter both Chunyin and that little wretch. Meanwhile, outside the courtyard, Jiang Yunwan smiled satisfactorily. However, she wondered if Su Shinro would truly be so ruthless as to harm Bai Rufeng. She found herself torn between the choice of allowing Bai Rufeng to die at their hands and revealing the truth, which would bring them pain and regret. or preserving the little wretch for future retribution? Perhaps sensing her hesitation, Yu Bao yawned lazily. Mother must be quite conflicted right now, pondering whether it's better to let them tear each other apart or to personally avenge by roughing. In truth, whatever you choose will be just fine. No matter what you decide, I will steadfastly stand by your side. Jiang Yunwan's gaze flickered slightly. She watched Yu Bao nestled in Fu Yun's arms, recalling how her precious son had met his end at their hands in a past life. If she had not taken precautions to reclaim Yu Bao early on, it might have been him facing death today. The more she pondered, the more her hatred intensified, her heart growing colder. If Bai Rufeng were to perish, Su Shuiyin and Wu Qingrong would undoubtedly procreate yet another illegitimate child. It would be better to let Bai Rufeng remain as she is, allowing her to toil away at her own demise. In the future, there will be no opportunity for Wu Qingrong and his ilk to bear illegitimate offspring. With this thought, Jiang Yunwan beckoned to Fu Yun and whispered a few instructions. Fu Yun, you go. Yes, miss. Fu Yun responded, as if anticipating Jiang Yunwan's command. She nodded, handed over Yu Bao, and respectfully took her leave. That night, after Su Xin had served Jiang Yunwan her dinner, Fu Yun returned. Miss, it's done, she reported in a hushed tone. Dr. Li said that although Realgar is toxic and Bai Rufeng is still quite young, since it is your wish to protect her, he will do his utmost. Jiang Yunwan understood that Dr. Li's diligence was merely due to Xiao Mo. Nevertheless, she felt a deep sense of gratitude. After a moment's contemplation, she instructed, Tell Dr. Li that there is no need for Bai Rufeng to recover immediately. Let her heal slowly, day by day. Despite the fact that the little rascal was still an infant, being so cruel felt somewhat excessive. Yet, in this life, if Jiang Yunwan did not harden her heart, she would find herself in the same predicament as in her previous existence. She wished to be the knife, not the fish destined for slaughter. Allowing the little rascal to heal gradually would ensure she lived in suffering day by day. It would also give Su Xinyo and the others a chance to ponder why the little rascal not only survived, but seemed to improve with each passing day. Ideally, the results would be visible, yet subtle enough to remain ambiguous. A smile played on Jiang Yunwan's lips, her expression increasingly cunning. With just a word, Fu Yun grasped her intent. Miss is indeed wise. Fu Yun raised her eyebrows in a smile, sensing that if she was not mistaken, Jiang Yunwan had another plan aside from merely subjecting Bai Rufeng to pain and torment. This other plan was directed at Su Xinro and Su Shuiyin. Fu Yun's intelligence and loyalty were qualities that Su Xin could never hope to attain. Jiang Yunwan smiled gently. That is only natural. With Fu Yun by my side, I feel emboldened. Reflecting on this, her gratitude towards Xiao Mo deepened. Perhaps it was time for her to meet him properly. As she pondered, Yu Bao chuckled. Father and mother truly share a deep connection. Mother must possess a magnetic pull, for just the thought of father brings him to her side. But Father's visit tonight is surely for a matter of importance. Xiao Mo sought her counsel. Jiang Yunwan was still uncertain what the matter might be. In the next moment, the tall figure of the man appeared at the door. Chapter 35. Caught in the act of infidelity? Upon Xiao Mo's entrance, Fu Yun discreetly withdrew. Strangely, despite having grown up alongside Xiao Mo for years, Jiang Yunwan had never felt the slightest unease in his presence. Yet tonight, upon seeing him, she found herself unexpectedly flustered. Mother seemed shy. The little one blinked his large eyes, teasing his own mother. Jiang Yunwan felt her cheeks flush and hurriedly poured tea for Xiao Mo. What brings you here so late? Is there something you need? Indeed, Xiao Mo replied, gazing deeply into her eyes before moving to the bedside, observing the still awake Yu Bao, his affection evident. Why is the child still awake at such a late hour? Because I knew father would come. Yu Bao stretched his chubby little hands, yearning for Xiao Mo's embrace. Seeing this, Xiao Mo promptly lifted him, noting he seems heavier than before. Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but laugh. He was just born days ago. You saw him yesterday. How could he have grown so quickly? Children grow with the wind. Xiao Montak chakut. The atmosphere between them lightened considerably, previously tense moments dissipating. Father may not have pure intentions. At this moment, the little one began to mumble again. Not pure intentions? Jiang Yunwan was puzzled. Hadn't Yu Bao just mentioned that Xiao Mo's visit was for a matter of discussion? Why had it now transformed into something sinister? Father's thoughts are transparent to me. How exciting. When will father be able to bring home a beautiful lady, so we can return together with mother? Yu Bao's large eyes twinkled like stars. Jiang Yunwan. Return home? Which home? Fortunately, Xiao Mo was oblivious to Yu Bao's inner musings. Otherwise, she would have wished to vanish into a crack in the ground. I hope I'm not interrupting your rest, Xiao Mo said calmly, holding Yu Bao as he sat down beside her, playfully engaging with the child while speaking leisurely. I just happened to pass by and heard that there was a matter of life or death at the minister's residence, so I came to check on you. Passing by? But hadn't Yu Bao said he was here to discuss something with her? With Fuyun present, they were safe. What do you plan to do about them? Xiao Mo inquired again. Them? Jiang Yunwan quickly realized he referred to Su Xinro and Su Xuyan. However, she was perplexed as to how Xiao Mo knew of her deep-seated animosity towards them. Could it be that he was aware of Su Xinro and Su Xuyan's schemes to swap children and endanger Yu Bao, thus deliberately sending Fuyun her side? Was it possible that Xiao Mo had also been reborn? With this thought, she cast a nervous glance at him. Thankfully, Yu Bao's innocent voice dispelled her unease. Mother is afraid that father is also reborn? How could that be? If father were also reborn, I fear that Granny Wolf and the others would not merely be confined to Chuyu Pavilion, but would have long been sent to hell by father. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan quietly exhaled. As long as Xiao Mo was not reborn, everything would be fine. Otherwise, he would remember her past humiliation all too clearly. Since she had been granted a second chance, she intended to start anew. She did not want Xiao Mo to know of the torment she had suffered in her previous life. Moreover, with Fuyun serving her, it was no surprise if Xiao Mo learned of her circumstances. Yet she was still Wu Qingrong's wife. Yu Bao was their son. The little one called Xiao Mo father, causing her face to flush with embarrassment. After all, it was her mother and sister-in-law, which placed her in a difficult position. Not knowing what Xiao Mo was aware of, Jiang Yunwan sighed. Her mother was also at the minister's residence. After residing there for so long, her mother had long grown dissatisfied. Today, taking advantage of the incident, she had confined them to Chuyu Pavilion. Jiang Yunwan's expression turned troubled. I find myself in a difficult position. However, it was fortunate that her mother had merely ordered their confinement and had not driven them away. Otherwise, she would not know where her mother and sister-in-law could go. Noticing her words still defended Su Xinro and the others, Xiao Mo frowned. Do you truly not harbor any hatred towards them? With just that single inquiry, Jiang Yunwan understood that Xiao Mo must be aware of the sordid deeds Su Xinro and the others had committed behind her back. While family matters should remain private, Xiao Mo was hardly a stranger. Jiang Yunwan concealed her earlier discomfort. Mo, since you already know, I shall not hide it from you any longer. I indeed harbored deep hatred for them. A hatred so profound I wish for them to be shattered into 1,000 pieces. She clenched her fists tightly, the veins on the back of her hands protruding. The suppressed resentment of many days seemed to erupt at this moment. She spoke venomously. Were it not for the fact that the time to confront them has not yet come, I would have personally sent them to hell. Su Xuyan may be one thing, but my mother, she is my biological mother. All those years, having been raised by the Jiang family, she could not bear to be ungrateful to them. Yet her mother not only felt no remorse or pity, but treated her in such a manner. As Jiang Yunwan spoke, her anger intensified, causing her to tremble with rage. She had thought that once Su Xinro acknowledged her, she would make amends for the familial bond that had been severed. Yet she never expected that Su Xinro would show her not a shred of guilt or compassion, but instead treat her this way. Seeing her so furious, Xiao Mo felt pained, his handsome features darkening further. What do you plan to do? She is my mother. I cannot do anything to her. But as for the others, they should not blame me for being unkind. Su Xinro may be excessive, but she would never resort to murder. Otherwise, it would be an act of matricide. However, Su Xuyan and Bai Rufu are not to be taken lightly. Today, my mother imprisoned them, which in my view is not entirely unfavorable. There's an old saying, to strike a dog while the door is shut. Jiang Yunwan chuckled coldly, realizing that her mother, in her defense of Su Xian and that little brat, would not hesitate to resort to poison against me and Yu Bao. I cannot take action against her, but others can. For instance, Su Xuyan. For now, let them tear each other apart, and in due time, she will take matters into her own hands. The seeds of suspicion I have sown will soon take root and flourish. I trust good news will arrive shortly. Jiang Yunwan was preoccupied, dismissing the idea that her suspicions would bear fruit so swiftly. Yet, to her astonishment, rewards came within just a few days. Xiao Mo soon grasped her intent. He nodded slightly, his peripheral gaze drifting towards the window, as if awaiting something. Unaware of any abnormality, Jiang Yunwan resumed, discussing the near-fatal incident involving Madame Jiang. By the way, I suspect that the ruffians who harmed my mother that night were secretly instigated by the Zhao family. The Zhao family is none other than Madame Wu. Xiao Mo withdrew his gaze, intrigued. Oh, though surprised, he did not question Jiang Yunwan's words. I understand, and I will investigate thoroughly. If it truly is Madame Wu's doing, then Minister Wu Zhong's days are numbered, and Wu Qingrong will undoubtedly meet a grim fate. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Jiang Yunwan, you shameless wretch, caught red-handed in the act, are we? To her astonishment, the voice belonged to Wu Qingrong. Chapter 36. I am here to catch you in the act. Jiang Yunwan was momentarily stunned. Wasn't Wu Qingrong bedridden with broken legs? How could he possibly come here at such a late hour? Caught in the act? Could he be referring to her and Xiao Mo? Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. Goodness, was Wu Qingrong truly willing to risk everything for such a ridiculous claim? Instinctively, she glanced at Xiao Mo. Ignore him. He is just barking. He is now a cripple, and surely he won't dare to act recklessly again. You should leave quickly. Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow. Leave? Where to? Jiang Yunwan froze. Of course, she meant to exit the minister's residence. If he did not leave, Wu Qingrong would barge in, and given their current situation, there would be no way to clear her name. Why should I leave the minister's residence? Xiao Monta countat. Jiang Yunwan stammered. Wu Qingrong's people have surrounded this place. If you go out now, it will only deepen the misunderstanding. That was indeed a valid point. Jiang Yunwan nodded. However, she could not fathom how. With so many capable individuals surrounding Xiao Mo, such as Wu Shuang guarding outside, Wu Qingrong could breach the Yunshuang courtyard? Were Xiao Mo's people merely slacking off? How could a cripple like Wu Qingrong dare to intrude? But if you don't leave, what if he breaks in? Jiang Yunwan grew anxious. Quickly gesturing towards the window, why not jump out the window? Perhaps the suggestion was amusing, as even Yu Bao couldn't suppress a chuckle, exclaiming, Father, the dignified Marquis of Wei Yuan, if you truly jump out the window. That would be quite the spectacle. Jiang Yunwan had not given it much thought, but upon hearing her little one say so, upon reflection, seeing such a proud man jump out the window with a guilty expression would indeed be a sight too embarrassing to behold. Mother is counting on Father to leave quickly and clear her name, but she just doesn't know that Father came to Yunshuang courtyard tonight under the pretense of discussing matters, but actually has ulterior motives. Ulterior motives. Jiang Yunwan could not dwell on what Xiao Mo's true intentions were, as Wu Qingrong's voice grew closer. Jiang Yunwan, if you have the ability, open the door. If there is no man hidden in your room, then I'll take your surname. Jiang Yunwan swallowed hard, realizing that Xiao Mo could not leave now. The sound indicated that Wu Qingrong was right outside. To protect her reputation and to avoid giving Wu Qingrong any leverage, Jiang Yunwan hurriedly pulled Xiao Mo into the inner room. What are you doing? Xiao Montak feignet ignorance. We are hiding, of course, Jiang Yunwan urged. Though nothing happened between us, Wu Qingrong is relentless. Moreover, it is quite questionable for a man and woman to be alone together at such a late hour. Please bear with it for a moment. Once I deal with him, you can come out. As she spoke, she pushed Xiao Mo into the corner cabinet by the bed. Just as she was about to close the door, her little one piped up, What about me, mother? I don't need to hide. Even if Wu Qingrong was here to catch someone in the act, he couldn't T-pin it on him. Mother forgot about me. Currently, the one who should remain hidden was her own father, not him. Give me Yu Bao. Before Xiao Mo could say anything, Jiang Yunwan quickly scooped up Yu Bao, shutting the cabinet door and locking it. Afterward, she composed herself and stepped out of the inner room, only to find Wu Qingrong had already barged in. Of course, he could not walk due to his broken legs. He had been carried in by servants. Upon entering, Wu Qingrong immediately ordered the servants to search the room. What are you doing? Jiang Yunwan's expression darkened as she hissed. What do you intend to do, husband? What do you think? I'm here to catch you in the act. Do you think I would let your lover escape? Wu Qingrong sneered. Faced with his malicious smile, Jiang Yunwan felt a sense of strangeness. In her 2 lives, it was the first time she found Wu Qingrong so unfamiliar. Indeed, when she was murdered by Bai Rufu in her previous life, Wu Qingrong had stood by, watching with a similarly terrifying gaze that made her feel utterly alienated. In this life, he could not suppress himself any longer, wishing to abandon his pretense. Jiang Yunwan felt a chill. To catch someone in the act? This was the first time she had encountered a man so eager to adorn himself with the green hat of infidelity. Wu Qingrong, you've injured your legs. Not your brain. What did you say? Wu Qingrong was momentarily stunned. Since Jiang Yunwan had entered the minister's residence, this was the first time he had seen her display such a side. He had always thought her to be submissive and gentle. Who would have known she could also be so sharp-tongued? The way she addressed him, as Wu Qingrong further shocked him into stillness. You call me what? You claim to be here to catch someone in the act. Then tell me, who could I possibly rendezvous with at this late hour? This is the minister's residence. Inside and out, it is filled with your people. Who could I possibly have an affair with? Jiang Yunwan was furious, confronting him in front of their son, Wu Qingrong. Are you even a man? You. Wu Qingrong was at a loss for words in response to her accusatory tone. You've become increasingly sharp-tongued. Finding himself unable to best Jiang Yunwan in debate, he scanned the room, spotting 2 teacups on the table. It was as if he had seen a wild man drinking tea. Wu Qingrong's eyes lit up as he pointed at the teacups. You still dare to quibble. If you weren't meeting a wild man, then whose tea is this? Jiang Yunwan's heart sank. In her haste to hide Xiao Mo, she had forgotten about the teacups. But before she could respond, Fiyun, her maid, maintained her composure and interjected, Miss, the teacups were used by this servant. Please allow me to keep them. It would be inappropriate for the miss to use them again in the future. The miss graciously allowed this servant to taste the newly arrived tea. And I am deeply grateful. However, I am just a servant. As she spoke, Fuyun collected both teacups, thanking the miss profusely. Jiang Yunwan exchanged a discreet, appreciative glance with her maid. When she turned back to Wu Qingrong, she found him looking utterly dismayed. Fuyun's performance had left him grasping at straws. He had not witnessed the wild man drinking tea in the Yunswang courtyard with his own eyes, so he could only allow Jiang Yunwan and her companions to babble on. Do not be so smug. Wu Qingrong gritted his teeth in anger, declaring that regardless of what Jiang Yunwan said tonight, he was determined to search the house. He was eager to see where that wild man could possibly hide. When he arrived earlier, he had commanded his servants to encircle the Yunswang courtyard completely. Even if that wild man attempted to flee, it would be futile. Wu Qingrong waved his hand, ordering search. Chapter 37. Is there truly a wild man hidden? Break the lock. Wu Qingrong, do you not trust me? Jiang Yunwan felt anxious internally, yet could not reveal it on her face. Although nothing had transpired between her and Xiao Mo. The notion of a man and woman alone in a room late at night. No, it was not entirely correct to say nothing had occurred between her and Xiao Mo. After all, where did Yu Bao come from? Her cheeks flushed, and she hastily positioned herself at the door, exclaiming, We are husband and wife. Despite your cold indifference towards me these days, I have not harbored suspicions of you. Yet you dare to doubt me? You have truly disappointed me. If Wu Qingrong discovered Xiao Mo tonight, the entire minister's residence would be turned upside down. She was not afraid of them. She feared for the consequences it might bring upon the Jiang family. Her elder brother was already treading carefully in his career, and she did not wish to implicate him. Jiang Yunwan, are you truly so frightened that your wild man will be discovered? Seeing Jiang Yunwan insist on obstructing him, Wu Qingrong was further convinced that there was something amiss in her room. As long as he captured the wild man, he would possess leverage against Jiang Yunwan. At that time, he could command her to go east, and she would not dare to go west. A mere gesture from him would ensure that Jiang Yunwan and the Jiang family would deliver silver to him without hesitation. He cared not whether Jiang Yunwan had someone outside, for he harbored no feelings for her to begin with. Now that he was fervently involved with Su Shuiyan, he regarded Jiang Yunwan merely as an unnecessary burden. Even as an extra, she still held considerable utility. Search! He seized Jiang Yunwan's wrist, pulling her into his embrace, causing her to stumble. What are you doing? Jiang Yunwan nearly retched in disgust. In her past life, she had never felt repulsed by Wu Qingrong's touch. Yet now, even the mere scent emanating from him made her feel nauseated. By the time Jiang Yunwan regained her footing, Wu Qingrong's subordinates had already invaded the inner room, ransacking it. If Fuyun attempted to intervene, it would be effortless. However, she stood to the side, holding Yu Bao with a solemn expression, seemingly with no intention of intervening. In fact, there was even a hint of mockery in her gaze. Noticing Jiang Yunwan's distress, she subtly shook her head, signaling her to remain calm. Jiang Yunwan, what do you mean by this? Seeing Jiang Yunwan disgustedly wipe her hands, Wu Qingrong's fa faltered. He forcefully placed her hand against his chest, stating, I am your husband. Do you find me repulsive? Indeed, your suspicion of my character is what truly disgusts me. Jiang Yunwan retorted bitterly, withdrawing her hand. She had not anticipated that her current demeanor would be so fierce, unlike the obedient persona she had previously displayed before him. Wu Qingrong furrowed his brow in confusion. What had caused this woman to change so suddenly? Did she perhaps know something? Humiliated in front of the servants, Wu Qingrong could not contain his anger, declaring, Jiang Yunwan, I initially intended to spare your dignity. However, your lack of awareness leaves me with no choice but to show you no mercy. As he spoke, he glanced towards the inner room, where the servants had already made a complete mess. Even the curtain to the inner room had been torn. Jiang Yunwan suppressed her fury. Watching as Binner approached the corner cabinet, and her anxiety heightened, Wu Qingrong was still present. She could not reveal any telltale signs. I implore you, young mistress, to open this corner cabinet. Binner turned to her, stating, the servant must check what is inside this cabinet. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunwan swiftly approached and delivered a resounding slap to Binner's face. You wretched thing, do you still regard me as your mistress? Binner stood dazed from the blow. Regaining composure, he looked at Wu Qingrong with a wronged expression, calling out, Master. Wu Qingrong was equally astonished. He had not expected Jiang Yunwan to dare strike one of his servants. Jiang Yunwan, he seethed, supporting himself on the litter, glaring at her through clenched teeth. What? You dare not open this corner cabinet, yet you have the audacity to strike my servant? But was there truly something scandalous hidden within that cabinet? Something? Xiao Montak, upon hearing Wu Qingrong refer to him as something, could only imagine where Wu Qingrong intended to bury him. Since the cabinet had been locked, it must surely contain my most precious possessions. If, in this chaotic night, something valuable were to be lost, you would be responsible for compensation. One statement left Wu Qingrong momentarily speechless. He knew well that Jiang Yunwan's belongings were of the highest quality. If something were truly lost, he could not afford to compensate her. I am your husband. What is yours is mine, and you dare demand compensation from me. Wu Qingrong was left speechless in his fury. I am not without shame, Jiang Yunwan replied coldly. How dare you brazenly claim what is mine as yours? Do you not have a mirror or a sense of decency? To speak so audaciously, Wu Qingrong, I bore you bow, and you have been indifferent to us both. Yet you now dare to slander and humiliate me. Are you planning to abandon me? What? Wu Qingrong was taken aback. This was the first time he had witnessed Jiang Yunwan display such fierce resolve. Had you perhaps grown infatuated with someone else? I have not, Wu Qingrong instinctively retorted. He indeed had no one outside, for that person resided within the minister's residence, right beneath Jiang Yunwan's nose. If you had no mistress, why then are you so heartless towards me? Are you planning to drive me to despair? The more Jiang Yunwan spoke, the angrier she became. Trembling with rage, she signaled Fuyun to take Yu Bao outside. She did not want her son to hear such vile words. Jiang Yunwan, do not escalate this further. Wu Qingrong, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. I have no mistress. I came to catch you in the act upon receiving word of your infidelity. And now you turn the blame on me? Word of infidelity? Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered. In the dead of night, who would pay attention to the matters of Yunswang courtyard? Xiao Mo was a cautious man. He would not have been discovered entering or exiting the Yunswang courtyard. Who could possibly know of Xiao Mo's arrival and deliberately report it to Wu Qingrong? Could it be Su Xin? But if Su Xin had reported it, Xiao Mo would have surely noticed. Although Fuyun had earlier indicated for her to remain calm, countless eyes were now fixated on that corner cabinet. The lock remained secured, indicating that Xiao Mo had yet to emerge. If they were to open the corner cabinet, it would be as if they had been caught red-handed. No, she had to divert Wu Qingrong's attention quickly. With determination, Jiang Yunwan thought of setting a fire in the front courtyard to draw Wu Qingrong away when, to her astonishment, the scoundrel first signaled to Binner. Binner seized a nearby stool and struck it down heavily. With a crack, Binner had indeed smashed the lock open. Chapter 38. He would pay with his entire fortune. As the lock fell to the ground, Jiang Yunwan's heart leaped to her throat. She held her breath, her mind momentarily blank. Just as Binner opened the cabinet, Jiang Yunwan took a decisive step forward, commanding him to halt. However, Wu Qingrong had already anticipated her move. Thus, the moment Jiang Yunwan lifted her foot, he seized her wrist with a firm grip. Meanwhile, Binner had successfully opened the cabinet door. Jiang Yunwan felt an overwhelming surge of anxiety. It was not that she feared Wu Qingrong, but rather that she dreaded the possibility of Xiao Mo being caught red-handed, which would tarnish the reputation of the esteemed Wei Yuan Ho and jeopardize his future. She understood all too well the arduous journey Xiao Mo had undertaken to achieve his current status. Moreover, she was aware that the court viewed him as a treacherous minister, subject to both verbal and written condemnation. Seeing Jiang Yunwan's pallid face, Wu Qingrong was instantly exhilarated. Jiang Yunwan, you have indeed hidden a clandestine man. I must see who this man is. Under the fervent gaze of Wu Qingrong, Jiang Yunwan's mind was consumed by a singular thought. This was the end. Unexpectedly, a sharp crash resounded. Startled, Jiang Yunwan stumbled back a step, witnessing a celadon vase adorned with golden flowers tumble from the cabinet, shattering upon impact with the ground. Binner was nearly faint with fright. That was a celadon vase with golden embellishments. Even he, lacking in discernment, recognized its immense value. Gazing at the scattered shards, Wu Qingrong was equally astonished. He had never anticipated that what was hidden in the corner cabinet was not a clandestine man, but rather this priceless vase. Binner turned to Wu Qingrong, his voice tinged with distress. Sir, there is no one inside. Jiang Yunwan let out a long sigh of relief. As long as Xiao Mo was not in the cabinet, all was well. Although she was baffled as to how Xiao Mo, a living person, had silently exited the locked cabinet, the absence of Xiao Mo meant that Wu Qingrong's accusations were unfounded. At that moment, Jiang Yunwan had no time for further contemplation. She gazed at the shattered vase and cried out, My vase. This was a wedding gift from the third princess when I married. Wu Qingrong, do you have any idea how precious this celadon vase is? It is now priceless and irreplaceable. What will you offer as compensation? Jiang Yunwan broke free from Wu Qingrong's grasp and hurried a few steps forward. Her words left Wu Qingrong speechless. He was aware of the vase's value, yet he had never imagined it to be a wedding gift from the third princess. If it had been a gift from someone else, the situation could have been easily resolved. But it was the third princess. At that moment, Wu Qingrong's mind was filled with a singular thought. This would ruin him. How could he possibly explain this to the third princess? Jiang Yunwan glared at him in fury. Wu Qingrong, feeling guilty, averted his gaze. Indeed, how would he explain this to the third princess? What if the third princess sought retribution? This is the consequence of your insistence on catching me in the act. I will recount tonight's events to the third princess in their entirety. You shall face her judgment, Jiang Yunwan declared angrily. Wu Qingrong froze in fear at the mention of the third princess. The mere thought filled him with a sense of inescapable dread. This was a burden he could not bear. Thus Wu Qingrong turned to Binner, scolding him sharply, You fool! Why did you insist on opening that cabinet? Now, how will I explain this to the third princess? Binner felt wronged at once. Was it not Wu Qingrong who had ordered him to break open the cabinet? Was it not he who insisted on catching her in the act? Why was the blame now being placed on him? Sir, even if I were sold, or my entire family were sold, I could never afford to replace it. I warned you earlier that the item in that cabinet was of immeasurable value, yet you refused to listen. Jiang Yunwan, gritting her teeth in anger, retorted, What do you mean I have hidden a clandestine man? You turned my Yunsang courtyard upside down, yet you fail to find this so-called clandestine man anywhere. Surely, Xiao Mo does not possess the ability to transform into a fly and escape through the crack of the door? Jiang Yunwan cast a suspicious glance around the room, though she did not allow Wu Qingrong to perceive her doubts. Since you have found no trace of the clandestine man, what explanation do you have for tonight's events? Yunwan. Under Jiang Yunwan's relentless gaze, Wu Qingrong surrendered. His previous assertiveness had dissipated, and his voice softened. It was my fault. As your husband, I should not have doubted you. Tonight's occurrences were merely a misunderstanding. It is late. You should rest well. I too must take my leave. Having said this, he turned to Binner and the others, barking, You fools! Why are you not quick to assist me? Seeing his attempt to flee, Jiang Yunwan let out a cold laugh and blocked their path. While instructing Fuyun to close the door from the outside, she spoke coldly. Did not my husband wish to catch me in the act? Did he not insist on uncovering where the clandestine man was hidden? I have heard whispers about my husband having an affair behind my back. I initially dismissed such slander. Yet, given the events of tonight, it appears my concerns were not unfounded. The mere mention of an affair caused Wu Qingrong's face to turn pale. He hastily replied, Yunwan, you have misunderstood. What affair? What rumors? Those are mere fabrications. He swallowed hard. I hold deep affection for you. Now that we have a child, how could I entertain such thoughts? Regardless of who spread these vile tales, you must not believe them. Wu Qingrong's mind was racing. The affair with Su Shuyan was a secret known only to him. Su Shuyan and Su Xin, even his parents were unaware. How could these rumors possibly have reached Jiang Yunwan? Could it be that Su Xin had informed her? As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Qingrong scanned the room, searching for Su Xin. Unfortunately, he could not find her. Yunwan, where's that girl Su Xin? Why is she not here attending to you? He cautiously probed. Wu Qingrong, when did you begin to care about the whereabouts of my maid? Jiang Yunwan's eyes narrowed. Is it possible that the temptress you are involved with is Su Xin? Wu Qingrong exclaimed. No, that is an affront. He quickly defended himself. Yunwan, I am not so desperate. How could I ever have eyes for Su Xin? Outside the door, Su Xin, hearing this, felt a mix of anger and humiliation, biting her lip as she cursed Wu Qingrong 1,000 times in her heart. That scoundrel had promised to claim everything from the Jiang family for her and let Su Shuyan take the lead while she remained in the background. How could he now claim he did not desire her? She had even betrayed her mistress for him. Whether it was embarrassment or anger, Su Xin flushed red, stamped her foot, and ran away. Fu Yun withdrew his gaze, a knowing smile on his face. Wu Qingrong had no idea that his attempts to probe Jiang Yunwan had inadvertently led to his own exposure. Observing his flushed face, Jiang Yunwan smirked. Why the rush? My husband? Whether or not it is Su Xin, it is better that you have no mistress. I was merely inquiring casually. However, tonight's incident has stirred quite a commotion, and I shall not let it rest easily. Jiang Yunwan surveyed the chaos surrounding her, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Let us settle this matter properly. Chapter 39. No one shall retain their dignity. Wu Qingrong attempted to flee with the aid of his servants. Yet the doors and windows had been securely locked by Jiang Yunwan. Fu Yun was stationed outside, watching intently. Wu Qingrong, did you truly believe that my Yunsang courtyard could be so easily searched? You think you can come and go as you please? My once pristine and orderly courtyard has been turned into a shambles by your people. If this matter were to be brushed aside so easily tonight, others would only see me as an easy target, thinking they could trample upon my dignity. You are my husband, yet you so readily believe the words of others, showing me such a lack of trust and respect. You have disappointed me greatly. Jiang Yunwan looked at Wu Qingrong with a heart full of bitterness. Her gaze was enough to make Wu Qingrong feel profoundly guilty. He dared not meet her eyes, stammering, Then, what do you wish to do? I shall not make things difficult for you. Jiang Yunwan raised her chin and proposed. Let us first discuss how the exquisite celadone vase shall be compensated. What? Wu Qingrong was taken aback. He instinctively glanced at the shards scattered across the floor, then abruptly looked up. Jiang Yunwan, I am your husband. How can we even entertain the notion of compensation between us? Moreover, even if he wished to reimburse her, the value of the vase was exorbitant. How could he possibly afford it? Wu Qingrong, feeling unjustly aggrieved, exclaimed, If I had such a fortune, I would gladly compensate you. The crux of the matter is, I do not possess it. Witnessing his brazen demeanor, Jiang Yunwan could not help but laugh in exasperation. I do not wish for you to compensate. However, if the third princess pursues this matter, she sighed, I cannot simply claim that I broke it myself, can I? I warned you repeatedly that the items within that cabinet are of great value, yet you disregarded my warnings. Compensation is a trivial issue. Damaging the goodwill of the third princess is a grave matter. How am I to explain this to her? Wu Qingrong was momentarily rendered speechless. If you refuse to compensate, I shall send Fu Yun to the palace to inform the third princess that the vase was shattered under your care. I do not wish to burden you with compensation. Instead, you can directly plead for forgiveness from the third princess. Absolutely not. Wu Qingrong panicked at the notion. His legs were already in disarray from leaving the palace. And before even encountering the third princess, he had already been humiliated. It was evident that she harbored no fondness for him. Wu Qingrong, possessing a modicum of self-awareness, realized that if he were to enter the palace to plead for forgiveness, It would be akin to courting disaster. Just tell me how much it is. I shall compensate. Jiang Yunwan, having been raised in a family of merchants, was well acquainted with the value of the Celadon vase. The price of such vases varied, but none were trifles. A common Celadon vase could easily fetch around 20,000 taels of silver. Moreover, this was a gift from the third princess. Upon hearing the figure of approximately 20,000 taels, Wu Qingrong felt his vision darken. He was acutely aware of the vase's worth, yet at that moment, he could scarcely gather even 2,000 taels, let alone 20,000. However, Jiang Yunwan's implication was clear that it would likely exceed even that amount. The third princess, having deep affection, surely meant that this vase's value could not be compared to ordinary ones. How about we settle on 28,800 taels? The mention of this sum left Wu Qingrong in a state of shock. 28,800 taels. I could perhaps persuade my father to procure a similar Celadon vase, but the remaining amount would serve as your tribute to the third princess. Jiang Yunwan smiled slightly. Husband, I assure you, I will not take advantage of you. This silver is of great use. It will help me win the third princess's favor. Wu Qingrong felt overwhelmed. Yet upon hearing Jiang Yunwan's intention to assist him in winning the third princess's favor, he brightened with hope. Really? Despite the previous encounter where Jiang Yunwan had promised to speak well of him to the third princess, he had been met with ridicule and had lost the precious gifts he had sent her. Wu Qingrong had been hesitant to trust Jiang Yunwan, but seeing his current plight, if his legs truly could not heal, he feared he might lose his position as the Assistant Minister of Revenue. He had missed the opportunity to align himself with Lord Shao and now had no choice but to place his hopes on the third princess. With this in mind, even though Wu Qingrong had nothing in his pockets, he resolved to accept the 28,800 taels. Very well. I shall find a way to gather the silver and deliver it to you in a few days. If you could arrange for me to meet the third princess and speak a few kind words on my behalf, I shall cherish you well. As he spoke, he shot Jiang Yunwan a meaningful smile, his gaze seeming to devour her whole. Disgusting. Jiang Yunwan frowned and averted her eyes. Previously, she believed Wu Qingrong truly cared for her. Now, seeing the look in his eyes, she felt as if insects were crawling all over her, wishing to claw out his eyes. You should focus on healing your legs first. Though the Fade had not yet completely crumbled, Jiang Yunwan suppressed her revulsion. She believed not a word of his promises to cherish her. His notion of caring was merely a collaboration with Su Shuiyan to usurp her son, leading to his premature demise, leaving her to raise their illegitimate offspring, which ultimately resulted in the ruin of the Jiang family and the loss of their wealth. Jiang Yunwan clenched her fists, her pent-up hatred threatening to erupt. Since we have settled the matter of the silver, I shall take my leave now. Wu Qingrong could barely contain his excitement. He had just ordered his servants to carry him back when Jiang Yunwan called out, "Stop, husband. We have only agreed upon the compensation for the Celadon vase. However, this mess remains unaddressed." What? Wu Qingrong felt the darkness return. He pressed his forehead, frowning in displeasure at Jiang Yunwan. What do you mean by this, Jiang Yunwan? Are you trying to take advantage of me? Fine. Initially, I intended for you to clean this place up before leaving. But if you refuse, then I expect everything to be returned to its rightful place. Not a single item can be misplaced. Jiang Yunwan's expression turned stern. Who is it that has become so brazen? What did you say? Wu Qingrong, infuriated, retorted. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? His heart was not truly with Jiang Yunwan. He seldom ventured into the Yunshuang courtyard and could hardly recall how things were arranged there. Now, Jiang Yunwan's insistence on returning everything to its original state felt like a blatant act of harassment. If my husband is unwilling, then I shall simply turn your quarters into a similar state. I have heard whispers suggesting that there is a fox spirit residing in your courtyard, with scandalous sounds emerging in the dead of night. Jiang Yunwan paused. Initially, I sought to preserve your dignity, but since you disregard my reputation, let us cast aside any semblance of propriety. Tonight, I shall see for myself what kind of fox spirit resides in your quarters. With that, she flung open the door and stormed out, intent on uncovering the truth behind the fox spirit. Chapter 40. Capturing the fox spirit in the act. Wu Qingrong was filled with panic and anger. Ever since Jiang Yunwan became pregnant, they had been sleeping apart. Consequently, Su Shuiyan often sneaked into his bed in the dead of night. His room frequently echoed with unspeakable sounds. If Jiang Yunwan were to investigate thoroughly, She would undoubtedly uncover items linked to Su Shuiyin. Should Jiang Yunwan discover their affair, the minister's residence would surely descend into chaos. However, Wu Qingrong, hindered by his legs, could only watch helplessly as Jiang Yunwan dashed outside, shouting urgently, "Quick! Stop her!" Binger, upon hearing his command, sprang up and hurried after her. "You fools! Carry me along!" Seeing his servants rush towards the door, Wu Qingrong seethed, "Useless bunch! What do I even pay you for?" Hearing his tirade, Binger and the others hurriedly returned to assist him, but the delay allowed Jiang Yunwan to enter Wu Qingrong's courtyard. By chance, Su Shuiyin was sprawled on Wu Qingrong's bed. Ever since she and her daughter were confined to Qiuj, she had been restless. With the child incessantly wailing whenever it woke, she sought refuge and solace with Wu Qingrong. Sneaking over the wall, disrobing, and reclining seductively on his bed. Upon hearing footsteps outside, she instinctively assumed it was Wu Qingrong returning, seemingly forgetting that he was currently incapacitated and could not even stand. How could those footsteps possibly belong to him? "Qingrong," Su Shuiyin called out in a delicate voice. Jiang Yunwan paused, intrigued. She had initially intended to ruin Wu Qingrong's courtyard, ensuring that no one would have a good time. To her surprise, Su Shuiyin was indeed in Wu Qingrong's chamber. Wasn't she confined to Qiuj? To see Wu Qingrong, she would go to any lengths, pretending to catch a vixen. She unexpectedly caught one instead. Coughing lightly, Jiang Yunwan ignored Su Shuyin's voice and declared loudly, "Fuyun, smash it all." "Yes, miss." Fuyun handed the precious item in her arms to Jiang Yunwan. After exchanging a knowing glance, Fuyun kicked the door open with a resounding crash, startling Su Shuiyin into a shriek. As the scream escaped her lips, she quickly covered her mouth with a pillow, stifling the remaining cries. How could Jiang Yunwan be here? Su Shuiyin trembled in fear, realizing that Jiang Yunwan was clearly here with malicious intent. Could it be that the little wretch already knew she was in Wu Qingrong's bed? Pale-faced, Su Shuiyin hastily jumped out of bed. She didn't have time to dress properly, hastily throwing on a loose outer garment and scuttling around the room like a headless fly, unsure of where to hide. Fortunately, Jiang Yunwan was currently wreaking havoc outside. If she were to burst in here suddenly, wouldn't her affair with Wu Qingrong be exposed? What to do? What to do? Su Shuiyin, bewildered by the situation, could not even fathom why Jiang Yunwan had come to this place in a frenzy. It was impossible to escape now. Although the window was partially ajar, the hinges were rusted, and opening it would undoubtedly make noise, alerting Jiang Yunwan. She had been here countless times, playing roles with Wu Qingrong. Sometimes, she would sneak in to steal, losing herself to Wu Qingrong. At other times, she would feign sleep while he climbed through the window like a midnight thief. Thus, she understood better than anyone that opening the window would create a sound. After all, wasn't it said that Wu Qingrong was utterly devoted to her? Su Shuiyin was adept at playing games and was uninhibited, the kind of woman men found most alluring. "Don't come in, please don't come in," Su Shuiyin prayed desperately while continuing to search for a hiding place. Despite knowing that Su Shuiyin was inside, Jiang Yunwan refrained from directly confronting her. Watching Fuyun wreak havoc in the outer room satisfied her. And what the inner room? She scoffed. "My Yunshuang courtyard has been turned into utter chaos." "Yes, Mississippi." As Fuyun responded, preparing to push open the inner door, Wu Qingrong's voice rang out. "Wait." He timely stopped Fuyun's movement. "What are you doing?" "Jiang Yunwan, tonight I am at fault. I admit my mistakes. But you cannot act this way. Have you considered whose silver is being wasted as you smash all these items?" Wu Qingrong was being carried in by the servants. He noticed a slight crack in the inner door, and the alluring fragrance of Su Shuiyin wafted from within. He realized she must be lying on his bed. Consequently, Wu Qingrong felt increasingly uneasy. He called out loudly, "Yunwan, weren't these things you personally arranged before a wedding? Now that you've smashed so much, you're wasting your own silver." Wu Qingrong was genuinely anxious and angry, feeling the pinch in his wallet. Jiang Yunwan had been wholeheartedly devoted to him, acquiring only the finest items, everything from pearwood carved tables and chairs to redwood cabinets, not to mention the exquisite vases. What she was destroying were not mere objects, but a fortune in silver. "Indeed, because it is my silver, I shall spend it as I please. I haven't felt any regret yet. So why should you feel it first, my husband?" She lacked nothing, neither her husband's love, nor her mother's affection, nor even common sense. Yet, She certainly did not lack silver. Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow with a cold smirk. How foolish of Wu Qingrong to think she would regret it. The existence of these items was a source of her humiliation. Just seeing them made her furious. Thus, destroying them was perfect. She would burn the remains, denying Wu Qingrong any use of them. How can you speak like this? Wu Qingrong's lips trembled with anger. You think smashing all this relieves your anger? But tomorrow, when you must replace it all, one tea that be another hefty sum. It will be better for you to give me that silver to compensate the third princess. He was scheming, and Jiang Yunwan, furious, found it laughable. Did he truly take her for a fool? Since I've smashed it, why would I replace it? Does my husband lack silver? Is the treasury of the minister's residence empty? Jiang Yunwan's peripheral vision caught sight of Su Shuyan scurrying about, unclothed within the inner room. Her lips curled into a smile as she thought, my husband has indeed reminded me. Without giving Wu Qingrong a chance to respond, she signaled Fuyun. That grand pearwood carved bed in the room? I personally arranged that as well. Let us smash everything in the inner room too. As soon as she finished speaking, Fuyun forcefully kicked the door open. Chapter 41. Trapping the vixen in the chamber. With a startled cry, Su Shuyan, terrified, dashed beneath the bed. What was that sound? Jiang Yunwan's expression darkened, her piercing gaze fixed on Wu Qingrong's face. There was indeed someone inside. Before Wu Qingrong could speak, she commanded Fuyun, search immediately. We must unearth that vixen, even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Yes, miss. Fuyun was about to enter the room to search. This terrified Wu Qingrong. Earlier, he had stormed into Yunshuang courtyard to catch a man, only to find neither the man nor himself, and instead had shattered the exquisite porcelain vase gifted by the third princess, incurring nearly 30,000 taels in debt, and had been scolded by Jiang Yunwan. Now it seemed he was the one caught by Jiang Yunwan. While he had found nothing in Yunshuang courtyard, Su Shuyan was hiding right there in his room. If Jiang Yunwan discovered her, Wu Qingrong's face paled, and he shouted, stop. Fuyun, stop. Even though Fuyun was a servant of the third princess, he couldn't care less about that now. What kind of nonsense is this? You a maid? Cannot just enter my chamber. Yunwan, he hastily added, surely you misheard? There is no sound at all. It's just the wind blowing against the window, causing a noise. My windows have rusty hinges, thus they creak. As he laughed awkwardly, he gestured to Binner. Hurry and close the windows. We must repair them by tomorrow, lest the young mistress misunderstand. Yes, master. Binner, who had known Wu Qingrong for many years, understood his character well. He also knew Su Shuyan was likely inside, so he quickly stepped into cover for Wu Qingrong. Young mistress, you mustn't misunderstand master. There is no vixen in the room. Master is deeply devoted to you, maintaining his integrity, I assure you. Binner touched his swollen face from Jiang Yunwan's slap, blocking Fuyun's way, discreetly closing the door. I, your servant, am also loyal to the young mistress. You must trust me. Standing at the door, with the night deepening and the dew heavy, he added, the young master is tired. Please return and rest. Seeing Binner's fawning yet guilty expression, Jiang Yunwan felt clarity in her heart. If they tore down that thin veil tonight, how would the future drama unfold? Yet, if she simply left now, wouldn't that benefit Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong? Even if she had no real intention of catching them in the act tonight, she was determined to frighten them thoroughly. Hee, mother is simply too wicked, but I like it. Since Xiao Mo entered Yunshuang courtyard, Yubao had not closed his eyes. His bright, clear eyes sparkled with excitement as he witnessed Xiao Mo's joy, Wu Qingrong's disdain, and then joined Fuyun outside to watch the drama unfold, observing his mother's impressive acting skills. How could Yubao feel sleepy? Even though it was late into the night, he felt increasingly energized. Just moments ago, mother went to catch the vixen, and Yubao clenched his tiny fists, thrilled to continue watching the play. That vixen is hiding in the room. Yes, even under the bed. If mother goes in now to catch her, she will surely succeed. Seeing that the little one was so aware of Su Shuyan's hiding place, Jiang Yunwan shot him a surprised glance. Mother must be very curious about where father has gone and how he managed to escape, right? Yubao winked at her, uncertain if mother would grasp his meaning. Father is just an old fox, cunning and scheming. Just as Jiang Yunwan was pondering this, Wu Qingrong's voice reached her ears. Indeed, Yunwan, it's so late. Even if you're not tired, surely our son is. Watching Jiang Yunwan dote on Yubao so affectionately, Wu Qingrong felt both guilty and a sense of pride. Huh, this foolish woman. unaware that the child she so dearly cherishes is his and Su Xuyan's. Wu Qingrong discreetly suppressed his smugness and urged, "You should take Yubao back to rest. Do you see Yubao looking tired?" Jiang Yunwan did not indulge him, holding Yubao up to showcase his lively demeanor. No matter how well Wu Qingrong disguised his intentions, she was well aware that this scoundrel was reveling in his perceived success, thinking their child-swapping scheme was flawless. Did he believe the child in her arms was by roughing yes? That phrase, "our son," grated on her ears. Had she not wished to avoid alarming the snake at this moment, she would have delivered a scathing reprimand, questioning whether he was fit to be Yubao's father. "Ha! What a dreamer!" Jiang Yunwan pressed her lips together. "Husband, we are married, yet since Yubao's arrival, we have been apart for over half a year. Now that Yubao is born, I am weary tonight and do not wish to be on the move." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingrong froze, unease flickering across his face. Indeed, the next moment, Jiang Yunwan continued, "Tonight, Yubao and I will rest in your chamber." What? Wu Qingrong thought he had misheard. He had been married to Jiang Yunwan for over a year, and she had always been reserved and shy, whenever he wished to stay over in Yunshuang courtyard. Her face turned crimson, yet tonight, she was taking the initiative to stay in his quarters. It was one thing on ordinary days, but Su Xuyan was still in the room. Jiang Yunwan had effectively blocked the door, leaving Su Xuyan no chance to escape. If it were anyone else, it might not matter, but that vixen was Su Xuyan, Jiang Yunwan's own sister-in-law. He anxiously protested, "No, that won't do. Is my husband rejecting me?" Jiang Yunwan could hardly believe it. Hurt, she averted her gaze. "I only thought you might find it inconvenient. I feel uneasy with servants attending to you. I would prefer to care for you myself. If my husband has any discomfort, I will return." Seeing her attempt to leave, Wu Qingrong finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yunwan, I actually have no discomfort. I simply pity you. With so many servants attending me, you need not worry, since my husband has no discomfort. Yubao and I shall stay," Jiang Yunwan declared, shifting the discussion and signaling Fuyun to clear the way. She then pushed open the door with Yubao in her arms. Meanwhile, Su Xuyan, crouched beneath the bed, dared not breathe a word, fearful of being discovered. Upon hearing Jiang Yunwan's intention to leave, she finally let out a breath of relief and cautiously emerged from her hiding spot. Little did she know, Jiang Yunwan had changed her mind and opened the door again. Su Xuyan was immediately struck with terror. Chapter 42, Revenge Delivered on the Spot. As Jiang Yunwan, cradling Yubao, prepared to enter, Su Xuyan seized her outer garment and dove into the bed covers. She curled up, not daring to move an inch, believing her actions swift. However, Jiang Yunwan had been fully aware of her presence. As Su Xuyan just buried herself under the covers, Jiang Yunwan coldly smirked and turned her gaze away, pretending not to notice her recent predicament. "Jiang Yunwan." As Wu Qingrong's exclamation echoed, Jiang Yunwan slowly entered the room with Yubao. Wu Qingrong's heart raced, feeling it could leap from his throat at any moment. In his anxiety, he lunged forward, accidentally tumbling off the stretcher. "Ouch!" Wu Qingrong cried out in pain, feeling as though his leg had fractured anew. He lay on the ground, groaning in agony. "Master!" Binger, startled, turned pale, kneeling to assist him. "Master, are you all right?" Yet before he could extend a hand, Jiang Yunwan remarked, "If you lift him like that, your master may never walk again." Of course, after her earlier antics, Wu Qingrong's legs were already irreparable. Even if he could walk again in the future, he would likely limp for the rest of his life. She was eager to see if Su Xuyan would still regard Wu Qingrong favorably then, or if she would remain devoted to him. After hearing Jiang Yunwan's words, Binger trembled and promptly withdrew his hand. Wu Qingrong was indeed in great pain. However, seeing that he had managed to hinder Jiang Yunwan's movements, he decided to remain on the ground, merely groaning and pointing to his leg. "Yunwan, my leg hurts terribly. Come take a look." Jiang Yunwan regarded him coldly, as if observing a fool. Standing at the door with Yubao, she neither approached him nor expressed any concern, simply watching him act. "Yunwan, I truly am in pain." Wu Qingrong grimaced, yet he believed that as long as she came to examine him, his pain would lessen. Yes. The moment Jiang Yunwan approached to check his leg, Su Xuyan could take the opportunity to slip away. Wu Qingrong cast a worried glance at the bed. How could he not see that Su Xuyan was still hidden beneath the covers? The more he thought, the more anxious he became, and the more anxious he felt, the more thrilling it was. "Yunwan, can you see if my leg has split open again?" It truly hurts. Wu Qingrong began to feign pity. He extended his hand toward Jiang Yunwan, knowing that her presence would alleviate his discomfort. Yunwan, you are truly my pain relief. At that moment, Wu Qingrong's gaze was filled with affection, while Jiang Yunwan only felt nauseated. Pain relief indeed. She was merely a shortcut to his wealth. No matter how sweetly Wu Qingrong spoke, she remained unmoved, gazing down at him with a superior air. Wu Qingrong felt a chill creep into his heart from her gaze, and his outstretched hand began to stiffen with pain. Seeing her reluctance to engage, he awkwardly withdrew his hand, berating himself for being foolish. What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and lift me onto the bed. We must first send Jiang Yunwan away. My injury has worsened. Send someone to fetch a doctor to change my bandages immediately. He then turned to Jiang Yunwan, saying, Yunwan, you should take the child and return home. Otherwise, the medicine's scent will be too strong and disturb the child. Look, it's bleeding. As he watched the blood seeping out, Wu Qingrong's face turned increasingly pale. It hurt. Not only did it hurt, but he was also constantly worried that Su Shuyan would be discovered by Jiang Yunwan. Thus, Wu Qingrong gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain while feigning calmness to dismiss Jiang Yunwan. This blood was no ruse. It seemed Wu Qingrong's injuries had indeed worsened. Jiang Yunwan turned a hand Yubao over to Fuyun, signaling for Fuyun to take the little one back to rest. Since her husband's condition had deteriorated, she could not stand idly by. You asked me to return, yet how can I find sleep? She, too, was aware that Wu Qingrong merely sought to divert her attention, but she refused to grant him that satisfaction. She would neither expose Su Shuyan nor fulfill Wu Qingrong's desire to leave. She intended to remain here, to position herself between them, to instill a sense of dread within them. There was no need to summon a physician. She would tend to her husband's wounds herself. With that, Jiang Yunwan left no room for Wu Qingrong to retort. Binner, fetch a basin of water. Binner hesitated, rooted to the spot, cautiously glancing at Wu Qingrong. What? Am I no longer able to summon you? Jiang Yunwan's expression darkened. Is this how you serve your master? You all are so inattentive. What use is it to keep such useless servants? Kulme, take them away and give them 20 lashes. I want to see who dares to neglect their duties in serving my husband in the future. Bin Evas Taken Abuk. The usually amiable young mistress was now acting as if she had transformed into a different person, threatening punishment so readily. Wu Qingrong was equally astonished. Jiang Yunwan had indeed changed from the person he once knew. Was she intent on confronting him this evening? Jiang Yunwan, you dare. He could no longer maintain his facade. Gritting his teeth, he declared, Binner is mine. Without my command, I dare anyone to lay a hand on him. Jiang Yunwan smirked inwardly. Wu Qingrong could protect his servants, honor his parents, and uphold Su Shuyan, but he could never treat her with kindness. My husband, tonight's events have escalated quite alarmingly. I fear the entire household is abuzz with gossip. How am I, as the young mistress, to face anyone? Jiang Yunwan pulled a chair to sit at the door, blocking any chance for Su Shuyan to escape. With a sigh, she remarked that it was fine to spare the others from punishment, but Binner, having served him closely for so long, if she guessed correctly, it was Binner who had relayed to him that she, from Yunshuang courtyard, harbored a man. She wondered what Binner's intentions were. Not only had he tarnished her reputation, but he also sought to sow discord between her and her husband. Just as she stormed out of Yunshuang courtyard, she heard Wu Qingrong reprimanding Binner, claiming all this trouble was due to Binner's misdeeds, stating that his information was inaccurate. Thus, Jiang Yunwan was seething with anger. She was not one to let go of grievances easily, nor would she allow Binner to escape unscathed. The blue porcelain vase, a gift from the third princess, had also been shattered by Binner. If news of this spread to the third princess, would her husband take the blame, or would he allow Binner to bear the punishment? Wu Qingrong hesitated. Binner, in a state of panic, knelt, pleading, Master, please save your servant. Wasn't he all this orchestrated by Wu Qingrong? He thought Wu Qingrong would protect him. Alas, Wu Qingrong was inherently heartless, devoid of loyalty, you scoundrel. Tonight you dare to slander the young mistress, to deliberately shatter the vase gifted by the third princess, and to defy Jiang Yunwan's orders. I see you are itching for a beating. Wu Qingrong steeled himself, commanding, take this scoundrel away and give him 30 lashes. Bin etwas Stund. He never expected Wu Qingrong would truly cast him aside to take the blame. Yunwan, I have already punished this insolent wretch. Please calm down. He smiled awkwardly at Jiang Yunwan, believing that punishing Binner would resolve the matter. Little did he know, the most thrilling part of the evening was just beginning. Chapter 43. Thrilling, truly thrilling. My husband still cares for me. Jiang Yunwan suppressed her disgust and scoffed lightly at Wu Qingrong. In that case, I shall not be angry. You all, lift my husband onto the bed. I will tend to his wounds. Wu Qingrong stiffened and quickly refused. No need. Yunwan, how could I bear to let you do this yourself? I would want you to be exposed to the filth and odor. Let physician handle it. Besides, I just fell. It seems my bones have cracked again, and I must have a doctor to set them. His implication was clear. Jiang Yunwan was not skilled in medicine and should not touch him. He insisted that she leave immediately. Such unobservant fools. It's late. Why do you not escort the young mistress back to her chambers to rest? Wu Qingrong, no longer daring to confront Jiang Yunwan, turned his ire towards several servants, scolding, "If the young mistress is fatigued, I will not spare any of you." The servants, trembling, could only muster the courage to implore Jiang Yunwan to leave, with one young servant kneeling before her in despair. "Young mistress, you should return to rest, lest the master decides to punish us. Yes, young mistress, please allow us to escort you back." The pleas were pitiful. Jiang Yunwan thought, very well. Wu Qingrong, the coward, indeed has a plethora of schemes. He has even learned the art of moral coercion. Nevertheless, Jiang Yunwan was well aware of Wu Qingrong's ruthless nature. Not to mention the past life. Even just days ago, when she gave birth, that physician, who had served him for years, was dismissed without a second thought. Although it was Su Shixin who sent him away, Jiang Yunwan had first-hand experience of Wu Qingrong's cold-heartedness. The servants around him were equally aware. The few servants kneeling before her were genuinely frightened, pleading Jiang Yunwan for mercy. What did her husband mean by this? In her past life, moral coercion had been effective against her. But alas, she was no longer the Jiang Yunwan of old. Wu Qingrong was devoid of any moral compass. What need did she have for ethics? Was it wrong for me to care for my husband? Jiang Yunwan frowned, determined to lift the quilt covering her husband. Why are you not hastening to bring my husband over? If we delay, his legs may be ruined. It mattered not how her husband treated them. She would be the first to hold them accountable. Jiang Yunwan harbored disdain for the servants surrounding Wu Qingrong. As long as she was more ruthless than Wu Qingrong, she had no fear of losing her authority. In the end, they would fare worse than Binner. Jiang Yunwan spoke coldly, just as her hand reached out to the quilt. She suddenly withdrew, standing by the bed murmuring, "Husband, why does this room carry a scent so familiar?" Wu Qingrong was nearly petrified by her previous action, his heart racing. Oh dear, this is far too thrilling. He did not dare to blink, fearing that if he did, Jiang Yunwan would indeed lift the quilt. Inside was Su Shuyan, who would be exposed. Thankfully, she did not lift the quilt. Wu Qingrong let out a long breath, his back drenched in sweat. But before he could fully relax, he heard Jiang Yunwan murmur again, "This scent is so familiar. I feel as though I have encountered it before. Where could it be?" Jiang Yunwan pinched her brow, seemingly deep in thought. Wu Qingrong was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. "Yunwan, what scent could possibly be in my room? You must be mistaken. It is only my scent." Since Jiang Yunwan was not leaving, he dared not provoke her further. At this moment, that wretched woman stood at the bedside. She was merely a quilt away from Su Shuyan. What if she were to lift the quilt? Wu Qingrong's palms were clammy with sweat. "You stand beside my bed. Naturally, it is filled with my scent. If you dislike it, then you should step back to spare yourself discomfort." "No," Jiang Yunwan shook her head. "It is not merely your scent. There seems to be another aroma." "What other scent could there be?" "Jiang Yunwan, you have grown unfamiliar with my scent after all this time apart. Once you have completed your postnatal confinement, I shall relocate to the Yunshuan courtyard." Wu Qingrong managed a nervous smile. "Is that so?" Jiang Yunwan's peripheral vision darted towards the bed. Though covered by a quilt, it was evident that it trembled slightly. Su Shuyan was hiding beneath the covers, evidently terrified and shaking. Ah, how curious that she now knows fear. When she conspired with Wu Qingrong to betray me, did she ever consider this day? They plotted to harm Yu Bao and intended for me to raise their illegitimate child, seeking to usurp the Jiang family's fortune. Where was Su Shuyan's fear then, and Wu Qingrong's guilt? Perhaps that is indeed the case. Jiang Yunwan nodded thoughtfully, expressing her disdain for this atmosphere. "Change the sheets and bedding tonight. Someone throw that quilt out." After witnessing Binner's earlier example of punishment, none of the servants dared to disobey Jiang Yunwan's command. Before Wu Qingrong could utter a word, A servant stepped forward, genuinely prepared to discard the quilt. Upon noticing this, Wu Qingrong's voice twisted in shock. "Stop! My lord, what is the matter?" Seeing his peculiar expression, Jiang Yunwan stifled a laugh and took 2 steps back to his side. "In this cold weather? Why does my lord sweat profusely?" They feigned ignorance. Wu Qingrong was on the verge of collapse from her repeated probing. Little did he know, Jiang Yunwan had seen through the situation from the start and was intentionally tormenting him and Su Shuyan. Neither dared to relax, wishing only for Jiang Yunwan to vanish quickly. "It hurts. I am in pain." Wu Qingrong bit down hard on his molars. "Yunwan, since you dislike the scent of the bed, why not assist me in changing the medicine on the couch? I truly cannot endure this agony any longer. Remaining by the bedside would surely overwhelm my fragile heart." "Very well." Jiang Yunwan did not refuse and instructed the servants to carry him to the couch. Seeing her finally acquiesce, Wu Qingrong let out a long sigh of relief. At this moment, he was drenched in sweat. Had he known it would come to this, upon learning of Jiang Yunwan's rendezvous with another man, he ought to have feigned ignorance and refrained from provoking her. Who could have foreseen that this woman would become so difficult to manage? Tonight, he had indeed lost both his wife and his troops. Similarly, Su Shuyan, curled up beneath the quilt, was trembling in fear. Clad only in a thin garment, she dared not make a sound, terrified of being discovered by Jiang Yunwan. Listening to the commotion outside the quilt, Su Shuyan was drenched in sweat, feeling as if she were being rescued from a cliff, only to jump again and be saved once more after several such cycles. Her heart nearly succumbed to distress. Soon, she heard Wu Qingrong's anguished cries. Her heart raced, and she held her breath, cautiously peeking through a small gap in the quilt. Just one glance, and Su Shuyan felt her blood freeze in terror. Chapter 44. It's over. Discovered. She carefully opened a small slit in the quilt, believing herself undetected. However, upon her first glance, she locked eyes with Jiang Yunwan. At that moment, Jiang Yunwan was seated on the couch, tending to Wu Qingrong's wounds, casually remarking, "My lord, what folly drove you to toil half the night? Are you not simply courting suffering? Originally, your legs would heal in a few months, but after this ordeal, you may be bedridden for a year or more." She was well aware that Su Shuyan could not possibly resist the urge to peek through the quilt. Even if she managed to refrain from observing them, how long could she endure being trapped beneath the covers without breathing? Nature calls. Could she truly hold it in? Jiang Yunwan's deliberate delay was intended to see how long Su Shuyan could withstand the tension. Discovering their affair so easily would be far too mundane. Hence her keen eye remained on Su Shuyan's movements. As expected, she could no longer contain herself. Could she? The instant their gazes met, Su Shuyan felt her blood rush to her head, her entire being frozen beneath the covers, her mind blank. It's over. Jiang Yunwan has discovered me. Su Shuyan was at a loss, her thoughts consumed with how to respond. Yet she never anticipated that Jiang Yunwan would merely shift her gaze with a semblance of amusement. "Now, my lord must take good care of himself and refrain from any further mischief," Jiang Yunwan stated nonchalantly. This only served to heighten Su Shuyan's anxiety. Had Jiang Yunwan truly not seen her, or was she feigning ignorance? Was she merely biding her time, or would she seek retribution later? Yet she had clearly locked eyes with Jiang Yunwan. Surely she had seen her. Why then pretend not to notice? Su Shuyan's mind was in disarray, her heart racing. Trembling, she lowered the quilt, abandoning any thoughts of spying, praying fervently that Jiang Yunwan genuinely had not seen her, thus sparing her from future torment. Otherwise, how difficult would her life become? The subtle interactions between Jiang Yunwan and Su Shuyan did not escape Wu Qingrong's notice. His gaze remained fixated on the quilt throughout. Witnessing Su Shuyan's slight opening, Wu Qingrong felt a surge of panic rise in his throat. Yet he could not ascertain whether Jiang Yunwan had truly discovered them or had merely overlooked it. Thus, he endeavored to maintain an air of composure, masking his unease. "Very well, from now on, I shall heed your every word. Yunwan, do take a good look at my leg, lest it results in lingering effects." Fearing that Jiang Yunwan would glance back at the bed, Wu Qingrong pointed to his leg, deliberately drawing attention while whispering to the servants. "Why have you not discarded the bedding yet? Remember, throw out the sheets and quilt together, to avoid the hassle of back and forth." If Binner were present, he would certainly comprehend the underlying meaning. Alas, only Binner understood his intentions. The servants exchanged glances. One of them foolishly inquired, "My lord, can we not dispose of them one by one? Must we really carry them all at once? They are not particularly heavy." "Indeed, my lord, I could toss them out with one hand." Jiang Yunwan could not help but chuckle softly. Wu Qingrong found his servants both infuriating and endearingly foolish. Seeing her laughter, the servants scratched their heads, joining in with silly grins. Observing these bumbling fools, Jiang Yunwan's mind began to devise new plans. However, she chose not to reveal her thoughts at this moment. Whether it was from irritation at these foolish servants or Jiang Yunwan's sudden laughter that provoked him, Wu Qingrong felt his dignity slip away. What is there to laugh about? He barked, hastened to discard the bedding. All of it. Wu Qingrong gritted his teeth in frustration, emphasizing his command. "Yes, my lord." As he grew agitated, the servants finally quelled their mirth, hastily gathering to dispose of the sheets and quilt. Wu Qingrong, still uneasy, continued to hiss through clenched teeth, "Together. Throw them all together." "Yes, my lord." The servants replied in unison, their voices resounding. They swiftly lifted the bedding, only to exchange astonished glances. No wonder Wu Qingrong insisted they toss it all out together. There was evidently more to the bed than met the eye. Though they appeared foolish, who was unaware of the scandal between Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan? Surely, the entire household of the minister had caught wind of it, leaving only Jiang Yunwan in blissful ignorance. The servants, feeling somewhat guilty, stole a glance at Jiang Yunwan before hastily carrying the bedding towards the door. Jiang Yunwan observed them, feigning casual curiosity. "Why does this quilt seem so heavy? It hardly resembles a quilt. It seems as if it conceals a person within." Upon hearing this, Wu Qingrong's eyelids twitched. The servants grew increasingly anxious, quickening their pace, fearful that any delay might lead to Jiang Yunwan's scrutiny. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiang Yunwan chuckled. "Why are you all fleeing? It's as if a ghost is pursuing you." They were evidently startled by her words. Wu Qingrong explained dryly, "Yunwan, your previous statement could easily lead to misunderstandings. Those unaware might think there is indeed a person wrapped in that quilt." He deliberately added, "In truth, there is no one there. It's merely your suspicion that frightens them. I was just speaking out of jest. What is there to be afraid of? Isn't that more suspicious?" Jiang Yunwan smiled slightly. Could it be that there truly is a person concealed within that quilt? Wu Qingrong's heart skipped a beat. Of course not. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunwan called out, "You lot return. I want to see what is concealed beneath the quilt." To their surprise, the servants hastened away even faster. In the blink of an eye, they had dashed out the door. "Yunwan, why not show me your legs instead? What is so fascinating about that wretched quilt? Perhaps it's just that the bed linens haven't been changed in days, causing an unpleasant odor." Wu Qingrong desperately sought to divert Jiang Yunwan's attention, fearing she would rise and investigate. It had taken him considerable effort to get Su Shuyan out, and he and T even had a moment to breathe. As the saying goes, what one fears, one encounters. The more Wu Qingrong feared Jiang Yunwan would check, the more he attempted to capture her gaze. Yet Jiang Yunwan remained resolute. What was that noise outside? Merely a quilt. How could it produce such a sound? Suddenly, she stood up, and before Wu Qingrong could seize her hand, Jiang Yunwan swiftly strode toward the door. Wu Qingrong's heart, which had just settled, leaped to his throat. He was about to signal the servants to stop Jiang Yunwan when her startled cry rang out. "What is happening?" Wu Qingrong's face paled. Had Su Shuyan not managed to escape and was caught red-handed by Jiang Yunwan? Chapter 45. Will we now address each other as sisters? Wu Qingrong, disregarding the pain in his legs, trembled as he gestured for a nearby servant to help him outside to see what was amiss. However, only a single servant remained by the bed, and he could not carry Wu Qingrong. Thus, he summoned every ounce of strength to carry Wu Qingrong to the door to ascertain the situation. Jiang Yunwan hastily approached the bed linen strewn on the ground. Wu Qingrong widened his eyes. Upon not seeing Su Shuyan, he exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. He had feared that Su Shuyan had not escaped in time and was discovered by Jiang Yunwan. As long as Su Shuyan was not caught, everything would be fine. He would fear nothing, no matter what transpired. After all, even if Jiang Yunwan suspected him, he could always deny it. What is this? In the next moment, Jiang Yunwan pointed at a sheer garment hidden within the quilt. Before she could pick it up, several servants cast furtive and guilty glances at Wu Qingrong. A jolt of anxiety shot through Wu Qingrong. What a foolish woman Su Shuyan was. She had fled, yet she left her garments behind. How was he to explain this to Jiang Yunwan? Why are you all still standing there? Hurry and retrieve my garment. After a moment of contemplation, an idea struck Wu Qingrong, and he hurriedly whispered to the servants, if the young mistress sees this, won't it be an affront to her eyes? What about my face? Jiang Yunwan paused. What did I just hear? Wu Qingrong claimed, this is my garment. His garment? Jiang Yunwan looked at him in shock. Good heavens! Was Wu Qingrong willing to sacrifice his own dignity to conceal their scandalous affair? She stared, astonished, as the servants handed the garment to Wu Qingrong. With an unflinching demeanor, tucked it into his bosom. Dear husband, when did you develop such clandestine preferences? Jiang Yunwan remarked, speechless. Ahem. Even if Wu Qingrong was utterly shameless, this moment left him somewhat embarrassed. I was simply idle. These past few months, with you being pregnant, I've been lonely at night, so, dear husband, are you intending to be my sister now? Jiang Yunwan quipped, laced with sarcasm. Wu Qingrong's face flushed. That was not how it was meant to be interpreted. Then from now on, I shall refer to you as my sister. Jiang Yunwan surveyed the courtyard. Upon her exit, she had distinctly seen Su Shuyan retreating to the corner. There, nestled against a tall artificial hill, Su Shuyan could not ascend it barehanded. Behind the hill lay a lake, adjacent to her own cloud frost courtyard. Thus, once cornered, as long as she remained outside, Su Shuyan had no chance of escaping and would not dare to emerge. One might say Su Shuyan was quite gifted in a panic. She chose the wrong path and ended up in a dead end. Jiang Yunwan could not help but chuckle. Wu Yingrong, oblivious to Suan Splight, assumed she had successfully fled. Thus, he could only force a smile while Jiang Yunwan mocked him. As the night deepened, Jiang Yunwan felt increasingly spirited. Dear husband, the moonlight is splendid. Why don't I change your dressings right here in the courtyard? What? Wu Qingrong was momentarily taken aback, bewildered by Jiang Yunwan's peculiar antics. Look, the bright moonlight and the gentle hum of insects create an intimate atmosphere. Our feelings have grown distant, and this is the perfect opportunity to mend our bond. Wouldn't you agree? Jiang Yunwan was resolute in her intentions, leaving Wu Qingrong with no room to object. Upon hearing her, Wu Qingrong reluctantly agreed. Meanwhile, a nearby servant kept nudging Wu Qingrong, hinting that Su Xian was still shivering behind the wall. After all, her garment was still in Wu Qingrong's possession. She was merely clad in a shift, freezing in the night breeze by the lakeside. She would not survive the night without suffering greatly. Unfortunately, Wu Qingrong misinterpreted the servant's gestures and instead echoed Jiang Yunwan's sentiment. You are absolutely right. Our marital bond indeed requires some nurturing. The servant, desperate and stamping his feet, dare not reveal too much for fear Jiang Yunwan would catch on. What are you still doing? Hurry and assist the young mistress in changing the dressings. Wu Qingrong commanded the servant in a low voice. Reluctantly, the servant brought out a soft couch, assisting Jiang Yunwan in changing Wu Qingrong's dressings. Meanwhile, Su Shuyan was trembling from the cold. She bit her lip tightly, hugging her arms as she crouched in the corner, hoping to find some warmth. What a wretched person Jiang Yunwan is. Has she discovered my presence? If so, why not raise a ruckus? If not, what is her intent now? Is she deliberately tormenting me? Su Shuyan's lips began to turn purple from the cold. The wind sweeping across the lake was frigid, slicing through her like a knife, leaving her both pained and chilled. She had no idea how long this torment would last. If Jiang Yunwan lingered until dawn, would she not freeze to death? Su Shuyan glanced back, realizing she was trapped with Jiang Yunwan ahead and the lake blocking her escape. She found herself in a deadlock. Had she known, she would not have sought out Wu Qingrong tonight. Now, Su Shuyan lamented her decision. Jiang Yunwan was well aware of Su Shuyan's regret. A smirk tugged at her lips as her movements slowed. Dear husband, let us speak candidly. What do you think of my sister-in-law? Wu Qingrong's heart immediately sounded alarm bells. Why on earth was she bringing up Su Shuyan? Did she know something? He cautiously scrutinized Jiang Yunwan, tentatively asking, Yunwan, why do you inquire about her? The freezing Su Shuyan held her breath, intently listening to their conversation. Why was her husband so anxious? It was merely small talk. Jiang Yunwan smiled. Just now, upon seeing your garment, I found it rather familiar. Upon further thought, the style resembles something my sister-in-law would favor. Thus, I pondered, could it be that my husband has been influenced by my sister-in-law? What do you mean by that? Wu Qingrong felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, clutching the silk garment in his arms, as if it were a hot potato. As a man, how could he allow her to affect him? Moreover, I have no knowledge of the style of her silk garments. Wu Qingrong desperately sought to distance himself from Su Shuyan, claiming that he seldom interacted with her and, consequently, did not understand her character. Jiang Yunwan cast a glance at him. Is that so? Since you are unfamiliar with your sister-in-law's nature, it is best that you have no dealings with her. I wish to remind you of a few matters regarding her peculiarities. In the blink of an eye, Jiang Yunwan devised a more intricate plan within her mind. Chapter 46. She is promiscuous. A peculiar trait? Wu Qingrong furrowed his brow, inquiring in a hushed tone. Su Shuyan listened intently, eager to hear what Jiang Yunwan would say about her behind her back. I should not speak ill of my sister-in-law. However, given the bond one now share with my husband, we are akin to sisters. As sisters, there are certain matters I feel compelled to disclose. Jiang Yunwan sighed, her expression somewhat conflicted. Do you know that your sister-in-law is promiscuous? What? Wu Qingrong was taken aback. Su Shuyan was both shocked and enraged, nearly losing her composure to confront Jiang Yunwan. This wretched person, how could she hurl such baseless accusations? While it is true that she lacks any sense of morality and would do anything to climb the social ladder, that does not mean she is promiscuous. Promiscuity is a grave accusation. Does this vile woman not realize? Wu Qingrong was evidently stunned. He stared at Jiang Yunwan in disbelief. Even the intentional jab to his leg went unnoticed as he gaped. Is this truly the case? Do you suppose I would deceive you? Jiang Yunwan feigned innocence, stating that such a serious matter would not be something she would fabricate. Su Shuyan. Indeed, she may not dare to lie, but she certainly has a penchant for concocting tales. When has she ever been promiscuous? Perhaps it was the earnestness in Jiang Yunwan's demeanor or her reputation for never uttering a falsehood that left Wu Qingrong without doubts regarding her claims. When did this occur? Such a clandestine affair. How could you possibly know? Could it be? Wu Qingrong shot Jiang Yunwan a peculiar glance. She understood the implication of his gaze. With a deliberate sigh, she wore a smile tinged with bitterness, clearly conveying to Wu Qingrong. Yes, indeed. Wu Qingrong. He was startled into an upright position. When did this happen? A year ago. Jiang Yunwan pretended to ponder seriously. Over the years, Su Xinro and the others have been stationed in the frontier, returning to the capital only a year ago when she recognized me. Afterward, she married Wu Qingrong, and it was then that Su Shuyan decided to move back to the capital. Jiang Yunwan had initially thought that Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong had only begun their affair after her brother Baijian's death. However, recent reflections led her to a critical realization. If they had only begun their liaison after his demise, how could the child in Su Shuyan's womb possibly be Wu Qingrong's? The only logical conclusion was that before her brother's passing, the two had already begun to exchange glances and secretly indulge in their desires. While her brother was still alive, Su Shuyan had betrayed him. For this reason alone, her torment of them would not be considered excessive. Jiang Yunwan suppressed her fury as Su Shuyan, simultaneously enduring the unjust accusations hurled at her, gritted her teeth in the cold. 1 year ago, Wu Qingrong paused, recollecting that Su Shuyan had indeed pursued him a year prior. As he noted the change in Wu Qingrong's expression, Jiang Yunwan continued, a year ago, when I was reunited with my parents, your sister-in-law confided in me that she had fallen for me at first sight. As she spoke, Jiang Yunwan felt a blush creep on her cheeks, recalling how Su Shuyan had claimed to be unaware of my existence as a cousin, expressing a desire to cherish me. At first glance, this may seem innocuous. Yet, having absorbed Jiang Yunwan's earlier statements, Wu Qingrong now detected an undercurrent of ambiguity. She said she would care for me as you do. Wu Qingrong. Su Suiyan. This wretched girl. How can she utter such shameless words? Wu Qingrong felt goosebumps rise on his skin. The sentiment was indeed overly sentimental. It was not as if he had been overly suspicious. However, Su Shuyan had frequently lamented to him about her brother's absence, expressing her loneliness and a desire to share a bed with him to alleviate her solitude. Jiang Yunwan felt nauseated even repeating her own words. Su Shuyan. She truly wished to burst forth and silence that wretched tongue. Wu Qingrong, too, listened in horror. He had only ever perceived Su Shuyan as somewhat flirtatious, believing her affections were directed solely at him. Little did he know, she extended such tendencies towards women as well. Initially, he had found her flirtatiousness appealing. Yet the thought of her speaking in such a manner before Jiang Yunwan made his stomach churn. The very thought of her visage filled him with revulsion. This is truly. Wu Qingrong's complexion paled, and he struggled to articulate his feelings. This is indeed shocking, is it not? Jiang Yunwan sighed. My dear husband, had you remained an unblemished gentleman, I surmise that your sister-in-law would not have harbored inappropriate thoughts towards you. Yet, if she can entertain such notions regarding me, what would prevent her from doing so with you? Wu Qingrong's eyes widened. Do you imply that she could harbor inappropriate thoughts towards me? After all, the betrayal between women pales in comparison to that between men and women. Jiang Yunwan's words, though not intended to cause further distress, only served to amplify Wu Qingrong's disgust. Ugh, he could not suppress a dry heave, urging her to cease her revelations. He had once believed that Su Shuiyan's pursuit was a testament to his charm. Now, it dawned on him that she had entertained inappropriate thoughts about both him and Jiang Yunwan. No wonder Jiang Yunwan had kept her distance from her. Was it truly out of vengeance for her rejection? Jiang Yunwan's tentative hints led Wu Qingrong to concoct an elaborate narrative in his mind. The more he contemplated, the more convinced he became that Su Shuiyan was indeed problematic. Consequently, he swallowed hard and instructed his servant, remember this, keep a close watch on Qiuj in the future. Ensure that Bai Sheifuren does not approach my wife. Furthermore, once Bai Sheifuren has recovered from her confinement, they are to be dismissed from the minister's residence. Although Su Shuiyan had borne him a son, that child was now being raised by Jiang Yunwan. As for Su Shuiyan, aside from her alluring charm, she held little value for him. Kicking her aside and entrusting the child to Jiang Yunwan while continuing to extract benefits from Jiang's family fortune. Would it not be a splendid arrangement? Otherwise, he would be compelled to expend considerable funds to settle Su Shinro's substantial gambling debts. With this in mind, Wu Qingrong felt an overwhelming urgency. Tomorrow, let us request their departure from the minister's residence. Chapter 47. The Torment of Love begins. Wu Qingrong's fervor left even Jiang Yunwan momentarily speechless. Originally, one might have thought that the bond between him and Su Shuiyan was profoundly deep, but it appeared to be merely superficial. Out of the corner of her eye, she quietly glanced towards the wall's edge and indeed spotted Su Shuiyan seething with rage, glaring at Wu Qingrong, her entire being trembling with cold. It was uncertain whether her pale visage stemmed from anger or the chill of the night. Under the pitch-black sky, her pallid face stood out starkly. Jiang Yunwan retracted her gaze with a half-smile. My dear husband, regardless of the circumstances, she is my sister-in-law. For the sake of my brother, I implore you to show her some compassion. It would be best to avoid her in the future. Very well. Wu Qingrong hesitated momentarily, but ultimately acquiesced. Yet in his heart, Su Shuiyan had become akin to a ferocious beast. Sensing that the flames of discontent had been adequately stoked, Jiang Yunwan continued, by the way, my husband, there is something I ought to mention, though I hesitated to do so. My sister-in-law is rather liberal in her social interactions and maintains close relationships with several men. Initially, I found it difficult to accept, but considering that my brother is no longer with us, it must be challenging for her to remain a widow at such a young age. In the darkness, Su Shuiyan's eyelids fluttered, realizing that Jiang Yunwan was about to instigate trouble. Just as she anticipated, that wretched girl. She had no intention of allowing her a moment's peace tonight and would stop at nothing to tarnish her reputation. Therefore, I turned a blind eye and let her be. Wu Qingrong's brows knit together in a tight frown. He was aware that Su Shuiyan would not remain faithful to Baijan. After all, even before Baijan's demise, she had already been entangled with another. However, he never imagined that Su Shuiyan might have other men besides himself. That promiscuous woman. It is said that those with chaotic personal lives are more prone to illness. Jiang Yunwan's expression turned grave. She was uncertain if her sister-in-law had indeed become compromised. Su Shuiyan. Unbearable. She was on the verge of storming out to tear that wretched girl apart. How could she possibly know that her sister-in-law was involved with other men? Wu Qingrong, for his part, displayed a flicker of intelligence. Their ambiguous relationship over the past year was undeniable, yet he had not witnessed her with any other man. Could it be that Jiang Yunwan was intentionally slandering her? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Given Jiang Yunwan's unusual behavior this evening, Wu Qingrong began to probe further. Jiang Yunwan sighed, I have not seen it firsthand. but I often noticed marks on my sister-in-law's neck over the past year. If those aren't the result of an affair, then what could they be? Can she produce them on her own? Or perhaps my mother has helped her. Su Suiyan. She nearly fainted from rage. That wretched girl. Should she even bother listening to the nonsense she was spewing? Wu Qingrong, too, was left speechless. Although he could not definitively claim that the marks on Su Shuyan were his doing, he could not entirely rule out the possibility of her having other lovers. Jiang Yunwan's earlier words about Su Shuyan's promiscuity had already sparked his disdain. Now, learning that she might be involved with other men only fueled his disgust and fury. All right, I understand. He clenched his teeth, recalling his mother's orders to confine her to Qiuyu Pavilion for a proper recovery. Initially, he had intended to unlock the doors for her sake, but given his sister-in-law's apparent lack of propriety, he deemed it unnecessary to grant her freedom. When Su Shuyan appeared before him, Wu Qingrong instantly understood her purpose. He had planned to persuade Madame Wu to retrieve the keys and release Su Shuyan and her companions the following day. However, it now seemed that not only would he not release them tomorrow, but keeping them locked away for a lifetime would also be a display of his mercy. Yunwan, do not blame my mother and me for being harsh. It appears she has already discerned my sister-in-law's true nature, hence her treatment of her. Wu Qingrong's countenance darkened. If she were not your sister-in-law, she would not even be permitted to cross the threshold of my residence. Were it not for Jiang Yunwan's influence, he would have addressed Su Shuyan as a wretched woman without hesitation. I understand. Jiang Yunwan's tone was melancholic, though she is my sister-in-law. My mother insists on driving her and my mother away. I have no choice. I will not impose upon you. The medicine is nearly ready. She rose, retrieving a silk handkerchief to wipe her hands. You must take care to rest well, dear husband, and refrain from exerting yourself. Otherwise, you may truly lose the use of your legs. Furthermore, given your severe injuries, there are certain things you must avoid consuming in the coming days, lest they exacerbate your condition and hinder your recovery. Very well, Wu Qingrong replied, watching Jiang Yunwan depart. He exhaled deeply, feeling as though he had traversed the gates of the underworld that evening. What was supposed to be an endeavor to catch Jiang Yunwan with another man had instead nearly exposed his own affair with Su Shuyan. He now realized what a revolting individual Su Shuyan truly was. Unbeknownst to Wu Qingrong, Su Shuyan lurked just behind the wall. He sneered disdainfully. That repugnant woman. I never imagined she would be such a promiscuous creature. No wonder she constantly speaks ill of Jiang Yunwan. It appears she harbors unrequited feelings for her. Did she wish to sabotage the bond between Jiang Yunwan and himself? Wu Qingrong had unwavering faith in Jiang Yunwan's words. First, she had rarely spoken falsely over the past 2 years. Secondly, many of Su Shuyan's behaviors had indeed been quite intriguing. Initially, he had presumed that her peculiar demeanor stemmed from her fear of being discovered by Jiang Yunwan due to their clandestine interactions. However, upon learning the truth about Su Shuyan from Jiang Yunwan, many of his previous confusions suddenly made sense. Wu Qingrong gritted his teeth. Let it be noted, starting tomorrow, if that wretched woman dares to seek me out again, not a soul is permitted to open the door. Master, the servant hesitated, attempting to inform him of Su Shuyan's presence nearby. However, Wu Qingrong disregarded his words, impatiently snapping, enough. The mere sound of her name disgusts me. I feel as though I am covered in filth. What he had thought was the beginning of a beautiful companionship had instead turned into a relationship as foul as being mired in excrement. Carry me inside. I've been disturbed all night. I'm exhausted. Yes, master. Observing his anger, the servant dared not speak further and hurriedly assisted him back to his chambers. When they emerged again, they found that Su Shuyan had already succumbed to the cold. The group, wary of disturbing Wu Qingrong, stealthily returned Su Shuyan to Qiuyu Pavilion. Thus, misunderstandings arose, and the tumultuous relationship between Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan commenced. Meanwhile, upon returning to Yunchuan courtyard, Jiang Yunwan was greeted by the sound of laughter emanating from within. Daddy just did something naughty. Mommy is going to punish him. Chapter 48. Went to divorce. Jiang Yunwan paused. Hadn't Xiao Mo already departed? Had he returned? What mischief could he have been up to in Yunchuan courtyard? Filled with questions, she pushed open the door. Sure enough, upon entering, she found Xiao Mo cradling Yu Bao, both father and son sharing a moment of merriment. Neither Fu Yun nor Su Xian was present. Since Xiao Mo was there, it was likely that Fu Yun had taken Su Xian away. Upon seeing Jiang Yunwan return, Xiao Mo immediately wiped the smile off his face, somewhat sheepishly placing Yu Bao back in the cradle. When I entered, the room was empty, and this little one was the only one awake. I was concerned he might be bored, so I held him for a while. He still had not openly acknowledged that Yu Bao was his son. Given that Yu Bao was already aware of his connection to Xiao Mo, surely Xiao Mo was not oblivious to it as well. Jiang Yunwan glanced back at Xiao Mo, settling into a chair beside the cradle. Mo, you may not know, but Yu Bao is not an ordinary child. Oh, how so? His son, of course, is extraordinary. Xiao Mo could not help but straighten his back, a sense of pride swelling within him. Apart from me and Fuyun, no one else could hold him without provoking a torrent of tears, as if the very roof might be lifted by his cries. Jiang Yunwan deliberately remarked that even his father, Wu Qingrong, would elicit the same reaction when he held him. Xiao Mo's brows furrowed at the mention of Wu Qingrong, the father of Yu Bao. How could he dare to claim such a title? The audacity! It was truly remarkable. With a troubled expression, Xiao Mo seated himself across from Jiang Yunwan, yet he refrained from admitting that he was indeed Yu Bao's father. Noticing the tension in his brow, Jiang Yunwan continued to provoke him, suggesting that it was intriguing how a child could be so discerning. After all, Wu Qingrong was his biological father. Yet Yu Bao rejected him so vehemently, while he showed greater affection toward Xiao Mo. One might mistakenly believe that you were his true father. Xiao Mo fell silent. He yearned to acknowledge that he was Yu Bao's true father, yet he pondered the implications of such a revelation. What identity could he claim to make this admission? He could not disclose to Jiang Yunwan that since her marriage to Wu Qingrong, the latter had not laid a finger on her. Indeed, all of this had been orchestrated by him from the very beginning. Seeing him silent, Jiang Yunwan felt an urge to pinch him in frustration. How could he not admit that Yu Bao was his son at such a critical moment? Father will not acknowledge it for now, Yu Bao declared, his tiny fists raised high in a comical display. Jiang Yunwan cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Mo, lifting her teacup to mask her emotions as she listened intently to her darling son's explanation. One cannot blame father, for the circumstances have been quite convoluted. What is most amusing is what my cunning father has been up to tonight. The little one chuckled. Mother is still unaware that he sent someone to inform Wu Qingrong to come for an ambush. The child paused deliberately, heightening Jiang Yunwan's anticipation. She held her breath, nervously setting her teacup down. In the next moment, she heard her son continue. That person is my good father. His man went to relay the message to Wu Qingrong for the ambush. Mother surely did not expect that the mastermind behind this was my good father. Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. What had she just heard? The one who had summoned Wu Qingrong for the ambush was none other than Xiao Mo. What could he possibly be planning? Was he intending to catch himself in the act? What advantage would there be in allowing Wu Qingrong to discover their midnight rendezvous? Jiang Yunwan was both astonished and furious. She had no doubt about her son's words, yet she could not fathom Xiao Mo's motives. She awaited an explanation from Yu Bao, but the little one had already yawned and drifted off to sleep, wishing he could reveal the truth to his mother. However, as a small baby, his energy was limited. Each time he attempted to convey a message to her, it drained him considerably. At his tender age, he simply did not possess enough stamina. Observing her son sleeping soundly, with milk bubbles adorning his lips, Jiang Yunwan sighed in resignation. Turning her gaze to Xiao Mo, her eyes brimmed with unspoken questions. Had the Lord investigated the events of the night? The sudden formality in Jiang Yunwan's tone caused Xiao Mo's heart to skip a beat. What events of the night? The surprise ambush by Wu Qingrong, claiming he had received a tip-off. Did the Lord not investigate this matter earlier? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow in inquiry. Xiao Mo realized she was referring to that incident. He sheepishly diverted his gaze, acknowledging that he had not yet unraveled the truth behind it. However, if she wished to learn the identity of the informant, he would dispatch someone to investigate. Surely, the Lord would be keen to uncover the truth. Jiang Yunwan pressed on, determined to reveal the nefarious intentions behind the informant's actions, insisting that they must not let this matter slip away without resolution. Xiao Mo raised his teacup, responding with a gentle hum. Surely, the Lord's vast resources would allow for a swift discovery of the culprit's identity. Jiang Yunwan's gaze remained fixed on him. Xiao Montag Faitat. I shall await the Lord's news then. Xiao Mo felt a moment of unease but quickly devised a plan. Since Wu Qingrong's ambush had failed, he could orchestrate events to reveal that Jiang Yunwan and Yu Bao were under his protection. Jiang Yunwan, having discerned Xiao Mo's discomfort, chose not to press further, merely stating that she preferred not to engage in unprepared battles. Xiao Mo's unexpected scheme had indeed rattled her. After all, he resided in Yunchuan courtyard, and if Wu Qingrong were to catch them alone at such an hour, her reputation would be irreparably tarnished. While she was no longer afraid of being misjudged, she wished to shield her son and parents from slander. It would not do for people to gossip about Yu Bao having a mother of ill repute. Had she known of Xiao Mo's intentions earlier, she might have cooperated, but his sudden actions left her utterly unprepared, nearly exposing her to Wu Qingrong's scrutiny. Thankfully, she had managed to turn the tide in her favor. Now that Wu Qingrong's attempt had failed, he would likely refrain from returning to Yunchuan courtyard anytime soon. Jiang Yunwan contemplated the entanglements with Su Shuiyin that had already caused him enough distress. For now, it was best to let them bite each other. Xiao Mo understood well the clever maneuvers Jiang Yunwan had executed that night. Unlike Wu Qingrong and his cohorts, who perceived her as a docile and gentle lady, Xiao Mo recognized the cunning and treachery that lay beneath her seemingly compliant exterior. Wu Qingrong and the others had unwittingly provoked a formidable adversary. After a brief hesitation, Xiao Mo suddenly inquired, "When do you plan to sever ties with Wu Qingrong?" "Sever ties?" Jiang Yunwan looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" Xiao Mo nodded. "When do you intend to divorce him?" Chapter 49. Taking the initiative to climb into his bed. Divorce? Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered. During her previous audience with the third princess, she had touched upon this matter. However, the princess had suggested that she could not divorce Wu Qingrong if separation were to occur. It would have to be her who kicked him out, thereby allowing her to end the marriage. "Yes, divorce," Xiao Mo reiterated, his expression unchanging, betraying no hint of his inner thoughts. Jiang Yunwan could not help but reflect on her past life. At this juncture, she had yet to realize that the child she cherished was actually by Rufeng. Unbeknownst to her, her beloved son Yu Bao had already fallen victim to Wu Qingrong and Su Shuiyin's treachery. She had never suspected the nature of Wu Qingrong's relationship with Su Shuiyin, believing his special treatment of her to be merely a result of her influence. Thus, she had been grateful to Wu Qingrong and had shown extra care towards Su Shuiyin. In retrospect, they must have found her navette quite amusing. Now, the tables had turned, and it was their turn to experience the sting of deception. "Vanya?" Noticing her prolonged silence, Xiao Mo furrowed his brow and called her softly. "What are you thinking about?" Jiang Yunwan snapped back to reality. Though she had begun her quest for revenge, the pain of betrayal from her past life still weighed heavily on her heart, leaving her breathless. It felt as though an invisible dagger were piercing her heart. She pressed her hand against her chest, forcing a smile to mask her anguish. "It's nothing. I was merely contemplating that if I were to divorce him, would that not be advantageous for him?" One thing was certain, Xiao Mo would never harm her. With that in mind, she saw no need to conceal anything from him, given his immense power and influence. Even if she wished to hide her past, he would undoubtedly uncover it. Thus, Jiang Yunwan chose to be forthright with him. "However, if this continues, you will undoubtedly suffer considerable grievances." Xiao Mo felt a pang of compassion. Wu Qingrong was not only a scoundrel, but also a spineless coward, obedient to his parents. Moreover, Madame Wu was exceedingly domineering. Was Jiang Yunwan not courting her own suffering? What did it matter if she faced grievances, as long as my son did not? Jiang Yunwan cast a glance at the sleeping infant, her expression resolute. They owed Yu Bao a debt that could never be repaid in this lifetime. Even for the sake of my son, I shall not allow them to have an easy time. They owe Yu Bao a life. Her vendetta could be settled with them later, but the fact remained that Yu Bao had perished at their hands shortly after birth, and she must settle this account before confronting Wu Qingrong. Xiao Mo's expression grew increasingly complex. Should he reveal to Jiang Yunwan that he was, in fact, Yu Bao's biological father? Though Wu Qingrong harbored ill intentions towards Yu Bao, he certainly would not stand idly by. Yet, it appeared that Wu Qingrong merely intended to swap Yu Bao with by Rufeng. Xiao Mo could not fathom why Wu Qingrong would pursue such a course of action, especially since he remained oblivious to the truth that Yu Bao was not his biological son. In Wu Qingrong's eyes, both Yu Bao and Bai Rufeng were his sons. Why then did he show favoritism towards Bai Rufeng, even going so far as to arrange for Yu Bao's exchange, allowing Jiang Yunwan to raise Bai Rufeng? If they were to harm you and you bow, I would naturally not remain a passive observer. But why must you place both yourself and you bow in peril over such matters? Xiao Mo felt that Jiang Yunwan's actions lacked discernment. She was already aware of Wu Qingrong's affair with Su Shuyan and their scheme to swap Yu Bao and buy Ruffin. She ought to understand that Wu Qingrong and his ilk would resort to any means to achieve their objectives, and they would likely become even more deranged. Now that their plot had failed, and Yu Bao remained safely by your side, why persist? Rather than squandering your energy on them, it would be wiser to return to the Jiang family with Yu Bao, sever ties with them decisively and cleanly. As for the aftermath of Jiang Yunwan's break with Wu Qingrong, he would take care of it. The grievances endured by the mother and son duo in the Wu household would not be overlooked. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Xiao Mo's eyes. Jiang Yunwan understood his good intentions, yet she could not divulge to Xiao Mo that in her previous life, both she and Yu Bao had perished at Wu Qingrong's hands, and even the entire Jiang family. She gritted her teeth, aware that the Marquis was concerned for her and Yu Bao, but she had her reasons for staying. The night grew late. The Marquis should return to rest. After a long night of turmoil, I too am fatigued. Very well. Xiao Mo reluctantly rose to leave. However, before departing from Yunshuang courtyard, he cast a deep glance at the room still aglow with candlelight. One day, he would stand beside Jiang Yunwan openly. The failure of tonight's scheme had not diminished Xiao Mo's enthusiasm. Rather, it had only emboldened him further. Just as Xiao Mo exited, Fuyun entered. Miss, do you know where Sushin has gone? To meet Wu Qingrong? Jiang Yunwan was not the least bit surprised. Fuyun was taken aback. How did the miss know? Ever since Wu Qingrong's attempt to catch her in the act, Sushin had not shown her face. Tonight, I tested Wu Qingrong, which served as a warning. Therefore, he must have grown suspicious of Sushin. And now, Sushin sneaking off to meet Wu Qingrong is surely for the purpose of proving her innocence. Miss truly possesses remarkable foresight. Fuyun gave a thumbs up. Indeed, Sushin had gone to pledge her loyalty to Wu Qingrong. Yet, I looked down upon her shameless demeanor. Although Sushin sought to prove her innocence, she was effectively offering herself to Wu Qingrong. In the past, without Fuyun, Sushin would not have dared to leave Jiang Yunwan's side at night. But with Fuyun's presence, Sushin now had ample opportunity to slack off. Even if she were not at Yunshuang courtyard during the night, Jiang Yunwan would likely not notice immediately, now that Sushin was confined in Qiuyu Pavilion. There was no one contesting Sushin for Wu Qingrong's affections. Was this not a prime opportunity for her to climb into Wu Qingrong's bed? Fuyun wore a look of disdain. What if she acted promiscuously? Wu Qingrong was currently powerless. Jiang Yunwan remained unconcerned. She let out a cold laugh, cleansing her hands in preparation for washing up. Or rather, he may never be able to do anything again. Observing the enigmatic smile on Jiang Yunwan's face, Fuyun was momentarily taken aback. Yet soon enough she realized, Miss, do you harbor intentions towards Wu Qingrong? Just as Jiang Yunwan stated, even if Sushin exerted herself to win over Wu Qingrong, attempting to become his woman, it was regrettable that Wu Qingrong was also in a state of impotence. Although he had previously dismissed Sushin in front of Jiang Yunwan, could he truly turn away someone who was offered to him? Men often spoke one way and acted another, watching Sushin desperately flaunting her charms. Wu Qingrong's face flushed with frustration. What on earth was happening? Why, all of a sudden, was he unable to perform? Chapter 50. Let him be childless. Sushin felt bewildered. She believed herself to be reasonably attractive, and these techniques were ones she had secretly learned. Logically, they should possess an irresistible allure for men. Why then was little Wu Qingrong showing no reaction at all? Master, could it be that he was startled tonight? Sushin cautiously gestured towards little Wu Qingrong. Wu Qingrong's expression darkened. What shock! Since my leg was injured, it has not functioned at all, and it is the same tonight. How could it be startled? Moreover, if it were so fragile that it could not stand up due to a fright, how could it possibly endure knightly endeavors? It had always been vigorous. Yet the reality was undeniable. His member was indeed unresponsive. I refuse to believe this. Wu Qingrong gritted his teeth. Continue. Sushin had no choice but to crouch down and persist. Could it be that the injury to your leg affected its performance? This explanation held some credence. Wu Qingrong's expression shifted slightly. Ever since his leg injury, he had not engaged in any intimate encounters. Initially, he had not considered this possibility, but now that Sushin was so fervently trying, even a eunuch might have a reaction, right? Yet little Wu Qingrong remained completely unresponsive. Wu Qingrong clenched his fists. It was possible. Binna, quickly summoned a physician. Master, Binner was punished by the young mistress and is still unconscious outside. A servant responded from the door. Then you must immediately fetch a physician. Wu Qingrong furrowed his brows. Remember to summon Dr. Jiang. The servant hesitated, then added, but master, on the day the young mistress gave birth, you also ordered for Dr. Jiang to be punished. Dr. Jiang did not survive. He has passed away. What? Wu Qingrong was astonished. He had indeed ordered Dr. Jiang to be punished, but could not have led to his death. By this logic, had Dr. Jiang perished at his hands? Upon hearing Dr. Zhang's name, Su Xin turned pale with fright. She swallowed hard, casting a terrified glance at Wu Qingrong, hastily rising, Master, perhaps we should let tonight pass? Wu Qingrong was unaware that she had received Jiang Yunwan's orders to use Wu Qingrong's name to eliminate Dr. Jiang. It's over. Before Wu Qingrong could respond, Su Xin murmured, her face as white as a sheet. She found herself at a dead end, with no way forward or backward. Originally, she had sought to align herself with Wu Qingrong, aspiring to become his woman, a half-master of the minister's residence, shedding her identity as a maid. Furthermore, she hoped to bear him a child, possibly usurping Jiang Yunwan's position as the mistress. Regrettably, after all she had done for Wu Qingrong, she had not only failed to climb into his bed, but now Jiang Yunwan had severed her path of retreat, leaving her with no means of escape. She could not comprehend why Jiang Yunwan had chosen to act in this manner. She had clearly discovered nothing. What does she mean it's over? Wu Qingrong, visibly displeased, remarked, surely you do not believe that my life is forever diminished, do you? Just because I am currently facing difficulties does not signify that I shall be incapacitated for all time. But, my lord, that is not my intention. Su Xan regained her composure and hastily added, I have been away for too long, and I fear that the young mistress may grow suspicious. I must take my leave. She sought an excuse to depart, anxious that Wu Qingrong might discover that Dr. Jiang had perished at her hands. Stop. However, the more she attempted to leave, the more resolute Wu Qingrong became in his refusal to let her go. Huh, is my chamber so easily accessible? Is my bed so effortlessly climbed into? Initially, he felt indifferent, but after being provoked by Su Xan, a burning desire ignited within him. Unfortunately, the young Wu Qingrong was unable to satisfy his urges, leaving him feeling as though ants were crawling over his entire body, increasing his discomfort exponentially. In this moment, he felt a fierce fire within him. Yet he could find no outlet for his frustrations. He too was suffering. Wu Qingrong seized Su Xian's hand, a mocking smile curving his lips. Did you not come seeking me? Now that the flames have been kindled, do you wish to simply walk away? Su Xin esti finit. What other course could she take but to leave? It was he who was unable, not her. But my lord, you. She cautiously gestured towards the young Wu Qingrong, her cheeks flushed. I also wish to serve you. Very well. I shall grant you this opportunity. A woman who presents herself willingly is not to be dismissed. Moreover, Su Xian was the personal maid of Jiang Yunwan. Though she professed her loyalty to him, he could only feel secure about her once she truly became his. If you serve me well tonight, I shall speak to Jiang Yunwan about elevating you to the status of concubine. What say you? Wu Qingrong began to entice Su Xian with promises. Although she possessed a modicum of cunning, she was no match for him. Had she been able to discern right from wrong, she would not have allowed herself to be manipulated by him and Su Shuiyin to confront Jiang Yunwan. Thus, upon hearing Wu Qingrong's proposition, Su Xian instantly became exhilarated, oblivious to what the Lord desired her to do. What to do? Wu Qingrong smirked. Did you not come to meet me tonight prepared? What is there to teach you? With that, he abruptly pulled Su Xian into his embrace, denying her the opportunity to inquire further, and thrust her face downward into his trousers. The ensuing scene is left to the imagination. Moments later, Su Xian returned to Yunshuang courtyard, her face flushed. She bore traces upon her skin, indistinguishable as to whether they were water or something else entirely. In any case, she emanated a peculiar scent, reminiscent of a freshly caught fish. As she entered, her heart raced, scanning her surroundings. Noticing the absence of anyone and that the lights in Jiang Yunwan's chamber had been extinguished, she finally felt at ease and tiptoed back to her own quarters. Unbeknownst to her, all of this had been observed by Jiang Yunwan. With a cold smile, she lowered the curtain and quietly remarked to Fiyun, it seems that before long, I shall have to address her as concubine Su Exing. Fuyun spat quietly, miss. Why grant her that honor? Why not take action tonight and forego the need to call her concubine? She had always detested those who betray their masters. In Fuyun's eyes, Su Exing's betrayal of Jiang Yunwan in pursuit of higher status warranted her a fate worse than death. But I am curious, what exactly did you do to Wu Qingrong? When did you act? Tonight, did I not change his medication? She would never be so benevolent as to genuinely tend to Wu Qingrong's needs. Jiang Yunwan's smile turned icy. I merely seized this opportunity to ensure that Wu Qingrong would be rendered incapable of siring heirs. After all, Yu Bao is not his son, and by Rufin shall not survive either. Henceforth, Wu Qingrong shall be left without descendants. Speaking of by Rufin, Jiang Yunwan narrowed her eyes slightly. By the way, how was that little bastard faring? Chapter 51. She is not her biological mother. Returning to the young mistress, everything is proceeding smoothly according to your plans. Fuyun whispered, did you not wish for them to turn against each other? Perhaps recalling that Su Xinro was indeed Jiang Yunwan's biological mother. She felt it inappropriate to refer to her as a dog. Fuyun quickly glanced at Jiang Yunwan. Miss, I did not mean to insult Lady Bai. I was referring to Bai Xiao's wife. Even so, in her heart, Fuyun believed that Su Xinro and Su Shuiyin were hardly different. Neither were worthy of sympathy. Su Shuiyin sought to usurp Jiang Yunwan's child and steal her husband, a crime deserving of death. Meanwhile, Su Xinro had tacitly condoned all of this, even assisting Su Shuiyin in targeting her own biological daughter, the very daughter they had only just reunited after so many years apart. Were they not both deserving of their fates? Do not worry. Jiang Yunwan shook her head. I understand your sentiments. Earlier, she had attempted to find excuses for Su Xinro's actions. However, over the past few days, she had been unable to justify forgiving her mother, whether in this life or the last. Su Xinro had always sided with Su Shuiyin, contributing to the demise of both her and Yu Bao. She was her own flesh and blood, and Yu Bao was her grandson. Jiang Yunwan gritted her teeth, suppressing her anger and resentment. If she were not my mother, I would not feel this sorrow. I have tried to find reasons to excuse her, but Fuyun, I cannot. I cannot find a single justification. Feeling dejected, she sank into a chair by the table. The lights in the room had long since dimmed. Cool moonlight spilled through the window, casting mottled shadows upon her face. Nevertheless, Fuyun could clearly see the disappointment in her eyes. Having spent so many years by Xiao Mo's side, she was well aware of Jiang Yunwan's circumstances. Seeing her in such a state, Fuyun felt equally distressed. Miss, this is not your fault. Fuyun softly consoled her. You are the one who has endured the most injustice. In my eyes, even if they were to perish, it would be of their own making. Their deaths would not erase the wrongs you have suffered. Jiang Yunwan wiped away the tears pooling at the corners of her eyes. It is all right. Sleep now. It is late. Without adequate rest, how shall we fight the battles of tomorrow? She took a deep breath and then lay back down. Perhaps it was due to exhaustion or the resolution of a pressing matter, but that night, Jiang Yunwan slept soundly. Was it not a significant accomplishment to ensure Wu Qingrong's line would be extinguished? She enjoyed a peaceful night's slumber. The next day, she awoke from her deep sleep only when the sun had already risen high in the sky. Upon opening her eyes, she found Yu Bao nestled beside her, gazing at her with his bright, innocent eyes. Jiang Yunwan was momentarily taken aback. She thought she was dreaming, but upon pinching her cheek, ouch! Jiang Yunwan gasped in surprise. This was no dream. In disbelief, she looked at the little bundle of joy beside her, muttering, am I hallucinating? My Yu Bao, how could you possibly be able to lie like this so soon? Are not children supposed to take months to master such skills? Surely it should take 2 or 3 months before he could lift his head. With such a round little head, how could he possibly support it? At this moment, Yu Bao was clearly still an infant who had yet to reach a month old. How could such a tiny baby perform such actions? Jiang Yunwan was utterly astonished. Hee. Yu Bao flipped over like a little turtle, lying on his back beside Jiang Yunwan, babbling away as if he were discussing something important. However, the thoughts in his mind echoed like thunder. The autumn rain pavilion is about to erupt in chaos. Why isn't mother going to witness the excitement? The wolf grandma and the fox spirit are about to clash. What a pity that the autumn rain pavilion is locked, and we cannot enter. The little one even audibly sighed in disappointment. Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. The conflict between Su Xinro and Su Shuyin was about to unfold? How could it happen so quickly? Could it be related to Bai Rufin's affairs? Speaking of which, is all thanks to father. Si I must contribution? The more Yu Bao spoke, the less Jiang Yunwan understood. Could it be that Xiao Mo had secretly intervened? Father did not wish to see mother upset, so he secretly tested the wolf grandma. To his surprise, the wolf grandma truly knows how to disappoint. The little one continued to murmur to herself, leaving Jiang Yunwan utterly perplexed. At that moment, Fuyin entered, reporting that Su Xinro was clamoring to let them go. Go. Were they to head? Miss, Madam Bai means that rather than being confined in Kiyuj like prisoners, it will be better to simply release them and allow them to return home. Home? Which home? Did they even have a home? Jiang Yunwan chuckled. Was it back to the Bai family in the capital or the Su family in the borderlands? The Bai family in the capital had already been pawned by Su Xinro to settle gambling debts. She was eagerly anticipating the day of Yu Bao's full moon banquet, when Bai Dongxing returned to the capital and would see that the ancestral home of the Bai family had been mortgaged. Would he not be driven to kill Su Xinro in a fit of rage? I do not know, Fuyun replied, shaking her head. She was incensed by Madame Bai's words, lamenting how Bai Sheng had raised such a daughter, only to be treated thus after a few months in the minister's residence, even if they were merely distant relatives. Such humiliation was unwarranted. The implications of her words were a veiled insult to Jiang Yunwan, branding her a thankless wretch. Fuyin scoffed. Miss, if she were not your mother, I would genuinely wish to silence her. Jiang Yunwan was both amused and infuriated by Fuyun's remarks. Distant relatives? Who stays in another's home for months on end? Moreover, Su Xinro had merely given birth to her. She had not raised her. She had been separated from Su Xinro at the tender age of 2 or 3. If Su Xinro had truly devoted herself to finding her, how could the Zhang family in the capital not have been aware of her existence? Given that many knew she had been adopted by them, if Su Xinro had genuinely suffered from her loss, she would have lived in regret and sorrow all these years, reduced to tears and frailty, rather than appearing so vibrant and well-off as she currently did. Clearly, her disappearance had not weighed heavily on Su Xinro's heart. Raise me? Jiang Yunwan scoffed coldly. She had merely birthed her. When her father returned to the capital to reunite with her, she had noted how aged he looked, far more so than his contemporaries. Even if her father had endured hardships at the border, had not her mother also suffered the same fate? Yet, why did Bai Dongxing appear so haggard while Su Xinro radiated vitality? Every letter her father sent began with thoughts of her. But what about her mother? When had she ever shown concern for her? Indeed, Su Xinro harbored a desire to see her perish alongside Yu Bao. Jiang Yunwan's face tightened, teeth clenched in fury. On what grounds could she claim to have raised her? How dare she utter such words? Just as she was about to speak further, a soft sigh from the little one caught her attention. Alas! Jiang Yunwan immediately realized the little one had something to say. She held her breath and looked at Yu Bao. The next moment, she heard the small, complex, and subdued voice resonate in her mind. What does it mean to have raised my mother? Raise what? She never even birthed me, did she? Chapter 52. A terrifying suspicion. Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. What did Yu Bao mean by those words? Su Xinro had never truly given birth to her? No, that could not be right. Wasn't Su Xinro her biological mother? Hadn't she acknowledged her lineage just last year? She bore a striking resemblance to Bai Dongxing and Bai Zhan. How could the little one claim she was not born of Su Xinro? Perhaps noticing the sudden shift in Jiang Yunwan's expression, Fuyun promptly asked, Miss, what is the matter? Nothing at all. Jiang Yunwan swallowed hard, suppressing her shock and astonishment. She looked at Yu Bao with a complex gaze, attempting to glean an explanation for this bewildering situation. But just when it mattered most, Yu Bao began yawning. As he struggled to keep his eyes open, Jiang Yunwan gently shook him. Yu Bao, zzz. Grandpa Zhou is here to play chess with me. Yu Bao do. And he fell asleep. Jiang Yunwan felt a rush of frustration. Her heart was in turmoil, akin to being clawed by a cat, unbearable. She longed to question Yu Bao about the meaning behind his claim that she had never been nurtured. Had she not been birthed, or had she simply not been raised? Was she and Bai Zhan truly born of Su Xinro? Suddenly, a horrifying suspicion flashed through her mind. Yu Bao would not speak such words without reason. Could it be that she was not Su Xinro's biological child? Yes. The more Jiang Yunwan contemplated, the more convinced she became. Otherwise, how could Su Shinro inflict such harm upon her? Fuyun. Jiang Yunwan's voice trembled with shock. She grasped Fuyun's hand tightly, asking, "Do you think there exists a mother who would harm her own flesh and blood?" Fuyun, taken aback, did not comprehend the reason behind her query. Being an orphan, she had no personal experience to draw upon and was at a loss for words. Fuyun furrowed her brow. "Miss, I have never known a mother's love, so I cannot truly understand what it feels like. However, I have witnessed how you, as a mother, cherish, care for, and protect the young master. Even so," Fuyun earnestly replied, "in my view, there is not a single mother who would willingly harm her own child, not even someone as venomous as Su Xian. Su Xian went to great lengths to exchange her child for you to raise, solely to ensure Bai Rufing's future was brighter. The love of parents for their children is profound and far-reaching." Precisely. Jiang Yunwan felt a surge of excitement. The love of parents for their children is profound and far-reaching. She murmured softly, her gaze intensifying as she turned to Fuyun. "Fuyun, there's something I need you to investigate. Once we clarify this matter, the burden on my heart will be lifted. If it turned out she was indeed not Su Shinro's biological child, she would no longer hesitate to confront Su Shinro. At that moment, she would stop at nothing to seek vengeance." "Miss, have you uncovered something?" Seeing Jiang Yunwan's eyes gleam with determination, Fuyun immediately tensed. Jiang Yunwan nodded vigorously and whispered a few words into her ear. Upon hearing her, Fuyun's expression shifted. "Miss, I will investigate it right away." No sooner had Fuyun left than Su Xin poked her head in. "Miss, shall I serve you breakfast?" "No need." Jiang Yunwan suppressed her excitement. Fearing Su Xin might discover something, she quietly instructed, "Let the wet nurse come in to care for you, Bao. You come with me to Kyuj." Su Xin, visibly nervous despite being freshly groomed, was apprehensive that Jiang Yunwan might uncover something. Hearing the mention of Kyuj made her even more anxious. "Miss, isn't Kyuj locked up? What do you intend to do there?" "You want to see Madame Bai. Are you afraid to go to Kyuj?" Jiang Yunwan shot her a glance. Despite Su Xin's efforts to appear composed, Jiang Yunwan could still detect the lingering scent on her. It appeared Su Xin had indeed indulged herself the previous night. With a knowing smile, Jiang Yunwan remarked, "If you are too frightened to go, I shall go alone." "Miss, I'm not afraid." Su Xin stammered. "I have no conflict with Madame Bai and her companions. I have done nothing wrong to them, so why should I be afraid?" Su Xin attempted to maintain her composure. "I have nothing to hide. I fear no ghost at my door." Observing her evasive gaze, Jiang Yunwan chuckled. "So you did not kill Chunyin?" Just those words sent Su Xin into a panic. Wasn't Chunyin killed by Fuyun? She had merely made a mistake. The reaction of Su Exant gradually dawned upon her. Regardless of whether Chunyin was killed by her or fell victim to Fuyun, the weight of that life rested upon her shoulders. "What? Are you afraid of ghosts knocking at the door?" Jiang Yunwan inquired once more. "Are you frightened of Dr. Zhang's visit? Or is it Chunyin who unnerves you?" Su Xian's complexion grew increasingly pale, her body swaying as if she might collapse. Jiang Yunwan offered her a gentle support, observing her grip on the doorframe, before adding with a smile, "I was merely teasing you. With the deceased gone, what specters could possibly linger? Do not be afraid." She patted Su Xian's shoulder. But the moment her hand extended, Su Xian yelped in fright, truly resembling someone who had seen a ghost, and hastily recoiled. "Miss, I... Once she regained her composure, Su Xian gazed at Jiang Yunwan in terror. "I was simply too frightened. Your courage is utterly lacking. How could someone so timid ever commit murder?" Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered with disdain. "In this life, you seem so timid. How did you dare to betray me and ascend to power in the past?" When she noticed the nurse entering to look after Yu Bao, she exited toward the autumn rain pavilion. After much deliberation, Su Xian clenched her teeth and decided to follow. At that moment, despite the autumn rain pavilion being locked, the commotion from the courtyard was unmistakably audible. It was utterly outrageous. In this vast world, across the realms, what sort of reasoning permitted a daughter to treat her mother in such a manner? It was sheer rebellion, a blatant act of filial impiety. Through the courtyard gate, Jiang Yunwan could vividly imagine Su Shinro's current demeanor. Her words flowed like a rhyme, each sentence more pointed than the last. Su Xian cautiously glanced at Jiang Yunwan, noting her unchanged expression as she listened to Su Shinro's scorn, making it impossible to discern her thoughts. Thus, she dare not speak. and lowered her head, calculating her own schemes within. Su Xin could not comprehend why Su Shinro would suddenly tear off the mask of civility and insult Jiang Yunwan so harshly. However, perhaps she could leverage this situation to incite conflict between Jiang Yunwan and Su Shinro, the clamoring of clams and the fishermen reaping the rewards. Jiang Yunwan and Su Shinro were the clams, and she would be the one benefiting from their discord. Before Su Xin could fully devise her plans against Jiang Yunwan, unbeknownst to her, her own life was already on a countdown. Chapter 53. Sending them on their way. Little did Su Shinro know, Jiang Yunwan stood quietly outside the door, listening to her tirade. Consequently, the insults grew increasingly harsh. Suddenly, a light cough echoed from outside. Jiang Yunwan turned a glance at Su Xin, who immediately felt guilty and explained, "Miss, Madame Bai's words are rather harsh. Even I find them excessive." "Is that so?" Jiang Yunwan replied with a smile that barely concealed her amusement. Interestingly, just moments ago, Su Shinro had declared that Jiang Yunwan was now satisfied, destined to be forsaken by all. Was this not a subtle indication that someone close to her had betrayed her? Having lived a second life, Jiang Yunwan fully grasped the implications of Su Shinro's words. It was simply a gloating remark about her betrayals, betrayed by Wu Qingrong, by Su Xin, and by both her and Su Shuyan. Fearful that Su Shinro's next words might implicate her, Su Xin hastily coughed to signal Su Shinro to cease her tirade. Indeed, upon hearing the cough, Su Shinro was momentarily startled. Realizing it was Su Xin, she quickly understood. Jiang Yunwan was present. Thus, Su Shinro promptly knocked on the courtyard door. "Yunwan, mother knows you are here. Quickly, open the door for me. We shall no longer reside in your minister's residence. Allow me to return. My sister-in-law and I will leave with Ru Feng, refusing to be shameless guests, unwilling to endure the cold stares of others." Recalling the harsh words Su Shinro had just uttered, Jiang Yunwan's suspicions solidified. If Su Shinro were indeed her biological mother, how could she hurl such insults? Those words were unbearably harsh. Even if a mother were indifferent to her daughter, she would not resort to such brutal verbal assaults. Jiang Yunwan was becoming increasingly aware. "Mother." She spoke softly. "As before, the Bai family's ancestral home has already been mortgaged to settle your gambling debts. Has it not? Could it be that you have somewhere else to go? Or are you planning to return to the frontier? If you truly intend to go back to the frontier, I shall have someone pack your belongings and send you on your way immediately." Su Shinro stammered. She knew well that the Bai family ancestral home had indeed been mortgaged. Her intention in speaking so was to retreat strategically. Yet Jiang Yunwan did not take the bait. Was she not supposed to admit her faults and treat them with kindness? Was she not meant to plead with them to stay? Why, instead, did it seem she genuinely intended to pack them off along with their belongings to the frontier? However, there was not much to pack, as mother and sister-in-law had been residing in the minister's residence without much belonging to their name. Su Shinro recalled that she had previously mentioned passing down a few heirlooms left by their grandmother. Jiang Yunwan leaned in slightly. "Are you intending to give them to me now?" Su Shinro stammered, What heirlooms? I know nothing of it." She immediately began to feign ignorance. When they had first recognized each other, Bai Dongqing and Bai Zhan had been present. It was Bai Zhan who had reminded her that the Su family possessed several heirlooms, meant to be passed down to daughters only. When Jiang Yunwan had gone missing, Su Shinro had no daughters to pass them to, but upon finding Jiang Yunwan, those heirlooms were to be passed to her. Bai Zhan had also advised Su Shinro to pass the heirlooms down to her sister. At that time, Su Shinro had wholeheartedly agreed, stating that she would give them to Jiang Yunwan after she bore a child. If it were a daughter, she could also pass them to Jiang Yunwan's daughter, Yunyun. Yet now, she had not mentioned them even once. Since she had forgotten, Jiang Yunwan felt it was her duty to remind her. "Mother, is your memory failing you?" Seeing Su Shinro feigning ignorance, Jiang Yunwan took it upon herself to jog her memory. "On the 13th of May last year, I reunited with my parents and brother. Brother reminded you to pass down the heirlooms left by our grandmother to me. Yet at that time, you said you would give them to me after I bore a child. If it were a daughter, I could also pass them to my daughter in the future." Su Shinro was taken aback. This little wretch. How can she remember everything so clearly? Not a single word forgotten. Just a few days ago, she had been preoccupied with caring for the child and had indeed forgotten about this matter. It was only thanks to Su Xin's reminder that she recalled it. Beside her, Su Xin felt a sinking feeling, realizing she would soon be held accountable by Su Shinro. Now that Jiang Yunwan was using her as a shield, she was becoming increasingly adept at it. Su Xin, do you not agree? Jiang Yunwan turned to look at her. Su Xin was drenched in sweat. Yes. Mies. Suong, so immediately istang. Alas, a door stood between them. She could only clench her fists, gritting her teeth to suppress her rage. Is that so? I also remembered this matter. However, as for the heirlooms, I cannot give them to you at this moment. What? Did Mother perhaps also mortgage the heirlooms? Su Shinro's face flushed. Indeed, the heirlooms have been mortgaged away. But even if they were still here, I could not possibly give them to Jiang Yunwan. That is not the case. It is simply that I must present them to you in front of your father. Su Shinro said awkwardly. Very well. Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered with thought. In a few days, her father would surely return to the capital. After all, Yu Bao and Ru Feng would soon be a month old. Her husband had stated that a grand celebration would be held for Yu Bao's full moon. Bai Dongxing would definitely return to participate in the festivities. Recalling the lavish celebration held for the full moon in her previous life, Jiang Yunwan remembered how Wu Qingrong had indeed gone all out, hosting a grand feast for the ministers and nobles of the capital. During that time, she had been so busy, her feet barely touching the ground, genuinely delighted for Yu Bao. Little did she know that the one receiving congratulations then was none other than by Ru Feng, that little wild seed. Unbeknownst to her, she busied herself for him, fervently praying for his well-being, even kneeling at the Thunderstorm Temple for 3 consecutive days, beseeching a talisman of safety on his behalf. Reflecting on this now, a surge of resentment erupted within Jiang Yunwan. What rightfully belonged to Yu Bao, she vowed to reclaim piece by piece. The debts owed to Yu Bao in her past life, she would repay doubly in this one. Perhaps at Yu Bao's full moon banquet, Mother could present me with the heirloom. It would serve as the finest blessing for Yu Bao. Jiang Yunwan smiled, though her expression was devoid of warmth. Through the door, Su Shinro could not discern the emotions on her face. She merely caught the mention of the full moon banquet. Instantly, Su Shinro's complexion shifted. Indeed, in just over 20 days, preparations for Yu Bao's full moon banquet would commence. By then, Bai Dongxing would surely return to the capital. If he were to return, he would undoubtedly discover that she had mortgaged the Bai family ancestral residence and liquidated all their assets, leaving only herself, Su Shuyan, and a mountain of gambling debts. Would Bai Dongxing easily let her off the hook? No, she must thwart this outcome. Su Shinro clenched her teeth, calculating how to escape this impending doom. Yet, after much contemplation, she could not devise a sound plan. At that moment, Jiang Yunwan spoke again. Mother, why not continue residing in the manor? After Yu Bao's full moon banquet, you can return to the frontier with father. Upon hearing this, a terrifying thought surged in Su Shinro's mind. What if Bai Dongxing did not return? Chapter 54. Did Xiao Immo seek vengeance for her? Yes. As long as Bai Dongxing could not return to the capital, he would be oblivious to everything. With this thought, Su Shinro's gaze turned almost frenzied. She had no desire to employ any further tactics of retreat. She was desperate to dismiss Jiang Yunwan. Very well. We shall return to the frontier with you and father. Since you are preoccupied with Yu Bao's full moon banquet, you should hurry along. There is no need to concern yourself with me. Su Shinro had scolded for quite some time, her voice now slightly hoarse. Clearing her throat, she added, by the way. Before long, a perfect scheme formed in Su Shinro's mind. I have heard that there is a thunderstorm temple outside the capital where an esteemed monk, over a century old and full of virtue, resides. The talismans of safety he bestows are powerful and can ensure the child's safety. You must go and seek one for Yu Bao. It holds great significance for the full moon banquet. You absolutely must go. Here it comes. She had indeed brought up the matter of the talisman from Thunderstorm Temple. Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered slightly. She recalled that in her previous life, it was also before Yu Bao's full moon banquet. No, it was the banquet for that little wildling, the night before the full moon feast. Su Shinro had suggested she go to the Thunderstorm Temple to seek a talisman for the child. On the way back to the capital after procuring the talisman, she had encountered bandits who abducted her, extorting a staggering sum of 1 million taels from the Jiang family before releasing her. Afterward, Su Shinro had claimed that it was fortunate she had the talisman in hand. Otherwise, she would have surely been killed by the bandits and never returned safely to the capital. In retrospect, how audacious those bandits had been, demanding 1 million taels for her release. As she heard Su Shinro's footsteps retreating, she seemed to have entered the room. Jiang Yunwan felt a twinge of suspicion, hesitating for a moment before returning to the Yunshuang courtyard. At this moment, the wet nurse was outside basking Yubao in the sun, and Fuyun had just returned after completing her errands. She glanced at Su Xin and said, "Su Xin, just now a little beggar came to the door, claiming to be looking for a girl named Su Xin. Go see if you recognize that little beggar." "A little beggar?" Su Xin frowned slightly in disdain. "Sister Fuyun, I don't recognize any little beggar. Perhaps he is just here to." She initially intended to say that the little beggar was likely there to beg for money. However, upon reconsideration, she thought, what little beggar would know her name? Could it be that her brother had found his way to the minister's residence? Su Xin's expression shifted slightly, and without further ado, she hurried out the door. Observing this, Jiang Yunwan curiously inquired, "What little beggar?" "Miss, I was merely teasing her." Fuyun replied nonchalantly, "I just wanted to send Su Xin away." Fuyun smiled. "As for the matter you instructed earlier, I have already sent someone to investigate thoroughly. I believe we will uncover some clues within 3 days." "Very well." Jiang Yunwan nodded, leaning against a pillar outside. She gazed at Yubao, her eyes filled with tenderness. "By the way, Fuyun, please inquire if there's indeed a monk over 100 years old at Thunderstorm Temple." In her previous life, although she had sought that talisman, she had never seen what the esteemed monk truly looked like. The talisman, after all, had been delivered to her by a young monk. Though it was said to be from a high monk, who could guarantee its authenticity without having seen the figure in person? She had not questioned it in her past life, but now she had no choice but to be skeptical. Furthermore, she needed to keep a close watch on Kyuj and be vigilant regarding my father's return to the capital. Jiang Yunwan felt that Su Shinro's tone had been oddly enthusiastic and agitated when she mentioned the talisman. Yes, Mississippi Fuyun understood her intent, her expression turning serious. She frowned and said, "Miss, no matter how unreasonable Madame Bai is, she wouldn't dare to harm General Bai, would she?" Recalling Bai Dongqing, Jiang Yunwan's gaze faltered slightly. She had not spent much time with him. The previous year, when she returned to her ancestral roots, Bai Dongqing had made a special trip back to the capital. Later, when she married Wu Qingrong, he returned once more. Aside from those encounters, they had not seen each other again. Even her brother Baijian's funeral had been entirely arranged by Jiang Yunwan, as Bai Dongqing had been unable to return to the capital. Unlike Su Xinro, Bai Dongqing had shown genuine joy and excitement upon seeing her, and his affection for her was sincere, despite their limited meetings. This left Jiang Yunwan perplexed. Could it be that Su Shinro was a mother who favored sons over daughters, while Bai Dongqing treated her and Baijian equally? While such a notion lingered, she could not be certain. It was always prudent to remain vigilant. Jiang Yunwan sighed. It was not only about Bai Dongqing. Even regarding her own daughter, Su Shinro could be ruthless against Yubao, her own grandson. "Yes, miss, I understand." Fuyun nodded. Just then, Su Xin rushed back in, exclaiming, "Sister Fuyun, where's there a little beggar? Did you perhaps make a mistake?" "How could that be?" Fuyun turned, maintaining her composure. "Perhaps he left after waiting too long without seeing you." Su Xin paused for a moment. "That is possible." "Su Xin, I have seen that little beggar several times over the past few days. He looks rather furtive. I wonder what he intends to do. You should keep an eye on the door to avoid missing him." Fuyun added, "Oh, all right." Su Xin, laden with thoughts, turned and left again. Jiang Yunwan and Fuyun exchanged smiles. "By the way, I heard that this morning my mother had a quarrel with Su Xuan. Do you know what it was about?" "When I passed by earlier, my mother was still shouting, but I did not hear Su Xuyan's voice. It is unclear whether Su Xuyan fell ill from the cold last night and lacked the energy to respond, or if she intentionally withheld her retorts out of respect for Su Shinro. In any case, I only heard Su Shinro's voice. At that time, Yubao had only muttered that it was related to Xiao Mo. Jiang Yunwan could not fathom what Xiao Mo had done to cause the usually harmonious Su Shinro and Su Xuyan to fall into discord. "Miss, it is all the master's doing." Fuyun smiled, her lips pressed together. She lowered her voice. "Wasn't the miss wronged last night? So the master sought to avenge you." Jiang Yunwan was baffled. What had she been wronged last night? While Wu Qingrong had made a grand display to catch her in the act, in the end, he had gained nothing. Not only had he failed to achieve his goal, but he had also brought ruin upon himself. Meanwhile, Su Xuyan had collapsed from the cold and was said to be suffering from a high fever today. She had not been wronged. In fact, she had emerged victorious. How could it be perceived as her being wronged in Xiao Mo's eyes? Seeing her confusion, Fu Yun chuckled softly. Miss, although you were not wronged last night. They certainly had a rough time. However, in the eyes of the master, those who dared to cross paths with a young lady were merely courting their own demise. The master did not take any direct action. It was merely that this matter was related to Bai Rufeng. Bai Rufeng? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow. What connection did that little wildling have? What was happening to Bai Rufeng now? Just as she pondered this, a servant's voice echoed from outside. Young madam, the Chiyoyu Pavilion reports that young master Bai is unwell. They request your presence to take a look. Chapter 55. Poisoned? Save him. Bai Rufeng is unwell again. Yet, Jiang Yunwan felt no surprise. Su Xinro and Su Shuyin were capable of such cruelty towards the little wildling. Had she not discreetly instructed Fu Yun to intervene, the wildling might have already perished at their hands. Understood, she replied, turning to Fu Yun, exchanging a meaningful glance. Fu Yun quietly inquired, Miss, do you still wish to protect him? Would it not be better to let the little wildling perish? What a dull outcome that would be. Jiang Yunwan smiled. However, in a few days, there will be a celebration for the young master's full moon. The young master hasn't even been baptized yet. Su Shuyin and the others will surely want that little rascal to join in the festivities, won't they? Fu Yun retorted unwillingly. For Yu Bao's full moon celebration and baptism, I do not wish for Bai Rufeng's wildling to be involved. Jiang Yunwan intended to hold the baptism during the full moon celebration. Originally scheduled 3 days after Yu Bao's birth, the switch of the children had brought a myriad of troubles her way, leaving Jiang Yunwan too preoccupied to consider Yu Bao as baptism. Thus, she decided to coincide it with the full moon celebration. No, they will not, Jiang Yunwan asserted confidently. They believed that what was in their hands was Yu Bao. Therefore, during the full moon celebration, they would undoubtedly devise ways to prevent the child from appearing, much less allow him to partake in the baptism. Their eager actions were merely to eliminate Yu Bao before the celebration. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Yunwan would not allow their wishes to come to fruition. Hence, at the full moon celebration, only one child would appear before the world, receiving baptism and congratulations. In her past life, Yu Bao had been taken from her too soon. Jiang Yunwan had joyfully organized a grand celebration for that little rascal, believing him to be her precious son. As she celebrated Bai Rufeng, enveloping him in all the beauty, her actual son lay alone in a desolate graveyard, possibly reduced to mere bones. Reflecting on this now sent a pang of heartache through Jiang Yunwan, making it hard for her to breathe. Fortunately, fate had granted her a second chance, along with the opportunity for Yu Bao to be reborn. Jiang Yunwan pressed her hand to her heart, her complexion paling as she declared, Let us go see how that little rascal is faring. Miss, are you all right? Fu Yun, alarmed by Jiang Yunwan's sudden pallor, quickly supported her. I shall summon Dr. Li at once. I am fine. After suppressing the agonizing pain, Jiang Yunwan proceeded toward the door. She would not allow Bai Rufeng and others to perish so easily. Death was too lenient for them. She intended for them to wish for life, yet find death unattainable. At Chiyoyu Pavilion, despite Madame Wu having locked the place up, upon hearing of Bai Rufeng's precarious condition, she reluctantly ordered the door to be opened and summoned a physician to treat him. After all, it was a matter of life and death. Madame Wu, unaware of the intricacies of the situation, believed Bai Rufeng to truly be the child of Su Shuyin and Bai Zhan. Though she despised their persistent presence, she did not wish to jeopardize the child's life. When Jiang Yunwan arrived, the physician was examining Bai Rufeng's condition. Strange, the physician noted, as he had not previously visited the minister's residence. Thus, he was unfamiliar with Bai Rufeng's condition and found it peculiar that a newborn would harbor toxins within. This poison is quite severe. An adult would struggle to withstand it, let alone an infant. He appeared perplexed. What was curious was why the child, though weak, still had a faint pulse. As the topic of poison arose, Su Xinro and Su Shuyin exchanged anxious glances. How could such a young child be poisoned? Jiang Yunwan's voice interrupted from the doorway. Su Xinro and Su Shuyin turned abruptly, startled to see Jiang Yunwan entering with a furrowed brow. Doctor, could it be that you have misdiagnosed? Please examine the child thoroughly. Upon her arrival, Su Shuyin's guilt became even more pronounced. In addition to her guilt, her eyes were filled with resentment. This little wretch. Last night, she had the audacity to humiliate her so. The more Su Shuyin thought about it, the more her hatred swelled. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yunwan seemed to notice the animosity in Su Shuyan's eyes. She was taken aback and regarded Su Shuyan with unease. "What is wrong with you? Why do you look at me like that?" Su Shinro also felt something was amiss. She was aware that Su Shuyan held disdain for Jiang Yunwan, and their relationship had grown somewhat strained. However, Su Shuyan usually concealed her feelings quite well, unlike now, where her jealousy was laid bare. Even when they had their disputes, they had quickly reconciled, directing their frustrations toward Jiang Yunwan, eager to send the little rascal on his way. Of course, at present, they still believed that the little rascal was Yu Bao. Thus, they were utterly ruthless towards him. "Shuyan, what has come over you?" Su Shinro gently nudged Su Shuyan, signaling her to temper her demeanor. Unbeknownst to her was the incident from the previous night, nor did she understand why Su Shuyan harbored such intense hatred for Jiang Yunwan. However, following her gentle reminder, Su Shuyan managed to suppress some of her animosity, struggling to conceal the resentment in her eyes. "I'm fine. I'm just worried about Rufeng." Su Shinro covered her face and began to weep. Not wanting to reveal her eyes, she feared that if she did not cry, Jiang Yunwan might detect her act. "Poor my child, so small. How could he be so frail? Mother, if Brother Jean knew Rufeng was so ill, how worried he would be." She wept genuinely, yet not a single tear fell through her fingers. Su Shinro, too, began to shed tears. Whether it was due to being influenced by Su Shuyan's cries, or her own better disguise, or perhaps hearing her deceased son's name, she could not help but weep. "Sister-in-law, do not worry. I will summon the best physician to treat Rufeng." As she spoke, Jiang Yunwan approached the cradle, her heart aching. What a pity. How has Rufeng become so emaciated? In just a few short days, the previously plump Bai Rufeng had dwindled to a mere skeleton. His once round cheeks had sunken deeply, and he was too weak to lift his arms, breathing faintly like a frail kitten, his eyelids drooping, making it hard for him to see Jiang Yunwan's face clearly. Even so, upon hearing Jiang Yunwan's voice, he struggled to raise his right hand. He was unwilling. How could he traverse to this world, yet not have the chance to live a carefree life as a young master, only to face death in his infancy? Ironically, the ones who poisoned him were none other than his own mother and grandmother. Bai Rufeng yearned to convey to Jiang Yunwan that he would cooperate with her to exact revenge on Su Shuyan and the others, pleading for her to save him. Alas, he could not muster even the simplest of sounds. "Doctor, did you just say that someone has poisoned my Rufeng?" Observing Bai Rufeng's condition, Su Shinro's mind raced, and a malicious idea surfaced. Chapter 56. The show begins. "Indeed," the physician replied, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Firstly, it was his first encounter with such a young infant suffering from poisoning. The treatment was akin to climbing a mountain. Secondly, this infant was of the Bai lineage. For a common physician, treating a child from a noble family required utmost caution. Otherwise, a single misstep could cost him his life. Thus, the physician began to regret having come here. "Madam Bai, may I inquire what this child has been fed recently?" According to reason, at such a tender age, he should only be nourished by milk. The doctor spoke cautiously. "Indeed, how could we possibly feed such a small child anything else?" Su Shinro signaled to Su Shuyan to refrain from interjecting, and continued, "It is said that fate has its own design." Just as Yunwan entered, Rufeng, who was sound asleep, suddenly awakened and pointed at her. She paused, then turned sharply to Jiang Yunwan. "Yunwan, could Rufeng's poisoning possibly be connected to you?" Jiang Yunwan was nearly amused by the absurdity. She had encountered nonsensical claims before, but never had she seen such earnest nonsense. In Su Shinro's eyes, it was natural to believe that the sleeping treasure, upon seeing Jiang Yunwan, felt the presence of his mother and struggled to awaken, yearning to draw closer to her. This was the bond between mother and child. Yet, the doctor's mention of poisoning had given her a new scheme. Little did she know that the child before her was not the treasure, but the true Bai Rufeng. Even if it were the real Bai Rufeng, he was being manipulated by these two cunning and malevolent women to turn against Jiang Yunwan and join forces against them. Each person harbored their own secret intentions. Su Shinro presumed their scheme to be unfolding, aiming to bring harm to the treasure and solidify Bai Rufeng's position. Unbeknownst to her, everything was under Jiang Yunwan's control, including their ludicrous assumptions. "Mother, what do you mean by that?" Jiang Yunwan exclaimed in shock. She looked at Su Shinro in disbelief. "Are you implying that I poisoned Rufeng? If it were not for you, How could Ru Feng possibly have suddenly pointed at you? Su Vinru Guritit Hertit. Without granting Jiang Yunwan a chance to explain, she raised her hand and struck her. You heartless wretch! How could you poison your own nephew? How can you face your brother in the afterlife? Just as her slap was about to land, Jiang Yunwan suddenly bent down to pick up a small toy from the ground. Consequently, Su slap lended heavily Osuin's fatsa. Su Shuyan was instantly bewildered. She had been preparing to shed tears, planning to feign sorrow. Now, there was no need for such theatrics. Su Shinro's slap was heavy and disorienting, causing her to see stars. Her face burned with pain, and tears streamed down her face. Mother, why did you hit me? Su Shinro was also taken aback. She glanced at Jiang Yunwan, then at Su Shui and I didn't mean to. Oh dear, it seems I'm at fault here. Jiang Yunwan placed the small toy on the table and sighed. Mother, I should not have picked up a toy for Ru Feng. You ought to have extended your face for me to slap properly. Sister-in-law, I appreciate your enduring that slap for me. Su Xingro. Su Suiyan. With Ru Feng in such a state, Mother is still lost in her thoughts. How could I possibly poison him when I care for him so dearly? After all, he is the only bloodline of my brother. Jiang Yunwan also squeezed out a couple of tears. She held by Ru Feng's tiny hand. Good heavens, this does not resemble a little fist at all. It is more akin to a small stone. Cold and hard. If brother knew that Mother was not caring for his beloved grandson properly, causing Ru Feng to be in such a state, and then unjustly accusing me, how heartbroken he must be. Jiang Yunwan's voice trembled with emotion. Su Shinro's face flushed with heat. But as she recalled that this little rascal was the treasure and not the true by Ru Feng, she felt no guilt toward Zhan. Yet, appearances must be maintained. So, Su Shinro began to feign tears. Yes, this is your brother's only bloodline. How could you act this way toward him? Why would you harm Ru Feng? Jiang Yunwan could only roll her eyes. Su Shinro's level of framing was truly lacking. Sister-in-law, when brother passed, you declared you wished to follow him. But for the sake of the child in your womb, you chose to live, vowing to give birth to this child for your brother. Jiang Yunwan had no desire to engage with Su Shinro. She turned her attention to Su Xuan. How could you raise your son to be like this? What on earth have you been busy with? Are you truly caring for Ru Feng? Just yesterday, I heard some gossip that sister-in-law has been dressing extravagantly, not knowing for whom you're trying to attract. I have not. Su Wengamt, immediately denying. I am not trying to attract anyone. Regardless of whether sister-in-law has acted against brother's memory, it has not yet been a year since my brother's passing. Is it right for you to dress so ostentatiously? Jiang Yunwan continued to cry. Su Shuyan felt shame and could not retort. To attract Wu Qingrong, she had indeed been dressing flamboyantly for the past year, long before Bai Zhan's death. Yet, in terms of duty and sentiment, after Bai Zhan's death, she should have mourned for 3 years, wearing plain garments. Therefore, for these 3 years, she should have been in mourning attire, not this ostentation. Jiang Yunwan's words struck Su Shinro's ears, and she too felt a sense of discomfort. Although she had turned a blind eye to the matter of Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong. After all, Su Shuyan had brought back quite a bit of silver to help her repay her gambling debts. Even if that silver was mostly plundered from Jiang Yunwan, it mattered not. Bai Zhan was her biological son, and Su Shuyan was her daughter-in-law. Su Shuyan's infidelity was indeed a betrayal to Zhan. She had tacitly allowed Su Shuyan's infidelity, and thus was betraying Zhan herself. Su Shinro's expression gradually became awkward and filled with guilt. I do not ask you to mourn for my brother for 3 years, but it has not yet been a year since his passing. Do you not think your actions are excessive? And what of poor Ru Feng? Jiang Yunwan wiped her tears. If you think Ru Feng is a burden and do not wish to care for him, then give him to me. I will raise both Ru Feng and the treasure. I will take care of my brother's child. Su Shuyan was rendered speechless. Su Shinro, feeling guilty towards Bai Zhan, also found herself at a loss for words. As they exchanged silent glances, Su Shinro's eyes even held traces of resentment. And Jiang Yunwan felt a cold chuckle rise within her. When it comes to sowing discord, I claim second place, and none would dare claim the first. She was never a weak and easy target, but rather a tiger with retracted claws. Jiang Yunwan turned to glance back, speaking in a firm tone. Su Hexen, take Ru Feng to the Yunshuang courtyard. From now on, I shall care for him personally. She not only aimed to thwart Su Shinro and Su Xuan's schemes, but also to incite them to turn against each other, reaping the consequences of their own actions. Today, the true spectacle is just beginning. No, Su Xinro snapped back to reality, exclaiming in alarm, instinctively trying to intervene. Jiang Yunwan's gaze was piercing. No, mother, why not? Are you intentionally trying to harm Ru Feng? Chapter 57. Fear not. The medicine shall not take his life. Su Xinro's eyes flickered as she stammered. Naturally not. I am Ru Feng's own grandmother. How could I wish him harm? However, both Xuan and I are still here. How could we allow you to care for Ru Feng? If Jiang Yunwan were to take the treasure away, it would not be long before they discovered he was her biological son, and their plans to harm him would be thwarted. Mother, is this the result of your careful nurturing? Jiang Yunwan lifted by Ru Feng as if he were a chick, directly holding him up before Su Xinro and Su Xuan. She shook him lightly. When Ru Feng was born, he must have weighed around 7 to 8 pounds, right? He should have grown plumper by now. Yet I can barely feel 4 to 5 pounds. How had you raised him? In the face of Jiang Yunwan's inquiries, and seeing the small child in her arms, Su Xinro and Su Xuan were instantly filled with shame. Even the doctor chimed in. What the young lady says is correct. How could a newborn become weaker with time? This young master looks pale and frail. I wonder what hardships he has endured. How could I possibly harm my own grandson? Ru Feng? It is merely that he has been excessively spitting up recently and unable to retain any fluids, which has resulted in his emaciated appearance. However, the child has been poisoned. The doctor interjected. If you're aware of this, why do you continue to speak? Shouldn't you be hastening to find a remedy? Su Xinru exclaimed in exasperation. I have paid you handsomely to treat my child, not to present questions. The physician, taken aback and wiping the sweat from his brow, replied, But, Madam Bai, it may be rather difficult. Such a young child can scarcely be administered medicine. I am at my wit's end. Incompetent fool. Su Xinro gritted her teeth in anger. Yueji, quickly summon another doctor. She commanded her maid. Yes, madam. Yueji hurried off to fetch a physician. Offended by being called a quack, the doctor stormed off, muttering, I have never encountered a newborn poisoned before. I cannot fathom how children are raised in such a household. What a sin to be born into such a family. In an instant, only Jiang Yunwan and a few others remained in the room. She returned by Ru Feng to his cradle, not truly intending to take him back to the Yunshuang courtyard. How can such a detestable little bastard be worthy of entering the Yunshuang courtyard or living alongside Yu Bao? Jiang Yunwan cast a cold glance at Bai Ru Feng. With just that glance, his tiny body curled up, whether in fear of Jiang Yunwan's gaze or in an attempt to alleviate his pain. He found slight comfort in curling up. At present, he was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter. Regardless of whether he fell into Jiang Yunwan's hands or remained with Su Xuan, he would not find a favorable outcome. Jiang Yunwan would ensure his suffering, while Su Xuan, oblivious to his true identity as her son, was solely intent on his demise. Yet, at this moment, he could not utter a word, making it perhaps better to remain in Jiang Yunwan's grasp. After all, it might still preserve his life. Consequently, Bai Ru Feng waved his tiny hand towards Jiang Yunwan, mustering all his strength to emit a sound akin to a mule. What a strange occurrence. Observing this, Su Xinro instinctively took a step back. Su Xuan tugged at her sleeve and whispered, Mother, what does this little rascal mean? Could it be that he recognizes his true mother and wishes to signal Jiang Yunwan? Perhaps. Su Xinro gritted her teeth. Thank goodness he cannot speak. The two murmured in hushed tones, but Jiang Yunwan had gleaned their intent. She smirked inwardly, feigning astonishment. Oh, what does Ru Feng mean by this? Sister-in-law, come quickly to see what he desires. Why does he keep reaching for my hand? Is he attempting to express something to me? Jiang Yunwan grasped by Ru Feng's tiny paw, asking Ru Feng, do you have something you wish to say to your aunt? Su Xue empaled in fright. She lowered her voice, trembling as she asked, Mother, this little rascal must have recognized Jiang Yunwan. Bai Ru Feng thought, what an absurdity. How can my mother be so foolish? She believes herself clever, manipulating Jiang Yunwan as if she were in control, unaware that she is but a joke in Jiang Yunwan's eyes. How did I end up with such a dim-witted mother? Alas, he could not alert Su Xuan. Even if he did, she would not comprehend. Bai Ru Feng, anxious and furious, could only grit his teeth and strive to curry favor with Jiang Yunwan, attempting to align himself with her aunt. He managed to utter, striving to assert his uniqueness compared to ordinary children, especially in contrast to that ordinary little Yu Bao. However, he was far too small and weak, producing only a vague sound before becoming dizzy and nearly fainting. What's that? So Suiyang cautiously leaned closer, wondering what he was murmuring. Could he be hungry? She began, but then remembered that Chun Yin was no longer present. Su Shuyin clenched her teeth and commanded, Honglu, hurry and bring the milk for Ru Feng. Each time the wet nurse expressed milk, they mixed it with realgar. They were unafraid that the poison wouldn't affect this little rascal. Yes, Honglu trembled as she brought a bowl of white milk. Jiang Yunwan merely twitched her nose, detecting the scent of realgar in the milk. At that moment, she was uncertain whether to feel schadenfreude or pity for Bai Ruffin. To suffer such toxicity at such a tender age, especially at the hands of his own mother. If Su Shuyin were to poison him to death, one could only imagine that Bai Ruffin would not find peace even in the underworld. Feed him, Su Shuyin signaled Honglu. Although Honglu felt a pang of compassion, she dared not disobey. Young master, it is time for your milk. She scooped a spoonful and brought it to Bai Ruffing's lips. Yet, before it could approach, Bai Ruffing's tiny paw knocked it away, spilling the milk all over himself. Upon witnessing this, Su Shuyin instinctively slapped Bai Ruffing across the face. You little rascal. Before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly realized Jiang Yunwan was still present. She quickly retrieved a silk handkerchief, wiping away the spilled milk while tenderly saying, My dear, mother did not mean to strike you. I only intended to hit Honglu. How did it end up on your face? Honglu, you useless one. You spill milk even when feeding Ru Feng? What good are you to me? Honglu felt utterly wronged but dared not speak. Jiang Yunwan observed Su Shuiyin's theatrics with an impassive expression. Bai Ruffing nearly succumbed to unconsciousness from the slap, lying in the cradle, unable to cry out. How strange. Despite being so hungry, why would he not drink? As Jiang Yunwan spoke, she took the porcelain bowl from Honglu and scooped a spoonful of milk, bringing it to Su Shuiyin's lips. Sister-in-law, you should taste this milk to see if there is an issue. Chapter 58. The conflict between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law escalates. Su Shuyin froze. How could I possibly drink milk? I'm not a child. Sister-in-law, for Ru Feng's sake, you must ascertain whether there is a problem with the milk. He has become so thin, yet he refuses to drink a single drop. I suspect the milk is at fault. Jiang Yunwan stated earnestly, it would be prudent for you to taste it yourself. Taste it? If I do, I will be poisoned as well. Im no fool. I refuse to drink. Su Shuyin turned her face away. Jiang Yunwan then brought the milk to Su Shinro's lips. Mother, would you try it? That disgusts me. Su Shinro, being notably clever, turned her head and began retching. I cannot bear this smell. With that, she covered her mouth and rushed out. Su Shuyin's expression stiffened, realizing she had overlooked the option of escaping. Jiang Yunwan smirked as she set down the porcelain bowl. Sister-in-law, did you not mention that there is a temple outside the capital called Thunderstorm Temple, where a venerable monk over 100 years old resides? His talismans are said to be the most effective. With Ru Feng in such a state, it pains me to see. Why not, sister-in-law? Go and request a talisman for Ru Feng. Thunderstorm Temple? A talisman? So Suiyan instinctively questioned. Why have I never heard of it? Jiang Yunwan subtly retracted her gaze. It appeared that even if Su Shinro had some scheme, it was solely her own. At least Su Shuyin was unaware of the talisman matter. It was mother who informed me. You should go and request one for Ru Feng. I sense something is amiss with this child. Oh, Su Suiyan reluctantly replied. As they spoke, Yueji returned with another physician. The doctor merely glanced at Bai Ruffing, stating that it was a case of disharmony in the spleen and stomach, with no other issues, and hastily prescribed 2 simple remedies before taking his leave. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Yunwan chose not to meddle further. In any case, the little wretch cannot die easily nor live comfortably. Jiang Yunwan felt a slight sense of relief in her heart. If the eldest sister genuinely cares for Ru Feng, it would be best for her to seek a talisman for his safety within the next couple of days. As for the other matters, leave them to me. She spoke with a meaningful glance. Did not Madame Wu order the doors to be locked, confining Su Shinro and Su Shuyin within the Autumn Rain Pavilion? If Su Shuyin is willing to seek a talisman for Bai Ruffing, she shall be granted the freedom to come and go from the Autumn Rain Pavilion. Su Yuan naturally understood her implication. Are you going to help me keep this a secret? Allow me to come and go freely? She looked at Jiang Yunwan in astonishment. Of course. How could I let Su Shuyin remain trapped in the Autumn Rain Pavilion if I wished to witness her confrontation with with Wu Qingrong. If she cannot visit the Thunderstorm Temple, how can we clarify the matter concerning the kidnappers she faced in her previous life? Jiang Yunwan smirked. If the eldest sister truly cares for Ru Feng, she ought to ponder this well. I shall take my leave now. Before departing, she pinched Bai Rufeng's cheek and shook her head in pity. Poor child, you have become as thin as a chick. Ensure the wet nurse looks after you well. Ru Feng must not come to harm. Even if he were to perish, it must be in my hands alone. After watching Jiang Yunwan leave, Su Shuyan immediately changed her clothes. When Su Xinro peeked in, she saw Su Shuyan hurriedly preparing to leave. Shuyan, where are you going? Mother, do not concern yourself. Su Shuyan was solely focused on settling accounts with Wu Qingrong for the events of the previous night, leaving no room for other thoughts. However, Su Xinro was displeased. Remembering Jiang Yunwan's words just before her departure, she gritted her teeth and asked in a low voice, Shuyan, tell me honestly, were you involved with Wu Qingrong before Zhan passed away? Su Shuyan paused in her steps. How could Su Xinro possibly know this secret? Yet, she did not suspect Jiang Yunwan, for Wu Qingrong was indeed her husband. Since Jiang Yunwan had not yet exploded with anger, it must mean she was unaware of this matter. How could that be? Su Shuyan felt a twinge of guilt but dared not admit it. Mother, you are being overly suspicious. I only submitted to Wu Qingrong for Ru Feng's sake, for your sake. How could I betray Brother Zhan? If that were the case, why did you show no sorrow after Zhan's death? Su Xinro grasped her hand tightly. So will you never cease? If I had not allied with Wu Qingrong, those debt collectors would have surely found their way to father, wouldn't they? Bai Zhan is dead. What significance does your questioning hold now? Before Su Xinro could respond, Su Shuyan pushed her away. Since returning to the capital with you, I have been separated from Bai Zhan. I'm a young woman, and at night, I languish in solitude. Who understand my loneliness? Seeing her speak her innermost thoughts, Su Xinro's eyes widened in disbelief. Indeed, is this truly your heartfelt sentiment? Su Shuyan had evidently become entangled with Wu Qingrong long ago. You cannot endure loneliness? Have you ever considered Zhan and Ru Feng? And you still dare to criticize me? Su Shuyan sneered, revealing her true nature. Su Xinro had long since lost her value to her, even though Su Xinro was her mother-in-law and her own aunt. Let me ask you, do you still harbor feelings for Jiang Yunwan, that little wretch? Is there maternal affection? So, you cannot bring yourself to harm that little bastard in secret? Su Shuyan pointed at Bai Rufeng. You are fond of Jiang Yunwan, hence you cannot bear to be cruel to this little bastard? Bai Rufeng, little bastard? He is her own flesh and blood. Has he become a little bastard now? What nonsense are you spouting? Su Xinro was taken aback. How could there be maternal affection for that little wretch, Jiang Yunwan? She held no regard for Jiang Yunwan, let alone for the child born of her. If it were not for you, how has this little bastard not been poisoned to death by now? That was realgar. I fed him realgar for several days. By all rights, he should have succumbed to renal failure by now. Su Shuyan glared at Bai Rufeng with gritted teeth, her eyes filled with a hunger to devour him whole. To her, this little wretch was akin to a hot potato. She could not raise him, yet she could not bring herself to kill him either. She could not comprehend why this little wretch had such tenacity for life. You suspect me? Su Xinro was stunned. I do not just suspect you. I'm certain you did this. You are a treacherous viper. What did you say? Su Xinro asked. Seeing Su Shuyan's fierce expression, she raised her hand in a fit of rage to strike. I will kill you. But before she could finish, before the slap could land on Su Shuyan's face, her hand was seized. Instead, it was Su Shuyan who delivered a resounding slap to Su Xinro's face. You just struck me, and now you dare attempt to strike me again? The two immediately became entangled in a fierce struggle. Outside, Jiang Yunwan listened to the commotion within, and a smile slowly crept onto her face. In her previous life, she had never witnessed such a scene. She had thought the relationship between these two was harmonious, only to discover it was merely a fade. With a little provocation, they could easily come to blows. Soon, the events that transpired at the Thunderstorm Temple would further confirm Jiang Yunwan's suspicions. Chapter 59. Dare to steal my man? That night, Jiang Yunwan had yet to rest when Fuyun entered, desperately stifling laughter. Miss, as you suspected, Su Shuyan indeed went to meet Wu Qingrong. Now the three of them are embroiled in a fight. 3 people? Jiang Yunwan was somewhat taken aback. Weren't Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong only 2? Where did the third come from? Just as the thought crossed her mind, realization dawned upon her. Su Shinro, was also present. Indeed, Fuyu nodded. Huh. Jiang Yunwan could not help but laugh. Su Shinro is truly infatuated with Wu Qingrong. Even though he is currently powerless, she is willing to secretly guard him. Alleviating his loneliness? She is truly going to great lengths to play the role of the concubine. Indeed, Fuyun pouted, perplexed by Su Shinro's choices. Is it not better to be with a servant than to be a concubine to a cripple? Since the miss has already taken action behind the scenes, it seems Wu Qingrong will not merely suffer from a loss of heirs. He should not expect to stand again in the future, either. Although Fuyun had not been with Jiang Yunwan for long, she had come to understand her character quite well. Jiang Yunwan appeared gentle and demure, a picture of propriety, seemingly easy to manipulate. Yet, in reality, her fragility was merely a fade. The miss had not witnessed Su Shuyan's deceptively delicate appearance. She had not anticipated Su Shuyan's strength. One slap had sent Su Shinro sprawling to the ground. Fuyun clicked her tongue. How could Su Shinro, despite being a pampered young lady, fail to hold her own against Su Shuyan? Jiang Yunwan's gaze flickered, a self-deprecating smile gracing her lips, while Su Shinro was a maid. For many years, she and Jiang Yunwan had shared a sisterly bond. She had once regarded Su Shinro as a close sister. Thus, despite Su Shinro being her servant, she rarely engaged in any menial labor. If she could not even defeat Chunyin, how could she contend with Su Shuyan? After all, Su Shuyan had grown up in a family of martial generals. When she decided to fight, it was far beyond what an ordinary young lady could handle. Su Shuyan had been raised on the frontier. It was said that the girls of the capital were like green onions, delicate and fresh, whereas the girls from the frontier were akin to cacti, thorny and incredibly resilient. Su Shuyan's seemingly delicate demeanor was merely a result of her recent year and more spent in the capital. A year ago, Su Shuyan had been dark and robust, her skin coarse. From a distance, one could hardly tell whether she was a man or a woman. Jiang Yunwan had often been curious about how her refined brother, Baijan, had come to be enamored with Su Shuyan. Yet, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, and she had no intention of saying more. Oddly enough, though both were raised on the frontier, Baijan, a rugged soldier, possessed not only a strikingly handsome appearance, but also an unexpectedly refined demeanor that belied his martial prowess. In stark contrast, Su Shuyan, a young woman, was stout and dark-skinned, her figure far from the delicate ideals of the capital's beauty. Clearly, the capital's favorable environment nurtured its inhabitants. Jiang Yunwan offered a cold smile, suggesting that it was Wu Qingrong's affection that had fostered Su Shuyan's development. Indeed, Wu Qingrong had cultivated Su Shuyan remarkably well, akin to tending to a flourishing flower. Upon hearing this, Fuyun voiced her concern for her young mistress, noting that there was no need for sorrow after tonight. It was likely that Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan would have a falling out. Who do you think Wu Qingrong will protect in their quarrel? Jiang Yunwan queried. Fuyun quickly responded that initially, Wu Qingrong tried to mediate, but as the fight escalated and Su Shuyan found herself at a disadvantage, he chose to defend Su Shuyan. Su Shuyan must be infuriated, Jiang Yunwan mused, rising with a smile. She summoned a wet nurse to tend to the peacefully sleeping Yu Bao, then took Fuyun to witness the unfolding spectacle. At this moment, she felt no concern that Su Shuyan would harm Yu Bao. After all, in their eyes, the child in Yunchuan courtyard was by Ruffeng, and they were inclined to treat him with utmost kindness rather than malice. As they approached, the commotion inside had not yet ceased, with insults still flying. You treacherous servant! You seem so innocent, yet you stoop to such underhanded tactics. You shameless little harlot! How dare you try to steal my man? Su Shuyan's voice rang out in frustration. Jiang Yunwan paused, a hint of amusement in her demeanor, suggesting that it might be best to wait until the tirade subsided before entering. With Binner having received a beating and unable to rise from bed, none of Wu Qingrong's attendants were astute enough to guard the door. Thus, Jiang Yunwan and Fuyun entered with unabashed audacity, even eavesdropping at the threshold without being discovered. Your man? Huh, you should take a good look in the mirror. Who do you think you are? Su Shin, though unable to match Su Shuyan in a physical altercation, was quick with her tongue, emboldened by Wu Qingrong's protection. The master is clearly my mistress's man. Who are you to claim him? You know he belongs to my mistress? What about Jiang Yunwan? Are you afraid she might tear you to shreds? My mistress is your sister-in-law. You're trying to seduce the master behind her back. And I haven't even informed her yet. Should you dare tell Jiang Yunwan, I will silence you. At that moment, Su Shuiyin lunged forward again, and in an instant, the room erupted with Su Xin's cries and Wu Qingrong's reprimands, the chaos escalating. Jiang Yunwan, unfazed, adjusted her skirt and mused that she had anticipated Su Shuiyin would seek a protective talisman from the Lei Temple. But she had not expected her to come directly to Wu Qingrong first. This indicated that, in Su Shuiyin's heart, Wu Qingrong was of greater importance than the child. Miss, how could that venomous woman, Su Shuiyin, possibly seek a talisman for safety? Fu Yun scoffed, believing that the little imp was certainly not concerned for Yu Bao's well-being. Su Shuiyin would never seek a talisman for Yu Bao, but she might for Bai Rufeng. Jiang Yunwan, keenly aware of Su Shuiyin's selfish yet maternal instincts, smiled knowingly. Confident that she would find a way to obtain the talisman before the child's full moon and secretly place it in Yinshuang courtyard. Regardless of the timing, she will certainly go, Fu Yun exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. It was no wonder Jiang Yunwan had mentioned Lei Temple, the revered monk, and the talisman. After all, any talisman Su Shuiyin procured would ultimately be for Yu Bao. Miss, I have already conveyed your message to the master. He mentioned that the journey to Lei Temple is fraught with peril, with treacherous roads and numerous bandits along the way. Fu Yun whispered, and that the talisman from the esteemed monk is not easily obtained. Jiang Yunwan's cunning plan was to send Su Shuiyin into danger to procure a talisman for Yu Bao. Fu Yun mused in admiration, realizing that her mistress was no delicate flower, but rather a fox with centuries of cunning. Observing Fu Yun's sparkling eyes, Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow, suggesting they investigate the situation further. As she spoke, Fu Yun nodded in understanding and called out, Miss, wait for me. Inside, the three, entangled in conflict, immediately released each other upon hearing Jiang Yunwan's arrival, their panic palpable as they wished to vanish into thin air. Just as their anxiety peaked, Fu Yun slowly pushed the door open. Chapter 60. Are you really sending her to sacrifice herself to Xiao Mo? Su Shuiyin, experienced in such circumstances, swiftly slipped beneath the bed to hide as Jiang Yunwan's figure appeared in the doorway. Su Xin, seeing this, followed suit and squeezed under the bed as well. Only Wu Qingrong remained, looking disheveled and flustered on the bed, his hair in disarray and clothes askew, casting a guilty glance at Jiang Yunwan. Yunwan, what brings you here at such a late hour? He stammered, struggling to form coherent sentences. After the fright he had experienced the previous night, where only Su Shuiyin had hidden in the room, he was now even more alarmed to find two women concealed beneath the bed, both of whom were at odds with one another. The tension in the air was thick, as if an invisible blade was poised at his throat, rendering him unable to breathe, his heart racing uncontrollably. In the depths of night, why have you not retired? Jiang Yunwan inquired sweetly. I came to see my husband. With a charming smile, she continued, your leg is injured so severely. How could I possibly rest? I must come to assist you in changing your bandages. The term sister struck Wu Qingrong like a dagger to his pride, shattering his already fragile self-esteem. Since you are a year older than I, perhaps I should call you elder sister from now on? Jiang Yunwan giggled. Wu Qingrong felt tears welling up. All that remained of his dignity had evaporated. What's wrong, sister? Am I calling you old? Jiang Yunwan teased. Girls dislike being called old, don't they? If it bothers you, I can call you younger sister instead. Wu Qingrong found himself at a loss, questioning whether she truly intended to change his dressings or if she was scheming to take his place as a husband. As Jiang Yunwan began to tend to his wounds, she wrinkled her brow, sensing an unusual odor permeating the room. What strange smell? Wu Qingrong's wariness returned. Noticing Fu Yun standing guard at the door with crossed arms, her eyes fixed intently, fearing that Fu Yun might catch a glimpse of the two hidden women beneath the bed, he hastily said, Did you not change the sheets and blankets last night? How can there be such an odor? Indeed, Jiang Yunwan replied, standing up. It resembles the scent of a fox. Wu Qingrong's eyes widened in alarm. You must be mistaken. This is no wilderness. There is nothing of the sort here. Jiang Yunwan playfully teased him, then resumed her task of dressing his wounds. Once finished, she began to chat casually with Wu Qingrong, discussing matters from the Autumn Rain Pavilion and the upcoming full moon banquet for Yu Bao. She was in no rush to leave. Husband, a few days ago, you promised me that you would petition the emperor for permission to allow my father to return to the capital for Yu Bao's banquet. Has there been any progress on this matter? Wu Qingrong's face flushed with embarrassment. He had completely forgotten about it. Even if he mentioned it, who was he? The emperor would hardly grant him such favor. Yunwan, I injured my leg a few days ago, and have already taken leave from the emperor. I haven't attended court since. Thus, the matter of bringing your father back to the capital might be beyond my capability. Jiang Yunwan remained unperturbed. After all, Xiao Mo had already submitted a petition, and the emperor had granted Bai Dongxing permission to return to the capital. It would be long before Bai Dongxing could set off. I wonder if your legs will heal in time. Can you still secure your position? Caught off guard by her concerned gaze, Wu Qingrong hesitated. This question had truly stumped him. Earlier, when Wu Zhong visited him, he had warned him to recover quickly to return to the Ministry of Revenue, where he might be dismissed. By the way, Yunwan, I recall that your relationship with Lord Xiao seems quite amicable. Fearing to upset Jiang Yunwan, Wu Qingrong cautiously probed, although your bond was formed due to the third princess. You are undoubtedly closer to Lord Xiao than I am. Clearing his throat, he continued, it seems that Lord Xiao also holds you in some regard. There is something I need you to do. Could you possibly speak a good word for me in front of Lord Xiao? It would be best to win his favor. Wu Qingrong's intention to win Xiao Mo's favor implied that he wished for her to offer herself to him. Jiang Yunwan's expression turned icy, her tone equally frigid. Oh, pray tell, husband. It's like this. Recently, my father has encountered some troubles. The emperor has asked Lord Xiao to intervene in the Ministry of Revenue's affairs. And it seems Lord Xiao intends to clean house. I fear for my position. Wu Qingrong sighed. Although he was a deputy minister, it was only because of Wu Zhong's influence. Everyone knew how he obtained his position. It was merely to give face to Wu Zhong. If a purge were to occur, he would likely be the first to be dismissed. I don't understand why the emperor would let Lord Xiao meddle in the ministry's affairs. That man is not one to be trifled with. Even Wu Zhong is apprehensive around him, let alone someone of my insignificance. Since you have some acquaintance with Lord Xiao, perhaps, are you intentionally putting me in a difficult position? Or are you trying to send yourself to prison? Jiang Yunwan's face darkened. It is said that women should not interfere in court matters. If the emperor has entrusted Lord Xiao with this issue, it implies a lack of trust in my father. Instead of seeking to restore the emperor's trust, you are considering shortcuts? You even think to send me to curry favor with Xiao Mo? Do you fear not dying swiftly enough? Upon hearing this, Wu Qingrong's expression changed dramatically. He had anticipated Jiang Yunwan's refusal and was prepared to plead extensively for her agreement. Little did he expect her not only to flatly refuse, but also to chastise him. Indeed, he had only considered preserving his position, never contemplating the repercussions. If this matter implicated his father, Wu Zhong's position as Minister of Revenue could be at stake. At that point, the Wu family would become the laughingstock of the capital. Noticing Wu Qingrong's increasingly pale face, Jiang Yunwan understood that her words had struck a chord. Internally, she smirked, though her demeanor remained composed. Husband, I genuinely wish to assist you, but my hands are tied. For now, all I can do is pray for you at the Thunder Rain Temple. Hiding beneath the bed, Su Shuyan's eyes widened at the mention of the Thunder Rain Temple. A talisman for peace? That's right. Jiang Yunwan mentioned it earlier. It is said that a talisman from a renowned monk at the Thunder Rain Temple is highly effective. If she manages to obtain this talisman, not only could she ensure her beloved's safety, but also guarantee Wu Qingrong's success in a career. At that point, regardless of whether it's Jiang Yunwan or Su Shuyan, they would only find themselves defeated by her. With these thoughts, Su Shuyan felt a surge of excitement. Yet, she found herself trapped beneath the bed once more, much like the previous night. Unlike last night, however, tonight she had the added company of the insufferable Su Xian. Watching Su Xian shiver on the side, Su Shuyan's eyes flickered with malice before she suddenly pushed Su Xian out. Chapter 61. Miss, there is someone beneath the bed. A startled exclamation followed as Su Xian was thrust to Jiang Yunwan's feet. Wu Qingrong stood dumbfounded, his mind blank. Although last night had been perilous, Su Shuyan had managed to evade detection. Who would have known that Su Xian would be discovered tonight? Miss. Uncertain how to explain herself, Su Xian hurriedly knelt at Jiang Yunwan's feet, trembling and unable to utter a word. Jiang Yunwan raised her chin, casting a meaningful glance at Su Xian. I was just searching for you, intending to have you bring the medicine. I didn't expect you to arrive first. Noticing Su Xian's disheveled appearance, Fuyan rolled her eyes in disdain. Had it not been for Jiang Yunwan's prior warning, she would have slapped Su Xian for being such a traitor. Yes, Mississippi. Su Xn stammered, hastily adjusting her clothing, her face pale as she replied, I know you worry for the Lord, so I came to prepare medicine for him. Not only did she bring the medicine, but she also brought herself. Observing Su Xn tremble as she retrieved the ointment from her bosom, Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow. Ah, how well prepared you are. Not informing the miss in advance, and taking it upon myself to deliver the medicine was my mistake. I seek your forgiveness. Finally regaining her composure, Su Xin realized that as long as she held the medicine, she had a valid reason to see Wu Qingrong. Moreover, it seemed Jiang Yunwan had not discovered her affair with him. Thus, Su Xin grew increasingly confident. Miss, your medical skills are truly remarkable. When I changed the Lord's dressings, he said the pain subsided immediately, as if it were a miraculous remedy. Having betrayed Jiang Yunwan for so long, she had spun many lies in front of her. Now, she spoke deceitfully without a hint of shame. Indeed, noticing Jiang Yunwan's lack of anger, Wu Qingrong quickly chimed in. Yunwan is skilled in medicine. I truly did not expect this. He was indeed somewhat surprised. However, compared to Jiang Yunwan's medical prowess, he was more concerned about how to send them away. Otherwise, Su Shuyan hiding beneath the bed would eventually be discovered. Su Xian's sudden appearance had already terrified him. Since you've already changed the dressings, you should return quickly. Wu Qingrong urged. Husband, did you bully Su Xian? Jiang Yunwan feigned innocence, glancing at the red marks on Su Xian's face. What are those handprints on your face? Did you strike her? Wu Qingrong stiffened. He could hardly confess that the marks were from Su Shuyan. Miss, please do not blame the Lord. It is entirely my fault. Though Su Xian yearned to strangle Su Shuyan, she had to step forward to take the blame at this moment. It was I who clumsily changed the Lord's dressings and inadvertently hurt him. I deserve the punishment, not the Lord. Wu Qingrong's eyes brightened at this. This was the perfect plaything he desired, not only obedient to his every whim, but also capable of covering for him at critical moments. Su Shuyan, with her fiery temperament, was clearly unsuitable for him. Thus, Wu Qingrong nodded earnestly. Su Xian speaks wisely. Yunwan, it is also my fault. Su Xian is your maid, even if I am displeased. I should not have struck her. It won't happen again. His tone carried a hint of remorse. Su Xian's thoughts danced with delight as she listened intently. A fleeting glance toward the floor beneath the bed ignited a vengeful spark within her heart. Had she not been so clever, she might have been discovered by Jiang Yunwan. That wretched Su Shuyan had dared to push her forward. Was she not attempting to bring about her demise? Contemplating this, Su Xian suddenly leaned to one side, collapsing softly onto the ground, feigning dizziness. Maid, I feel a bit lightheaded. She lay on the floor, her gaze fixed intently on Su Shuyan beneath the bed, a smile curling at her lips that sent shivers down Su Shuyan's spine. Terrified, Su Shuyan shot a warning glance at her, signaling that she should refrain from any foolishness, lest she be met with dire consequences. At that moment, Su Xian was unperturbed by the threat. After all, she had found a perfectly reasonable explanation for her late-night presence in Wu Qingrong's chamber. And Jiang Yunwan had not suspected her. But Su Shuyan had no such alibi. Under the scrutiny of Su Shuyan's fearful eyes, Su Xn suddenly exclaimed, Oh my! What on earth is lurking beneath your bed, my lord? It looks quite fearsome with its ghastly visage. Wu Qingrong's heart plummeted. Neither of these women offered him a moment's peace. Just moments ago, he had exhaled in relief, believing Su Xn to be far less brazen than Su Shuyan. Yet, the slap of reality came swiftly. What ghastly creature! Jiang Yunwan bent down to peer into the bed. Wu Qingrong, panicked, quickly grasped her arm, convinced she was mistaken. Surely, my room harbors no ghosts. What could possibly be lurking there? Why so fearful, my husband? Jiang Yunwan observed Wu Qingrong's pallor, furrowing her brow. Could it be that he concealed a woman in his quarters? Just moments ago, it was Su Xian, and now there was another? Could he possibly have room for two women beneath his bed? With a teasing tone, she uttered words that sent Wu Qingrong's hair standing on end. Of course not. Wu Qingrong nearly bit his tongue in alarm. He glared at Su Xn, hissing under his breath. You vile servant. What nonsense are you spouting? Do not frighten Yunwan. Is it not well known that your young lady is easily terrified by ghosts? In her youth, Jiang Yunwan had, indeed, been afraid of the dark. She had once wandered lost, alone on the streets for 2 unforgettable days, encountering all manner of specters. Yet, upon living anew, she realized that there are far more wicked beings among the living than any ghost. Now, do hurry and assist your young lady back to rest. Wu Qingrong gestured at Su Xin, observing Su Xin, who was too frightened to breathe, merely glaring at her from underneath the bed. Su Xin begrudgingly rose to help Jiang Yunwan. Miss, it is late. Allow me to assist you back to rest. Jiang Yunwan subtly withdrew her hand, unwilling to let Su Xin touch her, finding her distasteful. Fuyin, come here. She coughed softly, possibly affected by the night wind. I feel a bit dizzy as well. You and Su Xin help me. Yes, Mississippi Fuyin understood and stepped forward. However, before she could approach, she stumbled, crashing to the ground at Jiang Yunwan's feet. Oh dear. Fuyin gasped, inadvertently grasping Wu Qingrong's ankle. Caught off guard, Wu Qingrong lost his footing. Even as he clung to the bed's edge, Fuyin yanked him down. With a pained cry, Wu Qingrong fell to the ground, and Fuyin shouted, Miss, there is someone beneath the bed. Chapter 62. I am your sister-in-law. How dare you strike me? Wu Qingrong closed his eyes in despair. Moments ago, he had been bellowing loudly, yet now he could utter no sound, overwhelmed by guilt and fear, entirely disregarding any pain from his fall. Miss, look. Fuyin, undeterred by Wu Qingrong's fear or desperation, turned her attention to the trembling Su Xiuyan, a sly smile flickering across her lips. Despite Su Xiuyan's desperate attempts to retreat, shaking her head and pleading with her eyes not to be dragged out, Fuyun's excitement only grew. Grabbing Su Xiuyan by the hair, she effortlessly yanked her from beneath the bed. Miss, it's a woman. Looks like a vile servant trying to climb into my lord's bed. Fuyun, oblivious to Su Xiuyan's identity, declared, Miss, I shall drag this seductress out and dispose of her. Su Xiuyan, taken aback by Fuyun's unexpected strength, felt as though her scalp might be torn from her head. Let go. Release me, she cried, panicking. This girl belonged to the third princess. She might genuinely dare to drag her away, to harm her. In a fit of desperation, disregarding her dignity, she shouted, It's me, Jiang Yunwan. Tell your people to stop. I am your sister-in-law. Do not kill me. Sister-in-law? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow, just as Fuyin clamped a hand over Su Xiuyan's mouth. While pulling her from beneath the bed, Su Xiuyan's hair had come undone, obscuring her features. Miss, do not heed her nonsense. If she truly were your sister-in-law, the wife of the Bai family, how could she possibly hide beneath my lord's bed at this hour? What a shameless act. Fuyin tightly covered Su Xiuyan's mouth, outraged at the very idea of her trying to seduce her lord while masquerading as a member of the Bai family. I shall drag her out and dispose of her, burying her wherever. Su Xiuyan. This insufferable girl had immense strength. She was nearly suffocating her. Struggling desperately, she emitted muffled sounds. Observing this, Jiang Yunwan stepped forward, delivering a swift kick to Su Xiuyan's abdomen, followed by a resounding slap to her face. Who is this vixen daring to impersonate my sister-in-law? Are you trying to sow discord between us? You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Jiang Yunwan unleashed her pent-up fury, delivering several slaps to Su Xiuyan's face until her anger was somewhat quelled. Killing you would soil my hands. Otherwise, wait, sister-in-law, you truly are my sister-in-law. Jiang Yunwan parted Su Xiuyan's hair, astonished to see her once more. Half of Su Xiuyan's face was swollen from blows. Su Xiuyan, Jiang Yunwan, that little wretch, truly struck her with malice. The stinging slaps had left her head buzzing, her world spinning. It felt as though she had been intoxicated, and with a sudden rush, she collapsed to the floor. Jiang Yunwan, how dare you? I am your sister-in-law, she slurred, pointing accusingly at Jiang Yunwan. Afterward, she spat on the ground. Blood? Blood. My tooth. Jiang Yunwan's earlier slaps had knocked out one of her teeth. Watching it fall, bloodied on the ground, Su Xiuyan was filled with anger and pain. Jiang Yunwan, this is your doing? Look what you have done to me. Sister-in-law, Jiang Yunwan, now alarmed, hurriedly helped her up. This was truly a case of family turning on family. It was no wonder such a misunderstanding arose. But you have yet to explain why you were hiding beneath my husband's bed at this hour? Su Xiuyan was left speechless. Just moments ago, she had been fierce and threatening. Now she was utterly silenced. Her gaze darted, her face covered. She turned away in shame. Actually, it was all a misunderstanding, and nothing came of it. She took a step back, attempting to gloss over the matter. Jiang Yunwan chuckled silently. Sister-in-law, were you not here to check on my husband? Yes. Recalling Su Xian's earlier words, Su Xian hastily replied, "My mother and I have been residing in the minister's residence for some time. My brother-in-law has been exceedingly gracious and attentive to us. Ever since Ru Feng's birth, he has shown us even greater care." Thus I pondered, it was high time to pay a visit to my brother-in-law. Jiang Yunwan regarded her quietly, a smile gracing her lips yet remaining wordless. She simply wished to see how much more she could fabricate. To my surprise, upon my arrival, Su Xinyan was already attending to my brother-in-law's wound. With her mouth, Su Shuyin clenched her jaw tightly, as I expressed concern for my brother-in-law. Just as I was about to take my leave, unexpectedly, you arrived. To avert any misunderstandings, I had no choice but to hide. Misunderstanding? Since my sister-in-law is here to show concern for her husband, what is there to fear? Ultimately, it was rather late. My visit at such an hour seemed somewhat inappropriate, hence my worry about your misinterpretation. Since my sister-in-law is aware that such a late visit is unsuitable, why come at all? Oh, Jiang Yunwan suddenly understood. Could it be that my sister-in-law plans to set off early tomorrow for Thunder Rain Temple to seek a talisman of safety? Thus, she thought to bid farewell to my husband so late in the evening? Su Shuyin was taken aback. She had no intention of going to Thunder Rain Temple at dawn. The sister-in-law's hasty decision revealed her deep maternal affection. I shall arrange a carriage for you at once, to send you off from the capital early tomorrow. With that, Jiang Yunwan turned to Fuyun, instructing, "Go prepare." "Yes, miss." Fuyun cast a cold glance at Su Xinyan before departing. Su Shuyin initially wished to decline, but fearing that a refusal would provide Jiang Yunwan with leverage against her, she found herself at a loss for a better strategy. Thus, reluctantly acquiescing, she said, "Well then, thank you, sister, for your concern. It is but my duty," Jiang Yunwan replied, patting Su Shuyin's shoulder. "I have heard that Thunder Rain Temple is quite distant from the capital. Sister-in-law, do take care of your safety. Moreover, you must return before the full moon banquet, lest you miss the baptism of the two children." Su Shuyin's expression gradually brightened. Yes, the welfare of her son was paramount. After all her efforts to place her son beside Jiang Yunwan, ensuring he became a legitimate son of the minister's household, she had to prioritize the greater good. As long as her son thrived, Wu Qingrong would remain firmly in her grasp. A talisman of safety. At dawn tomorrow, she would promptly head to Thunder Rain Temple to seek one for her son. Su Shuyin had initially thought that acquiring the talisman would be simple, yet she could never have anticipated that her journey to Thunder Rain Temple would nearly cost her life. Chapter 63. Dare to betray her? Shattered to pieces. After 2 consecutive nights of infidelity, Wu Qingrong found himself increasingly on edge due to Jiang Yunwan's relentless pursuit, his nerves fraying. For the time being, he dared not meet with Su Xinyan or Su Shuyin again. After Su Shuyin hastily departed, Jiang Yunwan turned to Wu Qingrong with a smile that was not quite a smile. "Husband, I have just given birth and cannot attend to you for the time being. If you truly cannot resist seeking warmth from another, I shall not hold it against you." Beside them, Su Xinyan's eyes sparkled with interest. Did this imply that she, as the concubine, could now act openly? However, the next moment, Jiang Yunwan's tone shifted. "You may seek anyone, but I wish for it not to be someone close to me. You know me well. I have always despised betrayal. Otherwise, what awaits is merely a fate of being shattered into pieces." Her voice was light, yet the final words seemed to emerge through gritted teeth. Wu Qingrong stiffened, and Su Xinyan shuddered. Since giving birth, Jiang Yunwan appeared to have transformed entirely. Since marrying into the minister's household, she had always been kind and gentle, devoted to her husband and children, embodying a serene existence. Wu Qingrong was unaware of her true strength, but Su Xinyan, having served her for years, certainly understood Jiang Yunwan's capabilities. If she were truly just a gentle and yielding creature, how could she forge such a close bond with the third princess? How could she capture Wu Qingrong's heart at first sight? Jiang Yunwan had transitioned from a lost little girl to the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, and from a merchant's adopted daughter to marrying into the prestigious Wu family. Although the Wu family was not a century-old aristocracy in the capital, and Wu Qingrong was merely a minister's deputy, the presence of Wu Zhong elevated their status. Historically, a vast chasm separates the powerful from merchants. Should a noble wed the daughter of a merchant, it would be the subject of ridicule and disdain. Although Jiang Yunwan was the legitimate daughter of the Bai family, when Wu Qingrong married her, she had yet to acknowledge her connection to the Bai family. She was merely the adopted daughter of the Jiang family. Her rise to this day was not solely based on her beauty. The more Su Xinyan contemplated, the more trepidation filled her heart, and her gaze toward Jiang Yunwan carried unmistakable fear. Yunwan, perceiving the coldness in Jiang Yunwan's eyes, Wu Qingrong forced a laugh, stammering, "What do you mean by that? Have I not told you that in my heart there's only you? What are those matters worth? I would never betray you." For some inexplicable reason, over the past year, Wu Qingrong had regarded Jiang Yunwan merely as a plaything. Men, after all, are creatures driven by their lower instincts. Even if Jiang Yunwan resembled a celestial being, once obtained, she would not be cherished. Moreover, the Wu family inherently looked down upon Jiang Yunwan. Whether from the Jiang family or the Bai family, the lady of the Wu household held them in contempt. The Jiang family was merely a merchant family, while the Bai family, despite their military exploits, had Su Xinyan as a gambling-addicted lunatic drowning in debt. Yet of late, Wu Qingrong had noticed a change in Jiang Yunwan. When he faced her, he found himself subconsciously feeling guilty, uneasy, even unable to meet her gaze. When had this woman acquired such resolve and presence? "You should return now. The full moon banquet for you, Bao, is approaching, and you must be busy preparing for it. You need not come here for the time being. I have servants to attend to me." Wu Qingrong could hardly withstand her intimidating presence. Should Jiang Yunwan surprise him again, he feared he might truly perish from fright. "My legs are in no condition to assist you. I truly feel guilty." Wu Qingrong sighed, feigning concern with a few hollow words. With Su Shuyan temporarily away from the capital and Su Xinyan hesitant to return, Jiang Yunwan had no desire to see Wu Qingrong's unpleasant face. Besides, she had matters of her own to attend to. The following day, Su Shuyan departed the capital at dawn. As soon as she left, Jiang Yunwan went to visit Su Xinyan. "Mother, I heard that sister-in-law clashed with you yesterday." She placed some pastries on the table, observing the wounds on Su Xinyan's face with a sigh. "Sister-in-law truly ought to know better. Regardless of circumstances, you are her mother-in-law and her own aunt. By both sentiment and reason, she should not have laid hands on you. It is utterly disrespectful." Su Xinyan was already seething with anger. Early that morning, she had seen Su Shuyan hastily exiting Qiuj, and when she attempted to follow, the servant stopped her, claiming she was not permitted to leave. Jiang Yunwan's visit was perfectly timed to collide with her fury. "How dare you speak of her? I am your mother. Why have you confined me to this Qiuj? Am I a prisoner?" She glared at Jiang Yunwan, resentment bubbling over. Why was she allowed to come and go freely? "Jiang Yunwan, am I no longer your mother?" She was well aware that she was indeed her mother. Jiang Yunwan inwardly scoffed. "Mother, I am merely acting in your best interest. Those creditors have already come knocking, demanding I hand you over to them. I managed to pay them off with some silver, but it was a struggle. If you insist on going out, do as you wish. I shall not be responsible." Upon hearing this, Su Xinyan's anger immediately dissipated. Just the mention of creditors made her head pound. "Good daughter, I appreciate your good intentions. If you truly wish to prevent me from suffering at the hands of those unscrupulous men, then please repay my gambling debts." She grasped Jiang Yunwan's hand, feigning a deep mother-daughter bond. Su Xinyan struggled to squeeze out a few tears. "Mother has no silver left. I've only borrowed a few dozen taels from them, yet the interest has ballooned to tens of thousands of taels. Mother is truly being forced to a desperate end." Jiang Yunwan regarded her coldly. "Only borrowed a few dozen taels? Huh. Even the ancestral home of the Bai family has been mortgaged, and there remains a debt of several 100,000 taels of silver. How can she claim that only a few 100,000 were borrowed?" Just recently, after the mother and daughter reunited, Jiang Yunwan had compassionately repaid several tens of thousands of taels of gambling debts for her. Su Xinro promised her that she would never set foot in a gambling house again. Yet, unbeknownst to her, Su Xinro continued to gamble in secret, losing everything and accumulating insurmountable debts. "Mother, I have no such wealth. My savings have all gone to settle your gambling debts. You may not have it, but the Jiang family does." Su Xinro clutched at this lifeline, saying that if she would only ask her parents, they would surely provide for her. Not to mention a few 100,000 taels, even a few million would be possible. Then she could repay the gambling debts and redeem our ancestral home. "Mother will surely cherish you." Upon hearing this, not only Jiang Yunwan, but even Fu Yun, who had just entered to respond, was rendered speechless by Su Shinro's insane desperation. Good heavens! Su Shinro not only treated her own daughter like a cash cow, but also regarded her as a fool. How shameless! Fu Yun spat quietly before softly calling out, "Mississippi." Jiang Yunwan frowned and pushed Su Shinro away, rising to approach Fu Yun. "What is it, Miss?" Su Shuyan has already left the city. As Fu Yun moved towards the door, her gaze briefly flicked towards Su Shinro, her expression growing serious. "The Marquis has come to Yunshuang courtyard, saying he has urgent matters to discuss with you." She lowered her voice, her tone grave. The matter was of great importance. Chapter 64. He is a bastard. Though Fu Yun is one of Xiao Mo's people, now that she is by Jiang Yunwan's side, her allegiance naturally lies with her. What happened? It's still early. Shouldn't Xiao Mo be attending the morning court? He holds a high position and is a favored minister, usually busy with official matters. Even if he has business with her, it is mostly at night. Why has he come to Yunshuang courtyard so early today? I don't know, but the Marquis's demeanor is quite grim. I understand. Jiang Yunwan turned back to glance at Su Shinro, who was dabbing her tears with a silk handkerchief while straining to hear their conversation. Clearly curious about what they were discussing, Jiang Yunwan paused before saying, "You should return for now and let the Marquis wait a moment. I'll be there shortly." "Yes, Mississippi." Fu Yun turned to leave. Jiang Yunwan re-entered the room, while Su Shinro plopped back onto her stool, continuing to sob. "Yunwan, you're my only daughter. Can you bear to see your mother driven to death by them? Therefore, mother must obediently stay in Kyuj and not venture outside." Jiang Yunwan would no longer indulge her dramatics, refusing to give Su Shinro another chance to wail. "By the way, mother, do you know what my sister-in-law is up to this time? What is she doing?" Su Shinro immediately ceased her tears. That ungrateful wretch, Su Shuyan. How could she have cared for her like a biological daughter? Even when she committed infidelity, Su Shinro had turned a blind eye, only to discover that she dared to lay hands on her. The flames of anger ignited once more in Su Shinro's heart. She went to Leiyu Temple to ask for a talisman for Wu Qingrong's safety. Jiang Yunwan smiled bitterly, a hint of self-deprecation in her expression. "Mother, how long has it been since my brother passed away? Even if she cannot bear the loneliness and seeks companionship, are there not enough men in the capital? Why must she pursue my husband specifically?" Upon hearing this, Su Shinro was so shocked that she jumped to her feet. You know, what? Has mother known about this all along?" Jiang Yunwan retorted. "No, I didn't know." Su Shinro hastily shook her head in denial. "Of course I didn't know." She twisted the handkerchief tightly in her grip, her gaze evasive, unwilling to meet Jiang Yunwan's eyes. "I am your mother. If she truly committed such shameless and treacherous acts, I would never condone it. Moreover, your brother is my biological son." This sounded peculiar. Bai Zhan is her biological son. Thus, Jiang Yunwan is indeed not her biological daughter. Previously, Jiang Yunwan had merely harbored doubts, but now she was nearly certain. She concealed her suspicions, thinking, "I thought so. If mother had known earlier, why wouldn't she have intervened?" Su Shinro swallowed hard, sitting back down heavily. "Yunwan, when did you come to know about this?" "Last night." Jiang Yunwan chuckled bitterly. "Last night, when I went to change my husband's bandages, who would have thought my sister-in-law was hiding beneath the bed? Huh, mother, what do you think I should do about this? Should I turn a blind eye or settle the score?" This, Su Shinro hesitative. Regardless of her anger towards Su Shuyan, this matter concerned whether they could seize the position of the minister's residence, whether they could obtain everything from the Jiang family. She still chose to side with Su Shuyan. "Yunwan, this matter may not be as it seems. Perhaps it is merely a coincidence." "Coincidence?" Jiang Yunwan laughed in anger. "Indeed, she is not Su Shinro's biological daughter. Her heart will forever lean towards Su Shuyan. Just short of being caught in the act, she dares to claim coincidence?" A slight probing revealed Su Shinro's true thoughts. If that is the case, then she should not blame me for being ruthless in future dealings. Originally, I had intended to show mercy for the sake of Bai Dongqing and Bai Zhan. Even if today Su Shinro spoke in my favor, just this once, I would have been considerate of her feelings. Unfortunately, she has once again disappointed me. Jiang Yunwan's heart had grown numb, feeling no pain. She stood up with a smile and said, "Mother may be unaware, but my sister-in-law has left the capital specifically to go to Leiyu Temple to ask for a talisman for Wu Qingrong, so he may recover soon. It seems my sister-in-law is truly deeply enamored with my husband. I wonder how my brother would feel if he knew this. What did you say? Su Shinro's eyes widened in shock. And on that day, I happened to overhear my husband speaking with Binner about something like the wind, about his son. Jiang Yunwan looked at Su Shinro with a half-smile. Mother, there are some things I do not say aloud merely to preserve the dignity of the Bai family. But if you truly are muddled, then you are merely being used as a fool. Su Shinro's body stiffened. It was as if she had been struck by lightning, unable to believe her ears. You, say that again? Her voice trembled. If it were merely Su Shuiyin and Wu Qingrong involved, she could still turn a blind eye. But if her grandson were not of by blood, but rather the illegitimate child of Su Shuiyin and Wu Qingrong, Su Shinro could not bear it. Mother, think carefully. Otherwise, when father returns to the capital, I wouldn't know how to explain. Having said that, Jiang Yunwan gazed deeply at her, then left without looking back. By the time Su Shinro regained her senses and rushed after her, the courtyard door had once again been locked. She pounded on the door, her voice nearly a scream. Open the door. Yunwan, let me in. Clarify this. Who is the child of Ru Feng? Open the door. Hearing the cries behind her, Jiang Yunwan finally felt a sense of relief. She had long suspected that her previous encounters on the way back from Leiyu Temple were orchestrated by someone with malice. Yet, she could never fathom whom she had offended at that time. But now, recalling how Su Shinro had actively suggested she go to Leiyu Temple to seek a talisman for the child, she remembered that in her past life, it was also Su Shinro who urged her to go to Leiyu Temple for a talisman. Su Shinro lacked silver. In her previous life, she had been extorted for a full 1,000,000 taels. And when calculating Su Shinro's gambling debts alongside the ancestral home of the Bai family, didn't it come close to 1,000,000 taels? What a coincidence! Jiang Yunwan gritted her teeth, the resentment within her suffocating. This time, she was determined to see if Su Shinro would act against Su Shuiyin when she discovered that Bai Ruffin was not her biological grandson. Their relationship had seemed unbreakable in the past life, but in this life, she would ensure they fell apart, turning against each other in a brutal struggle. When Jiang Yunwan returned to the Yunshuang courtyard, Xiao Mo was basking in the sun with Yu Bao in the yard. This man now treated Yunshuang courtyard as if it were his own backyard, coming and going with brazen ease, playfully teasing Yu Bao while lounging in the courtyard. Upon hearing her footsteps, Xiao Mo handed Yu Bao over to Fu Yan. The little one clutched his tiny fist, reluctantly leaving his father's embrace. Daddy smells so nice. Unlike that rascal Wu Qingrong, whose foul stench can be detected from afar, just like a dirty diaper. Listening to the child's complaints, Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but chuckle. The resentment she had felt moments ago seemed to dissipate quietly. Daddy has come to share good news with Mommy. Oh, is it good news or bad news? It concerns my uncle. But wait, is he really my uncle? The little one babbled, leaving Jiang Yunwan even more perplexed. Uncle? Which uncle of Yu Bao's was he referring to? Jiang family had 2 brothers, while the Bai family had 1. Bai Zhan had passed away, leaving only Jiang family's 2 brothers. The uncle the little one spoke of must be referring to Jiang Yinshan or Jiang Yinchuan, Jiang Yunwan thought. Just then, she heard Xiao Mo's deep voice. Yuaner, I have uncovered some matters that I believe are crucial for you to know. It pertains to Bai Zhan. At this revelation, Jiang Yunwan's pupils widened in shock. She had assumed the uncle the little one mentioned was one of her brothers, only to discover it was her own brother Bai Zhan. But what did the little one mean when he questioned whether Bai Zhan was truly an uncle? Filled with confusion, Jiang Yunwan hurriedly asked, what happened? The cause of Bai Zhan's death. Xiao Mo's expression turned grave. In recent days, I have been tasked with handling matters in the Ministry of Revenue. To my surprise, during my investigation, I stumbled upon issues related to the Bai family, and I discovered that the circumstances surrounding Bai Zhan's death are far from simple. Jiang Yunwan staggered, nearly losing her balance. Miss, Fu Yan quickly steadied her, signaling the wet nurse to take Yu Bao away. The little one, resting on the wet nurse's shoulder, gazed at Jiang Yunwan with apparent concern. But he was still too young. To protect his mother, he needed to wait until he grew up. For now, he would leave it to his father. In the future, when he was older, he would protect his mother alongside his father. What had the Marquis uncovered? With Fu Yan's support, Jiang Yunwan hurried into the room, Xiao Mo following closely behind. Though he disliked her calling him Marquis, he understood their differing statuses at the moment. The Ministry of Revenue had numerous accounts that did not add up. After my own scrutiny, I discovered several transactions that were misappropriated for personal gain and, astonishingly, These transactions were all related to the Bai family. Xiao Mo wasted no time and spoke directly. Jiang Yunwan, you are always astute. Upon hearing that the ministry's accounts are tied to the Bai family, I immediately thought of Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan. Wu Qingrong is the deputy minister. Although his position is not high, he should not have the authority to manipulate the ministry's affairs. However, his father is the minister of revenue. And then what? The funds ended up in the hands of Madame Bai. What? So this amounts to embezzlement? Jiang Yunwan's expression shifted. She knew that Wu Qingrong had previously paid off several gambling debts for Su Xinro, but those funds had all been taken from her. How could it now be classified as embezzlement? Indeed, Xiao Mo affirmed. That aside, I had someone investigate two specific transactions. One was used when Baijan returned to the capital, and the other was for his departure. How could this be? Jiang Yunwan was momentarily taken aback. Although she had only met her brother Baijan a couple of times, she clearly sensed that he was different from Su Xinro and the others. Baijan genuinely loved her as his sister. Unlike them, how could such an upright person possibly embezzle public funds? Could there have been a mistake in the investigation? Jiang Yunwan's emotions surged, and she rose abruptly, nearly knocking over her teacup filled with hot tea. Xiao Mo quickly steadied the teacup, but the hot tea splashed onto his slender fingers, leaving them red. Are you all right, Mo? Jiang Yunwan asked, hastily instructing Fu Yun to fetch her medicine box. I'm fine, Xiao Mo replied, though he did not refuse Jiang Yunwan's offer to apply the medicine. His expression remained serious. Yuaner, do not be agitated. Although I have found that those two transactions are linked to Baijan, the funds were not embezzled by him. They were misappropriated by Wu Qingrong. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan sensed something amiss. Baijan had been stationed at the border for many years and had no prior acquaintance with Wu Qingrong. Their connection only arose because of her. When she recognized the Bai family, it was during the first 2 months of her marriage to Wu Qingrong. At that time, her brother had warned her that, as a man, he could see that Wu Qingrong was unworthy of her trust. Baijan looked down on Wu Qingrong's character. How could he possibly have any relations with Wu Qingrong? Pondering this, Jiang Yunwan could not help but ask, how could the funds have been used in connection with my brother? Did Wu Qingrong misuse my brother's name to embezzle the funds? No, it was Su Shuyan. It was Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong who conspired to frame Baijan. Jiang Yunwan's eyes widened as realization dawned. I understand now. Long before my brother's death, Su Shuyan had already colluded with Wu Qingrong. If I recall correctly, Bai Rufan was born nearly a month before Yubao. This means that during their 2 visits to the capital, Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong had already become infatuated with each other. The more Jiang Yunwan thought about it, the more alarmed she became. She recalled that before her marriage to Wu Qingrong, Su's family had visited Zhang's family to recognize her, and Wu Qingrong had been present then. It was during that time that Su Shuyan began her affair with Wu Qingrong. Even Wu Zhong and Madame Wu were absent, claiming to be fetching Wu Qingrong's grandfather to attend their wedding banquet. Shortly after, when Baijan suddenly passed away, Su Xinro, heavily pregnant, came to the door with Su Shuyan, claiming they were both expecting and needed to care for each other, thus brazenly moving into the deputy minister's residence. It was then that Madame Wu began to pay more attention to Jiang Yunwan, due to her status as the legitimate daughter of the Bai family. I had always found it strange that my brother and Su Shuyan had been married for years without conceiving. Yet after separating, Su Shuyan became pregnant. It turns out she knew the child in her womb was Wu Qingrong's. That is why she convinced Su Xinro to move into the deputy minister's residence so openly. This was to facilitate her affair with Wu Qingrong, to legitimize the illegitimate child and reclaim their heritage. And my brother's death. With this realization, Jiang Yunwan's voice trembled. She clutched Xiao Mo's hand tightly. Mo, tell me honestly, was my brother murdered? Otherwise, how could my brother, a skilled martial artist, have fallen to his death from a cliff due to his startled horse on the way out of the capital? To this day, no trace of his body has been found. Baijan's grave is merely a symbolic burial. Was it Wu Qingrong and the others who caused my brother's death? Knowing how much pain Jiang Yunwan was enduring, Xiao Mo, though reluctant, slowly nodded. It has been confirmed that Baijan was indeed murdered, which led to his fall from the cliff. Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan are most likely the culprits. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan's mind went blank. She felt she had betrayed her brother. It was her misjudgment in choosing the wrong person, ignoring her brother's warnings, that had led to his demise. Gu Qingrong, Su Suiyan. She bit down hard on her back teeth, her body trembling violently. I will make them wish for death, but be unable to attain it. Chapter 66. Accompanying my son to court? The hatred in Jiang Yunwan's eyes was chilling. Initially, she had intended a toy with the despicable duo, Wu Qingrong and Su Shuyan, like a cat playing with a mouse. But to her horror, they had caused her brother's demise. How dare they take her brother's life? The resentment in Jiang Yunwan's heart was overwhelming and could no longer be suppressed. Did Su Shinro know of this? She had not even uttered a word of mother. If Su Shinro was unaware, it would be one thing, but if she knowingly sheltered Su Shuyan, then she would be held accountable as well. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Mo worried for her emotional state and gently comforted her, warn her, I understand the bond you had with Baijian. Therefore, I have yet to disclose this matter to anyone else. You must learn of it first. What shall we do next? You tell me. Whether involved killing Wu Qingrong or another plan conceived by Jiang Yunwan, he would spare no effort. Yet, Jiang Yunwan's body trembled violently, though her emotions were frighteningly composed. She raised her eyes to Xiao Mo, tears cascading down like heavy raindrops, seemingly striking at his very heart. He hesitated for a moment before reaching out to wipe her tears. However, before he could approach, Jiang Yunwan turned her face away. Thank you, Lord, for revealing the truth. Yet this matter is not to be made public for now. I wish to investigate further before formulating a plan. In recent days, she had treated Wu Qingrong like a mere plaything, making him live in constant fear. But that was no longer the case. He had taken her brother's life. Jiang Yunwan wiped away her tears. I must consider my father. Moreover, in just over half a month, it will be the celebration of Yu Bao's first month. While my brother's matter is undoubtedly significant, he is already gone. The living are of greater importance. Father will soon return to the capital, and I fear for his health given Su Shinro's gambling debts and the properties at stake. If he learns that my brother was harmed by Su Shuyan and her accomplices, I dread he may not withstand the shock. Xiao Mo understood her concerns, which is why he refrained from taking direct action and instead sought her opinion. Very well. He sat back down, his gaze filled with tenderness. Wanner, please tell me anything you wish. Do not bear this burden alone. The memory of that day when Jiang Yunwan gave birth haunted him. Had he arrived even a moment later, both she and Yu Bao might have perished. If not for his secret protection, Wu Qingrong and his ilk would have had countless opportunities to harm them. Xiao Mo longed to whisk them away from this perilous situation. Yet he understood Jiang Yunwan was no ordinary woman. She had her own ambitions and strategies. Until she resolved her vendetta, she would not leave with him. It matters not. I can wait. I have waited for her for many years. What is another year or two? Once the misunderstandings between us are resolved, we shall return to our childhood bond, united in purpose. Jiang Yunwan, too, was not one to feign sentimentality. Having lived a second life, she understood the value of having allies. Her hatred was immense, and she required assistance. She owed Xiao Mo far too much. Let us speak of gratitude once all is settled. Without hesitation, Jiang Yunwan broached the subject of the Lei Temple. By the way, Lord, have you managed to investigate the situation at Lei Temple? Is that enlightened monk reliable? Indeed, there was a venerable monk at Lei Temple, Master Yuanfeng, who had surpassed a century in age. Naturally, Xiao Mo would prioritize her inquiries. It was said that Master Yuanfeng possessed formidable skills, and acquiring his talismans was no easy feat. If you wish for a talisman from Master Yuanfeng, I can send someone to request it. No, I shall go myself. Jiang Yunwan replied resolutely. Initially, she had planned to use Su Shuyan to procure a talisman for Yu Bao without revealing herself. However, her mind had changed. In her previous life, she had sought a talisman, but had never laid eyes on Master Yuanfeng. She understood that the journey to Lei Temple was fraught with peril, with lofty mountains and treacherous paths. Since Su Shuyan, in collusion with Wu Qingrong, had caused her brother to fall to his death, she would return the favor, ensuring Su Shuyan experienced the anguish and despair of that moment. The talismans acquired by others, though sincere, would be deemed unworthy for Yu Bao. If she sought a talisman for him, she must do it herself. No matter how perilous the journey, she would not flinch. Seeking safety required sincerity and peace of mind. Otherwise, even if Su Shuyan procured a talisman, she would reject it. Time was of the essence. Fuyun, Jiang Yunwan instructed, prepare immediately. We shall depart in half an hour. Yes, Mississippi Fuyun complied and departed. Although Xiao Mo was concerned, he understood Jiang Yunwan's temperament and knew she was resolute. Since you are leaving the capital and the journey is long, it would be unwise to subject the child to such a tumultuous ride. How about this? You entrust Yu Bao to me, and I will personally care for him until your return to the capital. Without hesitation, Xiao Mo proposed. It was only natural that he should care for his own son. You are now a lord, holding significant power. Do you intend to bring Yu Bao to court as well? Jiang Yunwan inquired. Will you also involve him in political affairs? Xiao Mo frowned at this, but soon a smile graced his lips. What of it? Even if I bring Yu Bao to court, the emperor will not object. In fact, the emperor would prefer me to marry sooner. Since the emperor has not voiced any disapproval, who would dare to say otherwise? Anyone who dares to gossip shall have their tongues severed. A sinister smile played on Xiao Mo's lips. Jiang Yunwan sighed. I know your intentions are good, but I'm still married to Wu Qingrong. I cannot allow you to care for Yu Bao. Though she had her reservations, they were for the sake of both Yu Bao and Xiao Mo, not for herself. She had long ceased to care about idle gossip, having been granted a second chance at life. How could she waste her energy on trifles? Do you intend to let Wu Qingrong care for Yu Bao? Xiao Mo vehemently disagreed. Certainly not. Jiang Yunwan sighed again. Actually, when I returned to visit my mother that day, they suggested I bring Yu Bao back to the Jiang family. But, Mo, I cannot return to the Jiang family while I am at odds with Wu Qingrong. I must avenge my brother first. Otherwise, not only would it hinder my revenge, but could also bring trouble to the Jiang family. Now that I am leaving the capital, and with Wu Qingrong incapacitated, Madame would not assist me in caring for the child. Thus, I will send Yu Bao back to the Jiang family, where my parents can look after him. Even if Madame Wu sees Yu Bao as a member of the Wu family, she does not dote on him. In her eyes, the Wu family's disdain for her and Yu Bao was palpable. Upon hearing her plan to return Yu Bao to the Jiang family, Xiao Mo finally breathed a sigh of relief. Returning to the Jiang family is good. This way, it will be more convenient for me to visit my son. Perhaps I can even take this opportunity to subtly mention to the Jiang elders that Yu Bao is my child. As long as the Jiang elders accepted him as a son-in-law, he had nothing to fear regarding Jiang Yunwan's future affections. With this thought, a smug smile appeared on Xiao Mo's lips. Yet, as if struck by another thought, his expression darkened. You are leaving the capital, and danger lurks everywhere. I shall have Wu Shuang protect you in secret. I have Fuyun. That is sufficient. Jiang Yunwan declined his offer. If Wu Shuang were to suddenly disappear after following you daily, it would surely raise suspicions. Rest assured, I will take care of myself. As they spoke, Fuyun returned to report that everything was prepared. First, they would send Yu Bao back to the Jiang family, and then she would set out to confront Su Shuyan. From this day forth, Su Shuyan would begin a hellish existence. Chapter 67. Eliminate the illegitimate child. After ensuring Yu Bao was settled, Jiang Yunwan left Su Xan to watch over Yunshuang courtyard and departed the capital with Fuyun in the afternoon. Along the journey, she had already devised a plan in her mind for how to make Su Shuyan wish for death as vengeance for her brother. Jiang Yunwan was lost in thought when she heard Fuyun's voice. Miss, what do you think Madame Bai will do to that little wildling? Now, Su Xinro was already aware that Bai Rufin was the offspring of Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong. If Su Shuyan were in the residence, she would undoubtedly do everything in her power to protect Bai Rufin. Su Xinro truly wished to take action, but it might not yield the desired results. Unfortunately, Su Shuyan was absent. Such an obvious opportunity. How could Su Xinro let it slip away? Let them fight amongst themselves. As Jiang Yunwan was speaking, she suddenly changed her expression, realizing something was amiss. Not good. She immediately sent word to Xiao Mo, asking him to help protect Yu Bao. Otherwise, she feared that her mother would lose her sanity. The mother she referred to was, of course, Su Xinro. Indeed, Fuyun also realized that they had been under the impression that the little lord and Bai Rufin had been swapped. Thus, in Su Xinro's eyes, the little rascal beside her was Yu Bao, while the Yu Bao sent back to the Jiang family was actually Bai Rufin. Su Xinro was currently filled with hatred for Su Shuyan, loathing her and Wu Qingrong's little wildling. She would certainly take advantage of Su Shuyan's absence to eliminate Bai Rufin. The more Jiang Yunwan thought about it, the more alarmed she became. Fuyun hurriedly reassured her. Miss, the little lord will be fine. With the Marquis around, you need not worry. After saying this, she quickly sent a message back to the capital. It must be said that Jiang Yunwan's concerns were not unfounded. Just as they left, Su Shinro gazed at the feeble Bai Rufin lying in the crib, lost in thought. If she had known he was a wildling and not Genre-esque child, why had she gone to such lengths to help them switch the kids? No wonder Shuyin had always wanted to replace the child. It turned out that little rascal was actually Wu Qingrong's offspring. She was so enraged that she nearly ground her molars to dust. Speaking of which, this little rascal still bore the bloodline of the Bai family. She only regarded the child before her as Yu Bao. Jiang Yunwan was the daughter of Bai Dongqing, and naturally, Yu Bao still carried the blood of the Bai family. This made him far more respectable than the offspring of Su Shuyin and Wu Qingrong. Yet, she and Su Shuyin were both members of the Su family. The little wildling, Bai Rufin, actually still bore the blood of the Su family. In an instant, Su Shinro was at a loss about whether to eliminate that little rascal or keep him alive. Zhana, what should I do? Should she take revenge for him, or consider the Su family and temporarily keep that wildling? In these past 2 years, the Su family's offspring had dwindled. Therefore, the child in Su Shuyin's womb was held in high regard by both the Bai and Su families. If that little rascal truly was Bai Zhan's child, both families would dote on him. Yet he was a wildling. She never expected to be played around by that dead girl. Remembering how Su Shuyin had been sweet-talking her while plotting against her these past 2 years, Su Shinro wished she could strangle her. Alongside this, she also harbored immense resentment towards Bai Rufin. Even looking at Yu Bao in front of her, she found herself begrudgingly feeling a bit fond of him. She bent down and picked up the little rascal. Yu Bao, what do you think I should do? Bai Rufin had been sleeping soundly. When she abruptly lifted him, he jolted awake. Meeting Su Shinro's complex gaze, his small body trembled, unsure of what this old witch would do to him. Seeing him frightened, Su Shinro gently placed it back down. Sleep well. You might find yourself back with Jiang Yunwan when you wake up. Bai Rufin, back with that female demon. In front of Su Shinro and the others, he had nearly lost his life. But Jiang Yunwan was aware that he was not her son. If he were sent back, would Jiang Yunwan let him live? Noticing him shivering, Su Shinro let out a cold laugh. You are quite perceptive. Even at such a young age, you know to be afraid. You are certainly smarter than that wildling. Wildling? Bai Rufin stared wide-eyed, realizing that he was indeed that wildling. For Genre, I must take the risk. Su Shinro clenched her jaw. Only by eliminating that wildling can my Genre rest in peace below. Originally, she had planned to deal with Yu Bao first. Never did she expect that the precious grandson she had longed for was actually a wildling. Su Shinro was decisive. Taking advantage of Su Shuyin's absence, she immediately set her plan in motion. Yueji, she called softly towards the door. Yueji hurriedly entered. Madam, I need to find a way to go out. Su Shinro whispered a few instructions into her ear. Yueji's face turned pale, but madam, if this is discovered, she would surely be killed by Jiang Yunwan. What are you afraid of? Su Shinro snorted. Even if Jiang Yunwan finds out later, I can simply tell her that her child is in my hands. The dead one is just a wildling. What could she do? Driven mad by anger, Su Shinro was shamelessly bold. Yes, madam. With no other options, Yueji turned and left. Meanwhile, Su Shinro sat on the stool, her gaze darkly fixed on Bai Rufin, lost in her thoughts. In any case, the look in her eyes sent chills down Bai Rufin's spine. Before long, Yueji returned. Madam, I cannot fulfill your request. Upon entering, Yueji knelt and confessed. The servants in the mansion said that the eldest young lady left an hour ago. She has already returned the little lord to the Jiang family, and likely won't be back anytime soon. The eldest young lady she referred to was, of course, Jiang Yunwan. What? Jiang Yunwan has gone out? That wildling has been sent to the Jiang family? Su Shinro stood up in shock. Although she was confined in this autumn rain pavilion, she felt an impending sense of dread. She began to feel uneasy. Where had Jiang Yunwan gone? I inquired, but no one knows. What about Su Shinshin? Su Shinro bit her molars tightly. You must summon Su Shinshin immediately. Tell her I have something to ask. That little wretch. How could she not inform her of such a significant matter at the first opportunity? Whether it was about Bai Rufin being a wildling or Jiang Yunwan going out, Su Shinro was filled with rage. Yueji complied and hurried out. When she returned, she indeed brought back a visibly anxious Su Shinshin. Yueji nervously stood guard outside the door. Not entering, the door was tightly shut. It was unclear what Su Shinro and Su Shinshin discussed inside, but when Su Shinro emerged, she had already disguised herself. Subsequently, she smoothly left the autumn rain pavilion, heading straight for the Jiang family. Chapter 68. Yu Bao has been taken away. By then, dusk had passed, and twilight was setting in. Su Xinro had many creditors. As Jiang Yunwan had said, if she remained quietly hidden in the autumn rain pavilion, she might be better off. Unfortunately, blinded by rage, she rushed out of the minister's residence, determined to eliminate the wildling, without much thought, and quickly arrived at the Jiang family's doorstep under the cover of twilight. Madame Jiang had long since grown wary of the Wu and by families. If she were in her shoes, upon hearing that Su Xinro had come, she would undoubtedly have stopped her at the door without a second thought. Yet at this moment, Madame Jiang had already retired for the night, leaving only Jiang Mingji to care for Yu Bao. To avoid alarming Jiang Mingji and the others, Madame Jiang and Jiang Yunwan had not informed anyone else about the situation. Now, upon hearing that Su Xinro had arrived, Jiang Mingji was taken aback. It was so late. What could Madame Bai want? Was she worried about Yu Bao? Forget it. Let her in. Master, should we wake the madam? The steward inquired. No need. Ever since the madam was startled a while ago, she has been plagued by nightmares at night. It is rare for her to finally fall asleep. We should not disturb her. I will entertain Madame Bai, Jiang Mingji said with concern. He was a kind-hearted and attentive person, quickly deducing that Su Xinro had come for Yu Bao. He initially thought she was there for a visit, but little did he know she intended to harm Yu Bao. Yu Bao, your other grandmother has come to visit you. Jiang Mingji gently pinched Yu Bao's chubby little face, her eyes brimming with affection. Our Yu Bao truly is a fortunate little one, surrounded by so much love. Yu Bao was speechless, yearning to tell his dear grandfather that the wicked wolf grandmother was not there to visit him, but rather to end his life. Alas, Jiang Mingji was oblivious to his silent pleas and thoughts. Yu Bao sighed inwardly, feeling quite miserable. After being sent back to the Jiang family by his mother, the wolf grandmother still managed to chase after him. First, she sought to exchange him, then to harm him, and now she aimed to poison him. Su Xinro and her ilk were relentless in their schemes. How could they persist in targeting such a young child? No matter the exchange, it was always him who suffered. Yu Bao felt helpless. Oh, our little Yu Bao, even at such a tender age, knows how to sigh? Observing Yu Bao's helpless demeanor, Jiang Mingji chuckled in delight. It is my first time witnessing such a young child wear a frown. Are we missing our mother, Yu Bao? Just as she was smiling, Su Xinro's voice drifted in. Jiang de, why are you still awake at this hour? Her face was adorned with a smile. Yet as she entered, the candlelight flickered ominously, nearly extinguishing. Hidden within Su Xinro's eyes was a glimmer of veiled hatred, and the candlelight's erratic dance cast shadows upon her face, adding an air of gloom and menace. Yu Bao is yet to sleep? She approached, attempting to lift Yu Bao from Jiang Mingji's embrace. It is indeed true that grandmothers dote on their grandsons. I have been yearning for this little fellow since I last saw him just half a day ago. I hope I am not interrupting your evening. Of course not. Jiang Mingji was somewhat taken aback by her addressing him so casually. Though he was the wealthiest man in the capital, Su Xinro was the wife of a general. Ever since their families had acknowledged one another, Su Xinro had maintained a lofty demeanor towards the Jiang family. Who would have thought that she would show such humility tonight? Calling him Jiang de, Madame Bai's affection for Yu Bao surely surpasses ours. After all, in Jiang Mingji's eyes, Su Xinro was Jiang Yunwan's biological mother. She must love Jiang Yunwan even more, and thus Yu Bao as well. Yet, this was merely a courteous remark. Jiang Mingji and Madame Jiang had always treated Jiang Yunwan as their own daughter, and Yu Bao as their beloved grandson. Indeed, Su Xinro smirked, that girl Yunwan. She never even informed me when she stepped out. Had I known she was leaving, I would have taken care of Yu Bao myself instead of troubling you. Jiang da jie. If word got out, Wu and Ti, I'd be ridiculed for being an unfit mother and grandmother. The mention of mother and grandmother made Jiang Mingji instinctively furrow his brow. However, he did not dwell on it, merely offering a stiff smile. Yet the next moment, a sense of wariness surged within Jiang Mingji. Something was amiss. Why did Yunwan not inform Su Xinro of her departure? She was her own mother. Was it possible that she had her reasons for sending the child back to the Jiang family instead of allowing Su Xinro to care for him? Regardless, I must look after Ruffeng. Jiang de, please allow me to take care of Yu Bao as well. Let the two siblings stay together. It would be easier for me to keep an eye on them, thus sparing me the trouble of constant back-and-forth visits. Su Xinro was forthright, making no attempt to be subtle, and she immediately sought to take Yu Bao away. Jiang Minji hastily intervened. Madam Bai, this is not permissible. Since Yunwan entrusted Yu Bao to the Jiang family, we must wait for her return to take him back. If you take him away like this, how shall I explain it to Yunwan? Previously, he had not sensed any oddity, but now he scrutinized Su Shinro's expression, which struck him as peculiar. Though her lips curled into a smile, it lacked warmth. The sight sent a chill through Jiang Minji. While he was uncertain of Su Shinro's intentions, his instincts warned him that he could not allow her to take Yu Bao. What is the meaning of this, Jiang Dege? Why do you refuse to let me take my own grandson? Am I truly a threat to him? Su Shinro glared at Jiang Minji, intentionally emphasizing the words grandson and grandmother. This time, Jiang Minji felt genuinely unsettled. I never claimed you would harm him. It is simply that you cannot take Yu Bao away like this. Jiang Minji was growing anxious. As a man, he struggled to comprehend the intricacies of a woman's heart. Fearing Su Shinro's potential outburst, he discreetly signaled to the steward to awaken Madame Jiang. Su Shinro noticed the steward hastily seeking reinforcements and felt a surge of urgency. Without hesitation, she clutched Yu Bao and headed for the door. Jiang Minji, I am being polite due to our past acquaintance. If you continue to obstruct me, do not blame me for turning hostile. Your hostility is inconsequential. Just return Yu Bao to me. Jiang Minji rushed to snatch him back. As his grandson's grandmother, you should not behave in such a manner. To his surprise, Su Shinro was indeed audacious. Realizing that Jiang Minji was physically stronger, she resorted to shouting. If you come any closer, I shall scream for help. The threat rendered Jiang Minji frozen in his tracks, paralyzed by fear. Seizing the opportunity, Su Shinro dashed out with Yu Bao in her arms. Su Shinro, return Yu Bao. Realizing she had stolen Yu Bao, Jiang Minji snapped back to his senses and disregarded the potential consequences of her shouting for help, hastily pursuing her. Yet, Su Shinro had already anticipated this. Her carriage was waiting just outside. By the time Jiang Minji reached the entrance, the carriage had already sped away. Yu Bao had been taken. Chapter 69. She intends to strangle Yu Bao. Inside the racing carriage, Su Shinro fixed her gaze fiercely upon the Yu Bao in her arms. The venomous resentment in her eyes made Yu Bao tremble with fear. Uncertain of what the wicked wolf grandmother intended to do, the jolting carriage made him feel dizzy. Having just consumed some milk, he felt as though he might regurgitate it. He anxiously looked at Su Shinro, praying for his divine father to arrive and rescue him. Father, if you do not come soon, your son will be strangled. In the next moment, Su Shinro's hand inexplicably found its way to Yu Bao's neck. Little bastard, she spat through gritted teeth. No wonder from the day you were born, I could never bring myself to love you. I originally thought myself to be cold and heartless, but now I realize there is a reason for it. It turns out you're not my biological grandson. You are the illegitimate child born from that wretched woman's affair. Su Shuyan, that little harlot. How could she have the audacity to betray me right under my nose? How could I remain oblivious while living with her in Kyuch? Given her proclivity for infidelity, aside from Wu Qingrong, could there be other men? No wonder I always thought you had a sharp, monkey-like face and bore no resemblance to Jean Eyre. You are not Jean Eyre's child at all. Where is this sharp, monkey-like face? Yu Bao was utterly innocent. He truly was an undeserving victim. The illegitimate child was unrelated to him. Why was Su Shinro pointing fingers at him? Oh no, she was not just pointing, she was gripping his neck. Yu Bao felt a wave of indignation welling up. He wanted to cry, yet he remained obstinately defiant. Gazing up at Su Shinro. Oh dear, wolf grandmother, you have the wrong person. Since birth, Yu Bao had only ever been held by Jiang Yunwan, Xiao Mo, his wet nurse, and Fuyan. Any other attempts to approach him would result in him wailing at the top of his lungs. However, after Su Shinro and her accomplices had swapped the two children, Yu Bao had learned to be clever. Despite his aversion to Su Shinro and her ilk, he refrained from crying or causing a scene while in their embrace, unless danger was imminent. Otherwise, wouldn't the failure of their scheme be exposed? Sanya, such a good child, vanished just like that. Though my heart is heavy, the thought of leaving a child behind brings a flicker of solace. Who could have anticipated this? As Su Shinro cursed, tears began to flow. Despite her initial disdain for Bai Rufeng, she cherished him dearly, for he was her beloved grandson. The child of Baijan. To her astonishment, She found herself manipulated by Su Shuiyan. Oh, my genre, how could this be? Su Shinro released her grip, her tears cascading onto Yu Bao's face as she cradled her own head in despair. Observing this, Yu Bao let out a silent sigh. Then, as if provoked, Su Shinro's hand tightened around Yu Bao's neck. This time, her grip grew fierce, her face contorted in rage, sending shivers down Yu Bao's spine. If you are not Genre-S child, I shall extinguish you, little bastard. Then, I will rid myself of that wretched harlot, and the audacious Wu Qingrong who dares to toy with me. So small and delicate, Yu Bao's bones scarcely firm. How could he withstand such force? In an instant, he felt as though the king of hell beckoned him. His eyes sparkled, and with great effort, he raised his chubby hands, striving to pry Su Shinro's fingers apart. His tiny feet kicked frantically in the air, attempting to strike her. Even at such a tender age, he understands the fear of death. Fear not. Soon, your family of 3 shall reunite in the depths of hell. Su Shinro's expression grew more grotesque. Yu Bao felt the air in his chest diminishing, his throat tightening, and his eyelids growing heavy, when suddenly the carriage jolted violently, causing both Su Shinro and him to tumble within. Fortunately, he landed atop Su Shinro's abdomen, escaping injury. However, Su Shinro's forehead struck the carriage wall with a resounding thud, startling even Yu Bao. Immediately, he unleashed a wail. Though his throat ached terribly, he cried even louder. At that moment, the carriage was traversing Chang'an Street. Su Shinro had bribed the driver to carry them outside the city, intending to suffocate Yu Bao and dispose of him in the mountains to feed the wolves, leaving no trace behind. Though night had fallen, the streets were still bustling with people. The sound of a baby crying from within the carriage drew considerable attention. Su Shinro panicked. Ignoring her swollen forehead, she hurriedly scrambled to cover Yu Bao's mouth. You little rascal. Do not cry. Silence yourself. As her hand grazed Yu Bao's tiny mouth, the baby, without teeth, attempted to bite her hand. Alas, his toothless gums could only slobber on her fingers without inflicting any pain. Nevertheless, Yu Bao clung tightly to Su Shinro's hand. Let go, you little rascal. Just as Su Shinro was about to withdraw her hand with force, the carriage was suddenly surrounded. A loud banging on the carriage compelled it to halt. The commotion outside suggested a crowd had gathered. Before Su Shinro could ascertain the situation, a large hand reached in, seizing her collar and dragging her out. Yu Bao, fearing abandonment, clung desperately to Su Shinro's arm, and thus he was pulled out alongside her. Madam Bai, you've been hiding quite well these past few months. We've waited outside the general's mansion for half a year, and now you dare to show yourself? A menacing man with a scarred face glared at Su Shinro. You still owe my master 5,000 taels of silver. When do you plan to repay? Instantly. Su Shinro trembled in fear. She had never imagined that in such a brief moment, her creditor would confront her. The man bore 2 long scars on his face, which we shall call Scarface. His eyes bulged with fury, his cheeks taut, exuding an air of intimidation. As onlookers gathered, Su Shinro felt both fear and humiliation, continually pleading. Please, let me return. I promise I will fetch your silver. Let you go back? If I let you return, you'll hide like a turtle. And we want T be able to find you again? Scarface scoffed. You are the general's wife, playing a grand game, yet unwilling to face the consequences? The mention of general's wife left Su Shinro blushing furiously. Lower your voice, please. Her voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. Afraid of embarrassment, are we? The more you wish to avoid attention, the louder Scarface's voice grew. Coincidentally, at that moment, Yu Bao began to wail once more. The deafening cries finally caught Scarface's attention. He glanced down and burst into laughter. There's a little rascal here too. Chapter 70. Using Yu Bao as collateral. Scarface bent down, grabbing Yu Bao by the arm, lifting him effortlessly. Yu Bao winced in pain, crying even louder. The bystanders looked on with sympathy, some stepping forward to defend Yu Bao. You cannot treat such a small child this way. What if you injure his bones? Indeed, how can one carry a child like that? Isn't this the madam from the general's mansion? I heard her daughter-in-law and daughter recently gave birth. Is this her grandson or her biological grandson? Regardless of whether it's a grandson or a biological grandson, it's late at night, and bringing a child out like this is cruel. Exactly. To carry a child like this is unacceptable. Earlier, I heard a baby crying from the carriage. It must be because he is hungry or hurt. Look, there are red marks on the child's neck. Heavens! Could she be attempting to kill her own grandson or granddaughter? The crowd murmured in agitation, leaving Su Shinro in a state of shock, frozen in place. Her intent had been to discreetly eliminate this little bastard. Who could have foreseen that events would escalate to such a degree? Quickly, report to the authorities. A sudden gasp rang out from the crowd. She is going to kill that child. I'm not. Su Shinro instinctively denied the accusation. Whether or not she intended to harm a child, the situation appeared dire. Reporting to the authorities could only serve her well. How wicked, to even harm a child. At last, Scarface relented, cradling Yu Bao gently in his arms, spitting at Su Shinro. You venomous vixen, are you not afraid of descending into hell? He was tall, robust, and fierce, while Yu Bao nestled in his embrace, small and pitiful, evoking sympathy. Looking up at Scarface, Yu Bao's little mouth quivered, tears streaming down his cheeks. Even Scarface, hardened as he was, found his heart softened. Look at this poor little thing. He held Yu Bao, cautiously, gesturing to his subordinates. This vixen not only refuses to repay her debts, but also dares to hide from us. Since we found her tonight, let us take her back for the master to deal with. As for this child, I'll send him to the Jingzhou Ines residence to see which family this poor child belongs to, and return him swiftly. Yes, brother, his subordinate responded, dragging Su Shinro away. Su Shinro panicked. She understood all too well that if she fell into their hands tonight, she might not return alive. After all, she knew exactly who Scarface served. Her debt to the hidden creditor was far more than mere thousands of taels. If they took her to meet him, she was certain her fate would be grim. Thus, Su Shinro, disregarding the pain in her scalp, cried out in alarm, Scarface, let us speak civilly. No, is it not just about the silver? My daughter has plenty. You can have as much as you desire. In that moment, she regretted not sending Jiang Yunwan to Leiyu Temple for a talisman of safety sooner. Her plans had only just begun, and before she had even acquired the silver, she had already fallen into Scar's hands. Regret washed over her as she thought that she should never have rushed out tonight to seize that little bastard. At this moment, it seemed as if heaven and earth had turned against her. Scar, we are old acquaintances. You should know my daughter is wealthy, she stammered. Your daughter may be wealthy, but her wealth is not yours, Scar spat at her face. If that were your money, you wouldn't be in this predicament. Did you not think of this day when your gambling addiction took hold? Su Shinro trembled, unable to utter a word. Enough of this nonsense. Get out of my sight. Scar was not one to show mercy. Moreover, Su Shinro was no longer in her prime, and he felt no compassion for her. He kicked her away, impatiently silencing her. Su Shinro refused to let go, clinging tightly to Scar's arm. If you help me this time, I will grant you any request. Scar sneered. I have no need to make requests of you. He pointed at his face. Look, because of you, I have gained a second scar on my face. Do you still have the audacity to negotiate with me? Should I give you a couple of scars as well? Su Shinro turned pale with fear and quickly retracted her hand. As she watched herself being dragged away, an audacious thought suddenly crossed her mind. Stop. She swallowed hard, feigning calmness. I can repay you. I can return the money immediately. With that, Su Shinro pulled back her hand and whispered a few words to Scar. Her sinister gaze fixed firmly on Yu Bao. Yu Bao's heart raced with alarm. This wicked woman intended to sell him off to settle her debts. Sure enough, the next moment, Scar looked down at Yu Bao, his expression shifting from pity to cunning assessment. Look, this child is clever. He is good-looking and comes from a decent background. Whether you sell him to a brothel or exploit him for profit, no one will question it. Su Shinro spoke in a low voice. No one will come looking for this child. He is just a bastard. I refuse to believe that Su Shuyan would truly go to war over this little bastard. As for Bai Dongqing, even if he were to return to the capital, as long as she informed him that Bai Rufeng was a bastard and had long since died, he would not care. Wu Qingrong feared Jiang Yunwan and naturally would not dare to seek out this little bastard. After all, this little bastard was destined to die. Whether by her hand or sold off, it made no difference. Selling him would even help her repay her gambling debts. Such a two-birds-with-one-stone scenario was too good to pass up. Was this child born with a golden spoon? Scar's calculating gaze quickly dissipated. He chuckled coldly. You owe our master 5,000 taels of silver, and you think you can settle that debt with this little brat? Was he worth 5,000 taels? Is he the child of the Jade Emperor? What child can be sold for 5,000 taels? Yu Bao. He was not the child of the Jade Emperor. He was the child of the living Yama. Besides, I do not engage in the trade of children. That invites divine retribution. Su Shinro found herself at a loss for words, stammering after a long pause. He may not be worth 5,000 taels, but you could raise him and sell him into a brothel as a little male courtesan. Just look at his delicate little face. Yu Bao was so furious that his little chest heaved violently. If he could speak, he would certainly have unleashed a torrent of curses upon Su Shinro's ancestors. This wicked woman was beyond redemption. She actually dared to suggest selling him into a brothel as a little courtesan. Chapter 71. Selling her into a brothel. Su Shinro's mind raced. The moment those outrageous words escaped her lips, she was taken aback, but then she quickly added, as long as you raise him well, you won't have to worry about recouping your investment. Yu Bao. There was no saving this wicked woman. Heaven, please take her away. Scar was equally stunned. He had never expected Su Shinro to be even more cold-hearted and vicious than he was. Regaining his composure, Scar slapped her across the face and spat. You think I'm a fool? You want me to raise him? I won't be making a losing deal, regardless of whether he is your grandson or great-grandson. Such a vile idea, and you dare to voice it? Don't you fear the wrath of heaven? Just a moment ago, Scar had thought the little bundle was adorable, but now he found himself genuinely feeling a pang of sympathy. A little courtesan? Looking at Su Shinro, he thought she still retained some charm, and perhaps selling her would be more fitting. Having made up his mind, Scar ordered his men, since she can't pay her debts, take her straight to the Red Sun Pavilion and find out how much she's worth. Yes, brother. This time, Scar's men did not give Su Shinro a chance to speak. They gagged her and prepared to take her away. In a state of panic and fear, Su Shinro turned her head and shouted, "He is the grandson of the Minister of Revenue, and also the grandson of the Jiang family. If you take this child to the Jiang family, they will pay you whatever you ask. Please don't sell me." Before Su Shinro could finish her plea, a short, stout man stuffed a sock into her mouth and dragged her away. The foul odor nearly made her faint. Watching Su Shinro being taken away, Yu Bao let out a helpless sigh. Perhaps his sigh was too conspicuous, for even Scar noticed the little bundle sighing. Poor little fellow. Even you understand, don't you? Your grandmother intends to sell you. Scar felt a pang of pity and pinched Yu Bao's cheek. Damn it. After living for over 30 years, this was the first time he encountered such a despicable person. To think she would use her own grandchild to settle debts? Su Shinro not only sought to use Yu Bao to offset her debts, but even had the audacity to suggest to Scar that he raise Yu Bao to sell him as a little courtesan. Such a malevolent woman was truly beyond the pale. If it weren't for the master's orders, I would have killed her long ago. With that, Scar spat on the ground in disgust. Yu Bao continued to sigh. He was not surprised that Su Shinro wanted to use him to settle her debts. Tonight, she was determined to kill him, even if she had mistaken him for Bairufeng. Yet her cruelty towards an infant not yet a month old revealed her wicked nature. Everyone disperse. What are you still staring at? Seeing the onlookers still pointing and gossiping, Scar protectively cradled Yu Bao and shouted, "Haven't you ever seen a commotion? Get out of my way." Perhaps sensing that Scar was not as malicious as Su Shinro and did not seem likely to harm the child, the crowd began to disperse. Scar looked at the child in his arms, momentarily uncertain whether to return him to the vice minister's residence or the Jiang family. Or should he take him home? Just then, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, and the little bundle, who had been frowning and sighing, suddenly brightened with excitement. Father is here. His father has finally arrived. He no longer had to worry about being sold. Before Scar could even lift his gaze, the little bundle was snatched from his arms. Then, a powerful kick sent Scar flying a distance away. He fell painfully to the ground, blood spilling from his mouth. Lying there, clutching his chest, Scar struggled to rise. In the dim light of night, his vision blurred. All he could see was a tall figure slowly approaching him, while the little bundle had already been placed in the newcomer's arms. Fearing that this individual was an accomplice of Su Shinro, intent on stealing the child, Scar strained to extend his hand. Give me the child. You must not harm him." As Scar opened his mouth, blood poured forth. The pain left him unable to utter another word. Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Mo was somewhat astonished. Despite the fact that the scar-faced individuals typically engaged in nefarious deeds in the capital, he was surprised to find one of them displaying a flicker of conscience by protecting a child. Looking down at the little one in his arms, the tenderness in his gaze dispelled the shadows of his previous demeanor. Aside from the marks on its neck, Yu Bao was unharmed. He quietly exhaled a sigh of relief. He exchanged a knowing glance with Wu Shuang, who promptly stepped forward to assist the scar-faced man to his feet. Xiao Mo's earlier kick had nearly shattered the man's internal organs. Under Wu Shuang's support, the scar-faced man, believing he was about to be struck again, was frightened and struggled to retreat. What do you want? You. Speak up. Losing patience, Wu Shuang swiftly lifted him off the ground. Despite the scar-faced man's robust stature, he resembled a wounded, feeble rooster in Wu Shuang's grip, utterly incapable of resistance. What sort of people are you? The scar-faced man, realizing Wu Shuang was a master of unmatched prowess, cast a terrified glance at Xiao Mo. Are you the father of this child? Father? Xiao Mo's eyes flickered momentarily. Indeed, he was Yu Bao's father. However, as Jiang Yunwan and Wu Qingrong were still nominally a couple, he wished to avoid inciting gossip or trouble for her and Yu Bao. Before he could confirm his relationship, the scar-faced man, leaning against the wall, lamented, "You should thank me for saving your son. Why did you kick me earlier?" "Whoa, I've never been kicked in my life." Though he had endured his share of beatings on his way to this moment of glory, he had never experienced such a severe blow, resulting in significant blood loss. The scar-faced man, despite his imposing figure, wept more profusely than a woman. "How can you repay kindness with malice?" "Whoa, I'm in so much pain." "Xiao Montak." Wu Shuang rolled his eyes. "Be quiet." "Whoa, why should I be quiet? That wicked woman wanted to use your son to settle a debt. She even planned to sell him to a brothel as a boy." The scar-faced man, wiping his tears and blood, protested, "I saved your son. Why should I be silent? In this day and age, is it wrong to do a good deed?" His cries grew more pitiful. Wu Shuang frowned in annoyance and, with a swift motion, struck the man's chin. The scar-faced man instantly ceased his weeping, plopping down on the ground in despair, glaring at Xiao Mo, holding Yu Bao, slowly crouched before him. "What did you say? That Madame Bai intended to use this child to settle a debt and sell him to a brothel?" Chapter 72. I saved your son. The scar-faced man could only nod in a pitiful manner. Seeing this, Xiao Mo did not inquire further. After all, he was well aware of Su Xinrou's cruelty. She had come for Yu Bao tonight, first attempting to abduct him from the Jiang family, and now, in desperation, seeking to use him to settle a debt. However, he never anticipated that Su Xinrou would be so deranged as to have the scar-faced man sell Yu Bao into a brothel. This vile woman, he suppressed his anger, unwilling to display fury in front of Yu Bao. "Indeed, you saved my son." Xiao Mo acknowledged his relationship with Yu Bao. Instantly, Yu Bao was filled with joy. His little feet kicked excitedly, and his tiny paws struggled to touch Xiao Mo's face, babbling incoherently in delight, his whole being bouncing with energy. Xiao Mo lifted him higher in his embrace. Yu Bao joyfully showered his father with affectionate slobber. Daddy acknowledged me." Daddy recognized his chubby son in front of others. Noticing Yu Bao's jubilant excitement, Xiao Mo's expression softened further. "Since you saved my son, I'm not one to repay kindness with malice." "Isn't that exactly what you just did? You kicked me far away without a word and then struck my chin. What do you call that if not repaying kindness with malice?" The scar-faced man internally grumbled. "You must be from the Sage Mountain Manor, right?" Xiao Montak replied solemnly. "I am acquainted with your master. You seem to be a man of honor. Henceforth, follow me." The scar-faced man was taken aback. He gestured towards his jaw, indicating he wanted it reattached. Xiao Mo glanced at Wu Shuang, who then restored his chin, admonishing, "Stop your whining. Act like a man." Knowing Wu Shuang was not one to be trifled with, the scar-faced man dared not speak further. He endured the pain, pinching his jaw before hoarsely replying, "This master, my lord, is indeed from Sage Mountain Manor. However, I have served my master for many years." His implication was clear. He did not wish to betray his old master by following Xiao Mo impudent. Upon hearing his refusal, Wu Shuang immediately scolded him. Yet, before he could finish, Xiao Mo interjected, "You possess courage, which I admire. I do not wish to force you to abandon your old master. However, my words tonight shall hold true. Should you wish to join me one day, feel free to seek me out. For saving my son tonight, I shall reward you with 1,000 taels of gold. How does that sound?" At this proclamation, the scar-faced man's eyes widened in astonishment. "By heavens, this gentleman is offering 1,000 taels of gold." Staring at the little bundle in Xiao Mo's arms, he no longer saw a mere child, but rather a precious golden nugget. This tiny creature was worth 1,000 taels of gold. Perhaps even more. This gentleman was not merely bestowing gold upon him. He was promising a life of comfort and security. Xiao Mo's invitation to follow him was tantamount to ensuring his future well-being. Oh my! The scar-faced man gazed at Yu Bao, feeling an immense sense of relief. He was grateful he had not succumbed to Su Shinro's unscrupulous request earlier. You should thank my master. Seeing the scar-faced man gawking at Yu Bao, Wu Shuang snapped. Hurry up and express your gratitude. The scar-faced man quickly regained his composure, stammering, Thank you, my lord. Thank you, my lord. Ah, thank you, esteemed sir. May I ask your name? How may I serve you? Xiao Mo cast a casual glance at him, then whispered a few instructions to Wu Shuang before mounting his horse and departing. The scar-faced man rushed forward, my lord. Tonight, you should act as if you have never seen my master. Wu Shuang approached, hands clasped behind his back, and warned, Do you understand? Ah, the scar-faced man was momentarily confused. If he acted as if he had never seen this gentleman, would that mean he had just gained 1,000 taels of gold for free? Madame Bai's heart was indeed wicked, willing to harm even her own grandson. If others were to learn of this, how would they view her? They would surely pierce her with their words. The scar-faced man hurriedly retorted, Her actions are utterly inhumane. She deserves to be punished severely. As soon as the words left his mouth, he met Wu Shuang's meaningful gaze, and the scar-faced man promptly realized the implications. I understand. Please rest assured, my lord. I know what to do. With 1,000 taels of gold to seal his lips, the scar-faced man would comply without question. Moreover, the earlier incident with Wu Shuang striking his jaw was swiftly forgotten. Do not worry, my lord. Madame Bai has already been sent to the Red Sun Pavilion. She will surely have a difficult night. Initially, the scar-faced man had harbored some trepidation towards Su Shinro. After all, she was the general's wife. However, witnessing her cruelty towards a mere child emboldened him to act, leading to his decision to send Su Shinro to the brothel. Yet, he remained cautious of the general's authority. He turned to Xiao Mo. Might you enlighten me on what I should do next? Scar looked foolishly adorable, yet he was far from foolish. He scratched his head and cautiously inquired if he might offend the general's residence. Although he had already crossed that line, with his powerful patron backing him, the matter could be resolved without much difficulty. However, if Su Shinro were to entertain, guess his benefactor would likely not be able to handle the repercussions. The gentleman who had just appeared exuded an extraordinary aura, clearly not an ordinary person. What weight did the Bai family hold in his eyes? Wu Shuang understood his implication and, with a hint of a smile, replied, Whatever you wish to do, feel free. Is it not the case that Madame Bai owes you a considerable gambling debt? She is willingly offering herself in repayment tonight. What concern is it of yours? Understanding dawned on him, and Scar began to chuckle softly. At the Jiang household, upon hearing that Yu Bao had been snatched away by that madwoman Su Shinro, Madame Jiang awoke, disregarding her splitting headache, and dashed barefoot out the door. At that moment, Jiang Mingji was instructing the household servants to search for Yu Bao. Sir, where is Yu Bao? Have you found him? Madame Jiang's voice trembled. How could it be that Su Shinro had taken Yu Bao? If anything were to happen to Yu Bao, how could they explain it to Wanner? Su Shinro had always disliked Yu Bao and had even contemplated swapping him with that little wild child. Tonight, her act of taking Yu Bao could only indicate ill intentions. What? Jiang Mingji's expression shifted. Who does Su Shinro intend to swap Yu Bao with? The moment Madame Jiang's gaze froze, she felt a pang of guilt. In her haste, she had let slip a secret. She had promised Wanner that she would not disclose this matter to others for now. As Madame Jiang pondered how to rectify her mistake, the Jingzhao Yin arrived with haste. At that moment, Xiao Mo, who had hurried back with Yu Bao, was already lurking nearby. Seeing that the Jingzhao Yin had arrived at the Jiang residence first, Xiao Mo swiftly dismounted and concealed himself in the vicinity. Given the tense political climate, Xiao Mo could not afford to be discovered, especially with his close ties to the Jiang family. Just then, a voice of surprise echoed from behind him. Mo? Chapter 73. The Return of the Missing Person. Xiao Mo turned slowly, his expression blank, as he regarded the man who appeared thrilled to see him. The sudden appearance of this man was none other than Jiang Yunwan, Jiang Yunwan's brother. Aside from him, who else would dare to pat Xiao Mo on the shoulder so intimately and call him AMO? Years ago, Jiang Yunwan had suggested a misguided plan, and after realizing the misunderstanding between Xiao Mo and Jiang Yunwan, he had fled in embarrassment, not showing his face in years. He had even missed Jiang Yunwan's wedding, perhaps out of fear that Xiao Mo would retaliate or that Jiang Yunwan would do so herself. "Oh, I thought this person looked familiar, a bit like our AMO," Jiang Yunwan exclaimed, leaping out from behind Xiao Mo with an audacious grin. Only then did he notice the precious bundle in Xiao Mo's arms and paused. "Who is this little one? AMO, have you married and had a child?" Xiao Montak. Indeed, he had a child, but he was not yet married. Thanks to you. Had it not been for Jiang Yunwan's misguided advice, he might have married Jiang Yunwan much earlier, preventing the opportunity from falling into the hands of that scoundrel Wu Qingrong. So, was this not all thanks to Jiang Yunwan? AMO, are you mocking me? Jiang Yunwan frowned, though he did not dwell on it. Instead, he curiously poked the chubby face of the little one, exclaiming, "This child looks just like you did when you were young." Xiao Mo could not be bothered to engage. How could Jiang Yunwan claim he resembled him as a child when he had not seen him at that age? When Jiang Mingji brought him back to the Jiang household, he was already 5 or 6 years old, not a mere infant. "Little one, tell uncle, what is your name?" Jiang Yunwan had never pinched a chubby child's face before. Now, upon doing so, he found the softness delightful and squeezed again. Xiao Mo could no longer endure it, swatting away Jiang Yunwan's darkened hand. "You shouldn't pinch a child's face. The more you do, the more they drool." After years apart, Jiang Yunwan teased, "Have you been abducted to Bingzhou? Bingzhou is rich in coal. You look so dark. I'm just jesting that you've been taken to mine coal. Come on, it's just a little pinch. I didn't apply much pressure. Look how upset you become." Jiang Yunwan was not the least bit offended by Xiao Mo's mockery of his tan. Over the years, even his older brother Jiang Yunshun had looked down on him, dismissing him as a wastrel. Only Xiao Mo would engage him in conversation. No matter what he did, Xiao Mo would accompany him. Consequently, Jiang Yunwan had once defended Xiao Mo, saying he was a gem, but had his brilliance dulled by associating with Jiang Yunwan. A rough stone. Was it not Jiang Yunwan's fault for leading Xiao Mo astray? "One day, when I have a son, I won't let you pinch him," Jiang Yunwan boasted proudly. "Xiao Mo, that's fine, provided you actually have a son." Although Jiang Yunwan was a wastrel, he had never courted women. Xiao Mo was nearly certain he had no children yet, unlike him, who had already welcomed a son. With that thought, Xiao Mo's expression grew increasingly proud. "I know you're intentionally flaunting your accomplishments." Jiang Yunwan glared at him. "Don't be so impatient. A man as exceptional as I am can attract many women who would wish to bear my children with just a beckon. Little one, don't take after your father and look down upon others." While speaking, Jiang Yunwan bent down to tease Yu Bao. Yu Bao blinked his big eyes at him, fully aware that this boisterous and shameless man was his uncle Jiang Yunwan. Others might not know what Jiang Yunwan had been up to all these years, but Yu Bao was fully aware. His second uncle had many secrets. Yu Bao's large eyes twinkled mischievously as he smiled at Jiang Yunwan. Then, with a swift tug, he firmly grasped the jade pendant hanging around Jiang Yunwan's neck. "Hey!" Jiang Yunwan was startled at first, but then laughed. This little one was demanding a greeting gift. The discerning little guy had zeroed in on the jade pendant amidst all of Jiang Yunwan's jingling accessories. Well, even though this jade pendant was quite significant to him, how could he deny his beloved nephew? Jiang Yunwan promptly removed the pendant and draped it around Yu Bao's neck. He assumed Yu Bao was merely Xiao Mo's son, unaware that Yu Bao was not only Xiao Mo's child, but also the son of Xiao Mo and Jiang Yunwan. At that moment, he merely referred to Yu Bao as his nephew, oblivious to the fact that Yu Bao was not just his nephew, but also his beloved nephew. "You gave this to Yu Bao?" Xiao Mo was taken aback. How could he not know how important this jade pendant was to Jiang Yunwan? Over the years, Jiang Mingji had entrusted many of the Jiang family's enterprises to Jiang Yunwan. This jade pendant was akin to a key, whenever and wherever there were Jiang family's assets. This jade pendant would unlock all the storerooms, granting access to withdraw silver at will. How could he so casually bestow such a valuable object upon Yu Bao? Seeing Xiao Mo's astonished expression, Jiang Yunwan chuckled. "I thought you wouldn't change your expression. I didn't expect to see you so surprised tonight." Before Xiao Mo could respond, he waved his hand dismissively. "Yu Bao is my dear nephew. A loving uncle would dote on his nephew. What is a mere jade pendant to me? Besides, I never intended to manage the Jiang family's business anyway. My elder brother has successfully secured a position within the court and, naturally, cannot become entangled with the affairs of the Jiang family business." The vast enterprises of the Jiang family will inevitably require his management in the future. However, over these past few years, it remains uncertain whether he has been overseeing the Jiang family's interests or engaging in other pursuits. Jiang Yunwan lightly cleared his throat, a hint of guilt causing him to avert his gaze. In the days to come, even if Yu Bao demands my life as a second uncle, I would gladly offer it. This was originally a mere attempt to mask his unease, yet little did he know that this very statement would, in the near future, nearly become a reality. What nonsense are you spouting? Xiao Mo furrowed his brow. Where have you been these past years? You didn't even return for Wang Yuan's wedding. I thought you had vanished from the world. Just as Jiang Yunwan was about to respond, he noticed Jiang Mingji and others approaching, accompanied by the esteemed Jing Zhaoyin. Jiang Yunwan, unaware of Xiao Mo's intent to hide from the Jing Zhaoyin and his entourage, foolishly waved his hand and shouted towards Madame Jiang, "Mother, I'm back." His loud voice startled Yu Bao, causing him to shudder. Xiao Mo's expression stiffened, instinctively reaching to cover Jiang Yunwan's mouth, eager to drag this blundering fool away. Alas, it was too late. Before Madame Jiang could spot him, the Jing Zhaoyin had already caught sight of him. Chapter 74. With the support of Lord Xiao. Lord Xiao? The Jing Zhaoyin's gaze flickered with shock. He could scarcely believe his eyes. This place was not near the Weiyuan Marquis. What on earth was this esteemed gentleman doing in the vicinity of the Jiang family at this late hour? The Jing Zhaoyin, in disbelief, rubbed his eyes. Once he confirmed it was indeed Xiao Mo, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. This humble official greets Lord Xiao. What brings you here at such an hour? Is there something I can assist you with? The Jing Zhaoyin offered a sycophantic smile. Lord Wang, Xiao Mo, having decided against avoiding the situation now that he could not escape, nodded slightly to Lord Wang before reluctantly handing the child he was holding to Madame Jiang. Jiang Leoi. Madame Jiang, I was just passing through Chang'an Street and saw this child being taken by Madame Bai, who claimed she intended to sell him to pay off debts. Unable to bear it, I brought him back. Xiao Mo succinctly explained the situation. Meanwhile, Jiang Yunwan's frown deepened. Jiang Leoi, Madame Jiang, this child, Madame Bai. The more he listened, the more he felt something was amiss. Hadn't Xiao Mo just acknowledged that this was his son? This little bundle had taken his jade pendant, and now he claimed the child was not his. Though Jiang Yunwan was filled with confusion, he discerned that Xiao Mo was deliberately distancing himself from the Jiang family. Not wanting to complicate matters, Jiang Yunwan remained silent, gazing perplexedly at Yu Bao in Madame Jiang's arms, then back at Xiao Mo. The more he looked, the more he felt that the two bore striking resemblances, as if they were cut from the same mold. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Thank you, Lord Xiao. Jiang Mingji had learned from Madame Jiang of Su Xinro and her cohort's repeated attempts to harm Jiang Yuan and Yu Bao, and was well aware of their nefarious schemes to swap the children. After a brief moment of anger, Jiang Mingji ordered the authorities to be notified. He would turn the capital upside down to ensure Yu Bao's safe return. He could not allow his grandson to come to any harm. Unexpectedly, Lord Xiao had returned Yu Bao. Upon closer inspection, they found Yu Bao had no visible injuries, save for some red marks on his neck. Jiang Mingji and Madame Jiang breathed a sigh of relief, expressing their immense gratitude for Lord Xiao's kindness. Please, Lord Xiao, do not hesitate to come in for a cup of tea to warm yourself. Aware that the Jing Zhaoyin was an outsider, Jiang Mingji and Xiao Mo worked seamlessly together. No need, Xiao Mo replied, his face impassive as he withdrew his gaze. I have other matters to attend to, Lord Wang. While he maintained a distance from the Jiang family, Xiao Mo decided to give the Jing Zhaoyin a well-deserved lesson. Although the Jiang family had already reported the incident, the Jing Zhaoyin had arrived late. Clearly, he did not regard the Jiang family with any seriousness. Even though the Jiang family was the wealthiest in the capital, they were still merchants. The family had only just produced a third-rank minister of works, Jiang Yunwan. Jiang Yunwan and Jing Zhaoyin Wang Rui were of equal rank, but neither was considered a powerful minister. Moreover, Jiang Yunwan was still young, his position in the court unsteady, and he had no influential allies. Even Wu Qingrong, of the same rank, had the support of the Wu family. Thus, even in a life-and-death situation, Wang Rui remained indifferent. Displaying a lackadaisical attitude. I just came from the palace and happened to pass through Chang'an Street, where I noticed this child was in danger. Shouldn't the Jing Zhaoyin's residence be even closer to Chang'an Street? Xiao Mo cast a cool glance at Wang Rui. What is it? Are you too preoccupied with pressing matters, or do you simply consider this child unworthy of your attention? Hence your tardiness? Lord Xiao, facing Xiao Mo's seemingly indifferent yet ominously dark gaze, Wang Rui felt a chill run down his spine. He knew all too well what reputation this Wei Yuan Marquis held in the court. If this matter was tied to Xiao Mo, he feared he would flee faster than a rabbit. Little did he expect that the normally uninvolved Lord Xiao would intervene on behalf of the Jiang family tonight. Had he known Xiao Mo would take action, he would not have been so relaxed. Lord Wang, as a knowledgeable official, please enlighten me on how to deal with the Jingzhao Yin's dereliction of duty. Xiao Mo's voice was calm, but weighed heavily on Wang Rui's chest. Neglecting human life and failing in your duties. I see that you, Lord Wang, are performing your role as Jingzhao Yin quite well. Xiao Mo let out a cold snort, causing Wang Rui to crumble, instinctively kneeling before him. He looked up at Xiao Mo, beads of cold sweat rolling down his forehead. Lord, it is I who have failed in my duties. I beseech you to show mercy. This man was known to be a living nightmare. Wang Rui had yet to decipher what responsibilities the Wei Yuan Marquis held. It seemed that wherever there was a matter at hand, his presence was felt. Aside from the emperor's decrees and the officials performing their duties, it appeared that the emperor entrusted all matters to the Wei Yuan Marquis. Anyone unaware might mistakenly think that Xiao Mo was the emperor's own son, destined to become the crown prince. Consequently, when faced with Xiao Mo's interrogation, Wang Rui did not contemplate whether it was appropriate for a mere Wei Yuan Marquis to intervene. Instead, he instinctively began to admit fault and plead for leniency. Show mercy? Xiao Mo curled his lips in a mirthless smile. Very well. From this day forth, I entrust all matters concerning the Jiang family to you. As long as the Jiang family remains safe, I will overlook your negligence today. Should anything untoward occur in the future, I shall hold you accountable. Wang Rui could never have anticipated that Xiao Mo would propose such a demand. He was momentarily stunned before hastily agreeing. Yes, I understand. Please rest assured, Lord. Witnessing Wang Rui, who had previously held himself in high regard, now behaving like a docile dog before Xiao Mo, Jiang Mingji could not help but sigh inwardly. Indeed, this was the distinction between officials and merchants, a chasm. However, reflecting on the little boy he had brought back to the Jiang family, who had now grown into a towering figure, Jiang Mingji felt a mix of emotions. This towering figure could protect not only himself, but also shield them from adversity. Jiang Mingji's heart swelled with mixed feelings. Beyond nostalgia, there was pride and satisfaction. He regarded Xiao Mo as his own son. At this moment, he felt as though his own child had achieved great success. Jiang Mingji unconsciously straightened his back. Even Jiang Yunwan, who was usually oblivious, recognized that Xiao Mo was deliberately supporting the Jiang family, casting a more complex gaze towards him. I have been entrusted by the third princess to oversee Jiang Yunwan's child. Thankfully, tonight turned out to be a false alarm. If anything were to happen to this child, how would I explain it to the third princess? Understanding that Wang Rui was astute and would undoubtedly suspect his connection to the Jiang family, Xiao Mo unhesitatingly invoked the third princess as a shield. At this moment, the recently rested Xiao Yun'er sneezed several times. As I recently traversed Chang'an Street, I witnessed several ruffians dragging Madame towards the home rebuilding. To prevent any unfortunate events, it would be prudent for Lord Wang to investigate the matter promptly. Although Xiao Mo harbors a deep-seated disdain for Su Xinro, it must be remembered that she is indeed Jiang Yunwan's biological mother. Even if she deserves punishment, it should rightfully be Jiang Yunwan who decides upon her fate upon her return to the capital. Thus, Xiao Mo resolved to assist Su Xinro, intending to extricate her from the clutches of the home rebuilding. Lord Wang hastily acquiesced, rallying his men and rushing toward the establishment. Alas, they arrived but a moment too late. Chapter 75, Madame Bai, has taken clients. At the home rebuilding, upon encountering Su Xinro, disheveled and in a state of distress, Lord Wang's countenance shifted dramatically. How could this have transpired? Who had the audacity to deliver Madame Bai to the home rebuilding? What on earth has occurred? He sharply turned to the madam of the house, exclaiming, "You allowed Madame Bai to entertain clients?" Madame Bai? The madam was momentarily taken aback. Su Xinro had not grown up in the capital. After marrying Bai Dongqing, she had lived on the frontier due to his military postings. While there existed a General S residence in the capital, It had been uninhabited for years. Few were familiar with Madame Bai, and thus, the madam hesitantly inquired, Lord Wang. Are you referring to the Madame Bai of General Bai? Lord Wang, a frequent patron of the home rebuilding, was well acquainted with the madam. How many Madame Bais could there be? He seethed, his teeth clenched in indignation. Observing Su Xinrou's wretched state and vacant gaze, he surmised that she had endured a harrowing experience. Should Bai Dongqing seek accountability for this incident, his position as the Jingzhou Yin would be perilously compromised. This is outrageous. She's a general's wife. How could you permit her to entertain clients? With General Bai returning to the capital, how am I to explain this to him? Lord Wang's face darkened with fury. The madam, flustered, stammered, My lord, I had no knowledge of her identity. When she was brought here, it was merely stated that she was to repay a debt, and her status as Madame Bai was not disclosed. She bears no insignia proclaiming her as Madame Bai. How could I recognize her? Lord Wang's frustration mounted. You pose this question to me? To whom should I direct my inquiries? His mind buzzed with distress. Despite Su Xinrou's tarnished reputation in the capital, even he was aware of her gambling addiction and the substantial debts she had accrued, which had even forced the general's residence into pawnage. This was a family matter of the general's. Now, with Su Xinrou embroiled in such a scandal, his own position was in jeopardy. Should General Bai return, it was not only he who would face consequences. The home rebuilding itself might face closure. Lord Wang gritted his teeth in anger. Even if she was sent here to repay a debt, how could you hasten her to entertain clients? The madam stood trembling, too fearful to utter a word. However, given the gravity of the situation, mere reprimands would not suffice. They must devise a remedy. My lord, I am equally wronged. Madame Bai was sent by Daoi, who claimed she owed him several thousand taels of silver. Thus, she was to entertain clients to repay her debts. The madam's face twisted in grievance. I dared not offend Daoi. Lord Wang was acutely aware of Daoi's influence in the capital. Yet, it was imperative to ascertain identities before proceeding. He inhaled deeply and approached Su Xinrou, intending to assist her in rising. Madame Bai, please have a seat and enjoy a warm cup of tea. However, Su Xinrou curled herself into a ball on the floor, terror overtaking her. Before he could touch her, she shrieked, Stay away. Don't touch me. Go away. Lord Wang found himself in a quandary. If Su Xinrou had only been touched by a few individuals, he might have managed to smooth over the situation. Yet, her current state indicated she had been thoroughly traumatized. Even if he wished to downplay this incident, it seemed a futile endeavor. My lord, what shall we do? The madam implored, her voice tinged with despair. Numerous women had been sent by Daoi to repay debts, but this was the first time an older woman, rather than a youthful beauty, had been delivered. Nonetheless, Su Xinrou had maintained her appearance well, thanks to Jiang Yunwan's financial support. Although she was no longer young, she possessed a certain allure. The women sent by Daoi were trained to entertain clients for debt repayment, leaving the madam oblivious to the precariousness of tonight's delivery. How could you have subjected her to such treatment and failed to plan a remedy? Lord Wang's frustration boiled over. He declared, You have until dawn to restore Madame Bai to her former self. Otherwise, the home rebuilding shall cease to operate. He felt cornered. Xiao Hai was already aware of the situation. His own position as Jingzhou Yin was on the line, and he would not go down alone. My lord, how could I possibly accomplish that? The madam exclaimed. To transform an innocent woman into a harlot within a single night? Restoring a woman who had already entertained clients back to the status of a respectable woman. Was that not an impossible task? Yet, Lord Wang was resolute in placing the burden upon her, and she dared not defy him. The group huddled together to discuss potential remedies. By this time, it was the dead of night. Jiang Yunwan had arrived at the town of Chongping, just outside the capital. After observing Su Shuiyin enter an inn, Jiang Yunwan and Fu Yun followed suit. Once Jiang Yunwan was comfortably settled, Fu Yun received a letter from the capital. Given the late hour, and knowing Jiang Yunwan should be recuperating post-delivery, Fu Yun intended to relay the letter's contents the following day. However, upon merely glancing at the letter, she hastened to Jiang Yunwan's side, exclaiming, Miss. Jiang Yunwan had yet to fall asleep as they occupied adjacent rooms. The sounds of Su Shuiyin's snoring next door indicated her exhaustion. Jiang Yunwan was light of sleep, and the noise from next door disrupted her rest. What is it? Seeing the letter in Fu Yun's hand, Jiang Yunwan sat up abruptly. Did something happen to you, Bao? Fu Yun, typically composed, now bore an expression of shock. as if calamity had befallen them. Jiang Yunwan immediately surmised that Yu Bao must be in peril. Before Fu Yun could speak, she snatched the letter from her. "Rest assured, miss, young master is unharmed. However, Madame Bai has truly gone too far. She actually pursued the Jiang family and attempted to abduct young master. Fortunately, the Marquis appeared just in time." Fu Yun continued, "But the retribution from Madame Bai has come rather swiftly, hasn't it?" As soon as the words left her lips, Jiang Yunwan had quickly scanned the letter's contents. Upon setting the letter aside, her brows furrowed. Fu Yun assumed she was concerned for Su Shinro. Thus, she gently advised, "Miss, there is no need to worry for Madame Bai. This is all her own doing. She reaps what she sows, and surely she will think twice before harboring ill intentions toward young master again." Although it remained uncertain whether Jiang Yunwan was indeed Su Shinro's daughter, Su Shinro was, in name, still her biological mother. Witnessing Su Shinro endure such humiliation and mistreatment naturally stirred concern within Fu Yun for Jiang Yunwan's feelings. "Who says I'm worried for her?" Jiang Yunwan retorted coldly, a smirk curling her lips. "There was a matter I was hesitant to affirm, but now I am nearly certain." Chapter 76, A Lover, or Child. "Is Miss referring to whether Madame Bai is indeed your biological mother?" Fu Yun took the letter from Jiang Yunwan's hand, unable to resist reading it again. Jiang Yunwan shook her head. Having been disturbed by Su Shinro, she found her drowsiness completely vanished upon reading the letter's contents. She felt a pang of fear in her heart. If it weren't for Xiao Mo's timely arrival, Yu Bao might have. Jiang Yunwan shivered. Whether she was her biological mother no longer mattered. So much had transpired in recent days, and even in the absence of any concrete evidence, Jiang Yunwan was almost certain she could not possibly be Su Shinro's real daughter. There was something that had initially eluded her understanding. Recalling her past life, she remembered being ambushed by bandits on her way back to the capital from Leiyu Temple, who extorted a staggering 1 million taels of silver from her. She had once questioned how those bandits could be so audacious. How could they dare to demand such an exorbitant sum? Coincidentally, upon her coerced return, Su Shinro had redeemed the general's residence, which had been pawned to pay off gambling debts, and even repaid those debts, appearing radiant and excessively elated. Initially, she had thought that Bai Dongxing had discreetly resolved these matters. Thus, she never pondered further or suspected Su Shinro's involvement. Yet now, she had come to a realization. Su Shinro had always urged her to visit Leiyu Temple to seek a talisman for peace. At first, she had believed this to be a genuine act of kindness. However, given that Fu Yun was unaware of her rebirth, Jiang Yunwan found it inappropriate to divulge such a bizarre occurrence to her. So, she carefully expressed her thoughts, only to discover later that Su Shinro's heart was thoroughly rotten. How could there be any genuine concern? Hence, she devised a plan to pressure Su Shuiyin into going to Leiyu Temple. She wanted to ascertain whether Su Shinro harbored any sinister intentions to harm her during her journey out of the capital. This reasoning was undoubtedly more convincing than her recollections of past encounters. Fu Yun nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging her words with agreement. How could a person as cruel as Su Shinro harbor any good intentions? However, she was puzzled as to what power a defenseless woman in the inner chambers could possibly wield to harm her. Jiang Yunwan continued, even if she were to hire someone to kill, now that her gambling debts were mountainous, even sustaining herself was a challenge. How could she possibly have extra silver to hire an assassin? In her past life, Su Shinro had also accrued enormous gambling debts. If that group of bandits had indeed been under her command, how could she afford to pay them off? The bandits from her previous life did not resemble true bandits at all. Although she had only experienced that one kidnapping and extortion, she had always felt that those bandits had a certain streetwise demeanor. True bandits were invariably ruthless. Jiang Yunwan pondered carefully. The bandits who had kidnapped her clearly spoke with an accent from the capital, resembling the ruffians one might encounter on streets. Suddenly, she lifted her gaze to Fu Yun. Scarface. Hadn't the letter just mentioned a man named Scarface? That man was known for frequenting the capital. Since he dared to deliver Su Shinro to the home rebuilding to entertain clients, it was evident that for the sake of money, such a person would stop at nothing. She had always wondered about the source of Su Shinro's power to hire a hitman. Scarface and his ilk were the perfect candidates. The mysteries of her past life were instantly unraveled. Jiang Yunwan breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that had it not been for tonight's events, by the time she returned from Leiyu Temple, Scarface would surely have been lying in wait on the way back, pretending to be a bandit to extort her. Miss, your reasoning is indeed very plausible. Fu Yun was quick to grasp the situation. Her expression shifted slightly. Su Shinro had accumulated such immense gambling debts that even the ancestral home of the general's residence had been pawned. With General Bai about to return to the capital, she must be driven to desperation, seeking to hire someone to impersonate a kidnapper to extort money from the miss. Who did not know that the Jiang family was the wealthiest in the capital? Who did not know that Jiang Yunwan's dowry could purchase the entire Shirlang residence? Wu Qingrong and the others had their eyes covetously fixed on Jiang Yunwan's dowry. Upon grasping this critical point, Jiang Yunwan couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. In her past life, she had truly been foolish, even after being extorted of 1,000,000 taels of silver upon returning to the capital. Su Shinro had wept tears of sympathy, feigning that money could be earned again as long as her daughter returned safely. She even offered her 100 taels of silver, claiming it was her secret savings accumulated over a long time. Jiang Yunwan had refused. Su Shinro had insisted that as long as it brought comfort to her daughter, she did not consider her efforts in vain. At that moment, Jiang Yunwan had been moved to tears, believing that Su Shinro genuinely cared for her. Looking back now, she felt nothing but disgust. That 100 taels of silver must have originated from the 1,000,000 taels extorted from her. However, given that she had already encountered trouble tonight, her plan to have Su Shuyan shield her from disaster might no longer be feasible. Before leaving the capital, she deliberately mentioned to Su Shinro that Bai Ruyun was the child of Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong, not Bai Zhan's offspring, nor her biological grandson. Originally, she had intended to create discord between Su Shinro and Su Shuyan, inciting a rift between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. But she had never anticipated that Su Shinro would possess such resolve to eliminate that little wildling, Bai Ruyun, on that very day. What a pity. Su Shinro remained oblivious to the fact that Bai Ruyun was right under her nose. She was under the impression that Bai Ruyun was the precious child Jiang Yunwan had returned to the Jiang family. This nearly brought disaster upon the precious child. Now that Su Xian was absent from the capital, if Su Shinro were to discover that the little brat beside her was indeed Bai Ruyun, what would she do? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether Su Xian would continue her pilgrimage to Leiyu Temple for a talisman or rush back to the capital upon realizing that Su Shinro had learned of Bai Ruyun's lineage. She was eager to witness this unfolding drama. Miss, what are your plans? Fu Yun inquired, leaning inclusive. If one desired a spectacle, the waters must be stirred up to create a tumultuous scene. Jiang Yunwan curled her lips into a smirk, a smile that sent chills down one's spine. Since she had already left the capital, she naturally had to visit Leiyu Temple to seek a talisman for peace before returning. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a wasted trip? Moreover, given Su Shinro's current state, neither human nor ghost, how could she possibly pose a threat to Bai Ruyun? Fu Yun. Jiang Yunwan's smile grew increasingly sinister. You must promptly spread the word that the eminent monks at Leiyu Temple possess medical skills that rival Hua Tuo's, and that they have miraculous herbs capable of restoring paralyzed legs to normal. She stated, I simply wish to observe how Su Shuyan will choose. If Su Shuyan were to learn that Bai Ruyun was in Su Shinro's hands, and that Su Shinro was aware that Bai Ruyun was her and Wu Qingrong's illegitimate child, she would undoubtedly hasten her return to the capital. Yet if at the same time she learned that Wu Qingrong had the potential to stand again, how would she choose? Would she choose her lover or her child? Between Wu Qingrong and Bai Ruyun, Su Shuyan could only select one. Chapter 77. A visit to the noble Jiang Xuan. Oh, Jiang Xuan, we are bound by our familial ties, and I have provided you with a choice. After watching Fu Yun exit the room, Jiang Yunwan coldly curled her lips. If she chose Wu Qingrong, Su Shinro would undoubtedly become her enemy. Not only would she seek to eliminate Bai Ruyun, but Su Shinro would also pursue them to the bitter end. It was not just the Bai family. Even the Su family would likely not welcome Su Shuyan back, leaving her without any support. Yet if she were to choose Bai Ruyun, Wu Qingrong would not tolerate it, driving them all out of the Shirlang residence, leaving them to fend for themselves, not sparing her another glance. Jiang Yunwan had witnessed Wu Qingrong's cruelty in both lives. Just days prior, she had intentionally instigated discord, and had already seen Wu Qingrong develop a rift with Su Shuyan. Even if she chose that little wildling, Jiang Yunwan lifted her teacup, gently caressing it, her eyes filled with derision. Did she truly believe that Su Shinro would accept her? Would she accept that little wildling? Jiang Shuiyan, your hardships are still ahead. No matter how Su Shuiyan chose, her future days would be fraught with difficulty, each step akin to treading on thin ice. As night deepened, Su Shuiyan slept soundly. At this hour, even if rumors circulated, they would not reach her ears. Jiang Yunwan had instructed Fu Yun to act now to avoid appearing overly deliberate. It would be rather inappropriate to rouse her from her slumber in the dead of night. Whispering tales of eminent monks and miraculous elixirs, wouldn't it? Everything can wait until dawn. The following morning, Jiang Yunwan was awakened by the commotion emanating from downstairs. As she sat up, Fu Yun hastened to assist her with her attire and grooming. Miss Su Shuiyan is truly devoted to Wu Qingrong. Upon hearing of a miraculous remedy that could alleviate decades of leg ailments, she immediately began inquiring far and wide. Thus, the clamor downstairs was indeed Su Shuiyan seeking information about the miraculous elixir. Miss, should we inform Su Shuiyan that Su Shinro is already aware of the illegitimate child? No need to rush, Jiang Yunwan replied, leisurely toying with a wooden comb. Given their proximity to the capital, if she learned about the illegitimate child too soon, she would undoubtedly rush back to the city. Let us wait until we reach the foot of Thunder Rain Temple to inform her. Mrs. Astute, Fu Yun, well aware of her mistress's cunning, gave her a thumbs up. Soon, Su Shuiyan confirmed that the eminent monk at Thunder Rain Temple indeed possessed a miraculous remedy. Miss, those outside are spreading tales that are nothing short of miraculous. They claim that not only can the monk's remedy heal long-standing ailments, but it can also enhance one's physique, enabling an elderly man to leap rooftops. Fu Yun stood by the window, watching as Su Shuiyan's carriage departed, before turning to Jiang Yunwan with a grin. It seems Su Shuiyan is eager to reach Thunder Rain Temple. Shall we set off as well? Why the haste? Let us first enjoy breakfast, Jiang Yunwan replied, confident that Su Shuiyan was indeed making a beeline for Thunder Rain Temple. Jiang Yunwan was in no rush to pursue her just yet, even though Su Shuiyan was neglecting her meal, unwilling to suffer hunger. However, the rumors had grown rather outrageous. An elderly man capable of leaping rooftops? Miss, that is merely the tip of the iceberg. I never anticipated that the tales would become so fantastical. With people claiming the remedy brings good fortune, promotes advancement, and grants immortality. Fu Yun struggled to suppress her laughter. Isn't that more powerful than a talisman? Jiang Yunwan mused. Yet, such rumors would only solidify Su Shuiyan's resolve to pursue the elixir, leaving no room for retreat. Miss, it seems Su Shuiyan is almost desperate to fly to Thunder Rain Temple. If we do not hurry, will we be able to catch up? Why rush? We shall depart after breakfast. Once they left Chongping town, they would enter a vast plain. Su Shuiyan, eager for the remedy, would likely refuse to rest, racing towards Thunder Rain Temple. Fu Yun feared they might not catch up with her, as she had never been to Thunder Rain Temple and was unfamiliar with its terrain. Jiang Yunwan, having sought a talisman in her previous life, had a vivid memory of the route. Over the next 3 days, we may not be able to catch up with her. However, I have other matters to attend to during this time, so there is no need to rush. Jiang Yunwan stated, on the 4th day, we will enter the mountains. The roads up Thunder Rain Mountain were treacherous, impeding the passage of carriages. Although she was an adept rider, Jiang Yunwan had refrained from riding since marrying into the Sherlang family, as Wu Qingrong preferred delicate women. Even on the way to Thunder Rain Temple, she had dismounted her carriage to walk. Su Shinro had once told her that the eminent monk valued sincerity above all. If she could ascend Thunder Rain Mountain on foot, the monk would undoubtedly pray for her with greater devotion. In her previous life, for the sake of her child and her family, Jiang Yunwan had abandoned her carriage at the foot of Thunder Rain Mountain, trudging step by step into the undulating mountains, enduring countless hardships to reach Thunder Rain Temple. It was only because she walked alone, without even a servant, that she encountered bandits on her descent, who extorted her of a staggering 100,000 taels of silver. At that time, she was utterly alone, calling for help in vain. Had it not been for her wits, she might have faced far worse than mere extortion. In her previous life, she had nearly fallen victim to those bandits. The thought filled Jiang Yunwan with a seething rage. Su Shuiyan, in her fervor to seek the elixir and talisman, would undoubtedly forsake her carriage and venture into the mountains on foot. Thunder Rain Mountain stretched for hundreds of kilometers, teeming not only with ferocious beasts but also with numerous bandits. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yunwan struggled to suppress her intense feelings of resentment, especially given the perilous mountain paths where a moment's inattention could lead to a fatal fall. A defenseless woman like Su Xuan, she turned to Fu Yun, her eyes conveying a silent understanding. Fu Yun, realizing the implication, responded, "I comprehend, miss. You mean we need not rush after her? In a few days, even if she wishes to shake us off, it will be impossible." After saying this, Fu Yun appeared somewhat puzzled. "But miss, how do you know so much about Thunder Rain mountainous terrain despite never having left the capital?" Jiang Yunwan had spoken so calmly, as if she had first-hand experience with Thunder Rain Mountain. "I heard Su Shinro mention it." Jiang Yunwan's gaze flickered slightly. This journey to Thunder Rain Temple to seek a talisman was indeed her own idea. "Ah, I see." Fu Yun nodded, seemingly convinced by her words. However, Fu Yun expressed indignation. "Miss, since Su Shinro is aware of the dangers of Thunder Rain Mountain, why does she continue to urge you to seek a talisman there? Isn't she intentionally placing you in harm's way? What kind of mother would do such a thing to her own daughter? It matters not. Plans are made by man, but success is determined by fate." Su Shinro seemed intent on making her relive past hardships. Yet, little did she know that Jiang Yunwan had been granted a second chance at life. Her machinations could no longer harm her. With the knowledge that Su Shuyan was fervently pursuing the miraculous remedy, Jiang Yunwan felt assured that Su Shuyan would not suddenly turn back. Once they entered Thunder Rain Mountain, Su Shuyan would face endless trials. At that point, she could also seek retribution for her brother. Jiang Yunwan sighed softly. Thus, as Su Shuyan raced ahead, Jiang Yunwan followed closely behind. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The night before arriving at Thunder Rain Mountain, Jiang Yunwan, filled with complex emotions, took Fu Yun to visit a noble family. Chapter 78. Help! At the foot of Thunder Rain Mountain lies a small town named Yong'an. This town is even smaller than Chongping Town, with only a single inn. By the time Jiang Yunwan and her companion entered the inn, dusk had settled. Although the town appeared tranquil, with hardly a soul in sight, the innkeeper claimed all rooms were occupied, politely turning them away. "Miss, this Yong'an town seems devoid of even a ghost. How could they be fully booked?" Fu Yun furrowed her brow. "I shall think of a way." Her idea likely involved intimidating the innkeeper into vacating a room. Jiang Yunwan shook her head in resignation. "There is no need for that. The innkeeper's claim is likely true. There are no available rooms. The street may have appeared deserted, but this was the only town leading to the plains and the capital. So it was not surprising that the inn was fully booked. But miss, it's quite chilly at night. Are we to sleep in the streets?" Fu Yun was unperturbed by the prospect of sleeping outside. After all, having followed Xiao Mo for years, she had endured all manner of hardships. "I worry for you, miss. You are not in good health. What if you catch a chill? Who says we will sleep in the streets?" Jiang Yunwan replied with a mysterious smile. "I'm taking you to meet someone." The two left the inn, hurrying towards the easternmost part of the town, closer to Thunder Rain Mountain, and more secluded. As they exited the town, darkness enveloped them. Even the moon was obscured by clouds, leaving only the twinkling stars above and the sound of chirping insects. Fu Yun whispered, "Miss, who are we going to meet? I didn't realize you knew anyone out here." "You'll find out shortly." Jiang Yunwan did not articulate her thoughts, but proceeded resolutely forward. Upon departing from the inn, she had generously compensated the innkeeper. While she may have been without shelter, her carriage required a secure resting place. The path beneath her feet grew increasingly rugged, and Fu Yun, filled with trepidation, feared that Jiang Yunwan might stumble in the darkness. After approximately half an hour's journey, Jiang Yunwan finally halted before a farmhouse. The moon silently emerged from the clouds, casting a silvery glow over the earth. "Strange," she murmured, gazing at the farmhouse before her. "This should have been a thatched cottage in my past life. How could it have transformed into a farmhouse in this new existence?" Surely, she had not taken a wrong turn. Yet, the ancient locust tree standing before the door was unmistakable. "Miss, what is the matter? Do you recognize this household?" Fu Yun asked, surveying their surroundings with caution. Jiang Yunwan gently shook her head, contemplating that perhaps she had misjudged her destination. The current circumstances diverged greatly from her previous life, and with the night being deep and silent, she dared not approach the door to avoid mistakenly confronting the wrong individuals and misrepresenting her gratitude. As darkness enveloped the night, it was evident that the family had retired for the evening. Jiang Yunwan hesitated to intrude, planning to leave with Fu Yun. Just as she turned to depart, She noticed some garments hanging on the hemp rope that appeared oddly familiar. The clear night had left the household's washed clothes hanging outside. Unable to resist, Jiang Yunwan stepped closer for a better look. At that moment, the door creaked open and a gentle feminine voice called out, "My dear, watch your step." Jiang Yunwan, feeling guilty, instinctively pulled Fu Yun to hide behind the fence. The pair crouched like thieves, hardly daring to breathe. In the dim light, a petite woman assisted a man as they slowly made their way toward the nearby latrine. The man's voice sounded vaguely familiar. "Yuha, I can manage. You should hurry inside to avoid catching cold." Yuha. Indeed, it was a name from her past. Jiang Yunwan's pupils dilated with shock. Yet, she was bewildered as to when Yuha had acquired a husband. How could the thatched cottage have transformed into a farmhouse? In her previous life, Yuha had not been married at this time. Moreover, the man's voice seemed familiar, yet obscured by the fence. Jiang Yunwan could not discern their faces clearly. Only recalling the voice that suggested the young woman was indeed her acquaintance. Yuha. But who was this man? Jiang Yunwan was filled with questions but dared not reveal herself to Yuha, fearing the embarrassment of misidentifying her. It was prudent to wait until she returned from Leiyu Temple to investigate the matter further. Only after the couple had entered the house and the door closed once more did Jiang Yunwan slowly rise. "Miss, weren't you seeking someone? These two are your acquaintances?" Fu Yin inquired curiously. She was puzzled, considering the distance from the capital and how Jiang Yunwan could possibly know them. Yet, observing her mistress's demeanor, she hesitated to confirm their identities, deepening her curiosity about Jiang Yunwan's experiences. "I cannot be certain," Jiang Yunwan replied, sighing, meeting Fu Yun's inquisitive gaze. She knew the girl was confused and fabricated an explanation. "You should be aware that I was separated from the Bai family during my childhood and was later adopted by the Jiang family." Fu Yun nodded. "Miss, I am aware." Her heart ached for Jiang Yunwan, knowing the weight of her past. "It was during that time that I met Yuha," Jiang Yunwan continued, gritting her teeth. Her acquaintance with Yuha was no simple matter to gloss over. As she spoke her lie, her face remained composed, though later, Yuha had departed from the capital, sending word that she had settled in Yong'an town. "Tonight, I intended to see her, but it seems she is already married. It would be quite presumptuous to disturb a couple in the middle of the night." "Ah, I see. You have considered everything, miss. I never would have thought of that." Fu Yun understood now why Jiang Yunwan had urged her to hide earlier. "Now, what shall we do?" Fu Yun asked with concern. "Let us head into the mountains and find a safer spot to light a fire for warmth," Jiang Yunwan decided, turning away without a backward glance. Everything could wait until she descended the mountain. With a heart full of excitement upon her arrival, she left with lingering doubts. Under the moonlight, the pair made a fire beneath a large rock, warming themselves while heating some provisions, planning to endure the night in this manner. "Miss," Fu Yin remarked while adding kindling, "Su Shuyin must surely be suffering from hunger and cold in these mountains. She was half a day ahead of us. She should not be far ahead." "Indeed," Jiang Yunwan replied. Just as she spoke, a terrified cry for help echoed from not far away. "Is anyone there? Help! Save me!" Chapter 79. "Please, save me." Jiang Yunwan listened intently, her expression shifting to one of profound significance. Fu Yin also recognized the voice as belonging to Su Shuyan. Moments ago, they had discussed her, believing her to be further ahead. Yet now, her cries were unmistakably nearby. "Miss, shall we go to her aid?" Fu Yin asked, concerned about the dangers of traveling at night. Jiang Yunwan smirked. If she still has the strength to scream, she is likely not in grave danger. Let her call out. It is late in the night, and such cries in the valley may attract wild beasts. Their current position was exceptionally safe. Above them loomed a massive rock that shielded them from the wind and rain. They were not on the mountain path, but rather on a platform formed by steep stones, which would hinder any beast from approaching. Even if Su Shuyan attracted wild animals with her shouts, Jiang Yunwan felt assured that she and Fu Yun would remain unharmed. How splendid! If she is pursued by a beast, we might witness quite a spectacle this night, making our arduous journey worthwhile. Fu Yun, hearing this, raised her thumb in approval. "Indeed, miss, your cunning is truly remarkable, akin to Xiao Mo." As the master and servant conversed, a figure stumbled out of the darkness, rushing into Jiang Yunwan's line of sight. "Help! Is anyone there?" "There's a ghost." Su Shuyan, hands raised in panic, dashed toward them. Perhaps drawn by the firelight, she stumbled toward them with a clear purpose. "Help! Please. As she reached them, she looked up, her face filled with alarm. Great benefactor. I beg you, please save me. Wait, Jiang Yunwan. Her disbelief was palpable as her eyes widened in astonishment. Su Shuiyan thought she must be mistaken. Rubbing her eyes vigorously, she finally recognized the smile on Jiang Yunwan's face and nearly fell to the ground in shock. It's truly you. How did you end up here? Why shouldn't I be here? Jiang Yunwan replied, her tone laced with irony. You. Su Shuiyan está mered. Her urgency mounting. Listening to the sounds behind her, she abandoned her argument with Jiang Yunwan, trembling as she called out, Jiang Yunwan, please pull me up. Let me join you. There's a ghost. There's a ghost in the woods. A ghost? Jiang Yunwan chuckled. She had once dismissed beliefs in the supernatural. Yet, if she could relive her life to seek vengeance against Su Shinro and others, and if Yubao could also return, even hearing her son's thoughts. From that moment on, Jiang Yunwan regarded the world with newfound reverence. One could choose to disbelieve, but one must not lack respect. In this vast forest, it would not be surprising if ghosts existed. What is there to fear, sister-in-law? Jiang Yunwan surveyed her surroundings confidently. Those who do not engage in wrongdoing have nothing to fear from ghosts knocking at their door. Moreover, in this wilderness, devoid of any room, how could there possibly be a door? What specter could sister-in-law fear knocking at her door? Su Shuiyan's body trembled. There were no rooms, no doors. Thus the wild spirits could not knock. Yet, those spirits could directly devour her. Su Shuiyan se vered incontrolably. Yunwan, cease your ramblings and pull me up quickly. She reached out to Jiang Yunwan. I truly sense a ghost behind me. Just moments ago, as I closed my eyes, it touched me. It even extinguished my flame. Have compassion and save me. I am your sister-in-law. Su Shuiyan's voice cracked with desperation. If I am truly consumed by a ghost, what will Feng do? Can you bear to let that happen? Seeing her plight, Jiang Yunwan stood up and approached the edge of the rock. Feng closely followed, vigilant, clutching a half-burned piece of firewood. Should Su Shuiyan harbor any ill intentions and attempt to drag Jiang Yunwan down, she would use the firewood to fend her off. Yunwan, if I am truly devoured by a ghost, and before your very eyes, when I descend to the underworld to meet your brother, will you not fear his reproach? As Jiang Yunwan hesitated to pull her up, Su Shuiyan grew increasingly anxious. Hurry and help me. What will my brother blame me for? Blame me for not saving you? Jiang Yunwan smiled. Her primary purpose for pursuing Su Shuiyan was to avenge her brother. It would have been better if Su Shuiyan had not mentioned him. Yet, upon invoking his name, the flames of hatred within Jiang Yunwan ignited fiercely. Did you not proclaim time and again that your heart belongs solely to my brother, and now he has departed, leaving you heartbroken and unable to move on? Perfect. Go join him. You two shall be reunited. Su Shuiyan, what nonsense are you spouting? This wretched woman speaks in riddles. Does she truly wish for her demise? Lovers ultimately find their way back to each other, whether in this world or the next. How poetic. Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow. Your brother is alone below and undoubtedly worries for you. Unfortunately, he cannot emerge from the underworld to see you. Therefore, it is easier for you to descend and keep him company. Su Shuiyan. In a fit of frustration, she stomped her foot. Jiang Yunwan, will you help me or not? Is this truly necessary? How could she be so obstinate at a time like this? I will not assist you. Let the wild spirit devour you. Jiang Yunwan plopped down, feeling safe in her position, relishing the sight of Su Shuiyan's panic from above. If you answer my questions honestly, perhaps I shall consider aiding you. Ask away. Su Shuiyan gritted her teeth. This little vixen, so much idle chatter. Yet, in her current predicament, she had no choice but to suppress her resentment. Hearing the rustling sounds approach from the nearby thicket, she quickly relented. Yunwan, ask me after you pull me up. If something happens to me, you won't be able to find the answers. Her hands trembled. Please, just help me. What exactly happened to my brother? Jiang Yunwan leaned slightly forward, her gaze icy under the firelight. The calmness in her eyes gradually morphed into a chilling indifference. At that moment, Su Shuiyan felt as if she were encountering a stranger. Was this the once gentle Jiang Yunwan, who had been so easily deceived over the years? Your brother met his end on the way back to the frontier due to a startled horse. He fell from a saddle and was kicked into an abyss by the same horse. Su Shuiyan stuttered, having rehearsed her response countless times in her mind. Yet under Jiang Yunwan's gaze, the words felt unbearably scorching. He did not speak the truth. Jiang Yunwan retorted with a sneer, retracting her gaze. Observing the shadow approaching, Jiang Yunwan took a step back. Su Xuyan, do look behind you. Chapter 80. Jiang Yunwan, may you perish. In truth, Su Xuyan did not need Jiang Yunwan's warning. The moment the shadow emerged, she was already trembling, struggling to climb the rocks. Regrettably, the stones were too slippery. Just as she grasped a hold, she slipped back down. Ah, do not consume me. Su Xuyan plopped down, disregarding her pain as she scrambled back up, using hands and feet alike. As the dark figure drew near, it began to emit grunting sounds. Overwhelmed with fear, Su Xuyan's body went limp, her grip tightening on the rock. The steep, slippery stones posed a perilous challenge. One misstep could send her tumbling down once more. Trapped, she found herself unable to ascend, yet falling was all too easy. What is that? She glanced below, her voice trembling. Fuyun cast a sidelong glance. With a wry smile, Madam Bai, that is a wild boar. A wild boar. Su Xuyan's face paled. You are fortunate. Madam Bai, this is merely a piglet. If it were a full-grown wild boar, you would hardly be so lucky as to escape and seek help. Fuyun continued, however, I have heard that wild boars travel in packs. Though there was only one piglet before her, surely there was a whole herd nearby, especially the mother boar, fiercely protective of her young. What? Su Xuyan's voice quivered, her body shaking in tandem. Her palms were slick with sweat as she clung to the rock. Almost slipping again, the little wild boar continued to grunt beneath her, attempting to nip at her feet. Seeing Su Xuyan's face drain of color, Jiang Yunwan leisurely added, Sister-in-law, you may not know this, but wild boars are omnivorous. They devour not only vegetation, but also humans. Ah! Su Xuyan's lips trembled, her right hand gripping the rock tightly, while her left hand shakily rose. Yunwan, please save your sister-in-law. I acknowledge that I have wronged you in the past and often angered you. But we are family. Blood is thicker than water. I promise to heed your words from now on. Just please pull me up. Though the piglet was small, its exposed tusks sent chills down Su Xuyan's spine. I have wronged you too many times. I sincerely apologize. Unable to hold back her tears, she implored, just pull me up. I will kneel and beg for your forgiveness. Wu Yunwan. Observing her trembling hands, Jiang Yunwan sighed. Sister-in-law, I have given you a chance, yet you have squandered it. Had Su Xuyan dared to confess that her brother was harmed by them, perhaps Jiang Yunwan might have granted her a few more days of life. Yet even at death's door, she remained obstinate, refusing to acknowledge that her brother was a victim of her and Wu Qingrong's machinations. How could Jiang Yunwan let her go? Su Xuyan, you dare to commit murder, yet fear to confront a mere pig? With that, Jiang Yunwan retrieved a stick from behind her and offered it to Su Xuyan. Fight the wild boar. After all, it is merely a piglet. I refuse to believe you cannot handle such a small creature. What are you saying? Staring at the stick Jiang Yunwan extended, Su Xuyan's sobs halted. What murder? What pig? Could it be that Jiang Yunwan knows the truth behind Baijian's death? Impossible. Su Xuyan's body trembled. They had executed their scheme flawlessly, leaving even Su Xinro in the dark, believing that Baijian had genuinely fallen to his death from a cliff. How could a mere girl like Jiang Yunwan possibly know the truth about Baijian's demise? Su Xuyan abruptly turned her gaze towards Jiang Yunwan, momentarily forgetting her cries for help. What do you mean by that? Go slaughter some pigs, Jiang Yunwan said, uninterested in repeating herself. She thrust a stick into Su Xuyan's raised left hand, observing the unfolding drama with amusement. Watching Su Xuyan, now furious and ready to discard the stick, she quickly interjected. This is your weapon for self-defense. I grant you this one chance. If you throw it away, you'll truly end up in the belly of a wild boar. Although Su Xuyan had little confidence in overcoming the small wild boar, the slender wooden stick, albeit seemingly useless, was better than nothing. It was certainly preferable to being empty-handed in a fight against a wild boar. No, Jiang Yunwan, that wretched person, truly wished to see her battle the beast. Jiang Yunwan, don't go too far, Su Xuyan exclaimed, her voice trembling. You vile creature, I am your sister-in-law. How dare you treat me this way? Aren't you afraid our parents will flay you alive? I'm quite afraid, Jiang Yunwan replied nonchalantly, denying Su Xuyan the opportunity to continue her tirade. She gradually pressed her foot down on Su Xuyan's hand, clutching the rock. What are you doing? Su Xuyan panicked. I am your sister-in-law. You can't do this to me. Jiang Yunwan merely smiled in silence. With force, she crushed Su Shuyan's foot, twisting her toes several times. The sound of cracking bones signified that Su Shuyan's fingers had been dislocated under her weight. Su Shuyan's anguished screams filled the air, only serving to heighten Jiang Yunwan's exhilaration. Now, tell me how you caused my brother's death. When did you start your affair with Wu Qingrong? Was it you or Wu Qingrong who proposed to replace my son? To bring about his demise? She fixed her gaze on Su Xuan, enunciating each word deliberately. If you speak the truth, I will grant you a swift death. Let go. Release me. Su Xuan cried out, her body trembling from the pain. It appeared that the sister-in-law was utterly determined to see her demise. If that were the case, she might as well let go completely. Su Xuyan's fingers, now fractured, lacked the strength to maintain their grip on the rock. Despite her desperate cling to the stone, Jiang Yunwan's foot pressing down on her hand was ironically providing her some stability. Should Jiang Yunwan truly release her foot, it was likely that Su Xuyan would plummet straight down into the jaws of the wild boar. Su Xuyan had not anticipated that Jiang Yunwan was privy to all their clandestine machinations. Biting her teeth in frustration, she cast a venomous glare at Jiang Yunwan. Yet, in order to survive, she tremulously pleaded, "If you pull me up now, I swear I will tell you the truth. Otherwise, you will never know." Huh? Even at this juncture, Su Xuyan dares to threaten me? Jiang Yunwan's cold laughter rang out, dismissing Su Xuyan's intimidation. Who could have foreseen that Su Xuyan would resolve to go down in flames, preferring to perish than to retreat? A glint of hatred flashed in her eyes as she suddenly discarded the stick, seizing Jiang Yunwan's ankle with her left hand and exerting all her strength to pull her down. Jiang Yunwan, go di. Despite Jiang Yunwan's anticipation of Su Xuyan's relentless nature, she was taken aback by the sudden surge of strength from her sister-in-law. Her footing slipped, and she stumbled, genuinely pulled downward by Su Xuyan. Fortunately, Fu Yun reacted swiftly, grabbing her arm. "Miss!" Fu Yun exclaimed, straining with all her might to pull Jiang Yunwan back up. Su Xuyan clung fiercely to Jiang Yunwan's ankle, her laughter bordering on madness. "Ah, Jiang Yunwan, today is your day of reckoning. You refused to save me earlier, so let us perish together. You can join your short-lived brother in the afterlife." Hearing the phrase short-lived brother ignited a fury within Jiang Yunwan that had been building over 2 lifetimes. She delivered a powerful kick to Su Xuyan's head, attempting to send her tumbling down. At that moment, a horde of wild boars appeared from the darkness, baring their tusks as they charged towards Su Xuyan. "Ah!" Su Xuyan recoiled in terror, curling her legs and trembling as she cried out, "Jiang Yunwan, I know you hate me. I also know that you have long been aware of my affair with Qingrong." Previously, she could not fathom why Jiang Yunwan had suddenly distanced herself from her. Why had she lingered that night in Wu Qingrong's room? Why had she allowed Madame Wu to confine her and Su Xinro in Qiuj, indifferent to their plight, even urging Su Xian to dismiss them? It turned out she had known all along about the affair with Wu Qingrong. Just moments ago, Su Xian had boasted that Jiang Yunwan would die alongside her. Yet now, faced with the menacing wild boars below, her courage shattered. Her voice quivered as she said, "Since you know that Qingrong loves me, you should take me back. Otherwise, if Qingrong discovers that it was you who harmed me, do you think he will let you go?" Jiang Yunwan could only laugh in exasperation. At such a critical moment, Su Xuyan still dared to use Wu Qingrong as leverage against her. What worth did Wu Qingrong possess? Su Xuyan should be grateful that he was not present. Otherwise, she would have been kicked down alongside her. Still laughing? Seeing that Jiang Yunwan remained unfazed, even chuckling, Su Xuyan grew frantic and incensed. "Aren't you afraid that Qingrong will cast you aside? Jiang Yunwan, I am a noblewoman. Were you?" Su Xuyan, in her fury, began to speak indiscriminately. "You are merely a filthy merchant's daughter, a mere adopted girl. Wu Qingrong's willingness to marry you is solely due to the Jiang family's wealth. Do you truly believe he holds any affection for you?" Ah, it seemed that Su Xian had indeed been driven to desperation, now revealing her innermost thoughts. Though Jiang Yunwan had long been aware of their intentions, hearing these words still caused her heart to ache as if it could not breathe. The burden she bore made her arms ache. Nevertheless, she was not yet prepared to cast this woman down to be devoured by the wild boars. She wished to uncover just how many secrets Su Xuyan and the others had hidden from her. If Wu Qingrong truly cast you aside, who will ever look at you again. Jiang Yunwan, do not be foolish. If you pull me up now, I can still forgive you. I shall speak kindly of you in Qingrong's ear. Su Shuyan looked up at her, perhaps due to the exertion or sheer terror. Tears streamed down her face despite her defiance. I can persuade Qingrong to keep you by his side, even as a concubine. Otherwise, with that little burden you carry, how will you ever show your face again? Before Jiang Yunwan could respond, Fu Yun, incensed, nearly lashed out. Had she not been focused on ensuring Jiang Yunwan's safety, she would have kicked Su Shuyan down without a second thought. Bah, were you? Fu Yun spat at Su Shuyan. The once brazen Su Shuyan instantly erupted in shrieks. Ah, you wretched servant, how dare you spit at me? And what of it? I have yet to defecate in your mouth. Seeing Fu Yun's fierce retort, akin to her impressive martial prowess, Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. Goodness, she had always perceived Fu Yun as taciturn, believing her only skilled in combat. Little did she know, this girl possessed quite the sharp tongue. With that mouth of yours, are you not merely yearning for filth? Fu Yun gazed down at Su Shuyan. If you wish to eat, I shall provide for you. Just open your mouth wide. Su Shuyan was instantly frightened into sealing her lips. You. She lowered her head, afraid to meet Fu Yun's gaze again, fearing that this wretched girl might indeed lower her trousers and unleash her wrath upon her mouth. As the moment approached, Jiang Yunwan exchanged a glance with Fu Yun. With gritted teeth, Fu Yun exerted force and pulled both Jiang Yunwan and Su Shuyan up. Su Shuyan's heart, which had been suspended in the air, plummeted back into her stomach. She knew that Jiang Yunwan was shrewd enough not to let anyone harm her. She sighed in relief, her body weakly collapsing in front of Jiang Yunwan. Jiang Yunwan, you know your place. Rest assured, upon returning to the capital, I shall inform Qingrong to ensure you are not expelled from the minister's residence. While Su Shuyan patted her chest in lingering fear, she turned to glance downward. There, the lead wild boar seemed to have gone mad, relentlessly battering against the massive rock before it. The once impenetrable stone had already yielded a significant crack. A shiver coursed through Su Shuyan as cold sweat trickled down her forehead. This wild boar was far too ferocious. Had she truly fallen, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Jiang Yunwan, how did you come to be here? Su Shuyan finally turned to face Jiang Yunwan, her teeth clenched tightly. Are you stalking me? Are you also heading to Thunderstorm Temple? Do you intend to compete with me for the divine herb? Jiang Yunwan gazed at her as if she were a fool. Me? Compete with you for a divine herb? What use would she have for such a trivial thing? Indeed, you must be vying for the divine herb, for you seek to win over Qingrong's affections. Jiang Yunwan was rendered speechless by Su Shuyan's brazen conviction. At that moment, Su Shuyan had indeed narrowly escaped death. She appeared disheveled, resembling a fool. Jiang Yunwan's eyes no longer concealed disdain and amusement. You think I am competing for Wu Qingrong's affections? If it weren't for your desire to obtain the divine herb and present it to Qingrong for accolades, what would compel you to follow me all the way to Thunderstorm Mountain? Having spoken, Su Shuyan grew wary. Jiang Yunwan, I warn you it's futile. Whether you wish to contest me for the divine herb or Qingrong's love, it is but a wild fantasy. You would do well to die here. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Yunwan could no longer restrain herself. Rolling her eyes, she swiftly pushed the still chattering Su Shuyan down the rocky precipice. Chapter 82. A dead person, can I still complain? Jiang Yunwan, you vile creature. Accompanied by a piercing scream, Su Shuyan fell heavily into a pit of wild boars. Soon, her frantic screams echoed in the quiet night, reverberating through the desolate mountains of Thunderstorm. Jiang Yunwan, even as a ghost, I shall not spare you. Su Shuyan's screams persisted, yet the night wore on and her voice grew hoarse. Jiang Yunwan clapped her hands and then picked up a torch, approaching the edge of the rock, her gaze icy as she looked down. Su Shuyan, with that foolish brain of yours, your very existence is a waste of resources. Fools often enjoy good fortune, despite falling from such a height. Not only was Su Shuyan unharmed, but she was also untouched by the wild boars. Perhaps the wild boars of Thunderstorm Mountain had seldom encountered humans. Or perhaps Su Shuyan's earlier shrieks had frightened them away. Thus, the once fierce boars scattered into the darkness. Su Shuyan lay languidly on the ground, unable to rise for a long time. She whimpered, yet stubbornly declared, Jiang Yunwan, I will settle this with you. You dare to push me, and I shall make Qingrong cast you aside. What a pity. You might not witness Wu Qingrong casting me aside. Jiang Yunwan looked down at her, for it was she who intended to end her relationship with Wu Qingrong. Su Shuyan, what do you think your arduous journey to Thunderstorm Temple was for? He is likely busy with Su Xian at this very moment. Upon hearing this, Su Shuyan's complexion turned pale. Jiang Yunwan's words pierced her deeply. You knew all along that Su Xian had a connection with him? Then why do you still keep her around? Jiang Yunwan was indeed not to be underestimated. She was aware of so much, yet managed to contain her emotions as if nothing had transpired. Jiang Yunwan, how remarkably composed you are. In the face of Su Shuyan's biting resentment, Jiang Yunwan smiled slightly. She felt her own restraint was commendable. In her past life, she had been infatuated with Wu Qingrong. Had she known earlier that both Su Xian and Su Shuyan were entangled with him, she would have raised a ruckus. Living again, she had not learned patience. Rather, she had simply ceased to love. To her, Wu Qingrong was merely a plaything. She would tease him when pleased, and dismiss him when displeased. Since that night, when she purposely toyed with them and had not left, he must know what he now thought of Su Shuyan. Recalling that fateful night, when she had nearly been caught in bed by Jiang Yunwan, Su Shuyan felt a wave of dread. That vile girl had incited Wu Qingrong against her, spreading rumors that she was promiscuous. Ever since, Qingrong had sought to avoid her, even allowing the scheming Su Xian to take advantage of the situation. Each time she thought of the humiliation and panic from that night, Su Shuyan was tempted to end Jiang Yunwan's life. Do you know that night I was so cold I caught a chill? Until now, I have yet to recover. Su Shuyan nearly ground her teeth to dust. She was filled with grievances, but did not know how to express them. My relationship with Qingrong has always been harmonious, and we even have a child together. We are true partners. Yet you stand between us, and that wretched Su Xian dares to interfere, trembling, whether from anger or fear. Su Shuyan occasionally glanced around, terrified that the frenzied wild boars might return. I shall expose your true colors to Qingrong. How can a dead person lodge a complaint? Jiang Yunwan's eyes sparkled with amusement, her brow arching slightly. She was not afraid of Su Shuyan's threats. After all, her goal was to prevent her return to the capital. You. Realizing the implications of Jiang Yunwan's words, Su Shuyan's scalp tingled, her lips quivering in fear. Jiang Yunwan, do you truly wish to kill me? If I do not end you, those wild boars will. With that, Jiang Yunwan produced a porcelain vial from her robes. The white powder within drifted down upon Su Shuyan, resembling a flurry of snowflakes. What are you doing? Panik overtook Su Shuyan. She glanced around nervously, her voice trembling. Jiang Yunwan, I warn you, do not act recklessly. Su Shuyan, now that we have torn off our masks, you must realize I will not allow you to leave the capital alive. Jiang Yunwan spoke with a calm demeanor. You and Wu Qingrong conspired to kill my brother while secretly entangled with one another, even bearing a child. Do you truly believe I possess no temper? Lu Feng is not a bastard. He is Qingrong's son. Su Shuyan swallowed hard, feeling guilt creep in. The white powder settled around them, releasing an enchanting fragrance. She instinctively knew it was no benign substance. Thus, she refrained from further defiance, hurriedly exclaiming, Yunwan, indeed, I have wronged you. Please, be magnanimous and do not hold me to account. I shall apologize. I shall kneel before you. With that, she struggled to sit up and with great difficulty knelt before Jiang Yunwan. Astonishingly, she truly knelt. Seeing her willingness to submit, Jiang Yunwan found herself at a loss for whether to be angered or amused. In the future, I am willing to serve you in any capacity to atone for the harm I have caused. Do not treat me this way. Do not abandon me. Su Shuyan pleaded with tears streaming down her face. Even if we are not sisters-in-law, we are cousins. Please do not do this to me. Fuyun, sensing that Jiang Yunwan might soften, leaned closer and whispered, Miss, such a venomous woman must not be spared. They say that a dog that barks does not bite, but even a dog that barks loudly can cause great pain. Regardless of whether a dog is good or bad, all have teeth. If you show her mercy tonight, she will not be grateful. Rather, she will harbor even greater resentment towards you. Fuyun fixed her gaze on Su Shuyan. If you cannot bring yourself to act, allow me to handle it. Jiang Yunwan understood this well. Having lived 2 lives, if she still felt pity for Su Shuyan and believed she could change, then her past existence would have been in vain. I understand, she softly reassured Fuyun, patting her hand to convey calmness. Then, a smile graced her lips. So Suiyan, as you stated, we are cousins, indeed a family. Therefore, it would be unwise to completely eradicate you. Thus, I have decided to grant you a chance. Su Shuyan stiffened, gazing up at her in disbelief. Really? Provided you can survive tonight. If you are still alive by dawn, I shall spare you. The fear in Su Shuyan's eyes only made Jiang Yunwan's smile grow brighter. All your past deeds, I could easily overlook. Yet, your treachery against my brother, your intent to harm my son, and your coveting of the Jiang family's wealth. These 3 transgressions I cannot forgive. As for her affair with Wu Qingrong, Jiang Yunwan dismissed it entirely. It was hardly worth her concern. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you 3 opportunities to meet the King of Hell. With that, Jiang Yunwan's gaze drifted towards the darkness not far away, her tone taking on a mocking quality. Su Shuyan, may you seek your own fortune tonight. Chapter 83. The Bai family concealed many truths from her. Jiang Yunwan, what do you mean? Su Shuyan felt her breath quickening. In the next moment, a deafening rumble echoed as the ground trembled beneath her. Holding her breath, she turned to see the wild boar she had just encountered rushing back towards her. Terror seized her, and she scrambled to escape with all her might. Alas, it was too late. With a piercing scream, Su Shuyan was tossed high into the air by the wild boars, only to crash down heavily. Jiang Yunwan sat calmly on the rocks, coldly observing the scene below. In her previous life, when Bai Rufeng had plunged a knife into her chest, Su Shuyan and Wu Qingrong had stood by, watching with amusement. Su Shuyan even lay on Wu Qingrong's chest, laughing uncontrollably, declaring that their family could finally reunite and expressing gratitude to Jiang Yunwan for raising her son. Jiang Yunwan, save me. Initially, Su Shuyan continued to scream and curse Jiang Yunwan. However, as the boar's tusks pierced her legs, arms, and back, her capacity for insults dwindled. She realized that tonight, she was likely to perish here. Thus, she cast aside her pride and continued to plead. Yet, Jiang Yunwan remained unmoved. The warm glow of the fire illuminated her eyes, casting a soft red hue upon her face. But the hatred and coldness within her eyes sent shivers down Su Shuyan's spine. Jiang Yunwan loathed her, with a depth of hatred that wished for her immediate demise. Su Shuyan, I imagine my brother suffered greatly at your hands as well. Did he not? With a gentle sigh, Jiang Yunwan lamented that her brother was already dead and could not witness Su Shuyan's current agony. You have lost your mind. Jiang Yunwan, you have truly lost your mind. Su Shuyan was consumed by fear. You may not know this, but physical pain fades as time heals wounds. However, the pain born of the heart is a wound that may never heal. Jiang Yunwan smiled faintly. Su Xinro already knows that Bai Rufeng is the illegitimate child of Yu and Wu Qingrong. Now that we are both outside the manor, and with Wu Qingrong incapacitated, what do you suppose Su Xinro will do to that child? Su Shuyan was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across her face. What did you say? How could Su Xinro possibly know that Rufeng is Qingrong's son? Is it you? Jiang Yunwan, did you tell her? Su Shuyan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her tattered clothes revealing numerous wounds. The scent of blood only excited the wild boars further. Jiang Yunwan, how can our enmity involve the child? What has that innocent newborn done to you? He is blameless. Perhaps Jiang Yunwan's words had stirred her maternal instincts. Su Shuyan frantically grabbed stones and sticks from the ground, desperately trying to fend off the wild boars. Go away. Leave me alone. Watching her in a disheveled state, Jiang Yunwan scoffed. Indeed, he is just a child. But what am I, Yubao? Have you ever considered that he is also merely a child? So Suiyan Fortev. Her frenzied actions had indeed driven away many wild boars. Yet one old sow remained nearby, watching her with hungry eyes, ready to pounce. When others sought to harm Bai Rufeng, Su Shuyan recognized him as a child. Yet from the beginning, they had plotted to kill Yubao without a thought that he too was innocent. Moreover, Bai Rufeng had not wronged them. His very existence was a mistake, a disgrace. An illegitimate child born under Jiang Yunwan's very nose, who dared to usurp Yubao's place. In her previous life, Yubao had perished because of her, and she had even killed Jiang Yunwan, his foster mother, even if he was not her biological child. Jiang Yunwan had raised him as her own, believing him to be Yubao, only to have him repay her with betrayal. Jiang Yunwan's hands trembled slightly. Su Suiyan, When the knife falls upon you, you will know pain. Su Shuiyan's fighting spirit had been awakened by Jiang Yunwan. As most of the wild boars were driven away, Jiang Yunwan delivered a crushing blow. You need not harbor any illusions. Since I am aware of your child-swapping scheme, you should know it will not succeed. Thus, the child besides Su Shinro is your illegitimate son. What did you say? Su Shuiyan disregarded the old sow and charged towards the rocks. Jiang Yunwan, what did you say? Just moments ago, she had still held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking that since Yu Bao and Ruffing had been swapped, Yu Bao was with Su Shinro, and surely Jiang Yunwan had properly arranged for roofing safety. Even if Su Shinro were to harm the child, the Jiang family would intervene. She believed Ruffing would be safe until she returned to the capital. Little did she know, Jiang Yunwan had seen through their scheme early on and had quietly swapped the children back without her realizing it. She had chosen this moment to reveal it. And Su Shuiyan felt like she was going mad with rage. Jiang Yunwan, you are truly cunning. You deliberately led me astray, hoping for Su Shinro to kill my son. Aren't you? You are so patient. Why don't you just die? If anything happens to my son, I will ensure your illegitimate child meets the same fate. Yet, no matter how much she screamed, Jiang Yunwan remained unfazed. Mere words of reproach were inconsequential compared to the physical and psychological torment Su Shuiyan was enduring. What harm was there in allowing her to vent her rage? If you hurry back to the capital now, you might still have time to protect your son, Jiang Yunwan said leisurely. Su Shuiyan sat weakly on the ground, feeling hopeless. Even if she rushed back to the capital at this moment, what difference would it make? The journey was long. She was covered in wounds. It was likely that she would not make it back before her life slipped away. Jiang Yunwan. Su Shuiyan's shoulders drooped as she looked up at Jiang Yunwan, bursting into a mocking laughter. Do you truly believe you have triumphed over me? No. You will forever remain my defeated foe. Do you really think Su Shinro is your mother? Do you really think you are the legitimate daughter of the Bai family? Jiang Yunwan's breath caught. Su Shuiyan was indeed aware of everything. However, if she were to hastily inquire now, this venomous woman would certainly not tell her the truth. Jiang Yunwan suppressed her agitation, feigning indifference. I am not the legitimate daughter of the Bai family. Are you? Do you know why Su Shinro treats you with such indifference? Even wishing harm upon your son? Do you know why you do not bear the Bai surname? Yet Su Shinro does not insist you change it back? Of course, it is because she is not your biological mother at all. Jiang Yunwan could not comprehend why Su Shuiyan would assert. Do you truly think you are the legitimate daughter of the Bai family? If she was indeed not born of Su Shinro, she would have said, do you truly think you are a daughter of the Bai family? Why would it be the phrase, the legitimate daughter of the Bai family? Su Shuiyan laughed maniacally. Jiang Yunwan, the Bai family has concealed more than just one or two matters from you. Chapter 84. Everyone is exploiting her. Su Shinro has its secrets from her, and Jiang Yunwan is well aware. But what could the Bai family possibly be hiding from her? Bai Dongxing is a straightforward military man, not one to harbor ulterior motives. Otherwise, how could Su Shinro's clandestine actions remain hidden from him? Was it not because he was easily deceived? Her brother Bai Zhan treated her well, and now that he is gone, Jiang Yunwan's confusion deepened. Yet she deliberately retreated to advance. Su Shuiyan, there is no need for you to sow discord here. My relationship with my parents and the Bai family has nothing to do with you. Fu Yun immediately stepped forward to support her. Indeed, my young lady may be a foster daughter of the Jiang family, but the elders of the Jiang family treat her as their own, raising her as if she were the legitimate daughter of the Jiang family. With a cold snort, she added, moreover, my young lady is indeed the legitimate daughter of the Bai family. Who do you think you are to claim the title of a noble lady? You dare to look down upon my young lady's lineage? The pair of servant and master exchanged words seamlessly. Do you not believe it? Su Shuiyan's laughter grew increasingly deranged. The legitimate daughter of the Bai family? A noble lady? Jiang Yunwan, you truly are gullible. If you say I am gullible, then pray tell. Why should I trust your words? You are merely trying to sow discord between me and my parents out of concern for Bai Rufu, seeking revenge against me. Jiang Yunwan leaned slightly forward, her expression clearly defiant. To call you naive would be an understatement. I see that you simply lack intelligence. Su Shuiyan seemed to forget her pain. Even now, as a wild boar's tusk had punctured her thigh, bleeding profusely, it appeared she felt no discomfort. She continued to taunt Jiang Yunwan. Do you not consider that if you were truly Su Shinro's biological daughter, she would be so cruel and heartless towards you? Su Shuyan had struck a crucial point. Jiang Yunwan immediately held her breath, maintaining an outward calm while continuing to provoke her. I am not my mother's biological daughter. Are you? I certainly am not. If I were her biological daughter, I would have suffered immense misfortune. Su Shuyan failed to notice the change in Jiang Yunwan's gaze. She believed she had led this little wretch by the nose. Little did she know, she was the one being manipulated. Su Shuyan is native. You foolishly believe you have opened your heart to her, considering her your true mother. Little do you know, not only are you not her daughter, but you have also been used by her in countless ways. She has another biological daughter still in the borderlands. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan felt as though struck by lightning. She stared at Su Shuyan in disbelief. What did you say? At that moment, she was genuinely shocked. In her second life, she had only just learned that Su Shinro had another biological daughter in the borderlands. In her previous life, she had never heard of such a thing. Ah, are you heartbroken? Su Shuyan reveled in her triumph. As long as Jiang Yunwan was heartbroken and weeping, she felt a sense of satisfaction. Everyone in the Bai family, including Su Shinro, has been deceiving you, even your short-lived brother, if he truly cared for you. Why would he not tell you that you are not Su Shinro's daughter? Jiang Yunwan's hands clenched tightly. Why did he never inform her that he had a biological sister far away in the borderlands? Jiang Yunwan, you still wish to take revenge on him. You regard him as your true brother, while he sees you as a fool. Jiang Yunwan felt somewhat lost. In her previous life, she had been kept in the dark by everyone until the very end, only realizing their maliciousness and treachery at the moment of her demise. Yet in this rebirth, she never considered that Bai Dongqing and Bai Zhan would also conceal so much from her. Jiang Yunwan, you are merely a pawn in everyone's eyes. Ha ha! If you were not a foster daughter of the Jiang family, possessing some value, would the Bai family have ever allowed you to return to your roots? Seeing Jiang Yunwan's dazed expression, Fuyun worriedly called out, Mississippi. I am fine. Jiang Yunwan forced a smile. She looked back at Su Shuyan. You are merely sowing discord. Her words struck a nerve, as if she had stepped on Su Shuyan's tail. She immediately screeched, Jiang Yunwan, I speak nothing but the truth. Believe it or not. Do you truly think the Bai family only learned of your existence last year? No, they have known all along. They were merely weighing the pros and cons, deliberating whether to acknowledge you. Jiang Yunwan felt a sharp pain in her chest, as if a surge of blood were rising fiercely. She endured the searing pain, suppressing the metallic taste rising in her throat. What evidence do you have to prove that you are not sowing discord? She understood Su Shuyan's sore spot, knowing she despised being doubted, especially under the premise of her speaking the truth. Jiang Yunwan seized the opportunity to provoke her. Sure enough, Su Shuyan, in her desperation, began to strike the ground. Jiang Yunwan, I am kindly revealing the truth to you, and you still do not believe me? Do you truly think Bai Dongqing is unaware of Su Shinro's massive gambling debts? Let me tell you the truth. They want to exploit you to seize the Jiang family's assets. In her urgency, Su Shuyan revealed everything without holding back. Qingrong indeed sought the Jiang family's wealth. Yet he at least intended to spare you. Who in the Bai family cares for your well-being? Jiang Yunwan trembled all over. It dawned on her that in both her lives, she had been exploited by those closest to her, those she trusted the most. They all coveted the Jiang family's assets, eager to drain her and the Jiang family dry. No wonder Bai Dongqing had written from the borderlands, speaking of the harsh winter and the soldiers lacking food and clothing. Without a second thought, she had sent a substantial supply of provisions and warm clothing to the borderlands. At that time, she had wondered why Bai Dongqing did not seek help from the court, but instead wrote to her. Later, she thought perhaps it was due to the treasury being strained. Now, hearing Su Shuyan's words, she realized she had been the deluded fool, longing for familial affection. She had been manipulated by all of them. At least Qingrong still possessed some conscience, but what about the rest of them? They were like wolves that devour without leaving a bone. Being with them, it was only a matter of time before she would be reduced to nothing. Su Shuyan began to tremble as well. Good birds choose good trees to perch upon. Humans are no different. Given their maliciousness, why not seek another source of support? Otherwise, who knows if Jiang Yunwan's today would be her tomorrow? Seeing the change in Jiang Yunwan's expression, Su Shuyan finally realized, Jiang Yunwan, you are deliberately trying to extract information from me. You have finally shown some cleverness for once. Jiang Yunwan stood up with a cold expression. You despicable person. How dare you use me? You are not human. Su Yuan furiously scolded her. However, after just a few curses, she could no longer bear it and fainted, her eyes rolling back as the scent of blood wafted through the night breeze. Fu Yun gazed at the unconscious Su Xuyan, a fierce glint in his eyes. Miss, should we kill her or spare her? The next day, in the evening at Thunderstorm Temple, it is said that those who dwell at great heights are not without their chill. Yet they possess a panoramic view of the world below. As dusk fell, a splendid glow painted half the sky, even casting a soft, ethereal light on the undulating mountain peaks surrounding it, warming the heart of anyone who beheld it. The pent-up frustration that had lingered in Jiang Yunwan's heart from the previous night had dissipated significantly by now. A young monk had been waiting at the mountain gate for some time. Upon seeing Jiang Yunwan approach, he hurriedly stepped forward. Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang? Since her marriage to Wu Qingrong, Jiang Yunwan had seldom heard this title. Now, she was Wu's young mistress. Thus, upon hearing the address, she was momentarily taken aback. Greetings, master. Jiang Yunwan pressed her palms together in a gesture of respect. The monk, seeing this, quickly waved his hands. I am unworthy of such honor. You may simply call me Fanine. Fanine invited her into the temple, explaining that a noble had sent word that Miss Jiang would arrive at Thunderstorm Temple today to pray for blessings. Consequently, he had been waiting there early. Please, Miss Jiang. Despite Thunderstorm Temple being situated atop the mountain, a treacherous journey away, its renowned efficacy drew many pilgrims from distant lands seeking to make wishes. As Jiang Yunwan crossed the threshold, she was immediately enveloped by the rich aroma of incense. She wondered which noble was aware of her movements and had sent word to the temple. Yet, as Fanine began to introduce the temple, she refrained from asking further questions. Upon entering, she noticed several pilgrims and turned to Fanine. Master Fanine, earlier this morning, we discovered an injured person not far from the foot of the mountain. My maid and I, being mere young ladies, could not offer her much help. Fearing she might be devoured by wild beasts, we carried her onto a large rock. Jiang Yunwan's expression was filled with sympathy, uncertain of the calamity that had befallen the injured woman, who was covered in wounds. Please, Master Fanine, send someone to save her. Is that so? Fanine responded with surprise. Jiang Yunwan sighed, providing him with a specific location before watching him hurriedly summon help. As they departed down the mountain, Fu Yun pouted. Miss, are we truly going to save her? Wouldn't that be a favor to her? A favor? Huh. Is it so easy to benefit from my kindness? Jiang Yunwan retorted coldly. She had stated before that she would grant Su Xuyan 3 chances to meet the king of hell. Last night was merely the first. Following the second, the third would lead to her remaining by the king's side. The coldness in Jiang Yunwan's eyes flickered. Allowing her to die so easily would indeed be a boon for her. Mrs. Wise, Fu Yin understood her intent, whispering, by the way, Miss. Master Fancheng is still in seclusion. How shall we ask for a talisman of peace given our long journey? Before leaving the capital, Fu Yin had already investigated that Thunderstorm Temple indeed housed a revered monk, Master Fancheng. However, he had been in seclusion for the past year and had yet to emerge. Originally, Fu Yin thought Jiang Yunwan's visit was solely for revenge against Su Xuyan. But now that they were here, they could not leave empty-handed. In half a month, the young master's full moon banquet would take place, and they needed to return to the capital before the end of the month. Yet, Master Fancheng might not come out of seclusion within that time frame. Jiang Yunwan sighed silently. In her past life, she had been misled by Su Xinro into traveling a great distance to Thunderstorm Temple seeking a talisman of peace, all in pursuit of Master Fancheng. Since he was still in seclusion now, she pondered. The talisman she had struggled so hard to obtain in her past life. Was it truly crafted by Master Fancheng or by someone else? She had no desire to trace it back. Most likely, she had been deceived. After all, the talisman she had painstakingly retrieved had not safeguarded Yu Bao nor ensured her own safety. It was evident that the talisman was a sham. Let us go offer incense, Jiang Yunwan murmured. After offering incense and praying for blessings, the pair waited outside the mountain gate, hoping to see if Su Xuyan would be carried up alive. The young monks of Thunderstorm Temple were remarkably swift. Not long after dusk, several young monks appeared, carrying Su Xuyan on a makeshift stretcher. Upon seeing Jiang Yunwan waiting at the entrance, Fanine was taken aback. Miss Jiang, it is quite late. Why are you still out here in the cold? You should return to your meditation room to rest. The mountain air is chilly. Be cautious not to catch a cold. Jiang Yunwan was somewhat unaccustomed to being called Miss Jiang after being addressed as Wu's young mistress for over a year. It is nothing. I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. As she spoke, she gazed at Su Shuiyan on the stretcher, a hint of coldness flashing in her eyes. Is she all right? She appears gravely injured. Fanning reassured her. Fortunately, she still has breath left. I believe she can be saved. He instructed the young monks to carry Su Shuiyan to seek Master Fanhong. He then turned to Jiang Yunwan, saying, once the master saves her, I will ensure she comes to thank you, Miss Jiang. If you had not discovered her in time and carried her onto that rock, even if she still breathes, she would surely have fallen prey to wild beasts. Is saving lives of utmost importance? Jiang Yunwan smiled. As long as it was confirmed that Su Shuiyan was alive. She exchanged a few polite words with Fanning before following him to the meditation room. That night, Thunderstorm Temple was indeed colder still. The thin meditation bedding made it difficult for Jiang Yunwan to fall asleep. She couldn't help but recall a similar time in her past life, when she too had slept in this very meditation room, a curious event having transpired that night. Mississippi, noticing her restless tossing in bed, Fu Yun, who had been sleeping on a small bed beside her, sat up. It's quite cold. Shall I lend you my blanket? What about you? Jiang Yunwan propped herself up to refuse. It's nothing. I'm merely a bit unaccustomed. I will warm up shortly. You should rest well. You've worked hard these past few days. Once we obtain the Talisman of Peace, we can return to the capital. Jiang Yunwan sighed silently, recalling that Master Fancheng was still in seclusion, pondering the matter of the talisman. I am a martial artist. I am not cold, Fu Yun declared. Yet immediately after, she shivered. The temperature at the mountain summit was significantly lower than at its base. In late autumn at the foot of the mountain, it was already early winter at the peak. Seeing this, Jiang Yunwan chuckled softly. Then come here, let us lie together. These young monks were vigorous men, accustomed to physical training, and thus more resilient to the cold than the two young ladies. Jiang Yunwan shifted slightly to make room, signaling Fu Yun to join her. Without hesitation, Fu Yun draped her blanket over Jiang Yunwan before crawling into her bed. After extinguishing the candle, the two soon fell into a deep slumber. However, in the dead of night, Fu Yun suddenly exclaimed in the dark mist, "Someone is touching me." Indeed, it had come. Jiang Yunwan sat up abruptly. Who is it? Chapter 86. The one from her past life has come. Fu Yun, light the lamp. The two worked seamlessly together. One swiftly grabbed the dagger hidden beneath her pillow, while the other quickly lit the candle. Yet, just before the candle ignited, the door to the meditation room was flung open with a clang, and a figure resembling a slippery fish dashed away in haste. Miss. Though Fu Yun was a martial artist, she was still a pure young lady. How could she have encountered such a situation? Fortunately, it was night, shrouded in darkness, and she had been deeply asleep. If it were daytime, which scoundrel would dare to act thus towards her? He would have likely had his arm twisted off by her. Now, she was in a state of shock, gazing at Jiang Yunwan, her lips trembling, her little face reflecting a deep-seated fear. Miss, he touched me. Observing the frightened countenance of Fu Yun, Jiang Yunwan felt a pang of guilt. Tonight, she had only thought of having Fu Yun sleep beside her for warmth. Little did she expect that history would repeat itself. In her past life, she had slept alone in this bed and had been the victim of such vile behavior. However, tonight, with Fu Yun on the outer edge, it was she who suffered the consequence. It's all right. Jiang Yunwan grasped Fu Yun's trembling shoulders, speaking each word with conviction. I have a good idea of who the culprit is. Tomorrow, I shall sever his hand. Yes, miss, Fu Yun replied, her voice laden with sorrow. The normally tough girl was now reduced to tears, her eyes glistening with fright, perhaps still in shock. Fu Yun did not even question how Jiang Yunwan knew who had invaded their space. Once Fu Yun regained her composure, she turned to chase after the intruder, eager to catch and punish him. Don't pursue him, Jiang Yunwan cautioned, gesturing for her to remain calm. Rest assured, I will not let tonight's incident go unpunished. She vowed that unless she severed the hand of that man, she would not bear the name Jiang Yunwan. However, their sleep was shattered by the disturbance. Amidst the flickering candlelight, Jiang Yunwan and Fu Yun engaged in light conversation to ease their minds. It was only at dawn that the two managed to steal a brief slumber, only to be awakened shortly by the temple's bells signaling the start of a new day. As they opened their door, they encountered a young monk busy clearing the ginkgo leaves that had fallen across the courtyard. The golden leaves lay thickly in a picturesque display. Fuyun's face was pale, still haunted by the events of the previous night. Miss Jiang, you are awake. The monk, Fan Yin, approached with a tray of vegetarian meals, smiling as he inquired. I wonder if Miss Jiang finds the temple's fare to her liking. It is still warm. Do enjoy it. Thank you. Jiang Yunwan gestured for Fuyun to accept the offering. How did you sleep last night, Miss Jiang? Were you comfortable? Fan Yin asked with genuine concern. At that moment, Fuyun's eyes were filled with suspicion towards any man, believing them all to be the offender from last night. Thus, her demeanor towards Fan Yin was less than warm. My lady didn't sleep a wink. And they say the Thunderstorm Temple ensures safety. We cannot even find peace here, let alone safety. What does this mean, miss? Fan Yin was taken aback. Jiang Yunwan's gaze silenced Fuyun as she softly explained, Little monk, we were visited by a thief last night. My precious jade pendant was stolen. How could a thief dare to break in? Fan Yin gasped in alarm. Quickly regaining his composure, he assured her, Miss Jiang, do not worry. I will have the abbot investigate this matter immediately. Thank you, little monk, Jiang Yunwan replied politely, watching as Fan Yin hurried away. Fuyun, in a hushed voice, asked Miss, did someone truly steal your pendant? Why did you not mention it last night? Now, Fuyun was beginning to piece things together. No wonder Jiang Yunwan had seemed to know who had intruded upon them and threatened Fuyun. Miss, do you truly know who it was? It was merely a guess. Jiang Yunwan smiled, reluctant to reveal the truth of her rebirth. I only discovered this morning that my pendant was missing. It seems the thief took it last night. Perhaps he only aimed to steal the pendant and was caught off guard by your presence. This was merely a comforting lie for Fuyun, for in her past life. The intruder had not only stolen her pendant, but had also assaulted her. Fortunately, Jiang Yunwan had been a light sleeper, and she had managed to smash a vase over the intruder's head in her defense. Although he had fled swiftly, she had lit a candle and seen his face clearly. Thus, even if he escaped, she had not been left in the dark about his identity. She was certain it was the same man from her past life. His intent in stealing her pendant was only to ascertain her identity for the benefit of his master. As he fled, she had managed to scratch his wrist. Therefore, should he cross their path again, she would undoubtedly recognize him. Jiang Yunwan scoffed. To dare commit theft within a temple shows an audacity that is truly remarkable. To act in front of the Bodhisattva, what gall! I suspect he has shaved his head, which leads me to believe he is likely a monk from this very temple. Perhaps it was due to Fan Yin reporting the matter to the abbot that the little thief was now like a startled bird, not daring to show himself all day. However, by midday the following day, Fan Yin returned with news of the young lady's awakening. Indeed, it seems that ill intentions do not perish easily, Jiang Yunwan scoffed, leading Fuyun to visit Su Xiuyan. Before they even crossed the threshold, they could hear Su Xiuyan's weak, yet frantic voice from within the meditation room. Someone wants to kill me. Someone wants to harm me. You must report this to the authorities at once. They want to kill my son. Hurry and take me back to the capital. The Thunderstorm Temple is a sacred place. You should focus on your recovery. Who would seek to harm you or your son? Jiang Yunwan smiled slightly, stepping over the threshold. Approaching the bedside, she looked at the pallid Su Xiuyan and assured her, with divine protection, you shall not perish. Someone truly wants to kill me. That person is. Su Xiuyan's agitation mounted as she was about to reveal a name. But the moment she laid eyes on Jiang Yunwan's almost mocking gaze, she exclaimed, Jiang Yunwan, this wretched person is haunting me. She wants to kill me. Su Xiuyan's demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly frantic. She struggled to sit up, pointing at Jiang Yunwan and shouting, it's her. Drag her out and beat her to death. Seeing this, Fan Yin quickly signaled for two young monks to assist Su Xiuyan back down. Miss, perhaps you were mistaken? If it weren't for Miss Jiang, you might have already met your demise. She saved your life, and instead of gratitude, you resort to slander? The two young monks restrained Su Xiuyan. In that instant, Jiang Yunwan's sharp eyes caught sight of a distinct wound on one of the young monk's wrists. Chapter 87. Is someone replacing her? Perhaps sensing Jiang Yunwan's intense gaze, or perhaps feeling guilty, the young monk hastily pulled down his sleeves to conceal the marks on his wrist. Brother Fan Yin, I'll go sweep the courtyard. Without waiting for a response, he lowered his head and hurried past Jiang Yunwan. Though Su Xiuyan was forcibly restrained, she continued to curse Jiang Yunwan, wishing her a most unfortunate fate. Jiang Yunwan, however, found no further interest in her tirade. Her attention remained fixed on the fleeing monk, a smile of cunning and mischief growing on her lips. Fuyun, Do you remember what I told you last night? Fuyun pondered for a moment, her expression gradually brightening. Miss, have you already uncovered the identity of the intruder from last night? Jiang Yunwan subtly nodded, well aware that the young monk had fled in haste upon realizing she had recognized him. Or perhaps it was merely his guilt that drove him away. Regardless, the key was that she had identified him. Let me show you something amusing. Jiang Yunwan smirked, her gaze still on the struggling Su Shuyan, and cheerfully addressed Fan Yin. I apologize for the trouble, little monk. Not at all, Miss Jiang. You are too gracious. The sound of a chant of Amitabha echoed through the air, as the young lady Jiang was the most esteemed patron of our Thunder Rain Temple. Over the years, it has been the donations from Miss Jiang that have sustained our temple. Earlier this year, she even commissioned a resculpting of the Buddha's golden statue, for which we are eternally grateful. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. When had she ever contributed to Thunder Rain Temple? When had she commissioned a new statue of the Buddha? She had never sent any silver to the temple. In fact, she had never even left the capital in these past years, nor had she ever heard of Thunder Rain Temple. Whether in her past life or this one, her visit to the temple for a talisman was solely due to Su Shinro. If it weren't for Su Shinro, she would not have even known of Thunder Rain Temple's existence. Miss Jiang, is everything all right? Noticing her silence and peculiar expression, the monk Fan Yin promptly inquired, Did you suffer a fright last night? Rest assured, we will investigate the thief thoroughly and retrieve your jade pendant. No, it's nothing. Jiang Yunwan averted her gaze and gently shook her head. Her mind was a whirlpool of increasing questions. Could it be that over the years, someone had been using her name to provide donations to Thunder Rain Temple? But who would undertake such a virtuous act under a name? Might there be someone covertly impersonating her? Uncertain of the unfolding events and the identity of the shadowy figure, Jiang Yunwan refrained from questioning Fan indirectly, lest she alarm the snake by striking the grass. Please take care of this young lady. I shall take a stroll outside. Miss Jiang, please feel free. Fan Yin escorted her out of the meditation room before returning to Su Xuan, saying, If it weren't for Miss Jiang, you might have already met a gruesome fate at the jaws of a wild beast. How dare you show such disrespect to Miss Jiang? Listening to the commotion inside, Jiang Yunwan's brows knitted together in contemplation. Miss, what troubles you? Seeing her lost in thought, Fuyun quickly whispered, Is it about Su Shuyan? No, it's not her. Jiang Yunwan shook her head. Accompanied by Fuyun, the pair made their way to the back mountain of Thunder Rain Temple. Earlier, she had overheard two young monks chatting about Master Fanqing's retreat, which was located in a cave on the back mountain. They intended to familiarize themselves with the terrain, hoping they might even encounter Master Fanqing. Upon reaching the serene path of the back mountain, Jiang Yunwan solemnly instructed, Fuyun, let us investigate who has been offering incense to Thunder Rain Temple in my name over these years. Fuyun's eyes brightened with understanding. Miss, so you're troubled by this matter? She frowned. It does seem odd. You have never been to Thunder Rain Temple, nor even known of its existence. How could you possibly be so concerned and provide incense offerings for so many years? Perhaps it is the Jiang elders? Jiang Minji and Madame Jiang treated her with utmost affection, as if she were their own daughter. They might have offered incense in her name, hoping to accumulate blessings for her since she was lost to her family in her youth. That is a possibility. However, it could also be merely a coincidence of names. Fuyun disagreed. If it were merely a coincidence, then the other Jiang Yunwan would surely be recognized by Master Fan Yin, wouldn't she? How could there be a mistake? This matter is of great seriousness. It cannot allow for misidentification, Jiang Yunwan mused. But if Master Fan Yin recognized me at first glance, then the abbot and others surely would not be mistaken, would they? Did not Master Fan Yin say he received word early that I would come to Thunder Rain Temple for blessings? Thus, Master Fan Yin had awaited her arrival at the mountain gate. Upon seeing her, he recognized her as Miss Jiang right away. So it was. Master Fan Yin mentioned that someone had sent word, and he had awaited her arrival. Though doubts filled Jiang Yunwan's mind, she refrained from probing further at that moment. Perhaps only her father and mother would treat her with such kindness, believing that donating incense was a means of accruing blessings for her. Hence using the name of Miss Jiang instead of Madame Wu. It was most likely her father and mother. Jiang Yunwan sighed silently. She was not their biological daughter, yet in her past life, they had perished because of her, losing everything. Even her brothers and sisters from the Jiang family had met their ends because of her. In this life, she would protect them well. For now, she would inquire with her parents upon returning to the capital. As they spoke, the master and servant duo reached the end of the narrow path. However, apart from a small patch of forest, they found themselves at the edge of an unfathomable cliff. Jiang Yunwan surveyed her surroundings but found no sign of a cave. "Miss, is Master Fansheng truly in retreat here?" Fuyin said, equally puzzled. Behind them lay the forest, and before them stood the abyss. They could not see even a small hillock, let alone a cave. Surely, they were not deceiving us? That seems unlikely. Jiang Yunwan, though perplexed, continued to scrutinize the area, suspecting there might be some hidden mechanism or secret passage they had yet to discover. As they diligently searched, however, they found no signs of any trap or hidden path, not even a second narrow trail. Meanwhile, the sky gradually darkened. Fiant danger. Jiang Yunwan decided to return with Fuyin. Upon re-entering the temple, they were confronted by Abbot Fan Hong, who, accompanied by several monks, approached her. "Miss Jiang, we have captured the thief who stole your jade pendant last night." With that, he gestured for them to bring forth the culprit. However, upon seeing the person they threw at her feet, Jiang Yunwan's expression turned ashen. "What does this mean, Abbot?" Jiang Yunwan glared at the bound and gagged Fan Yin, her face marred with displeasure. She could see that Fan Yin had been beaten badly. If she had been unaware of the identity of the thief, it would be one thing, but she knew who the true culprit was. Yet Abbot Fan Hong had the audacity to frame Fan Yin for the crime. Though Fan Yin was young, he had been diligent in his duties during his time at Thunder Rain Temple. Despite Jiang Yunwan not being well acquainted with him, her rebirth had sharpened her instincts. She could tell at a glance that Fan Yin was a virtuous individual, not one of those petty thieves. Miss Jiang, Abu Fanong, oblivious to her knowledge of the true thief, solemnly declared, "This scoundrel dared to invade your meditation room last night and stole your jade pendant." As he spoke, he placed a foot on Fan Yin's chest. "Scoundrel, do you not remember how I have taught you? We are monks, free from worldly desires." Abbot Fan Hong glared at Fan Yin, his voice rising in anger. "How could you repay kindness with malice? Miss Jiang is a benefactor of Thunder Rain Temple. You have brought shame upon us." Fan Yin shook his head violently, attempting to protest, but with his mouth gagged, he could utter no words. The abbot's foot pressed down hard, causing Fan Yin's veins to bulge painfully as he curled up in agony. Without allowing Jiang Yunwan a chance to speak, Abbot Fan Hong barked, "Take this thieving scoundrel away, cut off his hands and feet, and throw him down the cliff. Thunder Rain Temple will not harbor such vermin." As two monks advanced to drag Fan Yin away, Jiang Yunwan shouted, "Stop! Miss Jiang, do you not find this punishment sufficient?" Master Fan Hong, who had just exhibited an imposing presence, was now beaming with a smile. "Miss Jiang," he exclaimed, "his act of thievery is truly inexcusable. However, as a monk, I cannot bear the thought of shedding blood. To sever his tendons would be exceedingly cruel. He shall henceforth be rendered a useless being, merely existing in misery." A flicker of sympathy graced Master Fan Hong's countenance, revealing a genuine reluctance to inflict harm. If Miss Jiang Yunwan were unaware of the truth, she might genuinely believe that this Master Fan Hong was a benevolent and compassionate abbot. Yet, at this moment, as she gazed upon his rotund visage, she felt a profound sense of revulsion. Indeed, the abbot was quite merciful. With a cold smile, Jiang Yunwan reflected that she had merely contemplated severing one of that man's hands. Yet Master Fan Hong, who professed compassion and an aversion to violence, was advocating for the severing of Fan Yin's tendons, rendering him utterly incapacitated, pitifully worse off than that coward Wu Qingrong. In her opinion, if severing tendons was to be considered, it would be far more fitting to simply remove one of his hands entirely. Jiang Yunwan lowered her gaze upon Fan Yin, who looked at her in disbelief, shaking his head frantically and emitting muffled cries for help. This was not his doing. Thus, what Jiang Yunwan sought was not Fan Yin's hand, but rather an inquiry directed at the abbot. How could he be certain that he had stolen her jade pendant? Raising an eyebrow, Jiang Yunwan regarded Master Fan Hong. Perhaps taken aback by her question, he hesitated momentarily. Naturally, it was discovered in his quarters, the jade pendant belonging to Miss Jiang. As he spoke, Master Fan Hong leaned down and retrieved the pendant from Fan Yin's chest, presenting it to Jiang Yunwan. "I had completely forgotten, Miss Jiang. Please take a look. Is this not your pendant?" The lower right corner of the pendant bore the engraving of the character Wan. Thus, Jiang Yunwan could not deny its authenticity. She nodded. affirming that it was indeed her pendant. Given this, it suffices to prove that Van Een has stolen your pendant. If you feel that the punishment thus far has been too lenient, feel free to determine his fate as you see fit. Master Fan Hong assumed an air of righteous indignation, claiming his impartiality. If earlier Jiang Yunwan had considered the possibility that Master Fan Hong was mistaken or that someone was framing Van Een, she could now be nearly certain that this abbot was indeed suspect. Abbot, while the pendant may be in Van Yin's possession, who can ascertain that he is the one who stole it? Jiang Yunwan's words momentarily stumped Master Fan Hong. After a prolonged silence, he stammered, "Miss Jiang, this pendant was it not just taken from him? How could it not be determined that he had stolen your pendant? Could time rewind, allowing them to witness Van Een in the act?" Master Fan Hong's argument was indeed valid. They possessed physical evidence. However, if they were to condemn Van Een and sever his tendons, should they not also consider his side of the story? Miss Jiang. Master Fan Hong's expression shifted slightly as he attempted to intervene, only to witness Jiang Yunwan yank the handkerchief from Van Yin's mouth. Miss Jiang. Fan Yin, disregarding the pain from his torn lip, hoarsely protested, "It wasn't me. I did not steal your jade pendant. It was not me." Still insisting it was not you, Jiang Yunwan began to speak, but Master Fan Hong kicked Van Een to the ground, angrily declaring, "How can you still claim innocence? The pendant was taken from your person. Is there truly anyone who would wrongfully accuse you?" Van Een, writhing in agony, coughed up a copious amount of blood. Jiang Yunwan could no longer bear to watch. With a cold expression, she shielded Van Een behind her. "Abbot, please remain calm. My intention is not to wrongfully accuse an innocent person. While the jade pendant is indeed in Van Yin's possession, in addition to physical evidence, I also possess a witness." "A witness?" Master Fan Hong blinked in surprise. His gaze darted around the crowd before he inquired, "Might I ask who this witness is?" "My witness is not among these monks, but rather my maid." Jiang Yunwan signaled to Fu Yun, explaining, "Last night, when that thief broke into my quarters, I managed to wound his arm. Should there be any marks, they will reveal the identity of the true thief." Fu Yun nodded in agreement, affirming, "Miss is quite right." "What?" Master Fan Hong's countenance froze. Without giving him the opportunity to speak, Jiang Yunwan disregarded any notions of propriety, for the matter at hand concerned Van Yin's reputation and life. Given that he was a monk, there was no need for her to hesitate. Thus, she rolled up Van Yin's sleeve. To her astonishment, both of his arms were unblemished, devoid of any marks. Master Fan Hong's gaze shifted, though he attempted to maintain his composure. "Yet, Miss Jiang, this does not necessarily prove anything. What if he applied some ointment? Or perhaps you were mistaken and did not actually catch him?" In moments of utter disbelief, laughter often escapes. Jiang Yunwan found herself laughing in exasperation, astonished that Master Fan Hong would resort to such feeble excuses to place the blame on Van Een. "Abbot, it is not my intention to exonerate Van Een. However, it is a pity." Jiang Yunwan shook her head, feigning regret. "My nails are poisonous." Chapter 89. She poisoned him. "This poison is of my own concoction, and only I possess the antidote. Should he fail to consume the remedy I have personally prepared, he will succumb to a horrific demise within 3 days, his skin rotting away." A ripple of commotion stirred among the monks present. To bolster their conviction, Jiang Yunwan extended her slender fingers, her nails displaying a mesmerizing interplay of pale purple and rosy hues, flowing with an almost lifelike grace, captivating all who beheld them. Master Fan Hong, being no ordinary man, immediately discerned the presence of poison within Jiang Yunwan's nails. The more toxic the substance, the more vibrant its color. Though night had fallen, Jiang Yunwan merely twirled her hand, and the radiant color from her nails shimmered enchantingly. As for the abbot's earlier insinuation that Van Een had perhaps used some ointment, allowing for such a rapid recovery without any trace of scars, Jiang Yunwan smiled enigmatically. "Perhaps the abbot would care to try a sample and then partake in my miraculous remedy?" This, Master Fan Hong dared not accept. Instinctively, he recoiled, fearing that Jiang Yunwan might seize the opportunity to truly grasp him. The colors were ominous, hinting at significant toxicity. He would not risk such a trial. Now that the matter had been laid bare, Jiang Yunwan continued, "If he has not consumed my antidote, how could those scars possibly vanish? Of course, unless he were to perish 3 days hence, with his skin rotting away." Sighing, Jiang Yunwan added, "Since all of you esteemed monks are present, I do not wish to wrongfully accuse anyone. I am willing to resolve this matter privately. It would be best if he were to come and see me tomorrow, so that I might provide him with the antidote. Otherwise, once the day passes, he will have merely 3 days remaining, and I shall be powerless to assist. Master Fan Hong regarded her with a complex expression, the thoughts in his mind obscured. Observing the murmurs among the monks, Jiang Yunwan personally assisted Van Een to his feet. Abbot, does this not prove that Van Een is innocent? Indeed, that is only natural. Master Fan Hong gritted his teeth, urging the others to release Van Een from his bindings. Seeing his vexation, Jiang Yunwan began to piece together the reasons behind his eagerness to make Van Een a scapegoat. It could stem from 2 possibilities. First, she now held a significant influence within their temple, and he dared not offend her. Thus he sought to resolve this matter swiftly and find someone to take the blame. Yet, if that were the case, how could the pendant have genuinely appeared on Van Een? This led her to consider the second possibility. Master Fan Hong was in collusion with the thief. Regardless of the reasons, Jiang Yunwan felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, someone had been utilizing her name to continually donate offerings to the temple, granting her a measure of authority, even compelling the abbot to treat her with deference. Otherwise, would today's Buddhist chant truly suffer unjustly? Abbot, the sky is getting late, and I'm also preparing to rest. Jiang Yunwan gently issued a dismissal. Miss Jiang, do take care. We shall take our leave now. I assure you that what happened last night will not occur again. Please rest easy. Master Fan Hong, with a hint of formality, led the group of monks away. Before departing, Fan Een cast a poignant glance at Jiang Yunwan, tears glistening in his eyes. Once everyone had dispersed, Jiang Yunwan entered the room with Fuyun. After closing the door, Fuyun whispered, Miss, how could Master Fan Hong, a resident abbot, hastily conclude matters and wrongfully accuse others? It's fortunate that you were prepared. Otherwise, wouldn't Fan Een have suffered needlessly? Fuyun expressed her indignation on behalf of Fan Een. Did you also sense something amiss with Master Fan Hong? I feel he is intentionally framing Fan Een. He didn't give him a chance to defend himself, simply binding him and threatening to sever his tendons and cast him down the mountain. Fuyun nodded, brimming with outrage. That is far too cruel, unreasonable. Jiang Yunwan merely acknowledged with a sound. She seated herself at the table and retrieved a small porcelain vial from her sleeve, sprinkling the powder within onto her nails. The vibrant hue of her nails gradually faded, returning to their usual pristine white. Fuyun, astonished, leaned closer. Miss, what kind of poison is this? It looks so tempting. Though she knew Jiang Yunwan was adept in both medicine and poison, it was her first time witnessing her apply and then neutralize poison. Miss, when did you poison your nails? I didn't see a thing. Did you foresee last night's intruder and prepare in advance? Fuyun bombarded her with questions. Jiang Yunwan chuckled lightly. I am not a prophet. How could I know an intruder would come last night? She indeed lacked foresight, yet her past life was fraught with bitter experiences. Didn't Su Shuiyin vow to make my life a living hell? I thought, since I would inevitably encounter her again at Thunderstorm Temple, I should prepare. Jiang Yunwan smiled. Unexpectedly, it was not Su Swain who fell in my hands, but rather someone else who was foolish enough to intrude. There's a saying, isn't there? Everything is coincidental. This reasoning was plausible, and Fuyun did not harbor any suspicion, once again giving Jiang Yunwan a thumbs up. Miss, you are brilliant. Previously, she believed that Xiao Mo was the most formidable man in the world. Now, she realized that Jiang Yunwan was the most formidable woman. Her mistress was indeed the strongest existence. If earlier, she had merely come to care for and protect Jiang Yunwan and her son at Xiao Mo's behest, now she willingly pledged her loyalty to Jiang Yunwan. Miss, do you think that thief will dare to come tonight? Fuyun glanced at the already latched door. He may not wish to come, nor dare to, yet he would have to. Jiang Yunwan sneered. The words she had spoken earlier in front of everyone were not merely to intimidate. Thanks to the lessons of her past life, she had poisoned her nails in advance. Her body was gradually becoming impervious to toxins. These poisons posed no threat to her, but that did not imply others would be immune. I can afford to wait for 3 days. He cannot. Although the jade pendant had been recovered, Jiang Yunwan still felt a heavy weight in her heart. Why did Master Fan Hong, as the abbot of Thunderstorm Temple, deliberately side with the thief, absolving him of blame while placing it upon Fan Een? Why was he so eager to take severe action against Fan Een and expel him from the temple? What was his connection to that thief? And why had that thief stolen her jade pendant? Jiang Yunwan was engulfed in confusion, unable to find clarity. She pinched her brow, feeling a headache coming on. Forget it. Let us rest for now. He will come to see me eventually. By then, all questions shall be answered. Just as the master and servant lay down, a gentle knock echoed at the door. Chapter 90, a treasure hard to come by. In the stillness of the night, even a light knock at the door felt particularly jarring. Fuyun jolted upright. Miss, he has come. Jiang Yunwan had anticipated the little thief would stealthily seek her out for an antidote that night, so she remained remarkably calm. Let's hold off on opening the door for now and inquire who it is. Master Fan Hong seems suspicious. If he is indeed colluding with the little thief, tonight may be a matter of life and death. Though she was skilled in poison, she lacked martial prowess. Fuyun, despite her formidable abilities, was still a young woman, and 2 hands could hardly contend with 4 fists. They were yet uncertain of Master Fan Hong's true intentions. Should he come with ill intent, it would indeed be challenging for them to cope. Understood. Mississippi Fuyun grasped her meaning and deftly unsheathed her soft sword, quietly positioning herself behind the door. Who is it? She was ready to spring into action at any moment. Miss Jiang, it is I, Fan Yin. A hoarse voice came from outside, soft as if not wanting to disturb anyone else. Fan Yin? Jiang Yunwan furrowed her brow, signaling Fuyun to inquire further. Fuyun maintained her guard, her voice steady as she asked. It's late. What business do you have? I have come to thank Miss Jiang for saving my life. Additionally, I wish to bid farewell. Fan Yin's voice was low and solemn. Farewell? Fuyun glanced at Jiang Yunwan, then asked, what do you mean? Silence hung for a moment before Fan Yin softly replied, I am leaving the mountain. At this, Jiang Yunwan rose, donned her outer garment, and gestured for Fuyun to open the door. Once Fan Yin entered, Fuyun swiftly secured the door again. Miss Jiang, I know it is inappropriate to disturb you at this hour. However, you saved my life, and for that, I must bow in gratitude. Upon entering, he kept his head bowed, too respectful to meet Jiang Yunwan's gaze. Despite being a monk, he understood the boundaries of propriety. I thank Miss Jiang for saving my life. He knelt with one knee, bowing deeply before Jiang Yunwan. Were it not for her, Fan Yin would likely have been cast out as a disgrace. Miss Jiang's life-saving grace, I will never forget. He bowed again. As Fuyun prepared to assist him up, Fan Yin continued. I am an orphan, taken to Thunderstorm Temple by my master since childhood. My master taught me, do not be greedy, do not be angry, do not be foolish, do not be restless, do not think, do not be deluded. I have never stolen or lied. Being wrongfully accused does not bother me. But I do not wish to tarnish my master's name. Fan Yin's voice trembled, his eyes reddened, clearly feeling deeply wronged. Jiang Yunwan felt a pang of sympathy. Who is your master? Is Master Fan Shan? Fan Yin sniffled. The abbot is my teacher. Jiang Yunwan suddenly understood. Oh, so Master Fan Shan is Master Fan Hong's teacher. And you are Master Fan Hong's disciple. Thus, Master Fan Shan is Fan Yin's master. After such a convoluted journey, she realized the one who understood Master Fan Shan best was right before her. How foolish she had been to waste an entire afternoon searching for Master Fan Shan's secluded retreat with Fuyun. Yes, Miss Jiang. Then, since Master Fan Hong is your teacher, why does he insist that you stole my jade pendant and seek to expel you from the mountain? Jiang Yunwan asked, her brow furrowed. If Fan Yin were truly Master Fan Hong's disciple, should he not protect him? Why did he seem intent on harming him instead, casting him out? Master Fan Hong's actions today clearly indicated he was attempting to frame Fan Yin. This was not the behavior of a teacher toward a disciple, but rather that of a foe. Fan Yin hesitated, as if harboring a hidden truth. He hesitated but ultimately shook his head gently. I do not know. As night deepened, the young monk decided not to disturb Miss Jiang's rest. The life-saving grace bestowed by Miss Jiang today will remain etched in my heart. Should Miss Jiang ever require my assistance in the future, please do not hesitate to command me. Having said this, the monk prepared to depart. Stop. Jiang Yunwan rose to her feet. The wounds on the monk's face were glaringly apparent, which made her ponder the extent of his hidden injuries. She deliberately grasped his arm, and, sure enough, he winced in pain. Did they harm you? Jiang Yunwan's expression darkened. Who is so brazenly rude? The monk quickly withdrew his arm. It is nothing. Miss Jiang need not concern herself with me. I heard you came to seek a talisman for peace. Master is currently in seclusion and will not see anyone. When my master emerges, I shall personally deliver the peace talisman to your residence. What good is a peace talisman now? If even I, as his disciple, cannot protect myself, how effective can Master Fanchuan's talisman truly be? Jiang Yunwan cast a glance at the protective charm at the monk's waist. Is this the talisman given to you by your master? Indeed. The monk appeared to recall something and hastily removed the charm. If Miss Jiang does not mind, I would like to present my protective charm to you. After all, with my master in seclusion, no one knows when he will emerge. If Jiang Yunwan continued to wait, it might be an eternity before she received it. Though he offered it with good intentions, Jiang Yunwan felt it inappropriate to accept, gently pushing the charm back, since it is a gift from your master. You should keep it. It will surely protect you well. To be honest, I did not come to Lei Temple solely for the talisman. She then recounted her situation with Su Shuyan in a general manner. Though I desire vengeance for my brother, I cannot bear to strike her down. Now that she has become this way, my resentment has dissipated. How absurd. In the presence of a monk, Jiang Yunwan refrained from uttering words of murder or revenge. She sighed deliberately. By the way, could you assist me with a small favor, young monk? Though a monk, upon hearing of Su Shuyan's heinous actions, the monk could understand Jiang Yunwan's eagerness for revenge. Upon realizing she sought his help, he nodded instantly. Please command me, Miss Jiang. I shall do my utmost. Although he was uncertain why the monk descended the mountain, it seemed that only he could help her with this matter. Jiang Yunwan retrieved a small porcelain vial from her sleeve and poured out a black pill. An odor far worse than cat feces instantly filled the room. Both the monk and Fuyun were nearly driven to vomit by the sudden stench. Miss Ugg, what is this? Fuyun covered his mouth and nose, struggling against the overwhelming scent. Jiang Yunwan's face blossomed into a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. She seemed impervious to the foul odor, raising her eyebrows in delight. This is a rare treasure that is hard to come by. The following day, dawn broke. The first rays of golden light illuminated the mountaintop as the monk, about to descend, caught Su Shuyan sneaking out. Miss Su, where are you headed? At that moment, Su Shuyan was stealthily slipping out of her room, her furtive demeanor indicating ill intent. Despite her severe injuries that night, her vitality proved resilient. Within just a few days, she was already able to walk. Why, young monk? Upon seeing him, Su Shuyan turned pale, stammering, I. Perhaps because the monk appeared kind and easy to manipulate. She feigned composure and attempted to grasp his hand. Young monk, I've heard that Lei Temple possesses a miraculous medicine. Would you kindly guide me to seek it? I shall do whatever you ask in return. At her beguiling glance, the monk shivered involuntarily. With a cold demeanor, he withdrew his hand. Miss, please conduct yourself with decorum. The miraculous medicine is indeed found at Lei Temple, but what purpose do you have for it? Upon hearing this, Su Shuyan's hope ignited. It is indeed useful. Fearing the monk might refuse, she quickly squeezed out a few tears, portraying a pitiful sight. You see, my husband recently broke his leg, and despite consulting renowned doctors, he remains unhealed. Our child has just been born, not yet a month old. She clutched her sleeves, wiping her tears, her eyes reddening. Su Shuyan cried, my husband, not yet 30, is destined to be bettered for life. We have elderly to care for and a newborn, and my husband can no longer provide for the family. What shall we do? Were it not for the monk having learned from Jiang Yunwan that Su Shuyan was a meddlesome woman who bore an illegitimate child, he might have been swayed by her tears. What are you waiting for? Use your own hands to work and support your family. The monk could not help but mock her. What? Su Shuyan thought she had misheard. Nothing. The monk suppressed his disdain and continued. You have come at the wrong time seeking medicine. My master is currently in seclusion and will not emerge for a while. Thus, you are unlikely to obtain the miraculous medicine. Huh? Su Shuyan was taken aback. Disappointed, she averted her gaze. If I cannot obtain the medicine for my husband, I have no face to return. The monk coldly observed her performance, swallowing the words that urged her to perish. Fear not, I have miraculous medicine here. Take this for now. He then produced a porcelain vial from his sleeve and handed it to her. Holding his breath, he noted that the medicine inside was sufficient for about a month. After a month, my master should emerge. You may return then. This is... Su Shuyan examined the vial with confusion. She opened the cap, only to be nearly overwhelmed by the putrid odor. What is... Ugh, this smell? Unable to withstand it any longer, she trembled and nearly tossed the vial away. Fortunately, The monk held his breath and swiftly retrieved it, sealing the cap again. This is the miraculous medicine you sought. Miraculous medicine? Is this truly miraculous medicine? Anyone unaware would think there's a corpse inside. Su Shuiyan's disgust nearly brought her to tears. Had the monk not resealed the vial, she might have vomited the meals of several nights. How can miraculous medicine have such a foul odor? Have you ever heard the saying? Good medicine tastes bitter, but is beneficial for ailments. The monk maintained a stoic expression. But this is excessively bitter. This is not bitterness. It is downright stench. The monk retorted, if you do not require the medicine, then return it. There is no need to desecrate my master's miraculous medicine. He snatched it back. Master, I am merely borrowing your esteemed name. Do not take it to heart. He thought. Seeing this, Su Shuiyan forced a smile. Young monk, you are too kind. I spoke thoughtlessly just now. It is my fault, since it is my master's miraculous medicine. It must be the finest. She awkwardly extended her hand. The monk, with a cold demeanor, placed the medicine in her palm. Were it not for your pitiful situation, I would not have given it to you. Remember, this miraculous medicine must be taken after meals, one pill at a time, without any water. It must be chewed thoroughly, and the longer and finer you chew, the more effective it becomes. Yes, I have noted that. Thank you, little master. Thank you, little master. Su Shuiyan continued. By the way, what about the talisman for peace? Don't be too greedy. My ancestral master has yet to descend from the mountain, and this miraculous medicine is reserved for myself. I have already gifted it to you. Why are you now seeking the talisman for peace? Isn't that rather covetous? Fearing to upset Fanning, Su Shuiyan could only awkwardly scratch her head, then said, well, I will come back in a month to request the miraculous medicine again, and also seek the master's talisman for peace. By the way, have Jiang Yunwan and the others descended from the mountain? For the past few days, she had been bedridden and hadn't seen Jiang Yunwan come to trouble her again. Su Shuiyan wanted to return to the minister's residence before she returned to the capital. Regardless of whether it was Su Xinro or Su Xinxin, whoever plotted against her son or sought to take away Wu Qingrong, she would ensure they regretted it for a lifetime. Jiang Yunwan had threatened her with roofing, so now she could take advantage of Jiang Yunwan's absence from the capital to eliminate that little brat Yu Bao. As she thought of this, Su Shuiyan grew increasingly exhilarated. She could hardly wait to return to the capital. Fanning did not hinder her, merely stating that Miss Jiang had not yet descended from the mountain. Su Shuiyan sighed in relief, expressed her gratitude, and limped towards the mountain gate. Just as she left, Fanning turned back, casting a lingering gaze at the Lei temple where he had grown up, his eyes shimmering with tears. He knelt down on one knee, bowing several times towards the direction of the back mountain, murmuring to himself, Master, it is Fanning who is useless. I have yet to repay my master's kindness and have been expelled from the mountain gate. He vowed that one day he would personally prostrate before his master. After saying this, he stood up and left without looking back. Once they departed, Jiang Yunwan finally emerged from the meditation room with Fuyun. By now, the sky had gradually brightened. Miss, that little thief has quite the tenacity. He didn't come to seek the antidote all night. Fuyun couldn't help but murmur. However, as soon as she finished, she noticed a meaningful smile on Jiang Yunwan's face. He didn't come all night, but isn't he here now? Fuyun looked up and saw Master Fan Hong, followed closely by a small monk with his head bowed, hastily approaching them. Observing this scene, Jiang Yunwan was certain that Master Fan Hong was no benevolent figure. Yet, she never anticipated that this bald old monk would dare to attempt to harm her. Chapter 92. Cut off his hand. Perhaps sensing Master Fan Hong's ill intentions, Fuyun quietly stepped forward, positioning herself protectively in front of Jiang Yunwan. Her hand discreetly grasped the soft sword at her waist. However, despite harboring murderous intent towards Jiang Yunwan, Master Fan Hong stopped a few paces away from them. Miss Jiang, I trust you are well. Master Fan Hong beamed at Jiang Yunwan, yet his eyes brimmed with malice. He smiled with hidden daggers, and Jiang Yunwan responded with a smile that was not quite a smile. That phrase should be addressed to the abbot, shouldn't it? I trust the abbot as well. Amitabha, Miss Jiang, you have misunderstood this humble monk. I am but a monk. How could I dare to speak falsely? Moreover, Miss Jiang is our Lei temple's great benefactor. How could I disrespect her? As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the small monk behind him. Why haven't you knelt down to apologize to Miss Jiang? Miss Jiang, spare my life. Please spare my life. The small monk, pale with fright, quickly knelt with one knee on the ground, his voice hoarse with tears. "Please save me, Miss Jiang." Jiang Yunwan focused her gaze and indeed recognized him as the small thief from that night. However, since Master Fan Hong had not disclosed his intentions, Jiang Yunwan feigned ignorance. "Abbot, what does this mean?" "Miss Jiang, the matter of the jade pendant was indeed a misunderstanding." Master Fan Hong lied without flinching. After all, Fanine had already been expelled from the mountain. Therefore, he unhesitatingly pushed Fanine forward to take the blame. Initially, this humble monk thought that Fanine had stolen your jade pendant. Who would have thought that Fanine had coerced Fan Yu to steal your jade pendant? Fan Yu had no choice but to comply. Thus, the person you injured that night was actually Fan Yu. Master Fan Hong sighed, lamenting the disgrace of Fanine, whom he had already expelled from the mountain. But he pitied Fan Yu. He paused, and Fan Yu seemed to receive a signal, quickly rolling up his sleeve. Sure enough, a deep scratch mark marred his arm. The mark was a pale purple, still oozing blood, the wound never healing. Moreover, surrounding the scratches were clusters of spots resembling dense purple rashes. Fan Yu sniffled, choking back tears as he pleaded with Jiang Yunwan for salvation. "Miss Jiang, it was my ignorance that led to offending you. I have now learned my lesson. I hope you will forgive me and save me." Fan Yu wept, tears and snot mingling. Beside him, Master Fan Hong chimed in. "Miss Jiang, Fan Yu has erred, but recognizing one's mistakes can lead to great improvement. Fanine has already been expelled from the mountain. He can no longer do harm within the temple. Miss Jiang, you have a generous heart. Please grant the antidote to Fan Yu." This shameless declaration nearly made Jiang Yunwan burst into laughter. Master Fan Hong truly had thick skin. Expelling Fanine from the mountain meant he could no longer commit evil within the temple. Who had truly been committing evil in Lei Temple? Was it Fanine who could no longer do harm? Or was it that they had pinned the blame on him, preventing him from defending himself? "Abbot, did Fanine instruct Fan Yu to do this? Or did Fan Yu confess it on his own?" Well, naturally, it was Fanine who confessed. Thus he voluntarily left. Master Fan Hong's gaze flickered. "But didn't the abbot just say that you expelled Fanine from a mountain? How has it now become that he left voluntarily? I must have misspoken." Master Fan Hong maintained his composure. Jiang Yunwan found his denial amusing. Clearly the abbot had a poor memory. "However, I can choose not to pursue the matter of Fan Yu stealing my jade pendant. I can also provide the antidote." But, as she spoke, both Master Fan Hong and Fan Yu sighed in relief. Yet, before they could fully relax, Jiang Yunwan's tone shifted. "That night, Fan Yu surely did not just steal my jade pendant. Did he?" "What?" Master Fan Hong's expression shifted slightly. He instinctively glanced at Fan Yu, his eyes questioning. "What else did you do?" Fan Yu also looked bewildered. He raised his eyes to Jiang Yunwan, innocently protesting. "Miss Jiang, I did nothing." "Did nothing? Do you not remember which hand deliberately took advantage of Fuyan?" Jiang Yunwan's gaze was piercing. Under her increasingly fierce scrutiny, Fan Yu began to sweat. Master Fan Hong was equally astonished, never expecting Fan Yu to resort to such despicable actions. Fuyun seized the moment to cry out, "Miss, I have never endured such humiliation. I am yet to be married, and my purity has been tarnished like this. How will I face others in the future? Now, before the Buddha and Bodhisattvas, I might as well dash my head against the pillar." With that, she attempted to crash into a nearby pillar. Jiang Yunwan swiftly pulled her back. "Silly girl. It isn't your fault. The one who should be punished is not you." Fan Yu's heart sank. It was all over. Who could have imagined that just a fleeting moment of malice would lead to his downfall? Jiang Yunwan had clearly agreed to give him the antidote. "Master, I didn't tea." Fan Yu quickly shouted to Master Fan Hong. "Master?" It appeared that Fan Yu was also a disciple of Master Fan Hong. As fellow disciples, the abbot's attitude towards Fan Yu and Fanine was indeed starkly different. Jiang Yunwan felt a cold smirk within her heart. "Miss Jiang, Fan Yu is usually well-behaved. Such a thing is unlikely to happen." Master Fan Hong seemed to think he was being slandered. Before the Buddha, does he dare to swear an oath? Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow. Aye. Fan Yu, being a monk, adheres to Buddhist teachings. To make him swear an oath in the presence of the Buddha would be akin to wishing for his demise. Observing his evasive gaze, Jiang Yunwan coldly curled her lips. "It seems you lack the courage. I have always been protective of my own. My maid has been wronged, and I shall not let this matter rest. At this moment, my maid is at death's door. You should take matters into your own hands. After all, if I do not provide you with an antidote, you will succumb to putrefaction in 3 days." Jiang Yunwan drew a dagger from her sleeve and, with a clang, tossed it before Fan Yu. Whether death comes sooner or later, one must face it. Better to hasten the inevitable and spare oneself the agony of poison. Fan Yu was immediately struck with fear, his face ashen. Master, he trembled as he stepped back, casting a pleading glance at Master Fan Hong, clearly shaken. Master Fan Hong was equally unprepared for Jiang Yunwan's sudden display of ruthlessness. Miss Jiang, for the sake of a poor monk. How much is the old bald donkey's face worth? Jiang Yunwan found it amusing. She picked up the dagger and slowly aimed it at Fan Yu's right hand. Since the abbot spoke on his behalf, I shall take a step back and spare his life. However, I promised my maid that today I must sever his hand. Chapter 93. A.M.O. Master, save me. Upon hearing Jiang Yunwan's intent to sever his hand, Fan Yu was instantly frightened. His face pale as he hurriedly retreated behind Master Fan Hong. He clung tightly to Master Fan Hong's leg, his eyes filled with terror. This woman is not as feeble as she appears. Wasn't it said that she is utterly incapable, even worthless? How is it that she is so vigilant, with such quick reflexes, and even skilled in poison? The poison she wields is beyond the remedy of Master Fan Hong. Throughout the night, Master Fan Hong had studied it, but to no avail. Thus, they concocted such a ludicrous excuse to seek the antidote from Jiang Yunwan. Yet now, she could speak so coldly of severing his hand. Fan Yu understood that Jiang Yunwan's words were not mere threats. Though her gaze was calm, he could sense the malice beneath. She would not show him any mercy. Master. Fan Yu looked up at Master Fan Hong, tears streaming down his face. Master, save me. Even if Fan Yu did not plead so desperately. Master Fan Hong would not allow Jiang Yunwan to harm him. After all, Fan Yu was not only his disciple, but also. Master Fan Hong steadied his mind before forcing a smile. Miss Jiang, for the sake of a poor monk, let this matter rest. Earlier, he had invoked his status to gain a favor, and Jiang Yunwan had obliged him. Now, he had the audacity to ask again. This time, Jiang Yunwan would not grant him that courtesy. To speak frankly, the abbot's face cannot be thicker than a city wall. Can it? What? Master Fan Hong was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Jiang Yunwan's utter lack of mercy. Miss Jiang, this is a sacred place of Buddhism. Yet you call for violence. I merely offered kind advice. Why then do you insult me? Master Fan Hong's displeasure was evident. This insolent girl truly believed herself to be someone of significance? To his astonishment, Jiang Yunwan dared to scold Master Fan Hong, leaving Fan Yu silent in fear. He held his breath, attempting to diminish his presence. Abbot, I have given you face, have I not? Jiang Yunwan no longer held back. Surely, you are aware that this is a sacred Buddhist ground? It was my first time hearing that monks could intrude into the meditation chambers of worshippers at night, stealing their belongings and daring to take advantage of them. She spoke with a cold countenance, her voice steady. Is this truly a sacred Buddhist ground, home to monks, or merely a den of thieves, a nest of petty criminals? You, Jiang Yunwan, who appeared accommodating, suddenly unleashed her sharp tongue. Master Fan Hong was left speechless with rage. As the abbot, how could he allow his disciples, Fan Yin and Fan Yu, to bear the brunt of his mistakes? Casting all blame upon Fan Yin and expelling her from the temple? This is a matter of our Thunder Rain Temple. Miss Jiang has no right to intervene. Driven to desperation, Master Fan Hong invoked his authority as abbot. Since Miss Jiang has already offered her prayers, it is time for her to depart. Was the abbot dismissing her? Jiang Yunwan laughed. He truly did not fear, for if she simply departed, Fan Yu would perish from poison. One could only wonder what enmity the abbot held against Fan Yu, feigning protection while wishing for his demise. Jiang Yunwan raised an eyebrow, reflecting on how Fan Yu was so loyal to him, yet he would allow himself to be used to steal my jade pendant. What could the abbot possibly want with my jade pendant? From last night until now, she had discerned many things. Master Fan Hong had repeatedly claimed that all actions were instigated by Fan Yin, seeking to extricate Fan Yu. Yet, the true instigator from the very beginning was he, the abbot. In recent days, Jiang Yunwan had quietly observed. Fan Yu exhibited a certain arrogance within the temple, disregarding others. Only before Master Fan Hong did he show absolute obedience. Thus, Jiang Yunwan was certain that it was Master Fan who had instructed him to steal her jade pendant. Jiang Yunwan recalled that this was her first encounter with Master Fan Hong, in both this life and the last. In her previous life, She had no acquaintance with Master Fan Hong, nor did she know Fan Yin. The circumstances of her arrival at Thunder Rain Temple in this life were entirely different. She had never known Master Fan Hong, and thus could not have offended him. For no reason at all, why would Master Fan conspire against her? Upon realizing that Jiang Yunwan had unraveled the truth, Master Fan Hong ceased his pretense. He seized Fan Yu and coldly regarded Jiang Yunwan. Miss Jiang, you are indeed astute, quite contrary to the rumors of your weakness and foolishness. Yet regrettably, those who know the truth cannot leave Thunder Rain Temple alive. Fu Yun swiftly drew his soft sword, positioning himself protectively behind Jiang Yunwan. Jiang Yunwan, I have already been informed that you cannot leave this place alive. At that moment, Master Fan Hong regarded Jiang Yunwan as though she were already ensnared in his grasp. He chose to drop the facade, assuming a posture of assured victory. I had initially intended to let you return, provided you surrendered the antidote willingly. Yet, you not only refused to hand over the antidote, but also dare to bring everything to light. Why not play the fool obediently? Someone intended to have her killed through Master Fan Hong's hand. At this moment, Jiang Yunwan's heart surged with turmoil. Nevertheless, her countenance remained composed and calm. I understand. You merely seek an excuse to end my life, fabricating a tale of hidden instigators. She employed the same tactic used against Su Xiuyan, retreating to advance, deliberately luring Master Fan Hong to reveal the truth. Unfortunately, Master Fan Hong was no fool like that Su Xiuyan. He sneered, "We are all destined to die. There is no need for you to pry my words. If you obediently present the antidote, I shall leave you with a complete corpse. Otherwise," Master Fan Hong raised his hand, summoning a stick from the corner with a mere gesture. Such profound inner strength. Jiang Yunwan's expression darkened. Even Fu Yun could not guarantee victory over Master Fan Hong. However, Fu Yun, being brought out by Xiao Mo, was never one to concede easily. Fearing that prolonging the confrontation would be disadvantageous, Fu Yun let out a low shout and charged at Master Fan Hong. To be prepared for any eventuality, Jiang Yunwan tightly gripped the dagger in her hand, while her other hand discreetly produced several silver needles as fine as hair. She closely observed Fu Yun's movements, searching for an opportunity to strike. Master Fan Hong, as expected of an abbot, fought with ruthless precision, each move executed with full force. As the situation began to turn against her, Jiang Yunwan was about to unleash the silver needles in her hand when Fan Yu seized the opportunity and reached out toward her first. By the time Jiang Yunwan noticed, it was already too late. Fan Yu was skilled in martial arts as well, and she was no match for him. In an instant, Fan Yu had already grasped her throat. "You wretched creature, be sensible and hand over the antidote." Fan Yu, exasperated, gritted her teeth, applying increasing pressure as Jiang Yunwan felt on the verge of suffocation. Just as her vision began to blur, she seemed to catch a glimpse of Xiao Mo approaching through the air. AMO. Chapter 94, His Wanner. "Miss." Fu Yun's soft voice echoed in her ears, repeated over and over. Jiang Yunwan felt as if her eyelids were weighed down with 1,000 pounds, making it impossible to open them. She was uncertain whether she had merely dozed off or had relived a past life. It felt as if she had returned to her previous existence. Or perhaps it was merely a nightmarish vision. In her former life, when she finally awoke in the den of bandits, she was surrounded by the loathsome laughter of those despicable brigands, and there were even hands reaching into her clothes. "Don't touch me." Upon sensing someone gently grasping her hand, Jiang Yunwan instinctively pulled away, awakening with a start. She was drenched from head to toe. Her hair clung to her forehead, and Xiao Mo was there, delicately wiping the sweat from her brow with a silk handkerchief. "Vanya." Upon seeing her awake, Xiao Mo handed the handkerchief to Fu Yun and then asked in a deep voice, "You are awake. Is there anywhere else you feel unwell?" Jiang Yunwan, still shaken, looked at Xiao Mo. After a moment, she gently shook her head and glanced around the room. They were still at the Thunderstorm Temple. However, with Xiao Mo by her side, she felt an unexpected sense of courage. Regardless of whether it was Master Fan Hong or any other malevolent beings, her fear dissipated. "Xiao Mo." As she spoke, she felt a sharp pain in her throat, as if it were being sliced, and her voice emerged hoarse. "How did you get here?" Noticing the red marks on her neck, a flicker of darkness crossed Xiao Mo's gaze. If he had not arrived in time, She might have truly met her end at the hands of Fan Hong and his accomplices. There is still half a month until the baby's full moon banquet, and I came to seek a talisman for his safety to ensure he grows up peacefully. Xiao Mo did not confess that he had followed Jiang Yunwan to the Thunderstorm Temple after ensuring the safety of the baby. He had not disturbed her. Along the way, he had first observed her rushing towards a farmhouse outside Yong'an town, yet he did not enter to visit the owners, leaving after merely glancing a few times. Then, he had hidden in the shadows, curiously and indulgently watching as Jiang Yunwan tormented Su Shuyan. Afterward, upon hearing the secrets regarding the Bai family from Su Shuyan, Xiao Mo promptly sent someone to investigate. Seeing Jiang Yunwan's dejected demeanor at that moment had pierced his heart. Finally, he had watched with a doting gaze as Jiang Yunwan conducted herself at the Thunderstorm Temple. It was only when Fan Hong revealed his true colors and attempted to harm Jiang Yunwan that he intervened. Had he not covertly followed and protected her this time, one might have genuinely believed that over the years, Jiang Yunwan had been dulled and humbled by Wu Qingrong, transforming into the weak and easily bullied Lady Wu. It turned out that she was still the bold and formidable girl he remembered. A sense of pride and admiration filled Xiao Mo's eyes. His wanter should be bright and confident. Thankfully, I arrived just in time. He cast a casual glance at Jiang Yunwan. What about Fan Hong and the others? Jiang Yunwan did not dwell on it. Her mind was solely focused on resolving the matter at hand. That old bald donkey must die if he does not disclose the mastermind behind this. They have already been detained. Understanding Jiang Yunwan's concerns, without waiting for her to speak, Xiao Mo addressed each one. Fan Hong and Fan, you have both been imprisoned. And Fan Yin has returned to the temple, waiting for Master Fan Chun to emerge. Fan Hong is the abbot. With him imprisoned, the temple must be in chaos. However, fortunately, Fan Yin is safe. Once Master Fan Chun reemerges, everything will settle. But when would Master Fan Chun emerge? Jiang Yunwan sighed. She had originally intended to seek a talisman for the baby's safety. However, she realized that as long as she eliminated everyone with ill intentions towards her son, he would be safe. She must protect her son, rather than place all her hopes on a talisman. After all, Fan Hong was the abbot of the Thunderstorm Temple, and even if he committed grave crimes, they were outsiders and could not easily interfere with the temple's internal affairs. Only when Master Fan Chun emerged could they deal with that old bald donkey. Jiang Yunwan propped herself up to sit. I must go meet Fan Hong. You need not go. Xiao Mo's tone was flat, yet his words sent a chill down Jiang Yunwan's spine. He cannot answer any of your questions right now. You killed him. She gasped. No. Xiao montags smedet via Upsilon and Upsilon. There are still others behind him. I will naturally spare his life until I give my orders. However, he has already fainted and will likely not awaken anytime soon. That is good. Jiang Yunwan let out a quiet sigh of relief. She had feared that in a fit of rage, Xiao Mo had killed Fan Hong. It was only a feint, nothing to worry about. I can make him speak. Though Xiao Mo possessed countless means to compel Fan Hong to reveal the truth, he understood that Jiang Yunwan would undoubtedly want to interrogate him personally. Thus, he specifically cautioned, you may torment him, but do not let him die. Once you extract the mastermind's identity from him, I will ensure that he wishes for death, but cannot attain it. However, you are currently weak. I can manage. Jiang Yunwan stubbornly rose to her feet. Yet, as soon as her feet touched the ground, darkness enveloped her vision, and she nearly collapsed. Fortunately, Xiao Mo was quick to support her shoulder. He remained silent, merely gazing at her with an expression that seemed to say, do you wish to be stubborn? Although she had only been choked by Fan Yu, she had just given birth and had endured a series of exhausting days. Having traversed such a long mountain path while remaining tense, it was remarkable that her body had held up until now. I'm Fina. Jiang Yunwan smiled at Xiao Mo, but at this moment, she could not care less about pretense or the distinction between genders. One hand propped against the headboard, the other grasping Xiao Mo's arm, she steadied herself after a while. Take me to see Fan Hong. She harbored too many questions and was eager for answers. Knowing her temperament, Xiao Mo did not refuse again, supporting her as they made their way to the back mountain. Behind the Thunderstorm Temple stood a large woodshed, specifically used for storing firewood and various items. Apart from Wu Shuang and Yun Zhong guarding the entrance, no monks from the temple could be seen. The Thunderstorm Temple was in utter disarray, and a capable leader was needed. Looking at it, although Fan Yin is young, she will undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Xiao Montag spoke solemnly. At this moment, mentioning Fan Yin, Xiao Mo's tone was filled with admiration. It was evident that he had been observing her in secret these past few days, recognizing that she was not an ordinary person. However, apart from Fan Yin's abilities, Jiang Yunwan would be even more astonished when she learned Fan Yin's true identity soon. That is a story for another time. Yes, Fan Yin is indeed kind-hearted, but she is not lacking in decisiveness. Recalling the tasks she had entrusted to Fan Yin, which were executed flawlessly, Jiang Yunwan echoed his praise. As they spoke, the two had already arrived at the woodshed at the back mountain. Inside, Fan Hong and Fan Yu lay unconscious on the ground. I have plenty of ways to make them speak. Jiang Yunwan slowly took out a roll of silver needles, a cold smile gracing her lips. The people who had threatened her life in both past and present were finally about to be revealed. Chapter 95. The Man Behind Jiang Yunwan. Although Jiang Yunwan lacked martial prowess, the silver needles in her hand could kill without shedding blood. As she plunged a needle into Fan Hong, who had been in a deep stupor, he let out a muffled groan, his face contorting in pain as he opened his eyes. Jiang Yunwan. He had barely gritted out her name when Wu Shuang delivered a fierce kick to his chest, causing Fan Hong to choke out a great mouthful of blood. Wu Shuang looked down at him from above, her gaze as cold and fierce as that of her master. Fan Hong understood that simply uttering Jiang Yunwan's name had nearly led Wu Shuang to send him straight to hell. So, you're the man behind Jiang Yunwan. Fan Hong was indeed a tough nut to crack. Even when nearly suffocated by Wu Shuang's kick, he stubbornly refused to bow his head. His gaze was fixed on Xiao Mo, filled with disbelief. I knew it. How could a mere woman be so arrogant? It turns out she has someone backing her. The revelation that Xiao Mo had been donating offerings to the Thunder Rain Temple in her name sent a shockwave through Jiang Yunwan. She turned to Xiao Mo in astonishment. It was you. Initially, she had believed that her parents were the ones making those donations over the years. Never did she imagine it was Xiao Mo. Lord Xiao, your feelings for Jiang Yunwan run deep. Yet she has married another ha-ha-ha. Even as blood dripped from his lips, Fan Hong remained obstinate, clearly relishing the moment. Lord Xiao must be heartbroken. Huh? Xiao Mo stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze darkening. Before Wu Shuang could act, Jiang Yunwan swiftly thrust a needle into Fan Hong. The once arrogant Fan Hong was suddenly rendered mute, unable to utter a single sound no matter how hard he tried. His eyes, now filled with rage, glared at Jiang Yunwan. This wretched person, has she been pretending to be weak all these years while honing her medical skills? Those fools. How easily they were deceived. Fan Hong wished he could send a message to the capital immediately, warning that person to be cautious and not underestimate Jiang Yunwan. How could it be you? Jiang Yunwan finally rose to her feet. Even though she might have guessed the answer, she longed to hear Xiao Mo articulate the reason. She asked softly, I once thought you hated me intensely. If Xiao Mo truly despised her, why had he continued to donate to the Thunder Rain Temple in her name? Yet, if he didn't hate her, why had he not contacted her over the years? Warner, how could I possibly hate you? Xiao Mo cast a casual glance at Fan Hong. I thought all these years, it was you who harbored hatred towards me, which is why I refrained from disturbing your life. I merely hoped for your peace and happiness in this manner. This was not merely a blessing for Jiang Yunwan, but a way to accumulate merit for her. Jiang Yunwan's heart tightened. In her past life, she had perished tragically, and perhaps the reason she was granted a second chance was due to Xiao Mo's accumulation of merit on her behalf. Yet in her previous life, she had no idea he was making offerings to the Thunder Rain Temple in her name. Looking at him, her emotions swirled chaotically, leaving her momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Fan Hong was furious enough to nearly grind his teeth to dust. So, the Thunder Rain Temple was merely a means for Xiao Mo to win Jiang Yunwan's favor and express his feelings? You have treated me so well. I don't know how to repay you. Jiang Yunwan sighed. Had she known back then it was a misunderstanding, had she realized Xiao Mo's true feelings, she would never have foolishly married Wu Qingrong. If he had confessed his feelings earlier, what need would there have been for Wu Qingrong? That loathsome person was inferior to even Xiao Mo's little toe. Repay? Xiao Montag smiedet faintly. If I needed your repayment, I wouldn't have waited until today for you to discover this matter. Moreover, Jiang Yunwan had already repaid him by bearing him a healthy son and remaining faithful all these years. Was that not a form of gratitude? However, it was not yet the time to reveal everything. Xiao Mo gently grasped her slender shoulder, turning her to face Fan Hong directly. Let us discuss this when we return to the capital. Your current matters are of utmost importance. His actions were affectionate yet natural, leaning slightly forward, a unique and pleasant fragrance wafting toward her. Suddenly, Jiang Yunwan felt a rush of anxiety. Her breathing quickened, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. She nervously swallowed. Her shoulder, where Xiao Mo had touched, felt as if it had been scalded, still radiating warmth. Jiang Yunwan responded softly, finally directing her gaze at Fan Hong. Taking a deep breath, she cast aside the distracting thoughts from earlier. Recalling Fan Hong's earlier words, her expression grew serious. You know Xiao Mo. Her statement was definitive, not a question. Perhaps sensing that Jiang Yunwan had pieced something together, a flicker of guilt flashed in Fan Hong's eyes. Yet, he defiantly turned his head, unwilling to meet her gaze. This woman was indeed formidable. Just a few casual words had aroused her suspicions. Fan Hong's heart raced, hoping Jiang Yunwan would not uncover the identity of his master. You are the abbot of the Thunder Rain Temple, rarely descending the mountain, let alone traveling to the capital. As a monk, how could you possibly know Lord Xiao? Jiang Yunwan scrutinisé Fan Hong attentivement. You have eyes in the capital, or perhaps it was not merely eyes. Fan Hong likely had a master in the capital. With her silver needle poised at Fan Hong's throat, she demanded, Who do you serve? Who ordered you to kill me? What else do you know? Fan Hong gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. It was not that he was unwilling to answer. After Jiang Yunwan's needlework, he could not produce a sound. Seeing this, Jiang Yunwan swiftly maneuvered her needle, causing Fan Hong to gasp in pain. He could speak again, even though he possessed formidable internal strength. With Xiao Mo and Wu Shuang openly present and countless unseen experts lurking in the shadows, Fan Hong had no chance of escape. Thus, he reluctantly surrendered, abandoning any thoughts of fleeing. Now able to speak, Fan Hong stubbornly clamped his mouth shut, determined not to betray his master. Ah, you are quite loyal, Jiang Yunwan scoffed. It is evident that the one you protect is either your most devoted master or someone you deeply care for. Her words were casual. Yet upon hearing someone you deeply care for, Fan Hong's expression shifted, revealing a guilty conscience. Jiang Yunwan was taken aback. Had she actually guessed correctly? But who could make a monk like Fan Hong so concerned, willing to go to such lengths for her? Could it be Su Shinro? Jiang Yunwan instinctively queried. She was almost certain that in her previous life, Su Shinro had orchestrated the kidnapping and all the ensuing plots during her visit to the Thunder Rain Temple. So, in this life, could it still be Su Shinro? The woman who occupied Fan Hong's thoughts so obsessively. Was it truly Su Shinro? Su Shinro? A flicker of surprise crossed Fan Hong's eyes. He had intended to ask who Su Shinro was, but changed his mind upon hearing Jiang Yunwan's uncertain tone. He nodded vigorously, defiantly stating, Indeed, she is the love of my life. Jiang Yunwan. She stared in disbelief, her eyes wide. She never expected that such a venomous woman as Su Shinro would have someone infatuated with her. Are you all right? Jiang Yunwan looked at Fan Hong in shock, not doubting his response in the slightest. Only Xiao Mo narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flashing within. How dare he lie in front of him? However, he chose not to expose Fan Hong's deceit before Jiang Yunwan, silently signaling Wu Shuang. Understanding, Wu Shuang quietly withdrew. Fan Hong remained oblivious to Xiao Mo's realization of his lies. He surmised that Su Shinro was undoubtedly not a good woman. Thus, he continued to hold his head high. Matters of the heart are beyond my control. Do not dare speak ill of Roer in my presence. My feelings for her are as clear as day. Jiang Yunwan, vomit. Oya? Clear as day. She felt nauseous. It seemed Su Shinro truly wanted her life. Jiang Yunwan trembled with rage. Even though she was not Su Shinro's biological daughter, she was still Bai Dongxing's daughter, wasn't she? That night, Su Xian's words lingered vividly in her memory in these past few days. She had finally begun to regain her composure. Su Xian merely stated that she was not Su Shinro's daughter, yet she did not clarify that she was not Bai Dongxing's daughter either. Since Su Shinro had a biological daughter in the frontier, it was evident that she and Bai Zhan were indeed half-siblings, and she must also be Bai Dongxing's legitimate child. Out of concern for Bai Dongxing and coveting the Jiang family's wealth, Su Shinro had no choice but to acknowledge her as her daughter. This revelation also elucidated why. In both her previous and present lives, Su Shinro had never shown her any affection, nor had she ever cared for her. Instead, she seemed to wish for her demise, not sparing even Yu Bao. Even though she was not her biological daughter, her father was still alive. Throughout this past year, she had poured her heart into caring for her, treating her as if she were her own mother. Yet Su Shinro had been truly ruthless. Upon hearing this, Fanong's gaz fliquèrent de momentarily. Ah, this little wretch. It appeared there were profound entanglements with the Bai family after all. Perhaps he could manipulate that individual to his advantage. Even at this juncture, Fan Hong was still contemplating how to utilize that person. He did not even consider why Xiao Mo, who was right beside him, did not prevent Jiang Yunwan from continuing her discourse. For in his eyes, Fan Hong had already become a mere ghost. Now, do you finally comprehend? Seeing that Jiang Yunwan had not questioned his words, Fan Hong seized the opportunity to divert her attention, shifting all her hatred onto Su Shinro, asserting that because she was not her biological daughter, Rower desired her death. He spoke her name, Rower, with such ease. If you were wise enough to feign ignorance about these matters, perhaps Rower might spare your life. But now that you are aware you are not Rower's biological daughter, what can you expect? Fan Hong laughed triumphantly. Jiang Yunwan, if you possess the ability, seek revenge from Rower. He was solely focused on pricking Jiang Yunwan's wounds. Yet he seemed oblivious to the fact that the moment his words escaped his lips, Jiang Yunwan's expression shifted slightly. However, she did not voice her thoughts, merely casting a profound glance at Fan Hong. Before he could cease his prattle, a dagger suddenly appeared in Jiang Yunwan's hand. Fan Hong's laughter faltered, his countenance stiffening. What do you intend to do? You wish to kill me? His voice quivered, fear evident in his eyes. Jiang Yunwan offered no reply, her expression impassive as she plunged the blade into Fan Yu's thigh. Even in a state of unconsciousness, Fan Yu let out a wretched scream, jolted awake by the excruciating pain. At that moment, Wu Shuang and Yunzhong pounced upon the master and disciple, delivering a severe beating. Though their strikes were fierce, they did not strike the face, skillfully avoiding vital areas. Consequently, while Fan Hong and Fan Yu's bodies bore no visible bruises, they were left with no intact part, their faces appearing pallid. Jiang Yunwan's knife plunged down, blood splattering everywhere, painting Fan Hong's face in crimson. Startled, he gasped, "What are you doing?" Even though Fan Yu was bound, the agony compelled him to sit upright. Gazing at the bloody dagger in Jiang Yunwan's hand, he was paralyzed by terror. "Master, save me." He scrambled away in desperation, trying to escape. Jiang Yunwan remained chillingly composed, as if the previous brutal strike had not originated from her hand. She coldly fixated on Fan Hong, her gaze resembling a serpent poised to strike. "You utter one lie, and I shall stab him again. Once I have drained him of his life force, it will be your turn." "Fanong?" He stared at Jiang Yunwan in horror, speechless for a long while. This woman appeared delicate, yet she was capable of such brutality, especially in her current expressionless demeanor while drawing blood. She resembled a female executioner. "Whose bidding are you carrying out?" Jiang Yunwan once more aimed the dagger at Fan Yu's thigh, this time targeting the very place where she had previously struck. If Fan Hong uttered even a single falsehood, Jiang Yunwan would not hesitate to deliver a second blow. After a moment of hesitation, Fan Hong stubbornly retorted, "Haven't I already told you?" It was Ro. Before he could finish, Jiang Yunwan's knife fell swiftly, mercilessly. Master, save me. Please tell the truth." Fan Yu writhed in agony. The one who lied was Fan Hong. It was he who bore the brunt of the pain. Jiang Yunwan once again plunged the blade in, deeper than before. Blood flowed profusely, gushing forth like a torrent, causing Fan Yu to sweat profusely, veins bulging on his forehead, wishing he could simply expire on the spot. "Master, I beg you, I cannot endure such torment." He would rather die. Had Fan Yu known the truth, he would have surely surrendered by now. Alas, he was entirely unaware. Observing Fan Yu's suffering, Fan Hong's heart felt as though it were being cleaved in two. The pain on his face was unmistakable, revealing a tenderness towards Fan Yu that astonished Jiang Yunwan. She had assumed him devoid of humanity, especially considering his ruthlessness towards Fan Yin. Unexpectedly, he harbored such a compassionate side. Thus, she resolved to intensify Fan Yu's suffering to pry open Fan Hong's lips. With that thought, Jiang Yunwan yanked out the dagger, not allowing Fan Hong a moment to speak before plunging it once more into Fan Yu's thigh. Fan Yu cried out in agony, this time unable to withstand the pain, his eyes rolling back as he fainted. Just as Jiang Yunwan withdrew the dagger yet again, preparing to strike down once more, Fan Hong was so frightened that he shrieked, I will tell you everything. Just stop. The person is. Chapter 97. The perpetrator of past and present. Fan Hong's words hung on the tip of his tongue, but he glanced again at the unconscious Fan Yu. His eyes were filled with turmoil. After a long hesitation, seeing Jiang Yunwan's dagger poised above Fan Yu's leg, Fan Hong hurriedly cried out, It was Shoer. It was Shoer. He tightly shut his eyes, as though uttering that name constituted the greatest betrayal to that person. He was unwilling and reluctant. Xue? Jiang Yunwan honored her promise. Retracting the dagger, reflecting upon it, the only Shoer she had ever known was her mother-in-law, Madame Wu, Zhao Xiuxiu. Xiao Montauk evidently recalque Madame Wu, his expression shifting as he cast a complex glance at Jiang Yunwan. So was she. Jiang Yunwan murmured to herself. No wonder. She had long suspected that in recent years, Madame Wu had never treated her with kindness. It turned out that she had been eager to eliminate her. Yet, she could not fathom why Madame Wu would be so ruthless as to wish for her demise. Why? Jiang Yunwan clenched her teeth. It seems I have not offended her at all, right? Not merely had she not offended Madame Wu, but since her engagement to Wu Qingrong, he had informed her that his mother was an exceedingly stern and fastidious woman. Madame Wu had always looked down upon her. Therefore, Jiang Yunwan had not only refrained from offending her, but had also sought to please her. Before marrying into the Wu family, she had even lavished wealth upon her, gifting her the most profitable jewelry store located on Chang'an Street. Who could have anticipated that in the end, Madame Wu would seek to kill her? The more Jiang Yunwan thought about it, the angrier she became. Even if I am the daughter of a merchant, I have never wronged her. Why would she want me dead? This is not solely due to your status as a merchant's daughter. After all, that was merely in the past. Your true identity is still that of a by-family daughter, not of humble origins. Fan Hong, head bowed, concealed the expression on his face. At this point, having already revealed Madame Wu, he realized that keeping silent was no longer an option. The two before him were akin to living reapers, especially Jiang Yunwan, who was anything but a delicate and innocent flower. She was evidently a female demon. He had chosen to protect Fan Yu over Madame Wu, or else he would lose both. Jiang Yunwan. Fan Hong suddenly raised his head, fixing a fierce gaze upon her. I have revealed all that I know to you. You cannot harm Fan Yu. Release it at once. Otherwise, I shall keep everything bottled up. Jiang Yunwan had originally intended to inquire further about Madame Wu's intentions to kill her. However, upon witnessing Fan Hong's deep concern for Fan Yu's life and his insistence on allowing her to release Fan Yu, she conceded. Let him go. Jiang Yunwan waved her hand nonchalantly. Observing Fan Yu's prior reaction, she discerned his ignorance of the situation. At this moment, keeping him around served no purpose. Xiao Mo exchanged a glance, and Wu Shuang promptly stepped forward to drag the seemingly lifeless Fan Yu away. Fan Hong's gaze remained fixed on Fan Yu, anxiously exclaiming that he must leave alive. Do you not care for your own disciple? Is this truly your flesh and blood? Was Fan Yu merely a stray you picked up? Jiang Yunwan's just drew a quick, evasive glance from Fan Hong. As a monk, I possess no biological kin. Merely this child has been with me since his youth. His explanation seemed tinged with an air of desperation. Jiang Yunwan narrowed her eyes and exchanged knowing looks with Xiao Mo. Since Fan Hong was so invested in Fan Yu, it presented a splendid opportunity. He could trade the safety of Fan Yu for the secrets he harbored. Likewise, Jiang Yunwan could leverage Fan Yu's safety to compel Fan Hong to divulge the truth, just as before. Now, you may enlighten me as to why Zhao Xiuxiu wishes me dead. Jiang Yunwan lifted her chin, asserting, I am her daughter-in-law. Over these years, I have shown her utmost respect and filial piety. What grievance could I have possibly caused her to seek my life? After a brief silence, Fan Hong remained unresponsive. Just as Jiang Yunwan was about to press for answers, she noticed Fan Hong's intent to bite his tongue in despair, and swiftly intervened to prevent him from doing so. A pained cry escaped his lips, rendering him speechless. His throat emitted a sound akin to a roar, and his gaze directed at Jiang Yunwan was as piercing as a poisoned blade. This little wretch. Indeed, her reflexes are swift, and her resolve is unyielding. It is astonishing that Xiao did not forewarn her of such a formidable opponent. This has left him and Fan Yu at her mercy, facing a fate worse than death. You refuse to speak? Jiang Yunwan, enraged yet sardonic, declared, very well. I shall take you back to the capital, where you will confront Xiao face to face. Upon hearing this, Fan Hong's complexion drained of color. He mumbled incoherently, clearly distressed. I provided you with an opportunity, yet you failed to seize it. With that, Jiang Yunwan rose, casting a disdainful glance at Fan Hong, her eyes icy with a chilling intensity. You dare to toy with me. Guards, immediately dismember Fan Yu and dispose of his remains in the mountains to feed the beasts. Yes, Miss Jiang. Though no one was visible outside, a voice responded. Fan Hong lay on the ground, pallid as death. He understood that this little wretch was not one to show mercy. It was evident that Fan Yu's prospects were grim. Moreover, he would be taken back to the capital to face Xiao. At that juncture, the secrets they had concealed for years would likely be exposed. Not only him, but even Xiao would. Contemplating this, a fleeting determination flickered in Fan Hong's eyes. In the next moment, he summoned his strength to break free from his restraints, seizing Jiang Yunwan's hand and attempting to crash her into a nearby pillar, intent on bringing them both to ruin. Yet, before he could execute his plan, Xiao Mo kicked him out the door. Fan Hong quickly regained his composure. Jiang Yunwan, I shall remember this grudge. From now on, you had best keep Lord Xiao by your side day and night, or I shall return this humiliation tenfold. Having uttered his threats, he made no further attempts to engage, vanishing swiftly as numerous shadowy figures emerged. This was Leiyu Temple, where he had served as abbot for many years. Thus, Fan Hong was acutely aware of every nuance of Leiyu Mountain. He had escaped right beneath their noses. Pursue him. Ensure he is found alive or dead. Xiao Mo's expression hardened. Fearing Fan Hong might employ a diversion to harm Jiang Yunwan, he was determined to apprehend Fan Hong personally. Reflecting on the audacity of Fan Hong's threats, Xiao Mo's gaze grew more frigid, granting permission for decisive action. Fan Hong fled with remarkable speed. In a daze, Jiang Yunwan felt as though she had slipped into a dream. Leaning against Xiao Mo, she eventually regained her senses. Amo. Jiang Yunwan gazed up at the taut features of the man, slowly articulating, I believe I have uncovered a remarkable secret. Chapter 98. A remarkable secret. Before Xiao Mo could inquire further, Jiang Yunwan continued. It pertains to Zhao Xiao. Xiao Mo's voice was low, and he showed no intention of releasing her. Jiang Yunwan gently pushed his hand away and took a step back, noting how Fan Hong protected Zhao Xiao with such fervor. Xiao Mo felt a sudden emptiness in his embrace. However, he concealed his feelings, merely adjusting his sleeve and instinctively tucking her loose strands of hair behind her ear, attentively listening to her words. Throughout, he exhibited an unwavering sense of ownership over her. Jiang Yunwan, exhilarated by her discovery, was oblivious to Xiao Mo's subtle possessiveness. She pressed on. Moreover, Fan Hong's affection for Fan Yu surpasses the ordinary bond between master and disciple. Did you notice how Fan Yu resembles someone? Xiao Mo raised an eyebrow. Does he resemble Zhao Xiao? Indeed, Jiang Yunwan's excitement grew. It is no wonder Fan Hong follows Zhao Xiao's every word, executing her orders without question, in this life or the next. It turns out Zhao Xiao is the woman he holds dear. It is no wonder Fan Hong treats Fan Yu and Fan Yin so differently, going to great lengths to protect Fan Yu. It seems Fan Yu is most likely Zhao Xiao's child. In fact, Fan Yu is probably the offspring of Fan Hong and Zhao Xiao. Is this not a remarkable secret? Who says that monks are devoid of human emotions? Who says I do not speak falsehoods? I can hardly contain my anticipation to see Wu Zhong and the others' reactions upon discovering this. Jiang Yunwan scoffed. What would Wu Qingrong think if he learned he has a half-brother born of the same mother but different fathers? What would that scoundrel Wu Qingrong's response be? Let's keep Fan Yu. He will surely prove invaluable when we return to the capital. Very well. Xiao Mo nodded. He regarded Jiang Yunwan, a smile gradually dawning upon his face. After she meticulously elaborated on her findings, he finally perceived that something was amiss in his gaze. Jiang Yunwan instinctively touched her face. What is it? Is there something on my face? Nothing at all. Then why are you smiling? I am pleased. Xiao Mo replied without hesitation. This is the Jiang Yunwan I know. My Yunwan should shine brightly. She is unlike any other woman in this world. in my heart. She surpasses all others by 100-fold. This confident and decisive Jiang Yunwan is indeed my Yunwan. The Jiang Yunwan who had been stifled by Wu Qingrong for 2 years and had willingly concealed her brilliance was not the true Jiang Yunwan. Understanding Xiao Mo's meaning, Jiang Yunwan felt her cheeks warm slightly. She hurried toward the door. I shall see if Fan Yin has already invited Master Fan Chen out of seclusion. Observing her evasiveness, Xiao Mo made no attempt to press her. He smiled and quickly caught up with her. However, before they could descend the steps, Fan Yin came rushing up. Drenched in sweat, Lord Xiao, Miss Jiang, it is terrible. Our master has not been in seclusion. What? Jiang Yunwan halted. What do you mean he has not been in seclusion? Did not Fan Yin and the others claim that Master Fan Chen was in seclusion and had not emerged? I went to the cave where Master is supposed to be in seclusion, and I saw no sign of him. Furthermore, the cave has long been overrun with mold, and there are remains of wild beasts, clearly indicating it has been a long time since anyone entered. Amidst the hurried tones of the sacred chant, it was peculiar for the venerable master to emerge from seclusion without prior notice or a word of farewell. Thus, I harbored doubts regarding his well-being. How could this be? Jiang Yunwan gasped softly. The esteemed Master Fan Chen possessed profound skills in the Tao. It is indeed true. I have scoured every corner of the temple, yet I have not even glimpsed a shadow of him. Instead, I discovered this within the cave where Master Fan Chen practiced. As she spoke, Fan Yin extended her hand, offering an object. Jiang Yunwan received it, examined it briefly, and then handed it to Xiao Mo, asking, "What do you make of this?" After a careful inspection, Xiao Mo produced a silk handkerchief to wipe it clean, his expression growing serious. If my intuition serves me correctly, this is a jade disc. A jade disc. What is that? Jiang Yunwan had never heard of it before. She only knew of a medicinal herb called jade butterfly. Now I understand. At this moment, Fan Yin's eyes lit up with realization. This jade disc can only belong to Master Fan Chen. I recall him mentioning that the late emperor once traveled incognito through Thunderstorm Mountain and was inadvertently wounded, his life hanging by a thread. It was Master Fan Chen who risked his life to save the emperor, and in his gratitude, the emperor intended to appoint him as the abbot. The position of abbot is vastly different from that of a mere resident monk. However, Master Fan Chen, being naturally free-spirited, declined the emperor's gracious offer. Fan Yin continued. The late emperor left behind an item for Master to ponder before entering the capital to meet him. Hence, this jade disc should serve as the token left by the late emperor. Xiao Mo regarded Fan Yin with admiration. Indeed, the current emperor possesses a jade disc as well. I have heard him mention that the disc was originally divided into 2 halves, one in his possession and the other bestowed upon an unknown recipient by the late emperor. His familiarity with the jade disc stems from his close ties to the throne, having seen the emperor's disc with his own eyes. The emperor stated that the late emperor once proclaimed that whoever enters the palace bearing the jade disc would have their requests granted. Xiao Montag spoke Gavadi. The emperor has specifically instructed me to discreetly investigate who holds the other half of the jade disc. The late emperor's command must not be disobeyed. Yet, the current emperor is also a wise sovereign. He is acutely aware that there exists another individual in possession of a jade disc identical to his, regardless of their requests. They will be fulfilled. However, he remains entirely ignorant of this person's identity and appearance. Should this individual be a nefarious character with ulterior motives, or should they present unreasonable demands? Consequently, the emperor must first ascertain this person's identity before making any decisions. Given that the jade disc was a token left from Master Fan Chen, it is improbable that he would have carelessly discarded it over the years. Now, with the jade disc lost and Master Fan Chen missing, it is highly likely that he has encountered significant trouble. As Xiao Mo's words hung in the air, Fan Yin began to weep uncontrollably. She fell to her knee, imploring, "Lord Xiao, please help me find my master." Although Master Fan Chen was a revered monk, he was still a frail old man over 100 years of age. If he truly were in danger, the odds might not be in his favor. Do not fret. I shall not stand idly by in this matter. I will take possession of the jade disc for now, and upon locating Master Fan Chen, I shall return it to him. With Master Fan Chen missing and the jade disc abandoned, Xiao Mo's mind began to formulate theories. Perhaps all this turmoil stemmed from the jade disc, the position of abbot, and the late emperor's promises, leading to a bloodbath. Thus, he could not entrust the jade disc to Fan Yin, as it would only bring her trouble. With Fan Hong's escape and Master Fanchen's disappearance, the temple would undoubtedly descend into chaos. At present, you must stabilize the hearts of the people. Leave the rest to me. Yes, I express my gratitude to Lord Xiao in advance. Fanine wiped her tears, her eyes now imbued with a newfound resolve. From their conversation, Jiang Yunwan gleaned fragments of insight. As soon as Fanine departed, she quietly inquired, could Master Fanchen's disappearance be the result of this jade disc? This matter is likely orchestrated by that old rogue Fan Hong. Indeed, Xiao Mo replied, casting a profound gaze upon her. You honor, I must confess something to you. Chapter 99. Xiao Mo's confession. Jiang Yunwan had anticipated that Xiao Mo was about to reveal the origins of Yu Bao. However, she was taken aback as his gaze flickered momentarily, and the words he intended to share remained unspoken. You departed the capital, and soon after, Madame Bai encountered misfortune. Nonetheless, I did not intervene. Xiao Mo was already aware that Jiang Yunwan was not the biological daughter of Su Xinro. Madame Bai had been sent to the Qing building to settle debts. When I learned of this, I attempted to assist, but it was too late. Jiang Yunwan. She had thought he was going to confess something of great significance. Yet it was merely this. She sighed inwardly, wishing to inquire directly of Xiao Mo how Yu Bao came to be his son. For now, she was relieved that Yu Bao was Xiao Mo's child, and not Wu Qingrong's biological son. Otherwise, she would truly feel as though she had been wrong. Jiang Yunwan cleared her throat. I am aware of this matter. It is a consequence of her own actions, and she cannot blame others. Once we locate Master Fanchen, we can set off back to the capital. The harvest from this journey had been unexpectedly fruitful. Originally, she sought revenge for her brother, but she had learned from Su Shuyan that Su Xinro had another biological daughter. She had also discovered that the Bai family had concealed many secrets from her. Moreover, she had come to realize that the individuals who sought her life in both past and present were not Su Xinro, but rather Madame Wu. Yet, the reasons behind her desire for Jiang Yunwan's life remained shrouded in mystery. All would have to wait until their return to the capital to be addressed. She was eager to return, to embrace her son, to see her parents, and then confront Madame Wu for clarity. The enmity between them across lifetimes must come to an end. A shadow of darkness flickered in Jiang Yunwan's eyes. With Xiao Mo's intervention, they found Master Fanchan by dusk. To their astonishment, despite their extensive search, Master Fanchan had merely been hidden within that cave. Master, Fanine rushed forward, her heart breaking at the sight of the emaciated figure of Master Fanchan. How could you have become like this? Weren't you in seclusion? Master Fanchan had not been new to seclusion. He had undergone it before. Yet, at this moment, if he were not clinging to the last vestiges of life, he would appear as naught but a skeleton. Despite Fanine's desperate calls, Master Fanchan remained unresponsive, his eyes firmly shut. Master Fanchan's condition is dire. We must take him back to the temple at once. Jiang Yunwan's expression turned grave. She surveyed the cave, then realized why she and Fu Yun had failed to locate this cave during their previous search. It was situated behind the mountain. The summit appeared desolate, yet a nearly invisible thorny path wound steeply down the cliff. Upon returning to the temple, Jiang Yunwan immediately set to work healing Master Fanchan. She observed that he bore no external injuries, but his internal wounds were severe. Coupled with his advanced age, he appeared to be on the brink of extinguishment, and the situation was critical. After 2 full hours, Jiang Yunwan emerged from the room, her complexion pale. Xiao Mo was the first to rush forward, and upon seeing her weak state, he said nothing more. Instead, he swiftly supported her, allowing her to lean against him as he hurried her back to the meditation room to rest. Fanine's eyes were swollen and red from crying, and before she could speak, she heard Jiang Yunwan's faint voice, Master Fanchan will be fine. If he can endure tonight, he will be safe by tomorrow. Tonight, ensure he is well cared for, and do not allow anyone to disturb his rest. Understood. I shall take good care of Master. Fanine choked back her tears, quickly positioning herself at the door, unwilling to intrude upon Master Fanchan's recuperation. Wary of unforeseen circumstances, Xiao Mo instructed Yunzhong to stand guard outside as well. He assisted Jiang Yunwan back to her room, showing no inclination to leave, instead sitting by her bedside, seemingly intent on personally attending to her. Fu Yun quietly withdrew. Jiang Yunwan wished to speak, but she possessed not a shred of strength remaining. The effort expended in healing Master Fanshan's internal injuries had completely drained her energy. She had no time to glance at Xiao Mo before succumbing to a deep slumber. When she awakened, she found herself within a carriage, gently swaying yet devoid of jostling. As she sat up and stretched languidly, it suddenly dawned on her. Had they already departed from Leiyu Temple and begun their journey back to the capital? Upon noticing her awakening, Xiao Mo's expression visibly lightened. "How do you feel? Where are we?" Jiang Yunwan inquired, astonished. She had yet to ascertain the condition of Master Fanshan. Understanding her concerns, Xiao Mo offered a subtle smile. 3 days ago, you saved Master Fanshan." 3 days? Jiang Yunwan gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Goodness, I merely took a nap, and 3 whole days have passed." Early this morning, Master Fanshan awakened. As a practitioner, his recovery is remarkably swift, so there's no need for worry. To express his gratitude for your life-saving act, the Master has bestowed upon you this. With that, Xiao Mo produced an object from his garments and handed it to Jiang Yunwan. "Knowing you sought a talisman for Yu Bao's safety, Master Fanshan declared this to be the true peace talisman." "This is a jade disc?" Jiang Yunwan exclaimed in disbelief, staring at the jade disc in her hands. "Master Fanshan truly gifted this jade disc to me. It was not merely a gift to her, but rather a protective charm for Yu Bao." This jade disc was indeed the peace talisman Master Fanshan had granted for Yu Bao. "Naturally, your journey has not been in vain. You have procured the most valuable peace talisman for Yu Bao. A token that could compel an emperor to unconditionally acquiesce to any demand was certainly no ordinary charm." Jiang Yunwan found herself momentarily lost in thought, staring at the jade disc. The names of Fan Hong and Fan Yu have been expunged from the temple records. Henceforth, Master Fanshan would likely begin fostering Fan Yin to oversee all affairs of Leiyu Temple. Jiang Yunwan never anticipated that she had slept for a full 3 days. So much had transpired during that time. Fan Yin will undoubtedly make an excellent abbot. She accepted the jade disc, recognizing it as the finest gift for Yu Bao's full moon celebration. "When Yu Bao is older, I shall take him to meet Master Fanshan." Yet, a twinge of worry gnawed at her. This jade disc was indeed a remarkable item. Otherwise, Fan Hong would not have gone to such extremes over it. The thought of such a precious object falling into their hands made Jiang Yunwan apprehensive about potential troubles. After all, Fan Hong was currently nowhere to be found, vanished without a trace. "Rest assured, with me by your side, no one can harm you or Yu Bao." Just a single glance was sufficient for Xiao Mo to discern Jiang Yunwan's unease. His words acted as a stabilizing force, miraculously easing her anxiety. She looked at him, ready to speak, but suddenly recalled something critical and exclaimed, "Stop the carriage. Stop the carriage. There is one vital matter I have yet to attend to."